In a twist of fate, Su Nua survived a car accident, only to find herself unexpectedly thrust into the pages of a novel. This turn of events, remarkable even within the realm of transmigration, left her unperturbed, choosing instead to embrace a life of carefree indulgence. Transformed into a once-cherished daughter who met an untimely demise, she resolved to return home and confront her family's false daughter. Little did she know, her family was eavesdropping on her thoughts, and upon the return of the true daughter, the imposter was swiftly expelled. Su Nua mused, "This script deviates greatly from my expectations." Determined to delve deeper into the narrative, she revisited her script. What? My elder brother is the male lead of 5 different tales? And he's the archetypal domineering CEO who perished from a terminal illness, yearning for his beloved? How tragic. Upon realizing her brother's pivotal role, her previously cheerful demeanor faltered. Sister, I do not wish to die. Tomorrow, I shall immerse myself in a health tonic, locking away my heart and devoting myself solely to wealth. What? My second brother, is that impressive? The third male lead and a villain? Let me see. This is unbearable. Brother, are you faring well down there? To which the second brother lamented. Not well. Not well at all. I shall raise a ruckus. Third brother's plight is dire. Deceived by his girlfriend, losing both money and limb? The esports prodigy, her third brother, exclaimed, Goodness. I'm breaking up. I'll buy a train ticket and flee overnight. Wow. Fourth brother is the quintessential school heartthrob, and sister is a literary powerhouse. I must cling to them. The fourth brother and sister, upon hearing this, raised their noses in pride. Su Nua was whisked away by her brothers to participate in a variety show, munching on snacks while observing the unfolding drama. Upon arriving at school, her classmates wept as they enjoyed their own gossip, while scheming to ensnare one another in their narratives, persistently nudging Su Nua. Nuo wept. Do you think of my desk mate? Chapter 1. Was it really necessary to take her life over a mere pig trotter? In an alley, shrouded in an eerie silence akin to thick black ink spilled across a blank canvas, a girl adorned in tattered clothing with hair resembling dried grass collapsed to the ground. Her eyes, vacant and devoid of light, struggled to comprehend her current predicament. She was Su Nua. She had transmigrated that morning after hastily consuming a bun. She had stepped out, only to be struck by a speeding truck. As she soared through the air, performing a dizzying array of spins, she elegantly traced a wave-like trajectory. In a spectacular display, she engaged in the fabled act of spitting blood. Crimson droplets cascaded down, reminiscent of rain, all witnessed by the startled and terrified truck driver. Blood gushed forth, more dramatic than a betrayal from a brother, yet how is it possible she remained alive? Fortuitously, she had indeed survived. Rising to her feet, she dusted off her clothing, casually wiped the blood from her face, and assumed an air of nonchalance. As the driver's expression morphed from panic to sheer horror, she sauntered past the truck, resolutely departing as he turned to look at her. Such attempts on her life could not extinguish her spirit. I dare you to crash into me again. Who could possibly outlive me? Su Nua declared with audacity. Bathed in blood, with her head bleeding profusely into her eyes, she wiped it away and made her way to a luxurious hotel she had painstakingly booked, oblivious to the stares of passers-by. This was a reward for her perseverance, a hotel she had finally secured after months of waiting. Did they think mere blood could deter her from dining? How naive. Upon arriving at the hotel, the enthusiastic receptionist greeted her with a signature smile, but upon noticing her bloodied visage, let out a piercing scream, collapsing in shock. Su Nua pondered, am I truly that frightening? Fortunately, the hotel staff resolved the misunderstanding, allowing her to dine. However, she was caught off guard when the pig trotter arrived. In a haze from the constant flow of alcohol, she hastily devoured the trotter, only to choke on it. This time, she truly met her end. A tragic twist. It was her own hand, tainted with the trotter's savory essence, that sealed her fate. With a heavy heart, Su Nua sighed, mourning the unfinished delicacy. That pig trotter was not inexpensive, and it was undeniably delicious. A diligent worker, she possessed a commendable spirit of resilience and an unwavering mindset, quickly accepting her new reality of transmigration. With an impassive expression, she rose to her feet. Was it merely a matter of transmigration? As if no one else had experienced it, she was now living it. Ding! The gossip system has been activated. A crackling electronic voice echoed in her mind. Su Nua stared in bewilderment at the suddenly appearing gossip system, wondering when she had bound herself to such a thing. Quickly, she grasped the situation. She understood. A system came standard with transmigration. Greetings, host. I am your gossip system, designed for the sole purpose of indulging in gossip. The cold, mechanical voice resonated within her. Pray tell, what purpose do you serve? Su Nua inquired directly. You ought to consider what value you bring, which I shall then reflect back to you. Upon hearing this, Su Nua understood. The system was subtly mocking her. Without waiting for her response, the system displayed a rewards panel. This system was quite efficient. As she scanned the offerings, she discovered a plethora of rewards: strength potions, disguised talismans, fertility charms, beauty elixirs, intelligence boosters, and more. Such an abundance of treasures? Su Nua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, her enthusiasm waned upon seeing the prices, her heart sinking to the depths of despair. With only 100 initial points, even the cheapest strength potion cost 1,000. What a futile endeavor! It seemed she would need to forage for scraps instead. In light of you being the first host bound to this system, I present you with a special gift pack. Upon hearing this, Su Nua's heart swelled with joy, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Here it comes, the fabled novice transition gift pack. She thought a gift pack is still a gift pack. More money and more items are always welcome. A magnificent gift pack appeared on the panel, radiating brilliant golden light, and Su Nua eagerly clicked to open it. The gift pack erupted in a burst of golden brilliance. Chapter 2. Wow. The Golden Legend. Vocal. The Golden Legend. Su Nua nearly screamed. 3 SSRs suddenly appeared on the panel. Su Nua's eyes sparkled with excitement, her hands fidgeting eagerly as her heart raced. Let me see what treasures await. A thought flickered in Su Nua's mind, and the introduction of the rewards popped up. A lucky charm, increasing luck for 1 hour. A strength pill, amplifying strength 100-fold for 10 minutes. A lottery-winning charm, capable of winning a sum of 10,000. My goodness, Master, you are the most generous benefactor I have ever encountered. In that moment, Su Nua felt as giddy as a little duckling. To receive 3 valuable items at once. Clearly, her words delighted the system, which responded with an arrogant tone. Such trifles can make you wag your tail. Stick with me, and I will treat you to the finest. Very well, Master. Su Nua realized that this master was quite amiable. It was indeed generous. Master, have we crossed over or merely entered a book? The system fell silent for a moment before it couldn't help but retort. Aren't you a book spirit? Don't you feel anything about entering a story? Su Nua's exterior was human, yet her soul belonged to the book spirit. If countless novel worlds possessed deities or a management bureau secretly controlling affairs, then Su Nua was the embodiment of those narratives. She was the book spirit of the grandest home. However, I've retired. After tirelessly editing and correcting chaotic plots, I have long since settled into a leisurely life. Why have you dragged me back? Upon hearing the system's disdain, Su Nua raised an international gesture of friendship, her deadpan expression betraying her utter disdain. The silence was deafening. She had no choice but to investigate. Oh, my goodness. It turned out to be that novel. The overbearing CEO falls for the pure fake heiress. Even Su Nua, who had traversed countless brainless novel worlds, could offer a sharp critique. Even a dog could write better. Never mind, I retract that statement. Dogs are innocent and should not be insulted. This book is absurdly nonsensical. In the original story, the protagonist, Su Qingqing, was the falsely acknowledged heiress of the Su family, pampered like a little princess at home. Outside, she was indistinguishable from the neighboring protagonist, sharing the same irresistible allure, attracting countless admirers. The true heiress, after enduring arduous trials, finally returned home to reclaim her identity. Yet, the family of the false heiress was utterly misguided, showering affection solely upon her while neglecting the true heiress. The false heiress even hinted at bullying the true heiress at school, orchestrating a cruel scheme that culminated in the true heiress being poisoned at a banquet. The real heiress suffered a devastating online backlash, ultimately succumbing to despair and tragically ending her life at home. Tragic. Utterly tragic. A dual assault on her body and spirit. Su Nua clung to a sliver of hope. Surely, I haven't turned into the false heiress? At the very least, I'd be spared the torment of body and mind. No. Su Nua gasped, her heart sinking further. NPC? No. Su Nua's heart plummeted. Could it be that unfortunate true heiress? True heiress? No. Su Nua sighed in relief. That was close. The system finally revealed the answer. Su family's youngest daughter, Su Nua. Bang. Su Nua rolled her eyes. Her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground. Su Nua's heart sank even lower. If the true heiress had it bad, The youngest daughter of the Su family had no chance at all. As a child, she was frail and weak, lost, and after going missing, she was abducted and sold to a remote, impoverished area. Enduring daily beatings and labor, she had to forage for mushrooms in the mountains. Frequently bitten by venomous snakes and insects, surviving solely by sheer luck. If one were to claim her physical constitution was strong, she was indeed weak and sickly. Yet, if one suggested she was weak, she somehow survived every poisoning. At the age of 15, she finally saved enough money to escape and find her family. Just as she was about to return to her roots, she was murdered by an assassin. She never even had the opportunity to confront the false heiress who had tormented her. "Master, how long until the assassin comes for me?" The system coldly replied, "Today." Su Nua sprang to her feet, hastily activating her mind to investigate how this youngest daughter met her demise. Just as she discovered the truth, a gust of wind from a blade whizzed past her, and with a sharp gaze, Su Nua swiftly turned to evade. In the blink of an eye, 3 assassins appeared before her, knives in hand, their greedy and malicious eyes sizing her up. To them, Su Nua was like a prized delicacy, something they all desired to savor. With no weapon for defense, Su Nua could only take a step back, searching for any small stones nearby. Unfortunately, none were to be found. Just as the assassins lunged at her with their blades, Su Nua's demeanor transformed entirely, embodying a decisive monarch. Towering above the despicable ants below, her petal-like lips parted kneel. The 3 assassins instantly felt a tremendous pressure bearing down on them, as if a 1,000-pound statue had descended upon them. Thud! All the assassins fell to their knees, bowing in submission. They broke into a cold sweat, their legs trembling uncontrollably, their bodies quaking as if confronted by a fearsome beast. Su Nua's aura intensified. "Forget today's events. Not a word shall be uttered. Sleep now." The 3 assassins immediately collapsed into a deep slumber. Su Nua moved them to the innermost part of the alley. "That was hasty. I should have let them enter before putting them to sleep." Dead weight. Su Nua exited the alley. In the shadows of the alley, a figure loomed over the unconscious assassins. Meanwhile, the system couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly remarkable. The book spirit's word manifests as reality. Such a power is indeed formidable. After retirement, this is the only ability I have left." After scanning her mind, she realized she was still in an ordinary small county, having just escaped. The distance to the Su family's residence in the capital felt like 100,000 miles away. Su Nua rummaged through her pockets, only to find 15 yuan. Before the assassins could come for her, she might starve to death. Suddenly, Su Nua recalled the winning charm. "Master, if I scratch off a ticket now, will I win for sure?" "Of course. You may doubt your own intelligence, but do not question my abilities." Su Nua, she, and this system were definitely not meant to be. Other systems were obedient and docile. Hers only wanted to mock her. Su Nua searched for the nearest shopping mall. Due to her disheveled appearance, a security guard mistook her for a little beggar and nearly shooed her away. After much pleading, she managed to gain entry. She purchased a lottery ticket. After scratching it off, she indeed won 10,000. Not a penny less, nor a penny more. Such a miserly system. Couldn't it let her win 1 million? If not, a 10 million would suffice. She could ascend to the pinnacle of life and leave the Su family behind, directly pursuing male models. The system had long perceived her intentions, wanting to win the grand prize. And yet, does she not consider whether she is alive to spend it? Don't you know? Sudden wealth always comes with great calamity. For the sake of your pitiful life, I have preemptively set a cap on the amount to prevent you from being hit by a car again. No need to thank me. Su Nua, what a flimsy excuse. She hadn't even won and had already been struck by a vehicle. Had it not been for her craving the system as rewards, she would have genuinely considered tossing it into a sack and feeding it to pigs. Even pigs would be more endearing. Chapter 3. Feigning misery is inferior to embracing despair. All are just eccentric old folks. Su Nua took the money to buy new clothes, and after changing into them, she purchased a new phone. In modern times, one might forego purchasing a plane ticket, but a phone was an absolute necessity. The phone is the true companion, the system reminded her, dressing so well to claim kinship. How will you evoke their pity? Su Nua, holding her phone, expressionless, booked her flight while scrolling through short videos. It was hilarious. That group of eccentric old folks was entirely fixated on the false heiress, even if she were to be presented before them. battered and bruised. They would disdain her for tarnishing the image of their precious false heiress. You're quite perceptive, aren't you? Isn't the true daughter the best example? No matter how tattered her clothes, she elicits sympathy. It has been said that the author of this book is quite delusional, rather than feigning pity. Why not embrace a more carefree attitude? Knowing the outcome, why would she subject herself to wearing filthy garments? Su Nua carried little more than her identification card. 3 hours later, she boarded the plane safely. Su Qingqing, fearing that her attempts on Su Nua's life would be insufficient, even arranged 3 waves of assassins. What a venomous schemer. Reclining in her seat, Su Nua closed her eyes to rest. The system kindly reminded her, "Host, upon returning to the Su family, you must remain wary of Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing is the favored child of destiny in this world, showered with adoration from all corners, while her family mindlessly supports her. This time your starting point is a dead end." Su Nua scoffed. "Is that all? System, I suggest you take a stroll around and gain some worldly experience before returning. She's merely a favored child of destiny. With billions of worlds, there are billions of such favored children. They're as common as discarded cabbage on sale. Why should I fear? Moreover, as long as I am near them, I can suppress the luck of these favored children." The system, perplexed, inquired, "Then why were you so fearful before? The Su family is shameless. They don't pay. The true daughter receives only 1,000 a month, while the false daughter receives hundreds of thousands. Even a money-driven person would faint." Su Nua lamented bitterly about the Su family. "As a fellow expendable daughter returning, I shall receive even less. Why can't you be a money-making system? Look at the neighboring money-making novels. The system grants riches freely. And you, not a bit proactive or ambitious in generating wealth.
Sono ragazzi internali.
Money is what truly captivates the masses, dear. If you don't understand this principle, I shall indignantly scold the system for its lack of refinement." The system chuckled. "That little money isn't worth my attention. It's far more interesting to watch from the sidelines." Upon arriving at the villa district, Su Nua marveled at the grandeur of the Shaoguang villa area. There were only 10 villas in total, each belonging to prominent figures of great renown in the capital. She approached the security guard, a tall, muscular man, and sweetly greeted him. "Hello, Uncle Security." The guard, seeing Su Nua, leaned down and admonished, "Little girl, this isn't a place for you to play. You should leave quickly. If the captain finds you here, you'll get scolded." Su Nua spoke slowly, her youthful, dulcet voice conveying her purpose. "Uncle Security, I'm here to find my family. My adoptive mother said my home is here. I am the lost child of the Su family." The guard furrowed his brow, suspecting yet another person attempting to curry favor with the powerful. However, when he observed Su Nua lift her bangs to reveal a smooth forehead and a pallid face, he was struck by the resemblance to Madame Su. Although still doubtful, he considered that her face bore an uncanny likeness to that of the Su couple and thus could not rashly send her away. He needed to inform the Su family. After nearly half an hour of waiting, feeling as though she had fed the mosquitoes enough, the guard finally relented. "Little girl, Madame Su has permitted your entry." He meticulously detailed the features and directions of the Su family villa. Su Nua noted everything down and waved goodbye before finally entering the community. However, the villa area was vast. She walked nearly 10 minutes to reach her destination. Standing before the Su family villa, she admired its exquisite grandeur, a perfect blend of elegance and romantic charm. The intricately carved gate was entwined with neatly pruned white roses, and the air was suffused with a faint floral fragrance, refreshing all who visited. Su Nua rang the doorbell. Soon, a man in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses emerged. Su Nua instantly recognized him as one of the few rational individuals in the Su family, the butler. While the true daughter faced disdain and ridicule from her family, only the butler discreetly lent her a helping hand. She hoped this kind butler would show her, the newcomer, some compassion. "Upon saying Sunwo." The butler's eyes widened in surprise. "You must be the girl searching for her family. Follow me." Su Nua obediently followed the butler into the living room, where a beautiful woman sat on the sofa, her qipao accentuating her flawless figure, her fair, oval face flushed with a hint of color. The emerald necklace sparkled under the crystal chandelier, complementing the elegant curve of her long, pale neck. As she took a delicate sip from her teacup, her gentleness and grace were revealed in full bloom. When Madame Su, Guiwelon, spotted Su Nua, she beckoned, "Little girl, come here and let me have a look." Su Nua approached obediently. Guiwelon cupped her face in her hands, scrutinizing her closely. The more she looked, the more tears filled her eyes. Su Nua had perfectly inherited the beauty of both Gu Yuelon and her father. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled with life, even captivating dogs. Her straw-like hair resembled a mop, her cheeks sunken, and her complexion was as pale as paper. Her high nose accentuated her delicate features, while her petal-like lips were pressed tightly, as if holding back immense grievances, on the verge of tears. "Little girl, may I see your back?" Gu Yuelon waved away the butler and servants. Su Nua turned around, and Gu Yuelon gently lifted her shirt, revealing the butterfly mark on her lower back, causing tears to silently cascade down her cheeks. "It's my Noa Noa. Noa Noa. It's enough that you're back." "It's all my fault, it's my fault. I lost you." Su Nua patted Gu Yuelon's back. "Don't cry." Gu Yuelon released Su Nua, wiping her tears. "All right. If Nua Nua says not to cry, then mother one tea cry." "Mother." A voice as sweet and delicate as honey drifted down. Hearing the lilt, Su Nua looked up to see a girl in a white dress descending the stairs. The girl wore a charming smile, her brows slightly arched. She possessed a soft, delicate beauty, not exceptionally stunning, yet her appearance evoked a sense of both vulnerability and resilience. "Mother, is there a guest?"
Su Kingin approached.
The moment she beheld Su Nua's face, her fingers instinctively twisted her dress, suppressing her impatience, her eyes flashing with a hint of speculation. What is happening? Are those people incompetent? With the money they received, they couldn't even kill a frail little girl. Chapter 4. Wow. Is this something I can envision without dreaming? She composed herself, her lips curving into a sweet, gracious smile. "Mother, who is this?"
"Wow.
The legendary little vixen protagonist has appeared." Gu Yuelon suddenly heard a familiar voice and looked around in confusion. Her eyes clouded with puzzlement. Nobody was speaking, was there? "Hey, this is the wicked woman who sent 3 assassins after me. I nearly met my demise on the road. Signing in to the underworld." With a swift change in tone, Su Nua began admiring Gu Yuelon. "Not to mention, system, my mother is truly beautiful. If I were a man, I would whisk her away under the cover of night while my father was in tea watching. On second thought, given their intellect, I fear if I ran away with my mother, she might lead me to my doom. Never mind, such beauty, without wisdom, is a dangerous combination." The more Gu Yuelon listened, the more familiar the voice became, until the final sentence made her realize it was Su Nua speaking. She cautiously glanced at Su Nua, and upon seeing her silent demeanor, a bold idea began to form in her mind. Soon, she felt a surge of joy. She could hear Su Nua's thoughts. It must be that their mother-daughter bond had reconnected after their long separation. However, Gu Yuelon frowned slightly. What did Noa Noa mean by assassins? Why did she say she was foolish? Would Qingqing send assassins to kill Noa Noa? That couldn't be true. Qingqing had never met Noa Noa.
Non hadn't provoked wing.
Moreover, Su Qingqing is truly the most obedient child, possessing a kind heart and a willingness to help others. The more Gu Yuelon dwelled on this thought, the more her head throbbed, and she clutched her temples, her expression one of struggle. In a flurry, Su Qingqing squeezed past Su Nua and squatted before Gu Yuelon, her petite face etched with concern. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" After enduring the pain for a while, Gu Yuelon weakly replied, "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a bit. Noa Noa has just returned, so Qingqing, you go play first. I will take Noa Noa to choose a room." Su Qingqing pressed her lips together, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice trembling. "All right, Mom. I can stay by myself." "Good girl, Qingqing." Gu Yuelon failed to perceive the underlying implications in Su Qingqing's words. Having said that, Gu Yuelon took Su Nua and departed. As Su Qingqing watched their retreating figures, her heart was a whirlwind of emotions, a flicker of malevolence flashing in her eyes. Whenever she was on the verge of tears, her mother would always comfort her, no matter what she was doing. Yet, this little imp had come on her first day and stolen her mother away. This was unacceptable. She had to take action. Clenching her phone tightly, she dialed a number. "Hello?" she said, her voice laced with grievance. Meanwhile, Gu Yuelon led Su Nua to a room on the 3rd floor, opening the door to reveal a space adorned in soft pink hues, entirely designed according to the standards of a princess's room. "Noa Noa, this is your previous room, which I have kept for you all this time." Su Nua glanced around, and if she didn't like it anymore, her mother would immediately have it redecorated. Upon seeing the spacious room, measuring several hundred square meters, with a bed that must be at least 100 square meters, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow. Is this a dreamlike room I can inhabit without even dreaming of it?" Su Nua swallowed hard, responding eagerly, "No need, Mom. This is wonderful. Absolutely fantastic." Unlike hearing her thoughts, Gui Welon was overwhelmed with tears at Su Nua calling her mom.
Good.
"Mommy is here." Gui Welon embraced her tightly. "Mom, I'm a bit sleepy." Su Nua expressed her desire to rest. Upon hearing this, Gui Welon quickly released her grip. "All right.
No go to sleep.
I'll call you for dinner."
Okay.
After Su Nua went inside, Gui Welon lingered at the doorway for a long time, reflecting on Su Nua's words. For some reason, being with Su Nua made her constantly muddled mind feel somewhat lighter. Regardless, for the sake of her children, it was imperative to investigate the matter of the assassin thoroughly. Su Nua had encountered an assassin. As a mother, it would be an utter failure not to inquire about it. She took out her phone and sent a message to her trusted aide, instructing them to investigate thoroughly. Inside the room, Su Nua lay on the bed, rolling about freely. Bored, she flipped through the book titled "The Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with the Pure Fake Daughter." TSK. The Su family is truly wealthy.
Su father, Su Luo,
Is the president of the Su Group, which is among the top 10 enterprises in the world. It is incomparable to ordinary wealthy families. Downstairs, Su Luo had returned home early. His steps hurried as he sought out his wife, Gui Welon, finally voicing his confusion from the journey. "My dear, you mentioned Nua has returned?" Gui Welon covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Yes, she is upstairs." Upon hearing this, Su Luo was overjoyed and rushed up to the third floor, his heart racing as he approached Su Nua's room. Just as he was about to knock, he suddenly heard, "Tisk, no one in the Su family has a good fate." Su Luo was taken aback. Why would Su Nua say such a thing about her own family? He wanted to eavesdrop further to hear what she would say, thus retracting his hand from the door to eavesdrop unceremoniously.
Ah.
"I really want to eat abalone, Boston lobster, king crab, and bird's nest. Is it so wrong to want to experience the luxuries of the wealthy? Oh, I forgot. I'm the least favored little daughter. Forget it. I might as well go work to earn money for my braised pig trotters." Hearing this, Su Luo's heart sank. His little princess, who should have been cherished like a gem, was suffering outside and feared her family's neglect, contemplating working just to afford a pig trotter. As a doting father, Su Luo felt a surge of determination.
Buy
Everything. We must have it all." He hurried downstairs to find the family chef, instructing them to prepare everything Su Nua desired. Not a single item she wishes for should be missing.
Buy more.
After giving his instructions, Su Luo returned to his study, feeling revitalized. Su Nua, feeling satisfied from her nap, casually grabbed a headband from her vanity to tie her hair back and energetically opened the door to head downstairs. Gui Welon, hearing the footsteps, turned to see Su Nua, her face lighting up with joy as she waved.
No comegere.
Just as Su Nua approached, she spotted Su Qingqing seated before Gui Welon. Upon seeing Su Nua, Su Qingqing beamed a sweet and proper smile. "Sister, come sit with me.
Mom.
I want to bond more with my sister." Gui Welon, hearing this, laughed. "Good, seeing you sisters getting along puts my mind at ease. Look at how easily my beautiful mother is charmed by Su Qingqing's sweet words. She won't even realize how she's being led astray." Gui Welon's heart jolted at this thought. "What do you mean by led astray?" She continued to eavesdrop when she heard the term led astray, her beautiful eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Led astray? What does that mean?" "All right, let me explain." Gui Welon was increasingly perplexed, wondering to whom they were speaking. "My mother is truly pitiable. She has always thought of herself as an orphan." Gui Welon quivered. She had never confided in anyone about being an orphan. How could Su Nua, a mere child, have discovered this? In reality, the aunt who supported her schooling was a secretary for the Sheng family matriarch, and coincidentally, they gave birth on the same day. That secretary had the audacious idea of switching the children, swapping my mother with her daughter. Fearing that my mother would seek her relatives, she constantly brainwashed her, saying that my grandparents had passed away. By showing my mother small kindnesses, she dissuaded her from searching for her biological parents. Gui Welon could no longer contain her shock and abruptly stood up. She had to confront Aunt Gu and demand clarity. Su Qingqing, seeing Gui Welon suddenly rise, followed suit. Worry etched on her face. "Mom, what is wrong?" Gui Welon's rage-fueled thoughts were pulled back by Su Qingqing's voice. "It's nothing," she suppressed her rising fury. Just then, Su Luo, who had overheard everything, felt a wave of sympathy wash over him. His wife had been so cruelly deceived by that wretched aide. As he approached to comfort her, he abruptly heard, to say the least, that Aunt Gu is an indirect perpetrator of my mother's tragic fate. Chapter 5. Stop crying. You have it worse than her.
What?
You don't even know this? What kind of system is this? Go away. The word system left the Su couple in a state of perplexity. What could this possibly mean? Su Luo resolved to investigate the age shortly. However, he also recalled that the aforementioned Aunt Gu was someone else's aide, leading him to feel a sense of wariness towards the term aide. After considering, he decided to send his eldest son to investigate. That aide's daughter, upon learning that my mother married my father, wanted to climb higher in status. Thus, she had her mother, Aunt Gu, switch the children, executing a classic exchange. Poor my fifth sister, who was swapped away and lived a life worse than death. Upon returning to claim her identity, she faced difficulties from her family, watching the imposter live a life of adoration. Su Luo looked up in astonishment, noticing Su Nuo sitting beside Su Qingqing, who had remained silent. As a meticulous businessman, he quickly realized that he was hearing Su Nuo's innermost thoughts. He felt a surge of exhilaration, wanting to rush out and celebrate their newfound connection. Yet, upon reflecting on the implications of the genuine and faux daughters, he wished he could obliterate that Aunt Gu. Gui Welon slumped onto the sofa in disbelief.
How could it be?
The child she had cherished for 16 years, Su Qingqing, was, in fact, someone else's. Her two biological daughters have been suffering outside. Noticing something amiss with Gui Welon, Su Qingqing tentatively inquired, "Mother?" Upon hearing Su Qingqing's voice, Gui Welon was suddenly besieged by a throbbing pain in her head. This aura? Oh, it's the heavenly Tao exerting pressure again. Retreat, retreat. If you come again, I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball to kick. The persistent agony in Gu Yuelon's mind soon dissipated, as though it had genuinely been frightened away by Su Nuo. Su Luo was taken aback. His little daughter possessed some remarkable abilities. At that moment, Gu Yuelon, upon seeing the faux daughter Su Qingqing, felt a wave of disgust wash over her and casually remarked, "It's nothing." Su Qingqing quickly sensed the shift in Gu Yuelon's demeanor towards her, her eyes welling with tears like a weeping pear blossom. "Mother, Qingqing is very worried about you." Here it comes, the professional weeper Su Qingqing. With her unparalleled crying skills, tears flow at will, and her facial expression is as stiff as a zombie. Gu Yuelon and Su Luo turned their gazes towards Su Qingqing, who, perplexed by their scrutiny, asked, "Mother, Father, why are you looking at me like that?" Gu Yuelon shook her head with a forced smile. "It's nothing." However, a closer inspection revealed that her smile was quite strained. 3 more seconds, and I could recite the little white flower S lines by heart. "Mother, having my sister back is a good thing. She must feel quite unfamiliar since she just returned, but with an elder sister around, she surely won't be bullied." Su Qingqing, oblivious to Gu Yuelon's expression, continued her performance. "Mother, having my sister back is a good thing. She just returned and must feel quite unfamiliar. Sister, with an elder sister present, you will definitely not be bullied." Su Qingqing thought that by saying this, she would surely win Gu Yuelon and Su Luo's favor. Upon hearing these words, Gu Yuelon and Su Luo were suddenly shaken, realizing it aligned perfectly with what Su Nuo had said. Just as Su Qingqing attempted to grasp Su Nuo's hand, feigning a deep sisterly bond, Su Nuo abruptly sprang up, her face filled with vigilance. "Stop. Abominable creature. Do not touch me." Su Nuo harbored a genuine aversion towards Su Qingqing and did not wish to be touched by her. Seeing Su Nuo resist her touch, tears streamed down Su Qingqing's cheeks, resembling a resilient little white flower battered by wind and rain. "Sister, do you despise me?" she asked. "I truly wish to bond with you."
Son replied.
Her interest evidently lacking, delivering a crushing blow to Su Qingqing. "You dislike me, wah." Su Qingqing cried as she dashed upstairs like a bullied little girl, feeling wronged. Gu Yuelon and Su Luo, almost involuntarily, found their feet moving towards the upstairs. Su Nuo looked up and clearly saw a white light forcefully pulling Gu Yuelon and Su Luo upstairs. With their minds momentarily emptied, Gu Yuelon and Su Luo could only think of comforting their poor daughter, assuring her that Su Nuo did not mean any harm, and that she was their most beloved child. Here it comes again. "If you come again, I will strip you of your position in the heavenly Tao and replace you." Gu Yuelon and Su Luo's minds suddenly cleared, their muddled thoughts finally dispersing as they regained their sense of self. At this moment, Gu Yuelon and Su Luo silently comprehended something. They had always believed that their excessive affection for Su Qingqing stemmed from the sorrow of losing their youngest daughter. and thus they sought to bestow both portions of love upon Su Qingqing. It appeared there was some misunderstanding they were unaware of. Su Luo keenly observed that Nua seemed to possess knowledge regarding Su Qingqing, often making remarks whenever Su Qingqing was mentioned. Feigning nonchalance, he casually suggested, "No, Nua, you should get along well with Qingqing. She is a good child and will be a wonderful sister.
Pa.
I would never want to be associated with her in this lifetime." Hearing her inner thoughts, Su Luo felt a surge of delight. He had indeed placed his bets wisely. Being sisters with her would only lead to being trapped, unable to even afford a prison meal, and would send me directly to hell to sing a mournful tune. I pity my yet-to-be-seen fifth sister, who will be secretly sabotaged by her, face bullying at school, suffer under domineering women, be abandoned by family, and burdened with usurious debts, eventually ending up in a basement swallowing a bottle of sleeping pills. With Su Nuo nearby, free from the influence of the heavenly Tao, Su Luo and Gu Yuelon were able to think clearly, realizing that their true child would be tormented to death by this misidentified child. Gu Yuelon's tears flowed freely, nearly overwhelming her. Su Luo, filled with concern, embraced Gu Yuelon. "Loner, why are you crying?" Su Nuo, who had just been conversing with the system, had not noticed Gu Yuelon's sudden emotional shift. Only then did she discover her mother was crying and asked, bewildered, "Mother, what is wrong?" Gu Yuelon, realizing the gravity of the situation, thought to herself that she could only hear her own thoughts. Wiping away her tears, she forced a smile. "I just found Nua, and I'm so overwhelmed with joy that I couldn't help but cry." "Mother, please don't cry. Too much crying will make your eyes swell," Su Nua advised.
All right.
"Mother won't cry anymore," Gu Yuelon replied, genuinely smiling. Nua is wonderful, a caring little cotton-padded jacket who knows how to comfort her." Just as she finished praising her in her heart, she heard the thoughts of her little cotton-padded jacket. "It's better for my mother to save her tears for later. Her situation is worse than that of my fifth sister." The two listened intently to her thoughts. Su Qingqing secretly steals company secrets and sells them to the male lead, helping him ascend to greatness and become a wealthy lady. The Su family, now in bankruptcy, is suppressed by the male lead under Su Qingqing's insinuations. Mother is sent to a certain place for organ harvesting, enduring inhumane treatment. Upon hearing this, resentment flickered in Gu Yuelon's beautiful eyes. She questioned herself, "I have been exceedingly kind to Su Qingqing, yet she has treated me in such a manner." Chapter 6. Has the past 25 years been too smooth? Father? Just as Su Luo was filled with anger at his wife's fate, he suddenly heard Su Nuo mention him, causing him to lean forward involuntarily. Father is worse off, wrongfully imprisoned, with Su Qingqing secretly orchestrating things. Upon hearing secretly orchestrating, Su Luo couldn't help but wonder if Qingqing was doing this to ease her conscience, letting the inmates torment him to the point of wishing for death. If you want details, it's too horrific for children. All I can say is he ends up as a pile of meat mush. Su Luo suddenly collapsed onto the ground. The sound of his fall snapped Su Nuo back to reality. "Father? Why did you fall? Can one really trip on flat ground?" Su Luo feigned calmness. "My foot fell asleep."
Oh.
Gu Yuelon abruptly stood up. "I need to use the restroom." She swiftly exited, took out her phone, and dialed a number. Once connected and hearing a greeting on the other end, she urged, "Have you found anything? Hurry. I'm in a rush. I'll pay 10 times the salary." After hanging up, Gu Yuelon let out a long sigh. Regardless of why she could hear Su Nuo's thoughts, it was imperative to take it seriously. Qingqing had grown up right under their noses, and her character was well understood. In their hearts, Qingqing would never commit such deeds. However, No would not deceive them. Torn between their adopted daughter and their biological daughter, they believed both. The investigation would begin with Nua's mention of the assassination. On Su Nua's side, Su Luo could not fathom why Nua was so convinced that Qingqing was a bad child. They had treated Qingqing as if she were a treasure from the heavens. Qingqing was not the kind to repay kindness with malice. Yet, if it truly involved the company as bankruptcy, it was the fruit of 3 generations of labor. There was a necessity to investigate thoroughly. I'm going to the restroom. Do they all enjoy going to the restroom? Su Luo nearly slipped and fell. He quickly returned to the study, trembling hands pulling out his phone. "Hello? Shaoli? Please help me investigate the person who sponsored my wife's education back then. Did that person visit the hospital when my wife gave birth to Qingqing?" Su Luo resolved to summon his trusted confidant to expedite the investigation. He promised a tenfold salary increase. The faster the inquiry progressed, the more substantial the pay raise would be. Given the implications for both the company and his family, he dared not act carelessly. Until the truth was ascertained, he could not simply rely on Su Nuo's word alone. Fear gnawed at his heart. What if Su Nuo's claims were indeed accurate? It could lead to his financial ruin, and they might meet an untimely demise. Not only would he be thrown out, but he was also on the verge of wanting to eliminate Su Qingqing. Meanwhile, Su Nuo sat in her original position, engaging in a casual conversation with the system.
System.
Why do I feel like their reactions are quite intense? The system, startled by Su Nuo's observation, hastily masked its alarm. You've already mentioned that the author of this book is quite eccentric. Is it not normal for them to react dramatically upon finding their daughter? It's speculated that they might be feigning discomfort to console the false heiress, thus avoiding any affront to your dignity. The system mused silently. I never anticipated Su Nuo would be so astute. It is also a testament to the clumsiness of those two. Their ability to hear thoughts was a clandestine arrangement orchestrated by the system. Overhearing such juicy gossip is akin to indulging in a delightful spectacle, indeed. The system's motto, everyone shall partake in the gossip. The juicier, the better. No thanks necessary. The system also had to guard against Su Nuo discovering the truth herself, lest she become reticent. Regrettably, it was only the first day, and already Su Nuo began to harbor doubts.
Alas.
The words of other senior systems rang true. The notion of unreliable teammates is indeed accurate. Noticing Su Nuo's prolonged silence, the system grew increasingly anxious, fearing she had uncovered something significant. And it racked its brain to weave a plausible excuse. Suddenly, it heard her say, "They seem rather considerate. They even take my feelings into account. Truly, they are business people. Adept and smooth in their dealings. High emotional intelligence." The system thought. Thank goodness this host is rather naive and easily swayed. After a brief pause, it finally uttered, "Feel free to continue." The sofa beneath Su Nuo felt warm as she heard a voice exclaim, "Mom, I heard the little sister has been found?" Following the source of the sound, Su Nuo saw a refined and elegant man in a well-tailored white suit approaching from behind. The man was strikingly handsome. His peach blossom eyes, deep and captivating, glimmered with a hint of playful mischief. The mole beneath his right eye added a touch of allure, while his high nose resembled a snow-capped peak and his thin lips were pressed into a line, indicating his serious consideration of the matter. Upon saying Suno, the man was momentarily taken aback. Despite her severe malnutrition rendering her appearance worse than that of a beggar, it was still evident that she belonged to their lineage.
I don't know.
Yes, she replied. The man smiled and introduced himself. I am your second brother, Suzian. As he heard her voice, Suzian was abruptly struck by the realization that Su Nuo had not spoken at all. This name sounds quite familiar. Suzian scanned the room until his gaze landed on Su Nuo's face. Indeed, she had not uttered a word. Externally, Suzian maintained his calm demeanor. But internally, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Here it comes. The mind-reading ability mentioned in the novel. He had performed in a play involving mind-reading and had studied the original work, never expecting to play the role of the mind-reading protagonist within the narrative itself. To hear genuine thoughts outside of the story, especially those of his sister, was truly remarkable. He thought to himself, "Come on, my dear. Let your brother listen closely. Express how you admire my handsomeness, and I permit you to lavish me with praise." He was prepared for compliments on his acting skills, his handsome looks, and perhaps even requests for an autograph. Haha. Oh, I almost forgot. Leaving her hanging like this might not be the best approach.
Suzian suddenly yolted.
Quickly defending himself, brother has some matters to discuss with others. Feel free to continue. After saying this, he seated himself on the sofa opposite her, fiddling with his phone, pretending to be engaged in a serious conversation, while secretly hoping Su Nuo would continue speaking. Please, listening to thoughts is truly exhilarating. Why does he have several novels? Is he a workaholic? And why are they all about same-sex relationships? Isn't he worried about an emergency visit to the proctologist in the middle of the night? Suzian's heart raced in alarm. Sister, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Thank you. Please do not slander me.
Now?
You ask me about now? Suzian was startled. Was someone else speaking to her? Right now, I am undoubtedly still within the tale of the overbearing CEO falls in love with the innocent fake heiress. Upon hearing the title, Suzian's heart sank, and he felt a sense of shock dissipate. The world is full of absurdities. Had his previous 25 years been too smooth sailing, leading to a dramatic twist today? This world cannot truly be a book, can it? How fantastical. Chapter 7. Is there anything more delightful than the male lead? Yes. Suzian could only half believe and continue listening. Depending on which book is dominant, it seems Su Qingqing's tale is more compelling. If we follow the narrative of the overbearing CEO falls in love with the innocent fake heiress, my brother is destined for a tragic end. Upon hearing tragic end, Su Ziqian's hands trembled uncontrollably. After Su Qingqing and the male lead annihilate the Su family, I see, my second brother's relationship with Su Qingqing is not particularly strong. Su Ziqian replied, indeed, and then what? Then Su Qingqing weeps and subtly hints to the male lead, indirectly indicating my brother's poor treatment of her. Enraged, the male lead arranges for my brother to be incapacitated, and he is subsequently discarded to live as a worthless being, not suitable for children. So, I shall refrain from detailing the specifics. Ultimately, he becomes a stroke victim, bedridden and unable to care for himself, worse off than a bedwetting old man. Tragic. So tragic. I've never encountered anyone so unfortunate. Actually, I have seen someone, but that person lies beneath a tomb in a revenge tale with 2-meter grass overgrown. Upon hearing this, Su Ziqian felt an overwhelming desire to depart this beautiful world. Rather than enduring such a miserable fate, he would prefer to simply close his eyes and embrace death. To suffer such a fate purely due to poor relationships, how venomous Su Qingqing is. Could he perhaps hint to his mother that Su Qingqing is a wicked seed and should be sent away? Quickly, he dismissed the thought. If he were to enlighten his mother regarding Su Qingqing, she would likely slap him across the face. Nevertheless, the old man at least has a sickbed to lie upon. While he himself could not even afford a bed, all his money was taken by Su Qingqing, leaving him to sleep beneath a bridge, beaten by beggars. Due to his beauty, he would likely be subjected to unwanted advances by the beggars, as he is free of charge. Su Ziqian exclaimed, "Good heavens! Look at the outrageous deeds you have orchestrated." He, Su Ziqian, had always done good deeds, sponsoring children's education and assisting elderly ladies across the street. A future as a stroke victim was one thing, but to be beaten by beggars is entirely unacceptable. All of this is intolerable. But that last comment, what on earth was that about? Wait a moment. Did he overlook something? Vocal. She took my money. Cutting off one's financial resources is more painful than taking one's life. One cannot be without money. You see, without money, one can be treated like a fallen tiger, bullied by dogs, and potentially subjected to those unspeakable acts. What the heck? Su Ziqian dashed into the kitchen, brandishing a knife in the astonished gaze of the chef, and burst out, "Su Qingqing, prepare to pay with your life." Upon seeing the knife in Su Ziqian's hand, Su Nuo was perplexed. "What are you doing?" Hearing Su Nuo's voice brought Su Ziqian's fury to a halt. He smiled amiably and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Brother has been practicing for a role and just needed to test the weight of a knife." Su Ziqian silently returned the knife, leaving under the chef's bewildered gaze. The thought of Su Nuo's portrayal of his future self, facing such a dire fate, left him unable to eat, let alone feel at ease. It would directly lead to a severe case of constipation lasting 7 days. For the sake of his own life, he found it necessary to subtly confirm the reliability of Su Nuo's thoughts. If it were indeed true, he intended to persuade his mother to swiftly discard Su Qingqing. However, upon reflecting on his mother's deep affection for her daughter, he realized he was merely a convenient son. He began to check his phone, contemplating his balance. If Su Qingqing refused to leave, perhaps he should take his leave instead? He considered fleeing to avoid further entanglement. Yet, he needed to extract more information. "Nuo," he called out. Su Nuo instinctively looked up and asked, "What is it, brother?" "Just spit it out." Su Ziqian disregarded that inner thought and subtly prompted, "Have you met Qingqing?" "She is your sister." "I have." "What do you think of her?" Immediately after posing the question, Su Ziqian realized he had been too hasty, risking arousing Su Nuo's suspicion. "She's quite pretty," Su Nuo replied dismissively. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Su Ziqian was met with silence from Su Nuo. He pondered, should he change his approach? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Su Qingqing's voice from upstairs. "Second brother, you're back." Su Luo and Gu Yuelon coincidentally emerged at the same moment, declaring, "Ziqian is back." As the trio descended the stairs, Su Ziqian greeted Su Luo with a dad and Gu Yuelon with a mom, deliberately ignoring Su Qingqing. The moment Su Qingqing noticed his indifference, her anxiety intensified. With Su Nua present, she felt compelled to assert her standing in the household. Unfortunately, Su Ziqian offered not a shred of cooperation. She forced a smile and said, "Second brother, remember when you asked me what I wanted? I've thought of something today." Su Qingqing stepped closer, wrapping her arms around Su Ziqian's, and smiled sweetly. "Brother, whatever you give me will make me happy. You're usually so busy. Could you spare a day to spend with me?" Su Ziqian immediately jerked away, retreating a step as if she were a plague. "Don't come any closer. I've told you not to touch me. Let us just keep our distance from one another. If you want something, fine, but just don't bother me." His previous promise to buy Su Qingqing a gift had merely been to silence her, not to encourage her insatiable desires. Hearing his words, Su Qingqing's eyes brimmed with tears. Her small face etched with sorrow. In less than a second, she lifted her tear-streaked face, donning a brave smile, reminiscent of a delicate flower that had endured a tempest, yet remained resilient. "I'm sorry, brother.
Eve oversteppet.
I will change. Please don't be angry." Su Qingqing choked out. As Su Qingqing began to cry, Gui Welon could not help but comfort her. "Qingqing, your brother didn't he mean it?" Just as Gui Welon finished speaking, Su Nua's inner thoughts echoed again. Su Ziqian truly does not like Su Qingqing. He is the second son, the so-called unloved second child. Su Ziqian is upright and inherently disdains Su Qingqing's character, especially since she is prone to tears and manipulative behavior. Every time she cries, he finds himself scolded, as their parents always assume she must be innocent and that he is at fault. They believe Su Ziqian is the wrongdoer, which only deepens his aversion to Su Qingqing. Upon reflecting on Su Nua's thoughts, Gui Welon realized that every time Su Qingqing cried, they were inclined to think, "How could our sweet daughter do anything wrong? It must be Su Ziqian's fault." With this revelation, stripped of the influence of the heavenly path, coupled with the truth that Su Qingqing was not their biological daughter, Gui Welon felt a pang of guilt towards her second son. The primary reason might be that Su Ziqian is not only the male supporting character in this narrative, but also the male lead in 3 other tales, and a villain in one. Though this story currently favors Su Qingqing, the fortune bestowed by the heavenly path cannot be overshadowed by 3 others. He remains unaffected by the mindless adoration typical of such narratives. Upon hearing this, Su Ziqian's heart swelled with delight. What could be more exhilarating than discovering he was the male lead in a novel? Furthermore, he was the male lead in 3 tales. Su Luo mused, "What about me? As Ziqian's father, I should at least be in 5 stories." Unaware of the shifting atmosphere among the others, Su Qingqing tugged at Su Ziqian's sleeve, bashfully stating, "Brother, I no longer want that wish. I know you don't like me. May I make another wish?" Chapter 8. Are you blind to the facts? Su Qingqing's face displayed desperation, her freshly wiped tears threatening to spill again, evoking an aura of fragility that begged for protection. Despite his disdain for this manipulative sister, Su Ziqian thought, being family, perhaps he should offer her a way out.
All right.
Qingqing really enjoys that new variety show you're participating in. Can I join you? If she could participate alongside Su Ziqian and excel in the show, it would attract fans and earn her peers' envy. A double win. Su Qingqing was eager for this opportunity. "You asking me is futile. I have no means to bring you in," Su Ziqian rejected without hesitation. Su Qingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, poised to protest further, but was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of the butler. "Sir, madam," he announced, delivering news that left Su Qingqing pale as a ghost. "A girl claiming to be the true Miss Su is waiting for you outside the community. The security guard has confirmed that she bears a striking resemblance to you." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuelon's heart leaped with joy, her lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. "Quick, bring her in." Su Qingqing, witnessing her mother's elation, felt a flicker of panic. Could it be that Gu Yuelon had uncovered something? Su Luo excitedly dashed outside, urging, "Stay here, dear, I'll go take a look." Su Ziqian, having missed Su Nua's earlier revelation, remained oblivious to why Su Luo and Gu Yuelon were so agitated. Meanwhile, Su Nua was equally astonished, engaging in a mental dialogue with the system, which was also audible to Su Ziqian. What is going on? The fifth sister was supposed to return in 3 months. Why is she back so soon? You don't know? Never mind, I'm not clear either, so how could you be?
I am tired.
I think I'll return to sleep. Su Ziqian, hearing Su Nua express her desire to sleep, felt a burning frustration. He was still hungry for gossip. What was this about the fifth sister? And what of Su Qingqing? Will there be a moment of reckoning soon? Now you've piqued my interest. Hurry, let me see if there is something to eat at home. I'm ready for some drama. Upon hearing there would be entertainment, Su Ziqian rushed back to his room, leaving Su Nuo and Su Qingqing behind. Su Nuo wondered aloud, why did second brother run off?
Su Qingqing,
Left alone with Su Nuo, who she had initially planned to undermine, now saw the return of the true heiress as a chance to solidify her standing in the family, rather than risk offending Su Nuo. Su Qingqing linked her arm with Su Nuo's, saying, Sister, who do you think that girl outside is? Is she trying to stir up trouble between us? I hope she won't call you sister or bully you. I'll protect you. With deft manipulation, Su Qingqing sought to instill a sense of rivalry in Su Nuo, suggesting that this newcomer threatened her newfound position. After all, the butler hadn't specified which miss it was.
Su Nuo replied, oh.
Su Qingqing exclaimed, oh. That's all you have to say? Aren't you even a little afraid? She found Su Nuo perplexing. After all, on her first day back, shouldn't she be more concerned about the person posing a threat to her than Su Qingqing, who had been in the family for 16 years? What Su Qingqing failed to realize was that Su Nuo merely wished to escape her and find snacks to enjoy while observing the unfolding drama. Su Qingqing continued to block her path, growing increasingly irksome. Just as she was about to provoke Su Nuo further, Su Ziqian interrupted, approaching with an armful of snacks. Sister, let us indulge in some snacks together. As soon as Su Qingqing finished speaking, Su Ziqian brushed her off, pulling Su Nuo to sit down and share the treats with her. Su Qingqing was left standing there, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes as she glared fiercely at Su Ziqian.
Wow.
Su Qingqing's gaze is as if she wishes to dismember Su Ziqian and relish the feast. If my second brother is sharing snacks with me, he is indeed a good person. I must keep a watchful eye on him, lest one day he falls into her schemes. Suddenly, Su Ziqian looked up and caught sight of Su Qingqing's face. Her fierce expression quickly morphed into a beaming smile, albeit the abrupt change gave off an impression of forced cheerfulness. Just as Su Ziqian intended to continue listening to Su Nuo's thoughts, eager to discern how this little vixen, Su Qingqing, might plot against him, he was interrupted by Su Luo from behind. Ahem, I brought her over. Everyone turned their heads, spotting the girl beside Su Luo. The young lady possessed long, sleek black hair and a delicate visage that perfectly inherited the virtues of the Su couple. In contrast, while Su Nuo bore a resemblance, her severe malnutrition rendered her lacking in vitality compared to the girl before them. Upon seeing the young lady, a glint of venom flashed in Su Qingqing's eyes, though she suppressed her inner turmoil, managing to conceal her true feelings. Recognizing the need to take the initiative, she exclaimed, "Ah, this girl resembles our parents quite a bit, but Nuo does too. I can hardly tell them apart." Her ambiguous statement deftly shifted the conflict onto Su Nuo and the newcomer, exonerating herself without a trace. The young lady, hearing her words, slightly furrowed her elegant brows and stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to Su Qingqing's face. Smack! The sharp sound reverberated throughout the entire living room. Su Nuo and Su Ziqian stared wide-eyed, momentarily forgetting to chew the snacks they had just taken. In unison, they exclaimed, "Vocal!" Even Su Luo and Gui Welan were taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Initially stunned by the slap, Su Qingqing quickly regained her composure, covering her face, her voice trembling. "Why did you hit me? Did I offend you in any way?" Although Gui Welan was aware that this girl was her true daughter, she couldn't help but lean towards Su Qingqing. "Qingqing, are you alright?" After all, Su Qingqing had done nothing wrong. The mix-up with the children was her mother's fault. She was innocent. The young lady retrieved a stack of documents from her backpack and callously tossed them onto Su Qingqing. "Imposter. Speak another word, and I'll slap you again." The natural aura emanating from her was overwhelming, causing Su Qingqing to tremble in fear before her. Gui Welan picked up the folder and began to examine its contents. The first document was a paternity test between the young lady and the Su couple. The second was a paternity test between Su Qingqing and the Su couple. Additionally, there was a voice recorder and a USB drive. Upon seeing the paternity test, Gui Welan was taken aback. How did the true daughter acquire such evidence? Not only Gui Welan, but Su Luo was also astonished. However, as the head of the Su enterprise, he had witnessed countless storms and quickly regained his composure. "What do you mean by this?" he questioned her. "Is the meaning not clear in black and white? Does Mr. Su not comprehend?" The young lady responded coldly, her expression frigid. Chapter 9. An imposter is an imposter. Su Luo felt overwhelmed. He certainly understood the implications of the paternity test, but he was more curious about how she had obtained it. Observing that Su Luo was at a loss, Gu Yuelon interjected as a mediator. Today is a joyous occasion. Not only have we found Nua Nua, but we have also welcomed back the real Xiaowu. Xiaowu has just returned, and as adults, we had mistakenly switched the children and have not yet been able to reclaim her. It's only natural to harbor some resentment. Gu Yuelon tentatively asked, Xiaowu, can you tell mommy your name now? The young lady replied with composure, Sheng Yinshu. Gu Yuelon's eyes sparkled with joy. Yunu, Nua Nua, and Qingqing. How wonderful. Now I have 3 daughters. Upon hearing Gu Yuelon's words, Sheng Yinshu narrowed her phoenix-like eyes and cut straight to the point. Aren't you going to expel Su Qingqing? This put Gu Yuelon in a difficult position. Although she could now hear Su Nua's thoughts and understood that Qingqing was not a good person, there was still no substantial evidence to confirm whether Su Nua's insights were accurate. What if it was merely Su Nua's speculation? Until she had clarity, she could not jump to conclusions. Moreover, Su Qingqing had been raised under her care for over a decade. It would be disingenuous to claim there were no feelings involved. Gu Yuelon quietly remarked, You and Qingqing were just infants when the mix-up occurred. She didn't know. Children are innocent. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingqing began to feign sorrow. Yes, mommy. Here comes the act. Su Qingqing, the little green tea, is ready to play the victim, claiming ignorance. Even though she has long been aware of her true identity, she had secretly communicated with her biological mother since she was 7, plotting for the family's fortune. Upon hearing Su Nua's thoughts, Gu Yuelon's hands trembled uncontrollably. If Su Qingqing had indeed known her identity at 7, then everything Gu Yuelon had just said was tantamount to slapping herself in the face. If Qingqing knew she was not a Su, she would have left on her own. Qingqing genuinely felt lost, but she knew that with her sister's return, she would have to leave the family. Yet, she was reluctant to part from her mother. When I'm gone, please take good care of yourself. And Dad, don't focus solely on work. Take care of your health too.
Su Qingqing forced a smile.
Her tear-streaked face displaying a resilience that would withstand any storm. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and her reddened corners spoke of her reluctance. Gu Yuelon, unable to bear witnessing the daughter she had raised for over a decade in such despair, instinctively reached out to embrace her. But upon recalling Su Nua's thoughts, she withdrew her hand. Seeing Gu Yuelon retract her hand, a flicker of hatred crossed Su Qingqing's eyes. She had lowered herself so much. Why wasn't she comforting her? Ultimately, it was those 2 wretched girls, Su Nua and Sheng Yinshu. Just as she was about to firmly establish herself in the Su family, they suddenly returned to sabotage her plans. Gu Yuelon was indecisive. She didn't understand the need to stand by her side. Su Qingqing believed she was concealing her true feelings well, unaware that her sinister expression was clearly observed by Su Nua and Su Ziqian from across the room. Su Nua whispered to Su Ziqian, Second brother, do you have a computer? The USB needs one. Upon hearing this, Su Ziqian immediately understood and hurried upstairs, returning with a laptop in hand. Without waiting for his mother's direction, he seized the USB and plugged it into the laptop. Su Ziqian deftly opened the USB and began to explore the videos within. In the video, Su Qingqing appeared domineering, holding a wad of cash, her eyes filled with disdain. A country bumpkin with no money or power, and she dares to contend with me? Within 3 days, eliminate Su Nua. After the deed is done, the remaining payment will be settled. The shocking revelation stunned not only Su Ziqian but also Su Luo and Gu Yuelon. Their once-believed obedient daughter was, in fact, a heartless villain. She had even used their money to plot against their own daughter. Furious, Su Luo trembled with rage and swung his hand, delivering a stinging slap to Su Qingqing's face. The sound echoed throughout the living room. This was the first time Su Ziqian had witnessed his father so enraged. It was evident that Su Qingqing had truly crossed a line with Su Luo. You ungrateful daughter. How dare you hire someone to kill? To have someone assassinate Noa Noa. Su Qingqing covered her face, tears streaming down like a pitiful lily weathered by storms, pleading, I didn't.
Daddy.
I truly didn't. I have always been at home with mommy and I never even knew Noa Noa. How could I harm her? Father, in this age of advanced technology, can you truly believe that Qingqing would engage in such actions? Is it not evident that she is not that sort of person? Su Qingqing deliberately steered Su Luo's thoughts toward the contemporary advancements in AI technology. Every expenditure linked to the card you provided me can be traced back. With just a few words, Su Qingqing effectively absolved herself of any blame. Su Ziqian opened another video. Mother, what brings you here? The Su Qingqing in the video called out to a woman. Upon hearing her own voice, Su Qingqing felt as if struck by lightning. Her limbs turned cold. My dear daughter, I have missed you. How have you fared? The Su family has not doubted you, have they? Of course not. That foolish bunch in the Su family truly believes I am their biological daughter. Not a single doubt. Su Qingqing replied with pride. That's splendid. My dear daughter, I depend on you. When the time comes, you shall steal the secrets of the Su Corporation and secure your father's affections for me. The two of us will no longer suffer the scorn of others, and you will return to my side. Mother, I acknowledge only you as my true mother. That foolish Guyuelon, I merely feigned compliance. You are my real mother. Upon hearing this, Guyuelon's heart raced with anguish. She had already resigned herself to raising another's child. Yet this girl was fully aware of her true mother's identity, tacitly accepting it, and even aiding in nefarious deeds. Su Luo, in a fit of rage, pointed to the doorway. Get out. You wretched, ungrateful creature. Never show your face in my home again. Sheng Yunshu observed the scene with cold detachment. Was it not said that Su Qingqing was unaware of these matters? Yet she was intent on exposing everything. My goodness! What a shocking revelation. There are still secrets I am unaware of. How exhilarating. Indeed, you are correct. Indulging in gossip is the most meaningful pursuit in this world. Absolutely delightful. Su Ziqian, clutching his notebook, exclaimed, how exhilarating. Both Su Nua and Su Ziqian were reveling in the moment. Su Qingqing had unwittingly ensnared herself, leaving behind incriminating evidence. Suddenly, Su Qingqing dropped to her knees, grasping Su Luo's pant leg. Father, please see the truth. How could the person in that video possibly be me? I have no knowledge of that woman. I am your daughter, raised alongside you for 16 years. Su Ziqian retorted mockingly, oh, do take a moment to look in the mirror. Would you like me to shove the computer in your face before you acknowledge it? After all, you have never been fond of your appearance. Indeed, Nua and Yunshu bear such resemblance to our parents, while you... His voice dripped with sarcasm. Chapter 10. Even a passing dog would shake its head in disapproval. Ziqian was right. Every child in the Su family possessed breathtaking beauty, except for Su Qingqing, who was merely passable. In the Su household, she resembled a scraggly chick. How could a chick ever compare to a phoenix? Su Nua, watching from the sidelines, remarked, wow. My brother certainly has a talent for sarcasm. Impressive. Su Ziqian proudly raised his high nose. Indeed, your brother is remarkable. Su Luo had yet to speak.
Suddenly,
a swirling mist enveloped Su Luo and Guyuelon, absorbing their hostility and anger, filling the space with a profound sense of compassion. Others could not perceive this mist, but she could. The heavens truly are relentless, she mused. Even in such circumstances, they strive to distort the truth and revert to the previous path. Hearing their thoughts, Su Ziqian and Sheng Yunshu were perplexed. What is this heavenly principle you speak of?
alas,
Father and mother were never so foolish. They contemplated a paternity test for Su Qingqing, but the heavenly principle persistently obstructed them. In a state of unawareness, they ultimately relinquished their pursuit. They remain ensnared, obstinately convinced that Qingqing is their daughter. Even if not by blood, she is still their adopted child. The heavenly principle is indeed a malevolent force. With this revelation, Su Ziqian and Sheng Yunshu began to comprehend the true implications of the heavenly principle. It was the reason Su father and mother had been rendered mindless pawns.
Glyn ludotin on sunnuntai kinking.
There is no other choice. My interference with the heavenly principle is too profound. What if it retaliates, leading to mutual destruction, dragging the Su family down with it? Su Luo trembled at this thought. Was there truly no other way? Must their family forever serve as mere stepping stones for the so-called protagonist? There are indeed alternatives. Apart from the still weeping Su Qingqing and the detached Sheng Yunshu, everyone else was electrified with anticipation, eager not to miss a single detail, unless a more powerful child of destiny emerges to suppress Su Qingqing's fortune. Logically, my second brother could suppress Su Qingqing's fortune, but he is also bound by the opposing fate of a villain, creating a delicate triangular relationship. His fortune pales in comparison to Su Qingqing's, merely shielding him from negative influence. Dismissing the villain's fate? That is feasible, as long as we distance ourselves from the narrative of that book. Upon hearing this, Su Ziqian's fighting spirit ignited. The hopes of the Su family now rested squarely on his shoulders. Sister, quickly tell me who the protagonist of that book is. I will rush to the Nei group tonight. He aimed to elevate himself from villain to supreme leader. However, I would not recommend my brother undertaking this. In the other 3 endings, my brother met his demise. It is precisely because of this book that the villain currently holds his life in balance. Once that is removed, he is doomed. Isolating one fate could prove fatal, while 4 would serve as temporary restraints. We must first resolve the male lead's narrative to have any chance of survival. After absorbing Su Nua's thoughts, Su Ziqian pinched his brow, fearing he might faint from the weight of it all. The heavens had turned cold. It was he who was breaking down. It is so cold. So very cold. Sister, how can you utter words of 0 degrees with your 37-degree lips? Alas! Father and mother enduring this oppression cannot continue. They will soon forgive Su Qingqing, and then I, Su Nua, shall prepare for the heavens to turn cold. Upon hearing this, Su Ziqian felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Su Nua and weep together, lamenting the misdeeds of that wretched Su Qingqing and questioning why they had to bear the brunt of her malice. Upon hearing Su Nua's final remark, Sheng Yinshu, who had remained a passive observer until now, narrowed her eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. Instantly, a burst of golden light mixed with a hint of darkness enveloped Su Luo and Gui Welon. They were soon filled with tranquility, their anxieties dissipating. The previous notion that she was merely a child misled by others, deserving of forgiveness, swiftly vanished. Su Nua's thoughts suddenly erupted like cannon fire, creating a cacophony of noise. Strange? How is there another aura?
Ah.
This aura is emanating from my sister. Let me, your adorable little sister, take a look. Vocal. When did my sister become the leading lady in a story, without my knowledge? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm amazed. So many identities. My sister is incredible. I shall rally for my sister. Long live the flag of my sister. It was my sister who intervened. Her fortune has suppressed Su Qingqing's sister. My only sister. I am merely playing with them. You are my utmost favorite. You are the best in the world. I wish to cling tightly to my sister's leg. The previously silent system now questioned, aren't you a book spirit? Did you not claim that children of destiny are plentiful? What are you doing? Su Nua sighed inwardly. You do not understand. I have retired. Under the eaves, one must bow low. Clinging to the powerful is the way to survive. You do not comprehend. My sister is the true powerhouse. Associating with her will bring me fortune. Upon hearing Su Nua praise her, Sheng Yunshu could not suppress the smile tugging at her lips, despite the weight of despair she had contemplated. Her adorable sister was indeed showering her with compliments. However, dear sister, it would be best to avoid crashing into the wall, as it pains her heart. Sister, quickly drive Su Qingqing away. If she lingers, it will adversely affect our family's fortune. Upon hearing the mention of financial misfortune, Su Ziqian was immediately reminded of the destitute life of a beggar. He swiftly dashed forward, tripped, and slid to his knees before Gui Welon, nearly startling her into a heart-stopping panic. There is no need for such grand gestures. Gui Welon whispered softly, her voice barely audible to the two of them.
Suzian manik das typisches Smile.
Wasn't Su Qingqing clinging to their father, pleading for his favor? He was merely seeking his mother's attention. His father was strictly under his wife's thumb. Su Ziqian reflected on the most disheartening moments of his life, losing a bet and inadvertently falling into a filthy gutter. Confessing his feelings to his first crush during a bout of chickenpox, only to be rejected, enduring a sleepless night for a work commitment, only to face a torrential downpour on his long-awaited day off while buying an ice cream cone, which he subsequently dropped upon falling, and on the return journey, having the wind whisk away his umbrella, stepping onto a glue trap, harboring a dead rat that nearly sent him into a faint, struggling to suppress his nausea. He was unable to pry off his shoes worth several thousand, ultimately discarding them in tears. He hopped home on one foot, but in his distraction, he leapt from the sidewalk steps, twisted his ankle, and fell, causing the cake he had bought to tumble as well. To make matters worse, a passing car splashed him with muddy rainwater, which even found its way into his mouth. With these thoughts, Su Ziqian broke down in tears. Oh mother! My dear mother! Just look at how wicked this little vixen is. First, she attempted to assassinate Nua Nua. Su Qingqing's face flushed with indignation. You speak falsely. Yet, recalling her character, her eyes brimmed with tears as she cried, Brother, I know you have never liked me, but I truly have not committed such an act. I sent someone to carry out the assassination. I did not go myself. Su Ziqian paid her no heed, his words firing off like cannonballs. She colluded with her mother. causing Xiao Wu to suffer outside while she enjoyed the good life at home, deliberately concealing the truth. Just look at our little sister, so pale and emaciated, looking utterly ravaged. At this rate, she will soon be bedridden. Even a passing dog would shake its head in sympathy for her. Su Nuo abruptly looked up, confused. Chapter 11. Farewell, fake heiress. Are you there? Why are you plotting against me? Just because I have been secretly critiquing you? She thought to herself. At least she was only venting in her mind, while her brother was truly the villain. Mother, can you really bear to let little sister remain with her? Harm is not a singular event, but can occur countless times, Mother. If you hesitate any longer, our beloved little sister will be lost to us forever. Listening to this, Su Nuo interjected, how increasingly absurd. She is merely malnourished, not on the brink of death. Su Qingqing's face flushed with anger. How could this person be so adept at tarnishing her reputation? Su Qingqing wished to cling tightly to Su Luo's leg. Father. Standing nearby, Sheng Yunshu interrupted, Mr. Su. Is it so difficult to make a choice? Or do you wish to have them all? Sheng Yunshu's gaze turned icy. At that moment, she emanated a chill that seemed to repel strangers. Su Luo, understanding his newly rediscovered daughter's intentions, felt a weight settle over the room. Soon, Su Luo's phone chimed, and upon checking, he found a message that read, We have discovered, sir, that Miss Su Qingqing indeed intended to steal the secrets of the newly developed product to sell to your rival, the He family. The assistant you instructed me to investigate has confirmed that the switch was made on the day of the lady's delivery. The investigation had gone smoothly, and they had kept a watchful eye, uncovering that someone had been orchestrating the dissemination of this information to them. After verification, the information proved accurate. Su Luo opened the file sent by his confidant, reading it word for word, his body trembling in fury, his chest heaving with suppressed rage. And you claim to be innocent? Su Luo bellowed. In truth, he felt a sense of relief. Finally, he had found a way to rid himself of Su Qingqing. Previously, he had doted on her, having been hesitant to act against her even after hearing Su Nuo's concerns without verifying their truth. However, now the evidence lay glaringly before him. Faced with a traitor who had harmed his family, he would always choose his own kin. The Su family had treated her well and nurtured her. She had conspired with the He family to betray them. Since she had found her biological mother, she would only have room in her heart for her. The resources spent on her were already ample. You may leave now. Su Qingqing lunged at Su Luo, desperately seeking to plead her case. But Su Luo sidestepped her with ease. Butler, take her away and notify security that should Su Qingqing ever return to my home, she is to be expelled immediately. The butler, with a stern expression, bowed and replied, Yes, sir. As the butler dragged Su Qingqing away, she squirmed like a worm, unwilling to exit the scene. Father, I have been with you for 16 years. Father, I, Qingqing, have realized my mistakes. I will never repeat them. I promise to repent and start anew. The butler waved his hand, instructing the bodyguards to escort Su Qingqing out.
Sono sto tiere ben il deret.
Is Su Qingqing really just leaving like this? Su Ziqian wiped away his tears. Although he felt a profound loss at the departure of his sister, he had gained 2 new sisters. Other actors might cry on cue, but his sorrow was genuine. Whose tears could compare to the sincerity of his emotions? Su Nuo, on the other hand, appeared confused. In the original story, Su Qingqing's path had been smooth sailing, with no one ever suspecting her. How is it that on her very first day here, Su Qingqing was completely expelled? Su Nuo thought of Sheng Yunshu. Could it be?
Wow.
My sister is truly remarkable. She has utterly dismantled Su Qingqing, the female lead. On her very first day, with me no longer around to be Su Qingqing's scapegoat, her fortune has diminished by half. Su Luo suddenly felt lighter, his mind sharper. He was now brimming with energy and ready to return to the social scene, prepared to indulge in a few drinks and charm potential partners. Gui Welon felt equally invigorated, more so than after a massage. It turned out that shedding burdens and returning to one's true self was such a relief. Gui Welon felt a swell of joy. My precious Nua and Yunar have returned, uprooting a malignant tumor from our family. They are truly my little blessings.
Su Luo,
Feeling rejuvenated, called for the butler. Inform Xiao Lu that I wish to hold a reception, to celebrate the return of my daughter and announce her true identity. From now on, no one shall dare to bully my daughter. Suddenly, the system chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully enjoyed the drama and expelled the false heiress. Reward, 200 points. Su Noa, perplexed, muttered to herself, I didn't even get to enjoy the drama. How did I succeed? Host, do you not realize that Sheng Yin-shu would come to deliver a slap in the face? I didn't know. To be honest, Sheng Yin-shu had never appeared in this part of the plot, let alone in the subsequent events, which truly took her by surprise. Was it satisfying to witness a slap in the face? Absolutely. Was it satisfying to enjoy the drama? Indeed. Well then, what's the problem? The system feigned anger. You dare to retort after receiving your points. Don't push your luck. Return them. It could not very well inform her that Su Nua's heartfelt reflections had allowed everyone present, except Su Qingqing, to partake in the grand revelation concerning themselves. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Nua clung tightly to her points. No. What's given to me is mine. 3 days later, Su Nua donned a pale pink princess gown, layers of sheer fabric cascading in waves, adorned with delicate, sparkling gemstones. The front of the skirt gracefully concealed her knees, while the long trailing bow at the back flowed softly, reflecting a prismatic gradient of colors. The entire gown shimmered with a constellation of tiny lights, resembling the starry river of the Milky Way, resplendent and radiant. The previously parched hair of Su Nua has been rejuvenated by a top-notch stylist summoned by Gui Welon, now fine, soft, and supple. Her once black curls have been transformed into an exquisite shade of pastel purple, with the ends elegantly tied in a gossamer bow. Sitting quietly in the lounge area, Su Nua indulges in her dessert like a well-behaved child. Adorning her feet are pale pink high heels, delicately laced, undeniably beautiful, yet uncomfortable due to her long absence from such footwear. Thus, she opts to remain seated. In stark contrast, her sister, Sheng Yin-shu, radiates elegance in a lavender off-the-shoulder gown embellished with fine starry sequins. The skirt, artfully designed with voluminous ruffles resembling blooming roses, accentuates her slender figure with a graceful allure. As she raises her glass, every smile and gesture exudes poise and sophistication, reminiscent of a seasoned queen returning from countless battles. Nearby, a group of young women, attending the banquet with their families, engage in hushed conversations.
Who is that?
I've never seen her before. Have you? No. She might be a newcomer at her first banquet. Wait, I remember. That's the princess from Chevalier's latest collection, just released a week ago. One of a kind. It's rumored to be reserved exclusively for his chosen princess. Chapter 12. Is she not worth much? No matter. Her gown will elevate her value. I know. I've heard that Chevalier's princess series is not for sale. Each piece is exquisite. Even heard that Miss He from the He family sought to purchase one for 500 million. Yet, it remains unsold.
Whose daughter is she?
To have caught Chevalier's eye is quite remarkable. Su Nua, overhearing them, feels her ears burning. Could they not whisper about her right beside her? This gown was a gift from her sister Sheng Yin-shu, who offered it out of kindness, and she wore it today, not realizing its exorbitant worth. 500 million. Selling her would scarcely cover a fraction of that sum. Or perhaps it would. After all, she is presently adorned in the gown, potentially fetching 500 million, with a little extra. Sheng Yin-shu approaches with a measured pace, exuding calm confidence. She smooths her gown as she gracefully takes a seat beside Su Nua, her posture straight and elegant. A necklace of amethyst beads glimmers around her neck, while her delicate fingers, akin to fine jade, gently swirl her glass. When she gazes at Su Nua, her icy demeanor melts into a soft smile. The other girls, enchanted by Sheng Yin-shu's aura of nobility, whisper in awe, I feel as if I've encountered a celestial being. She resembles a queen from Chevalier's collection.
Su Nua,
Upon hearing their remarks, remains unfazed. After all, her sister is a prominent figure in the literary world, making it unsurprising that she would be recognized by those who speak of Chevalier. Such a literary titan. I must cling to her tightly to avoid being swept away by the family's antagonistic narratives, she muses, smiling innocently at her sister. Noticing Su Nua's awkward smile, Sheng Yin-shu playfully pinches her, expressing concern for her sister's slenderness. Meanwhile, a girl nearby, having absorbed their conversation, glowers with jealousy upon seeing Su Nua's gown. Her fingers tightening around her glass, a flicker of disdain glimmering in her eyes. She strides over, half a glass of wine still in her hand. Hello, ladies. Su Nua looks up to find a girl in a pale yellow strapless dress, subtly revealing her curves in a manner that is both alluring and tasteful. It is a pleasure to meet you both. I am He Xing. May I inquire your names? As Su Nua hears the name He Xing, memories flood her mind. The He family, once rivals of the Su family, would hardly acknowledge them were it not for Su Qingqing's blunder that allowed the He family to dismantle half of the Su household. The other half, of course, was the result of Su Qingqing's efforts, with the male lead rising to prominence, catering to his delicate wife while extinguishing the remaining opposition. He Xing, holding her glass aloft, stands expectantly, but after an extended silence without acknowledgement from Su Nuo or Sheng Yunshu, her expression falters, resentment boiling within her. How dare they ignore me? In truth, Su Nuo was merely preoccupied with her thoughts, while Sheng Yunshu simply deemed He Xing unworthy of her attention. As He Xing's gaze fixates on Su Nuo's gown, her envy festers, imagining the exquisite fabric adorning her own figure instead of this inconsequential girl. Her jealousy burgeons like rampant bacteria, consuming her heart. A tremor courses through her hand, threatening to spill her drink upon Su Nuo, but Sheng Yunshu swiftly intervenes, seizing the glass. With an aura akin to a general commanding the battlefield, she asserts, "Miss He, have you perhaps forgotten something? Intentionally damaging another's property incurs a financial liability. Do consider Chevalier's stature in the fashion realm before you act recklessly." With that, Sheng Yunshu pulls Su Nuo away, leaving He Xing frozen in shock, the gravity of her oversight dawning upon her. Nearby, whispers circulate. I heard that someone who accidentally damaged Chevalier's clothing was subsequently barred from any future collaborations. His status is paramount, and a socialite's reputation can suffer considerably from such a rejection. The banquet unfolds with the clinking of glasses and the murmur of conversation, setting the stage for alliances to be forged. The opulent crystal chandeliers shimmer like a dream, while the central table, adorned with towering glasses, begins to overflow with champagne. As the festivities progress, Su Luo steps onto the stage, raising his glass. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed guests who have graced this occasion, organized in honor of my precious daughter." The crowd murmurs, "Where is the Su family daughter? Perhaps she's still getting ready. Girls do care about appearances." A well-dressed gentleman, impeccably groomed, swirls his glass, a glint of ambition in his eyes. If he could win Su Qingqing's favor tonight, his future would surely be bright. He has meticulously prepared himself to make an impression. "Oh, Nora, Yunner, please come forward." Su Luo's voice cuts through the crowd, beckoning them. Sheng Yunshu rises first, ensuring her gown remains pristine, extending her hand with the poise of a true lady, inviting Su Nuo to join her. Su Nuo, familiar with the gesture, loops her arm through Sheng Yunshu's, who seems eager to forge a bond with her, a delightful prospect for both. As they ascend the stage, the absence of Su Qingqing stirs a growing curiosity among the onlookers, but their decorum prevents any outward expression of confusion. Upon seeing Su Nuo and Sheng Yunshu approach, Su Luo, a man whose handsome visage rivals that of youthful gallants, breaks into a warm smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take a moment to introduce my daughters." He takes hold of Sheng Yunshu's hand, announcing, "This is my fifth daughter." The revelation sends ripples of surprise through the crowd, akin to water splashing into a hot pan. Wasn't the fifth daughter supposed to be Su Qingqing? Quick to quell the murmurs, Su Luo remarks, "I beg your pardon. It appears I have made an error in recognizing my own daughter. Sheng Yunshu is my biological daughter, confirmed by a paternity test. From this day forth, the Su family shall have two princesses, Su Nuo and Sheng Yunshu." As his words settle, the assembly comprehends the Su family's renouncement of Su Qingqing, a revelation awakening them to the reality that they need not associate her with the Su lineage any longer. Observing the dawning realization on the faces of those around him, Su Luo thinks to himself, "Thank goodness this crowd is not foolish. A mere hint suffices to enlighten them." Originally, he had no intention of severing ties completely, choosing not to disclose Su Qingqing's situation to the outside world, thus leaving her a path forward, as long as she refrained from misusing the Su family's name. However, just yesterday, Sheng Yunshu delivered some alarming information. Chapter 13. Brother, you're green with style. On the surface, Su Qingqing feigned submission, desperately wishing to return to the Su family. Behind the scenes, she audaciously flaunted the Su family name, using it to acquire shares in small companies at a bargain. She even sought to secure a hefty profit by hastening her clandestine operations to steal confidential information, exploiting the fact that the company remained oblivious to her connection with the Su family, entering under the guise of the fifth young lady of the Su clan. Fortunately, Su Luo had timely alerted the higher-ups, leading to the discovery of Su Qingqing's nefarious plot. This time, Su Luo preferred to let the Su family's reputation take a hit rather than allow Su Qingqing to recklessly exploit their connections and tarnish the family's standing. This is my little daughter, Su Nuo. Lost 10 years ago, and now finally found. Su Luo exclaimed, pulling Su Nuo close, a spirited gleam in her eyes. Soon, those present began to weigh the value of Su Nuo and Sheng Yunshu, discarding thoughts of Su Qingqing and resolving to enlighten their own children about whom they should associate with. After a brief introduction, Su Nuo exchanged a few pleasantries before quickly stepping off the stage. She wandered about, eventually finding a place to sit. Out of sheer boredom, she noticed a man, his expression fraught with anxiety, as if he were an ant on a hot stove, impatiently agitated. How familiar he looks, but I'm not certain. I should take a closer look. As a book spirit, Su Nuo possessed the ability to recall the appearance of every character within any book she encountered. The magnates of the business world, hearing her thoughts, merely dismissed them as the noise of the banquet, failing to pay heed to her inner musings.
Oh,
It's Yin Wusheng. Upon hearing someone call his name, Yin Wusheng instinctively turned around, but seeing that the crowd was engrossed in conversation and not addressing him, he returned to his previous position, assuming he had merely imagined it. If I recall correctly, his son Yin Ran was just kidnapped today, wasn't he? The ransom seems to be $1 billion. At this revelation, Yin Wusheng was struck with horror. How could anyone be aware of this? He had just received a call stating that his son had been abducted, with demands for $1 billion in ransom, yet he was prohibited from handling the transaction himself. It had to be done by his assistant. He could only wait anxiously. Before long, he overheard familiar thoughts. The Su couple was discussing business collaborations for the upcoming quarter when they suddenly caught Su Nuo's thoughts, and their gazes involuntarily shifted towards her. It must be said, Yin Wusheng is indeed quite the cuckold. Yin Wusheng was taken aback by this remark, scanning the room for the source of the gossip, but after a prolonged search, he found no one discussing him, save for a few magnates quietly observing. The others were engaged in lively conversation. Yin Wusheng has had a total of 15 girlfriends throughout his life. Those who could hear thoughts found nothing amiss with this statement. It was hardly unusual for wealthy men to have numerous partners. To them, having dated 15 women was quite ordinary, so they paid it no further mind. Just as Yin Wusheng was about to resume his discussions, he was hit with a bombshell. His first girlfriend was timing him with 8 others, engaging in a wild pajama party, and when he discovered them, being young and naive, he fainted at the sight. It's said that after being taken to the hospital, he experienced a period of impotence. At the mention of impotence, some couldn't help but spit out their drinks, laughter erupting around the banquet. Though the gathering appeared egalitarian, it was secretly divided into factions, with those who could hear thoughts belonging to an elite circle. Even as they witnessed the spectacle, they maintained their composure, casting sympathetic glances towards Yin Wusheng. How could a successful man tolerate such a disastrous romance? A romance in which he was not only betrayed, but also publicly humiliated. Yin Wusheng felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing to vanish from the earth. In his second relationship, he finally mustered the courage to confess, only to find that his partner was no angel either. One day, while Yin Wusheng was asleep, his second girlfriend ignited a passionate encounter with her ex right beside him. Thinking it was just a disturbance, he awoke ready to scold someone, only to find his girlfriend and her ex together. Oh dear, not suitable for children. With that, those near Yin Wusheng could no longer contain their laughter. He shot a glare at them, while a man patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Yin, don't take offense. You know me. I'm a man of great decorum and never laugh inappropriately unless I absolutely can't help it." As the man chuckled and slipped away, Yin Wusheng felt his blood boil. Who was spreading his scandalous tales? He searched high and low, but his fury only deepened, realizing he couldn't confront anyone at the Su family's gathering. He had to find the source and issue a warning in private. When he finally located Su Nuo, he recalled that he had indeed heard that voice before, an exact match to the one he had heard while she addressed the audience. But as he approached her, he noticed her chewing food, her lips not moving at all, yet the words continued to resonate. "Oh no! I've been so caught up in gossip, I've lost track of time. Yin Ran is likely about to be harmed." Yin Wusheng froze in his tracks, astonished by Su Nuo's declaration. Hadn't he already sent his assistant to handle it? The others who could hear Su Nuo's thoughts were equally taken aback. Yin Ran was Yin Wusheng's only son. How could he have been kidnapped? Quickly, Su Nuo elaborated. Yin Wusheng probably doesn't realize that the assistant he sent is actually one of the masterminds behind Yin Ran's abduction. Yin Wusheng is the proverbial cuckold king. Even the green grass of the pasture would say, "Brother, you've got style. You've been outdone by 15 exes and your current wife." Ian Wuxing's current assistant is actually his wife's ex. Together they orchestrated a chance encounter that led to his wife ending up in Ian Wuxing's bed, resulting in their marriage. During this time, Ian Wuxing's wife continued to cheat on him with the assistant. Now, having been caught, she plans to kidnap their son to leverage for financial gain. Sending the assistant was merely to prevent Ian Wuxing from discovering the truth. Upon hearing this, the circle surrounding the Su couple fell silent. It was one thing for Ian Wuxing to have suffered such humiliation before marriage, but to continue being betrayed after was another matter entirely. Ian Wuxing's expression darkened. Why would they betray him? I can answer that. Though his looks are impeccable, he is emotionally frigid. Ian Wuxing protested. Is it wrong to maintain one's integrity? Purity is the finest gift a man can offer. As for the location of the ransom drop, I know where it is. Upon hearing that Su Nura was aware of the location, Ian Wuxing's worry and urgency for his son finally connected, and he rushed to Su Nura, eager to clarify. Chapter 14. You have hemorrhoids. It's at an abandoned old residence at number 5, Tianjing Road, 5th Alley. That was the house where Ian Wuxing's assistant lived before becoming his assistant. Now that he's wealthy, he's moved on, leaving it to gather dust as a kidnapping site. As Su Nura continued snacking, she realized her plate was empty. Just as she reached for more food, she was startled to find Ian Wuxing standing right before her. Sir? Su Nura cautiously inquired. Seeing the look of shock on her face, Ian Wuxing quickly understood that the earlier revelations hadn't come from her directly. His realization dawned upon him. He could hear Su Nura's thoughts. However, in comparison to the enigmatic notion of hearing one's innermost thoughts, there exists a more pressing matter at hand. He turned on his heel and departed, not even sparing a glance back at Su Nura. Murmuring to herself, Su Nura pondered, should I mention his son to him? Would it be too presumptuous of me? Yet, it pertains to a matter of life and death. Here goes. Just as she was about to rush after him, she realized that Ian Wuxing had already vanished. At that moment, the system emitted a notification sound.
Ding.
Gossip successfully acquired. The host is rewarded with 100 points.
Huh?
Why have I successfully acquired gossip again? Su Nura mused, bewildered, within her mind. The system's indifferent voice chimed in once more. I am the gossip system. I've gathered the gossip. Is that a problem? The system remained unperturbed. Don't you already know this? Su Nura felt a twinge of suspicion. Something feels amiss. The system had already formulated its response. I possess only the specific plot of that book, yet Ian Wuxing does not appear in the narrative. How could I possibly know about events absent from the text? Moreover, the notion that such a man, brimming with sexual tension, could be sexually indifferent is simply hilarious. The system suddenly exhibited a departure from its usual aloofness. Su Nura seemed to have found a partner in gossip. Her spirits soaring as she exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I've recorded the gossip of everyone present. No one to share it with has been utterly stifling." Observing Ian Wuxing hastily exit, the Su couple displayed no signs of displeasure. They remained acutely aware of the priorities between the banquet and their son. Upon witnessing Ian Wuxing's departure, the others who could hear thoughts, realizing there was no more gossip to indulge in, raised their glasses and resumed their lively banter. Just as the first words were about to be spoken, they suddenly overheard. Oh, the president of the Yi family has also arrived. The individual bearing the surname Yi, who could hear thoughts, immediately clenched his legs together, fearing that the other party might inadvertently reveal his secrets in a moment of joviality. He anxiously mused, it must merely be a coincidence of surnames. They cannot possibly be referring to me. The gossip regarding Yi Tuqing isn't substantial. Upon hearing his name, Yi Tuqing wished for nothing more than to dig a pit and bury himself alive or to launch himself into space that very night. But it is rather amusing. Upon hearing this, the crowd perked up their ears once more, intentionally moving closer to the source of the sound. Don't ask. Gossip is an inherent human trait. Yi Tuqing suffers from hemorrhoids. Each visit to the restroom is a painful ordeal. He is also prone to constipation and spends time on the toilet contemplating life, often expressing his frustration with the empty bowl, saying, I'm giving you a chance. Come out on your own, or I shall be forced to take drastic measures. Yet, the toilet remains unyielding, and in his exasperation, Yi Tuqing adopts a commanding tone, threatening, I'll give you $1 million. Just leave my backside. After half an hour of silence, the domineering figure finally succumbed to begging. Ha ha. Come out, my little treasure, I promise to be nice. I need you to emerge. Ha 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 ha. Very well, little treasure. You've captured my attention. The domineering figure stood up, only to fall to the ground, kissing the floor as he crawled over to procure a laxative, directing it towards his posterior. Once the toilet was attended to, he finally sighed in satisfaction, saying, "Humph. It seems I must take matters into my own hands." Truly a delightful blend of pleasure and pain. As he exited, the butler stationed outside the restroom approached him, saying, "President, you've finally relieved yourself." After hearing all this, the gathered crowd struggled to suppress their laughter. Their good manners dictated that they must not laugh, for laughter could jeopardize their collaboration. The president of a family that operated a hospital did not forget to promote his establishment, discreetly offering his business card. "President Yi, our hospital excels in treating that condition." Yi Tu-ching's face had turned as dark as coal. Get lost. Calculating the time. Yi Tu-ching's wife and children should be in dire straits. Upon hearing this, a flame ignited within Yi Tu-ching. He could tolerate being the subject of trivial gossip, but he would not stand for unfounded slander against his wife. This was defamation. His wife was not even pregnant. This person was tarnishing their reputation. In a fit of anger, disregarding his image, he dashed off, and upon seeing Su Nua, he suddenly heard, Yi Tu-ching's wife is unaware that she has two uteruses, one functioning normally while the other is pregnant. His wife has a difficult time conceiving and can only carry this one child. Should she lose this, there will be no further chances. Though they share a loving relationship, under the pressure from his mother-in-law, they remain steadfast in their affection, indifferent to whether they can have children. However, the mother-in-law's desire for lineage cannot be ignored. 3 years hence, Yi Tu-ching will still be coerced by his mother-in-law into selecting a suitable next daughter-in-law. I'm trying to remember, but I can't quite recall the reason for Yi Tu-ching's wife's miscarriage. Yi Tu-ching witnessed Su Nua's lips moving, yet no sound emerged. He distinctly recalled Su Nua having spoken earlier. This voice was unmistakably hers. Yi Tu-ching scanned the room, noticing that no one else was directing their attention towards Su Nua. And a bold hypothesis took shape in his mind. This could very well be Su Nua's inner voice. Oh, I remember now. Upon hearing this, Yi Tu-ching unconsciously held his breath, anxiously awaiting Su Nua's next words. Yi Tu-ching's wife lost their child due to consuming ice-cold cola. The extreme cold triggered a reaction that caused her to miscarry. Since her menstrual cycle continued as usual, she remained oblivious. After hearing this, Yi Tu-ching's hands trembled uncontrollably as he retrieved his iPhone 15 Pro Max from his pocket and dialed a number, his lips moving frantically. "Wife.
What are you doing right now?"
On the other end, Yi Tu-ching's wife, having chosen to stay home for her favorite television series, answered the phone. "Hello, husband?" She rose and walked toward the refrigerator, opening it and retrieving a cola from the right side. Suddenly, she heard, "Wife.
What are you doing right now?"
"I'm preparing to enjoy the latest episode of my show with cola and fried chicken." Upon hearing his wife's words, Yi Tu-ching nearly collapsed to the ground, his voice rising in urgency. "No.
"Wife.
Put down that bottle of cola. Don't drink it. I'm on my knees begging you." His wife, confused, placed the cola back. "Why can't I drink it?"
"Wife.
"Wait for me. I'll be back shortly. Don't consume anything cold before I return. Our baby needs me." Chapter 15. The Successful Ascendancy of the Vermilion Birthmark? By Yueguang disagrees. Yi Tu-ching's wife, bewildered, asked, "Weren't you just at the banquet? Leaving midway seems inappropriate. Is the banquet more important than your wife and child?" "What daughter?" Yi Tu-ching's wife was now utterly perplexed. At the banquet, Yi Tu-ching hurriedly sought out Su Nua, and before he could speak,
"Su não é expressão conveyed understanding."
"Go. Your wife and child are paramount." "Thank you." Yi Tu-ching dashed away in a whirlwind. The crowd, having enjoyed the spectacle, shifted their focus back to their previous discussions, until, the president of the Lin family has also arrived. Everyone once again tuned in to the inner voices. Upon hearing his surname, a certain President Lin instinctively felt the urge to flee. He merely wished to enjoy gossip, not to find himself at the center of it. President Lin rushed over to Su Nua with fervent determination, his footsteps echoing with urgency.
"Lin."
President Lin, wearing a standardized smile, quickly interjected, "Miss Su."
"Su Nua."
Caught off guard, paused for a moment before recognizing President Lin standing before her. She set down her plate and rose with a smile. "Hello." Yet internally, she scoffed. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. President Lin breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost didn't make it in time. I'm acquainted with your father. You can call me Uncle Lin. Miss Sue, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're quite charming. President Lin raised his wine glass, struggling to find any flattering words for the pale and slender Sue Nua. Sue Nua responded with a smile. Thank you for the compliment. However, some thoughts are best kept to oneself and not overly expressed. President Lin revealed a smile that was difficult to articulate. After taking a sip of wine in a gesture of respect, he remarked, I shall not delay you any longer. Until we meet again. He lifted his glass in a subtle toast and, with a graceful turn, departed. Suddenly, he overheard whispers. What does this person mean? I don't quite understand. Another voice chimed in. Let us not dwell on it, Uncle Lin. He.S. not up to par. President Lin nearly stumbled, his foot catching as he let out a muffled scream, nearly losing his composure. Hadn't they agreed to remain silent? Why the betrayal? His father was right. Women were indeed deceivers. Seething with indignation, President Lin turned back only to be astonished that Sue Nua had not uttered a word. 3 minutes? That's hardly accurate. At least he takes supplements daily. Kidney treasure, Gene and I kidney chi pills, right return pills, Bution Ling tablets, and bull S penis. Surely there's been some improvement. Perhaps around 10 minutes. After all, it takes 7 minutes just to get up. As they caught wind of his thoughts, the circle of onlookers, seizing the opportunity while President Lin was out of earshot, audaciously stifled their laughter. In life, one should not suppress oneself. Let us share a laugh. Behind his back. We can still remain good friends. As long as it doesn't interfere with our collaborations and financial prospects, gossip like this is best kept from the parties involved. We can chuckle in secret. President Lin glared at Sue Nua, and upon hearing her thoughts, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. She hadn't deceived him. She truly kept her thoughts bottled up, yet they all heard her inner voice. When he caught her casting a wistful glance in his direction, Sue Nua offered him an innocent smile, radiating purity. President Lin could only swallow his grievances. The young lady had remained silent. The ability to hear her thoughts wasn't her fault. As a grown man, he could hardly retaliate over such trivialities, could he? More importantly, he wished to unravel who had spread such rumors. How could a little girl, just returned from being lost, be aware of his impotence? A glint of fierce determination flashed in his eyes as the fingers gripping his wine glass turned pale. Upon witnessing his expression, Sue Nua couldn't help but think. Uncle Lin's gaze is rather terrifying. President Lin swiftly masked his menacing look with a warm and gentle smile before turning back, donning his facade of composure. Feeling more despondent than ever. Oh, how he lamented. By the end of the night, everyone in the circle would know of his predicament. He longed to escape this sorrowful existence. Many people are aware of this matter. He believed he had concealed it well. Yet all the women he had been with discovered the truth. After breaking up with Uncle Lin, they even formed a gossip club. In a small group, they shared stories of how inadequate he was, while his current partner was the 18th. They even compared notes, with the current partners ranging from 18 to 23. Yet they never compared themselves to Uncle Lin. As President Lin absorbed this information, his anguish deepened. In the competition for current partners, he had suffered a complete defeat. The others in the circle felt a wave of sympathy wash over them, hoping Sue Nua would not notice them. No one wished to consume their own gossip. Soon, they were met with a twist. Uncle Lin himself doesn't have any issues. In fact, he is quite capable. Upon hearing Sue Nua's affirmation, Uncle Lin felt tears welling up within him, thinking, yes, yes. However, he has a secretary who is a quick-witted taskmaster, bound to a malicious system designed to prevent the protagonists from uniting, that is, him and his childhood sweetheart. Uncle Lin and his childhood sweetheart share an unbreakable bond. No matter what the secretary does, she cannot sever it. By chance, she learned that his sweetheart is drawn to ruggedly handsome types with 8-pack abs, which Uncle Lin happens to embody. She also realized that his sweetheart does not fancy slender men. As a result, the secretary has been secretly administering drugs in his coffee to render Uncle Lin impotent, leading his sweetheart to decisively reject him for a happier future. Poor Uncle Lin remains blissfully unaware of the truth, tirelessly striving to restore his former glory. The others, slowly digesting this revelation, mused. So, he was quite capable before? Perhaps they could coax out more details? What exactly does capable entail? They were wealthy, they could pay. What secrets could possibly be withheld from their VIP status? Upon hearing this, Uncle Lin felt a surge of rage, so that was why he had suddenly felt like a wilted plant. It was all due to that secretary. The effects of the drug are only temporary. As long as Uncle Lin refrains from drinking, he'll soon recover. Upon receiving this news, it was as if the mask of despair he had worn shattered, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. However, his childhood sweetheart is set to go on a blind date, as she has grown weary of waiting for Uncle Lin and has decided to pursue a match in England tomorrow. There, she will encounter her fated one, gradually merging their lives and hearts, ultimately forgetting Uncle Lin, her eternal light. Uncle Lin, having just uncovered the truth and a possible solution, felt light as a feather, his heart soaring. Yet, upon hearing Su Nua's final remark, he became flustered, tripping over his own feet and crashing to the ground, garnering everyone's attention. How strange. Uncle Lin can stumble on flat ground? In dramas, it's usually the female lead in high heels who trips. Does Uncle Lin's polished shoes not fit? Uncle Lin quickly regained his footing and dashed towards the door, scarcely affording himself a moment to acknowledge Su Nua. Ridiculous. How could he permit his cherished light to be forgotten while another took her place in such a melodramatic fashion? He would not allow it. Chapter 16. Time to suppress the male lead. He sped away in his Rolls-Royce Phantom, determined to confront his heart's desire. Seeking a match in England? Absolutely not. I am more than capable. I am far beyond that opportunistic interloper. The others, having absorbed the unfolding drama, mused that this was a most worthwhile gossip. Not only were they entertained, but the protagonist also found a precious opportunity, one to save a child, another to reclaim lost love, and a chance to seize true affection. They suddenly felt inspired, believing they too could partake in the gossip, for every tidbit Su Nua shared was a revelation of monumental significance. Just as Su Nua was about to continue observing, she was intercepted by her brother. Suzian approached, extending his hand with gentlemanly grace, his alluring eyes shimmering with emotion, as if gazing at a beloved pet. "Nonoa, my dear sister, I invite you to dance." "I cannot," Su Nua promptly declined, though she could dance. However, she had no desire to partake. A country girl returning from the wild wouldn't be adept at such things. This portrayal was entirely reasonable. Even in refusal, her rationale was sound. Believing her, Su Ziqian turned his attention to Sheng Yunshu, only to be interrupted by her. Declined. With tears brimming in his eyes, he departed. What am I to do if neither of my sisters is close to me? I await an urgent response. In a quaint villa, Su Qingqing glared at her phone, watching as her informant relayed the news. Enraged, she smashed her phone. Damn that wretched girl. She should have perished in the mud. How dare she return to contest with me? That old hag Su Luo is relentless. The moment she had her biological daughter, she cast me aside. All are wretched. Wretched. A week later, Gui Welan styled Su Nua's hair. After a period of care, it had improved significantly, no longer resembling dried grass. Once finished, Gui Welan took a delicate hair tie she had prepared with care, fashioning Su Nua's hair into two adorable little buns, securing them with star-shaped clips. Su Nua stood to show her mother. Obediently, she twirled, her skirt blooming like a flower. She donned a pale yellow suspender dress paired with a white short-sleeved top. The skirt flared gently, its shape not overly pronounced, complemented by a small duckling bag filled with cards and a phone. Her white leather shoes gleamed brightly, further enhanced by delicate lace-trimmed socks, making her appear exceedingly sweet and endearing. Gu Yulana praised her daughter from head to toe, a satisfied smile gracing her features. "You look absolutely stunning. Our Nua Nua is simply adorable." Su Nua beamed sweetly in response. "Thank you, Mama." This marked her first experience of her mother's tender grooming, and for Su Nua, who had long toiled away, deprived of maternal affection, it brought her immense joy.
Gu Elan talks speaking softly, no.
When we arrive at Yite Academy, try not to feel too anxious. It matters not how well you perform. What is most important is that you enjoy yourself. Gu Yulan and Su Nua intended for her to transfer to Yite Academy, reputed to be a century-old institution encompassing elementary, middle, and high school levels, with a direct admission policy from primary to secondary education. Yite Academy is the most prestigious school in the city, a favored choice for affluent families seeking to cultivate their children in the ways of society. With sufficient wealth, one could secure a place in the lower-tier classes, while exceptional academic performance could grant admission to the elite rocket class. The academy actively recruits young prodigies from elementary school onwards, although there are also those who relocate to the city and miss the primary entrance exams, thus necessitating the introduction of transfer examinations. As long as Su Nua can pass the exam, she will gain entry to Yite Academy. If not, financial means can also procure a spot. As they conversed, Gu Yulan and Su Nua descended the stairs. Downstairs, Sheng Yunshu, who had been waiting, rose upon seeing them. She had previously declined Gu Yulan's request for assistance with her appearance, opting instead for a casual short-sleeved hoodie paired with form-fitting jeans adorned with a silver chain. Her hair was pulled into a high ponytail, exuding a fresh and pure demeanor, yet the fierce glint in her eyes lent her an air of spirited confidence. Suzian had been waiting nearby and, upon spotting Su Nua and Gu Yulan approaching, stood up eagerly. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of Su Nua's thoughts. The academic standards here rank as mediocre among all I have recorded. Should I feign ignorance to barely pass the transfer exam? Or strive for a higher score to join the rocket class? Hearing her inner musings, Gu Yulan, who had anticipated Su Nua returning with a poor result, was taken aback. She had assumed that her daughter, having come from the countryside without the opportunity for higher education, might naturally struggle. Now, she realized that Su Nua was far more capable than she had imagined. Su Ziqian exclaimed, "My sister is amazing. She can even control her scores. The male lead should be in the rocket class." "All right, I've made up my mind. I'll aim for the rocket class." Upon hearing Su Nua's determination, the system whispered in her ear, "The male lead is in the rocket class. And you intend to be his backdrop?" Su Nua retorted confidently, "Backdrop? I'm going to overshadow him." The system cautioned, "Aren't you afraid of his aura? You shouldn't overdo it and disrupt the plot. You'll have to mend it later." The system silently jabbed. Su Nua, brimming with mischief, replied with a playful glint in her eyes, "Hey, now that you mention it, I'm invigorated. I'm retired. The plot is no longer my concern. If the storyline collapses, it's the new book spirit's problem." Unfazed by the potential repercussions, she mused, "This is merely training for the new book spirit. Let him hone his skills. If he can't endure it, he'll just have to come down and confront me." The system sighed for the new book spirit in silence. Su Ziqian waved the car keys and declared, "Let us go. I'll drive you to the exam." Su Nua bounced energetically, "Let us go. I'm here to suppress the male lead." Upon arriving at Yite Academy, Su Ziqian found a place to park. As Su Nua lifted her gaze, the illustrious Yite Academy, which had once been richly depicted in her book, stood before her in all its grandeur. After greeting the security personnel, Su Ziqian led the two girls inside, expertly navigating to the principal's office to make their presence known before proceeding to meet the head of the department. The headmaster escorted them to an empty classroom, which was unoccupied due to the summer break, making it an ideal examination venue. He presented a sealed envelope to Su Nua and Sheng Yunshu, ensuring its confidentiality before unveiling the examination papers and answer sheets. Even with only two candidates, maintaining secrecy and fairness in the examination was paramount. Su Nua received her paper, inscribed her name, and awaited the commencement signal. The headmaster's visage, characterized by a square jaw, darkened with clouds of discontent. He should have been enjoying a well-deserved leisure time at home during the summer, yet he was forcibly dragged back to work by an unexpected interruption. He felt a deep resentment. The headmaster's voice boomed, "The bell marks the start. Only then may you begin reviewing your papers. Any attempt to write or flip through the exam materials before the bell rings will be deemed cheating, and your results will be nullified." Just a minute had passed when the bell chimed as expected. Chapter 17. Indulging to the fullest. Su Nua opened the exam paper and, with a swift motion, began calculating, her pen dancing across the page, as if possessed by a spirit. She quickly arrived at the answers and marked them on the answer sheet. The questions posed no significant challenge. Observing the two students below, the headmaster noted their calm demeanor, seemingly at ease, and began to anticipate their results with intrigue. This academy was not only populated by the wealthy, but also by the intellectually gifted. Individuals who not only brought sponsorship but also prestige to the institution, truly a rare breed of talent. The examination consisted of 10 pages, encompassing 7 subjects, designed to evaluate comprehensive performance over a 4-hour period. By the time Su Nua completed her paper, she had an hour and a half remaining. She submitted her work early, prompting Sheng Yunshu to rise and hand in her paper as well. After submitting their exams, they returned to their seats, where the headmaster directly graded the papers to prevent any post-examination swapping of scripts. It was said that due to the high concentration of affluent students, Yite Academy had previously experienced instances of wealthy science bribing teachers to alter grades or hiring agile agents to infiltrate the school and exchange answer sheets. As the headmaster finished grading, The afternoon was drawing near. He beheld Su Nua's paper, which was marked with a multitude of corrections, and a smile began to blossom on his face. Excellent. Su Nua, you scored 89. Sheng Yunshu, a perfect score of 100. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yunshu turned sharply to scrutinize Su Nua, puzzled by her score. Hadn't Su Nua been of a higher caliber? Why did she only achieve 89? Feeling a pang of regret, Sheng Yunshu recalled hearing Su Nua's thoughts earlier that morning and had assumed she would attain a perfect score, envisioning a shared triumph.
Now.
However, a sense of unease washed over her as she considered that her younger sister might feel disheartened upon discovering her score was lower than her own. The thought of Su Nua being upset made Sheng Yunshu's head spin. She was adept at throwing punches, not comforting others. Word on the street is that the male lead believes talent surpasses hard work. Effort can never outpace innate ability. He flaunts his good fortune, as if it were a birthright. 89 is just on the edge for the rocket class. I'll intentionally score lower. Then suddenly surge ahead with a big score to snatch first place from him. How delightful that would be. Ha ha ha. Sheng Yunshu's frustrations dissipated, replaced by a mischievous delight at her sister's cunning plan. As a wicked grin crept onto her lips, she thought, good for you, little sister. Only the wicked thrive and are not easily bullied. However, she soon found herself instinctively covering her ears. Can you keep it down? Your laughter is too loud. It's bothering my ears. The headmaster, stuffing the papers into the envelope, wore a smile that could rival the sun. Your results have been released. You may leave now. Details will be sent to your parents' phones tomorrow. Humming a cheerful tune, the headmaster departed, reveling in the fact that this exam had been crafted by a particularly challenging individual, akin to a competitive level. As long as a student scored above 60, they could enter the rocket class. Had Su Nua known this, she would have lamented deeply afterward, for she had believed that 85 was the passing score for the rocket class. Fearing any unforeseen circumstances that might jeopardize her admission, she had deliberately aimed for few points above the threshold. Suzian had been waiting outside for them, and upon their emergence, he greeted them with a beaming smile. How did the exam go? Su Nua candidly relayed her score, and Suzian's eyes sparkled with joy. He deliberately inquired with his childhood friend about the exam questions, only to discover that they were even more challenging than those of previous years. Achieving a score of 60 was the threshold for passing. Ecstatic, Suzian waved his hand grandly and declared, "Brother will treat you all to a lavish feast." He led them to Yuanyuan. Upon sighting Suzian, the general manager of Yuanyuan donned a beaming smile, warmly welcoming him. "Mr. Su, ladies, please come in. Your reserved private room on the second floor is fully prepared." The manager walked at Suzian's right side, ensuring he did not stray a step ahead, continuously gesturing towards their destination. Once they arrived at the private room, Suzian graciously pulled out chairs for Su Nua and Sheng Yunshu, adopting a gentlemanly tone. "Please, take a seat." As Su Nua settled in, she surveyed the surroundings. The room exuded a minimalist yet luxurious style, with a round table spacious enough to accommodate dozens of guests. The double-glazed windows offered a clear view of a cluster of bamboo in the courtyard, with dappled shadows dancing on the surface of a small pond, where water flowed rhythmically from a bamboo spout, creating gentle splashes. This was a far cry from the pig-trotter hotel of her past life. There was no need for a 6-month reservation. How infuriating! Was this the joy of the wealthy? The manager personally presented the menu, and after they were seated, he handed it to them. Without even glancing at it, Suzian opened his mouth and exclaimed, "We'll take all of this." He returned the menu to the manager, whose face instantly brightened at the prospect of substantial business. Grinning from ear to ear, Su Nua leaned closer to Suzian's ear and whispered, "That's too much. We won't finish it, and it would be wasteful." Upon hearing Su Nua's words, the manager's smile faltered, his heart racing at the thought of lost revenue. "No worries, we can take whatever we don't finish home, and enjoy it while watching television later. Just try a few dishes you like. We can order those next time," Suzian patiently explained.
All right.
The manager's smile returned, and he left the room with an air of contentment. Just as Su Nua took a sip of water, the door to the private room swung open, and a server wheeled in a cart bearing an exquisitely carved chicken. After placing the dish on the table, the server patiently announced, "This is the drunken chicken." The chicken, sculpted to resemble a proud phoenix, was now presented before Su Nua, its aroma tantalizing. After the server left, Su Nua picked up a piece to savor. The thinly sliced meat melted in her mouth, the subtle flavor of red wine warming her throat, leaving an unforgettable taste on her lips. As she relished the meat, she also absorbed its rich fragrance. Just as she was about to take her second bite, another server arrived with a bowl of congee. Lifting the lid revealed a plump piece of fish maw soaked in a thick, dark sauce among the wild rice. Suzian used a clean and used spoon to break the fish maw in half, scooping a piece into a bowl along with 2 spoonfuls of wild rice, which he then handed to Su Nua. "Here you go, second brother," she beamed, accepting the bowl. He then offered another bowl containing a portion of fish maw congee to Xingyin Shu, who thanked him before blowing on it to cool and took a bite. Su Nua spooned a generous helping into her mouth, the softness of the fish maw lingering on her palate, while the aroma of the wild rice filled the air. The server soon returned with a dish of braised abalone, a whole king crab topped with crab meat and roe, and a small lobster devoid of its shell. Su Nua's eyes sparkled like bright bulbs at the sight of the seafood. In her previous life, she had just retired, earning little and unable to afford such delicacies. During her working years, she merely borrowed the body of a spirit to mend a crumbling plot, with no time to indulge in fine cuisine. But now, it was all before her. She would feast. She must feast. Not eating would be a disservice to her appetite. Chapter 18. Fully satisfied. Extracting the succulent meat, which gleamed white with hints of pink. Mixing the crab meat into the congee, she added 2 pieces of abalone, stirred it all together, and took a bite filled with crab and abalone. Her stomach felt immensely satisfied. The server then brought in a small pot simmering with sukiyaki, where slices of tender, marbled beef were gently swished in the broth for a few seconds, enveloped in thick, sterile egg liquid, and delicately handed to the 3 diners. Su Nua accepted a small bowl filled with the egg-coated beef, and as she bit into it, the liquid flowed over the tender meat, melting in her mouth. Soon, a multitude of dishes arrived in succession. After the meal, Su Nua rubbed her belly, content, and letting out a satisfied burp. "That was delightful. Thank you, brother." Su Ziqian silently observed the remnants on the table, hardly a morsel left. 56 dishes had been devoured clean by Su Nua. He grimaced, recalling her earlier claim of not being able to finish. How fortunate he was to have money. Otherwise, he might have gone bankrupt today. He noticed that Su Nua had not gained much weight and still looked as she did when she first arrived at the Su family, slim and gaunt. A wave of sorrow washed over him. His sister had suffered so much, unable to eat well or dress properly in the countryside. And now she could not even recover from it. With such an appetite, she must often go hungry. Sheng Yinshu glanced at Su Nua's bowl, cleaner than even her own pockets, feeling a pang of sadness. My sister must rarely get to enjoy good food. I should have returned sooner to advocate for her, ensuring that Su Qingqing does not harm her. Just as Su Ziqian was relishing his meal, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw an incoming call and answered without regard for his surroundings. "Hello?" After a prolonged pause, he frowned and said, "Where do you expect me to find an ordinary person willing to go on a variety show? Should I just conjure one up?" Hearing the response on the other end, Su Ziqian retorted impatiently, "Could you please use your brain? What do you expect me to do? Give birth to one for you?" As Su Nua was enjoying the shrimp in her bowl, the mention of a variety show sparked her imagination. "Let me think." Upon sensing her thoughts, Su Ziqian promptly shut his mouth, focusing intently on her words, even ignoring the shouts of his friend on the other end of the line. He subtly pulled his phone away, ensuring he didn't interrupt her musings. "Yes, that's the show. What's it called? Experiencing Different Lives?" It turns out I was right to ask second brother for recommendations. Originally, he was going to recommend Su Qingqing. Now that she's unavailable, I wonder if he will still suggest her. Too bad brother can't turn down this variety show. He seems rather pitiable on it. Brother treats me quite well. He even treated me to a grand meal. Should I find an excuse to accompany him and help out? What excuse should I think of? Forget it. I can't come up with anything. My brain's not working. Let's just eat. Su Ziqian's sister. Why not try a little harder? Seeing Su Nua relishing her meal, he quickly understood. She truly had stopped thinking. There was familial affection, but it was limited. Clearing his throat to gain her attention, he said, "Nua Bao, brother has a variety show that needs ordinary participants. The last participant had an accident and can't make it. Would you be willing to help brother by joining the show with me?" Su Nua casually replied, "Sure." Upon hearing her response, Su Ziqian's spirits lifted, and he brought the phone closer. Found someone. Imagining his safety secured, he hummed a little tune, contentedly settling the bill. Adding several dishes Su Nua loved to take home for her. The next day, at 5 in the morning, Suzian knocked on Su Nua's door. She, filled with resentment, glared at the alarm clock showing only 5 o'clock, her anger boiling over. The sun hadn't even begun its work, and here he was, disturbing her.
Sunuo.
Embodying more bitterness than a zombie from a neighboring horror story, opened the door with a dead fish stare to find Suzian smiling more energetically than the sun. What is it? We have 4 hours until we need to board the plane for the show. Are you ready, Nuo? In a state of drowsy contemplation, Su Nuo pondered for quite some time before the notion of the variety show dawned upon her. She was aware that the recording was set to commence imminently, yet she was taken aback to realize it was today. How rushed. I haven't even packed my luggage. Suzian appeared to be well prepared, wearing a bright smile. Not to worry, I had my assistant purchase new clothing, dresses, daily necessities, and a fresh suitcase last night. This sudden turn of events caught me off guard as well. I only learned of it last night. I wasn't certain of your preferences regarding suitcases and dresses, so please bear with me for now. Upon your return, I shall replenish your wardrobe with items you adore. The hint of remorse in Suzian's expression alleviated much of Su Nuo's displeasure. Considering that Suzian had only just learned of the news and had taken the time to prepare for her, her attitude quickly softened Su Nuo's temper. Wait a moment. I'll freshen up. Oh, and here, take this dress. Suzian revealed a garment she had previously kept hidden behind her back. It was a refreshing, soft, sleeveless dress in a grass-green hue, adorned with delicate lace and tiny pearls along the pleats, finished with a petite green bow at the back and a few sparkling gems at the sleeve seams. Are you certain you want me to wear this for the variety show? Indeed, Suzian replied, inspecting the dress with a discerning eye. It's quite lightweight after all. This is something Yun Shu asked me to bring for you. Now off you go. With no choice, Su Nuo took the little dress and proceeded to the bathroom. After Suzian descended the stairs, she encountered Gui Welon and Sheng Yunshu seated on the sofa. Upon seeing Suzian, Gui Welon rose and beckoned her to sit beside her, speaking earnestly. Ziqian, when you take your sister out, you must keep a close watch on her. They had previously failed to keep an eye on Su Nuo, leading to her disappearance. A source of lingering guilt. Suzian understood her mother's meaning and reassured her with a firm pat on her chest. Rest assured, mother. I will vigilantly look after my sister and ensure she does not wander off. Gui Welon, hearing Suzian's repeated assurances, felt her worries ease slightly.
All right.
I trust you. By the way, I just added a variety of hair accessories and jewelry to her suitcase. Nuo is still young. At 15, she is at the height of her blossoming years. Back in the countryside, she never had the opportunity to be properly adorned. Gui Welon recalled how Su Nuo had arrived, dressed in ordinary, inexpensive clothing, her hair unkempt, devoid of any makeup. At an age when beauty was cherished by many girls, she had returned from the mountains alone, missing out on the tender care that many girls enjoyed. Each time she reflected upon this, she felt a pang of guilt towards Su Nuo and Sheng Yunshu. Chapter 19. Are you forming teams behind my back? Once they arrived there, you shall assist my sister in her styling. Suzian? Suzian wore a look that seemed to say, do I appear to be someone who knows how to do that? Gui Welon disregarded her expression, taking Suzian's hand and giving it a couple of light taps. Ziqian, I entrust my sister to you. Suzian, scratching her nose, humbly replied, all right. I will do my best. I've swapped out half of her clothing in the suitcase. Yours was filled only with dresses, which are quite inconvenient. Sheng Yunshu, who had been quietly observing from the corner of the sofa, finally spoke up. Her unwavering gaze on Suzian made him feel quite uncomfortable. Brother. Sheng Yunshu suddenly addressed him. Hearing her call him brother filled Suzian with joy, making him sit up straight. Speak. He found it challenging to understand the sister of his. Unlike Su Nuo, Sheng Yunshu was cold and distant, unwilling to adopt the surname Su or engage in conversation with them. Thus, when she referred to him as brother, he felt both surprised and flattered. Nuo, I'm counting on you. If anything arises, call me immediately. Sheng Yunshu's eyes remained fixed on him, causing Suzian to feel increasingly uneasy.
All right.
Su Nuo had mentioned that Sheng Yunshu was a prominent figure in the world of alternate identities. To this end, he had researched what that entailed. He did not perceive Sheng Yunshu's statement as arrogance or distrust. Rather, he genuinely realized that she might indeed be able to assist should the need arise. Sheng Yunshu retrieved a white suitcase from behind the sofa, its protective dust cover still intact, and it was a hefty 28-inch case, bulging at the seams. This is for you, she said, pushing Su Nuo's suitcase towards him. Upon seeing the suitcase, Su Ziqian felt a surge of confidence. Leave it to me. As he attempted to lift it, he found it nearly impossible.
Suzian?
He tried again, yet still could not manage it.
Suzian?
Allow me. Su Nua's voice came from behind him. She stepped past him and effortlessly lifted the suitcase with one hand. Su Ziqian was taken aback. Gui Welon and Sheng Yunshu exchanged disdainful glances at Su Ziqian, as if to say, "Are you lacking in vitality?" Suddenly, Su Ziqian's pride was stung. He felt his masculinity slipping away. Brushing past Su Nua, he strained to lift the suitcase, declaring, "I can do it." "Su Nua, there are wheels. Why lift it?" Su Nua's words pierced through the air with a quiet sass. The onlookers. Sheng Yunshu, noticing Su Nua's disheveled appearance, pulled her close and retrieved 2 green floral hair ties from her pocket. She divided Su Nua's hair into 2 sections, braiding them and securing them with the ties, leaving some hair long. She did the same with the other section, leaving the remaining hair unbraided. This style, in fact, appeared quite playful and charming. Sheng Yunshu executed the task with such proficiency that it seemed as though she had styled Su Nua many times before. Sheng Yunshu assessed the young girl, whose innocence and brightness made her increasingly distinct from the sister she remembered. A gentle smile crept upon her lips, her gaze soft as water. "Off you go." Gui Welon quietly whispered to Su Ziqian, "Have you noticed that Yunshu seems particularly happy whenever she is with Nunua? Perhaps they share a kindred spirit?" Su Ziqian replied without much thought. Upon hearing this, Gui Welon felt a wave of sorrow as it reminded her that these 2 children had once been lost to them. Checking his watch, Su Ziqian said, "Time is of the essence, Noa Nua. We must be on our way." With that, Su Ziqian escorted Su Nua out. He drove his Rolls-Royce to the airport, where they were greeted by their manager. Clad in a tailored suit and high heels, the manager approached with an air of authority, her doll-like face adorned with mature makeup that exuded confidence. Upon catching sight of Su Nua, her demeanor softened. "Hello, sister," she greeted in a gentle tone.
Suzian.
Taken aback, could hardly believe his ears. Was this truly the same high and mighty sister who had once been so brash and commanding?
Kello elder sister sunoreplет svetli.
Resembling a porcelain doll. "Sister, how cool." The manager, hearing this unvoiced thought, mistakenly assumed it was a comment from Su Nua. She raised her chin proudly. "You're such a good girl." Shifting her gaze to Su Ziqian, she admonished, "Once you're on the variety show, don't get into any scandals. Your fans, both male and female, cannot abide any CP hype, understood?" "Yes, yes," Su Ziqian replied, feeling rather subdued. It was no wonder he felt this way. His manager, Mo, was a formidable woman from a wealthy background, leaving him little room to misbehave. Alas! While Sister Mo is indeed impressive, her judgment seems clouded. Mo glanced at Su Nua, who remained silent, feeling perplexed.
Massumo practicing ventriloquism.
Sister Mo has a half-sister whom she treats like her own sibling and cares for deeply. However, that sister is indeed her father's illegitimate child with a mistress, secretly raised at home. She had been given slow-acting poison by her father and mother. And if she continues for 3 more years, it's over for her. A visit to the hospital would reveal the truth. If she stops now,
She will be fine.
I recall that her father and mother signed a contract before marriage that stipulated he would leave with nothing in case of infidelity. He has also been involved in many underground dealings. If she investigates, she can uncover all the dirt and send him to prison, alongside finding the mistresses he has been involved with. Mo listened attentively, and seeing Su Nua remain silent, whether it be ventriloquism or inner thoughts, she decided to conduct her own investigation. As for Su Ziqian, he was simply busy enjoying the gossip. After all, the juiciest stories are often those that are not one's own. Her father was aware of the drugging of her half-sister and even supported it, harboring the sinister desire to hasten her demise under the guise of an accident to usurp her family's, specifically the Een family's, wealth. From the very beginning, he had endured the indignity of being a son-in-law, biding his time for the right moment. Mo's fingers clenched tightly in her pockets, though her expression remained inscrutable. Her fingers had turned pale from the intensity of her grip. With a complex look, she regarded Su Nua and Su Ziqian. Ziqian immediately responded with a fervent, "Yes, sir. Take good care of your sister. Ensure she doesn't fall prey to traps on the variety show. She's still quite young. Be more accommodating." Mo gazed at Su Nua with a serious expression. "I might owe you a favor when I return." She intended to step away from the entertainment industry for a while to address a pressing matter, investigating her despicable father. If this were indeed the case, she would surely see him behind bars. Wait for my return, she declared before departing. Suzian instantly understood. Inmo's hasty exit signified that she had heard Su Nua's silent plea. All that remained was Su Nua, bewildered. Are you there? What favor?
I don't quite understand.
Have you two been discussing something behind my back? Ziqian wrapped an arm around Su Nua as they walked toward the waiting lounge. Let us head out. After finalizing their arrangements, Su Nua felt utterly exhausted upon settling into the first-class cabin of the plane, too fatigued to think of anything else. She simply collapsed into sleep. Even the university students would have to commend her. Wow, you fell asleep quite quickly. Teach me your ways, coach. Chapter 20. Participation in the variety show. Su Nua had barely dozed for an hour when Su Ziqian gently roused her. Wake up, we've arrived. She mumbled. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Obediently following Su Ziqian as they disembarked. As they stepped off the plane, a figure rushed towards Su Ziqian, exclaiming, Brother Qian, you finally made it. We have just half an hour left before the broadcast starts. We need to hurry over and make a good impression. The individual holding a tablet chattered incessantly about Su Ziqian's itinerary, adding, The person you're bringing along is this young lady, correct? I'll help carry your things to the car. You and this young lady should rest in the vehicle for a bit and recharge. The assistant, resembling an overly concerned housewife, babbled nonstop, quickly taking charge of Su Ziqian's suitcase along with Su Nua's. Su Nua expressed her gratitude with a soft thank you. The assistant guided them to the prearranged business vehicle. The moment Su Ziqian got in, he succumbed to sleep, having been too tired to rest earlier. Now, with the assistant present, he felt secure enough to drift off. Su Nua followed suit, needing to catch up on her sleep. The black business vehicle whisked them to their designated location. As they neared, Su Nua felt the vehicle jolting. The vibrations jolted her awake. Looking out the window, she realized they had entered a rural lane. The uneven dirt road was strewn with gravel. And whether it had rained or been watered, the ground, which should have been firm, was now muddy and soft. He glanced at the window and, with a casual tone, inquired of the assistant, Are we there yet? Almost there, came the reply. Xiao Lu. Help Brother Qian with his makeup and give the young lady a touch-up as well. The makeup artist, who had been waiting patiently, perked up and cheerfully responded, Sure thing. After finishing Su Ziqian's makeup, the artist scrutinized Su Nua for a prolonged moment, their gazes locking. Although primarily responsible for male celebrities, he instinctively turned to Su Ziqian, asking, Brother Qian, what style should this young lady adopt? It would be best to clarify Su Nua's preferences first. Without hesitation, Su Ziqian tossed the question to Su Nua. Nua Bao, what style do you like? Something more casual, she replied. Upon receiving her answer, the makeup artist swiftly retrieved a new set of brushes, determined to make her look stunning. Once the makeup was complete, Su Ziqian found himself increasingly pleased. Not bad. Xiao Lu, I'll give you a raise. Xiao Lu beamed with delight. Thank you, brother. He felt elated, as the generous boss he had interacted with in the comments had proven to be beneficial. Today brought a pay increase. Xiao Lu was now floating on cloud 9, his heart brimming with joy. At that moment, the vehicle came to a halt. The assistant opened the door, allowing them to alight. Upon stepping out, Su Nua was greeted by a flurry of staff members adjusting equipment and others reviewing scripts. A number of seemingly glamorous individuals were already being attended to by accompanying makeup artists. As their vehicle arrived, the people ahead lifted their heads in unison. The assistant continued to emphasize. Sister Mo said, no scandalous CP rumors. If you notice anyone trying to force a pairing, think of a way to distance yourself. Sister Mo insisted you must focus on your career. You cannot afford to lose your fanbase. The assistant was relentless in his chatter. Though Su Ziqian had heard this numerous times, he still responded with patience, I will. As he led Su Nua toward the set, preparations for filming were already underway. Director Xiaolin approached Su Ziqian, his warm features adorned with a subtle smile. Ziqian, you finally arrived. Is this the ordinary person you were seeking? He turned his gaze towards Su Nua. Yes, Nua Bao, come greet Director Xia. Upon hearing Su Ziqian's affectionate address, Xiaolin was taken aback, wondering if this was perhaps Su Ziqian's girlfriend attempting to make a foray into the entertainment industry. Xiaolin scrutinized Su Ziqian with a calculating gaze. Having been friends for years, Su Ziqian easily discerned the intrigue in his eyes. This is my sister, the little sister I recently found. Don't get any strange ideas. Xiaolin then remembered that the Su family had indeed just reclaimed their youngest daughter.
So it was Su Nua.
Xia eyes sparkled like a crescent moon, radiating clarity. Hello, Su Nura. I'm your brother's friend, Xia. In the show, just call me director, and after the program, feel free to call me Lin Ge.
Sono smiled understandingly, alright director.
It's a bit disheartening. Upon hearing the latter part, Xia was momentarily stunned. For Su Noa had fallen silent. Why then did the voice persist? This program is set to be abruptly halted after the third episode, leaving us in a precarious position, unable to mitigate losses in a timely manner, nor complete the shoot in one go. At least it's only the third episode that is being shelved. If it were to be fully filmed and then pulled, that would be far worse. Xia was engulfed in confusion. After some contemplation, he suspected he might have heard Su Nua's inner thoughts. Eager to learn the outcome, he waited quietly for her to speak. After a lengthy pause, Su Nua remained silent, her desire to inquire suddenly caught in her throat, as if something were blocking her voice. Suzian had indeed heard Su Nua's unspoken words. Unfortunately, she had ceased to elaborate. Rather than risking her suspicion by querying her directly, he preferred to let her share when she felt ready. Xia, however, was different. He had poured his heart into this program and was genuinely eager to know. Before long, a staff member called out to Xia, Director,
Swing D.
We're about to start. Reluctantly, Xia departed, still pondering how to subtly encourage Su Nua to continue her thoughts. As the photographer prepared the camera, he exchanged hushed words with Xia, who had no choice but to set his intrigue aside for the program. Everyone get ready. Let's experience a different life. We're going live in 5 seconds.
5.
4. Aside from Su Nua and Suzian, the other 5 participants were busy adjusting their clothing and hair, striving for a polished appearance. 3.
2.
1. Action. The camera began rolling. Following the order of arrival, the first singer, Huyen, stepped into the frame with a bright smile. Wow, am I the first to arrive? Are the others still not here? Huyen stood on the unpaved dirt road, her smile radiant. As the director, Xia timely interjected, Indeed, teacher, you're the first to arrive. Preparations were nearly complete when the second actor, Li Shan, entered the frame, dragging his suitcase with some difficulty. Oh, teacher Hu, he exclaimed, his voice ringing with laughter. You arrived so early. I thought I was prompt enough. Hu Yan teased in return. Well, you might be disappointed. I got here even earlier. Chapter 21. Nyobo Yi. Su No observed them as they slipped into character, pretending to be newcomers at the variety show, and couldn't he help but express her admiration.
Nyobo Yi.
The third individual, the prominent figure in the entertainment industry, Bai Shun, approached with his petite suitcase. Oh, who do I see? Teacher Li. Teacher, who? Bai Shun huffed as he hurried forward. Li Shan and Hu Yan, engaged in light banter, turned to greet Bai Shun. Bai Shun, you're here. They began to feign their arrival, casually chatting while awaiting others. The fourth person, the popular actress Xu Xian, with her graceful, wave-like eyes, silently regarded Su Ziqian, contemplating ways to orchestrate fortuitous encounters during the show. She approached shyly, her movements reminiscent of a blooming lotus, gently tucking a strand of wind-blown hair behind her ear. Perfectly poised. Greetings, esteemed teachers. I am Xu Xian, and I look forward to your guidance in the time to come. Her sweet, melodic voice captured the attention of the other 3. Good morning, Xu Xian. Li Shan was the first to respond, with the others quickly echoing the sentiment, exchanging polite greetings. The fifth participant, also a singer, Chen Bufan, swaggered in with his suitcase.
Hey there.
Good morning, everyone. Once the 5 had exchanged pleasantries, the last to arrive, Su Ziqian,
Entered alongside Suno.
with a slight smile that seemed more a courteous gesture than genuine warmth, he greeted, Good morning, everyone.
I am Suzian.
Upon seeing him, they erupted in a chorus of greetings, followed by the customary small talk. Having participated in the first episode, they felt at ease to introduce themselves casually, without the formality of their initial introductions. Finally, all eyes turned to Su Nua. Much like her brother, she offered only a polite, faint smile.
Ordinary person Suno.
Her succinct introduction of merely 4 words left them momentarily at a loss before quickly resuming the conversation. Huyen chuckled. Hello, Su Nura, may I call you sister? You seem younger than I am.
Suno nodded in acknowledgement.
Her brevity rendered Huyen speechless. I should keep my distance from Huyen. I fear the contagion of romantic whims may infect me, turning me into a woman who forages for wild vegetables while wrapped in a towel. Is eating meat not preferable? I would rather sit alone in a sports car, relishing meat, then listen to passionate serenades beneath someone else's bed. There isn't enough grass on the green pastures for her to graze. Hu Yan was momentarily taken aback by her innermost thoughts being exposed. How could her concealed romantic inclinations be uncovered? It seemed Su Nura was privy to her nocturnal escapades beneath the bed of her clandestine husband, overhearing his merriment with another woman. Hu Yan's face paled in an instant. Not only Hu Yan but everyone, including the crew, was privy to this juicy revelation. Although they found it peculiar that Su Nua had not spoken yet her thoughts were audible, they silently sympathized with Hu Yan. How tragic it is to discover one's partner's infidelity. Yet, it is even more lamentable when the individual in question is not merely beneath the car, but rather beneath the bed. Witnessing the unfolding drama, Xia Lin stepped in to ease the tension. Good morning, esteemed teachers. Thank you all for taking the time to participate in Let Us Experience a Different Life. Xia Lin smiled warmly, his soothing voice flowing like a gentle stream into the hearts of everyone present. As with the previous episode, this one will also be streamed live. Since we have a new member joining us this time, I will reiterate the rules. Let Us Experience a Different Life is a show designed to immerse participants in diverse lifestyles. Prior to the broadcast, we will release 5 lifestyle options online, allowing the audience to vote for the most anticipated challenge for the next episode. This time, the vote resulted in an experience of rural charm. Welcome to our happy village, where we will embark on a 3-day, 2-night adventure, savoring the local culture and experiencing a life unlike any other. However, before the games commence, another friend has been eagerly awaiting the chance to meet everyone. A voice, distinct from Xia Lin's, rang out. Upon hearing it, the group turned to see a man in a white shirt, his physique subtly accentuated. As soon as Suzian laid eyes on the newcomer, a knowing smile spread across his face. Luo Zhou, it's been a while.
Wow.
It's Luo Zhou, Bai Shen exclaimed enthusiastically. Director, you're impressive for inviting Teacher Luo. The live chat erupted with excitement. It's actually my brother. What a delightful surprise. Brother Zhou's studio never announced his participation in this show. Thankfully, I tuned in. What a treasure. Congratulations on discovering this gem.
Wow.
My Luo Bao. Mommy loves you. Luo Zhou, beaming, approached Suzian, nodding in acknowledgement. Hello, everyone. I am Luo Zhou. As a rising star in the music industry, his presence elevated the show's prestige. Xia Lin clarified, Teacher Luo is joining us as a guest for this episode, and he will partake in our activities. With a formal tone, Xia Lin declared, let us warmly welcome Teacher Luo Zhou to our program. The others, displaying keen awareness, chimed in with enthusiastic greetings. Except for Su Nua, everyone wore unmistakable smiles of joy. Su Nua stole a glance at Luo Zhou, her lips pressed together, remaining silent, her mind devoid of thoughts. It was a calm demeanor, almost as if she were on guard. The others, oblivious to Su Nua's expression, soon turned their attention back to Xia Lin as he resumed explaining the rules. Esteemed teachers, shortly we will engage in free grouping, pairing up to draw today as tasks from our lottery box. Xia Lin discreetly glanced at his cue cards before continuing. Today's tasks will pertain to your accommodations. The first group to complete their task will have the privilege of selecting their rooms first. Your suitcases can be stored with the production team. With that, Xia Lin quietly retreated. The live chat erupted with comments. A new ordinary person. She's quite adorable. Oh please, look at that ordinary person's haughty demeanor, throwing shade at her seniors. I can't stand her. Calm down. Even though she's an ordinary person, she's made it on a variety show, attracting more attention than those nameless faces. How dare she act superior? Shu Xian approached Suzian, coyly raising her doe-like eyes. Suzian, she said. But before she could finish, Suzian brushed past her and directly addressed Su Nua. Nua Bao, let us be a team. Upon hearing Nua Bao, the live chat exploded. The male idol referred to her as treasure. How shameless. She's trying to seduce my idol. What an ugly creature. Stay away from my idol. Can Su Nua just vanish? Who does she think she is, luring my idol? Chapter 22. What's wrong with seeking comfort? Is there a problem? A user expressed their frustration. Director, please let Su Nua exit the stage. With a wave of agreement, the discontent grew. Observing the live stream, Shang Yunshu frowned at the derogatory comments directed at Su Nua, delicately typing on her phone with her fair hands. A comment from a visitor ID floated through the chat. To all those berating Su Nua, a lawyer's letter will be sent today. The live chat erupted once more. Yo, where did this talented person come from? I refuse to comply. Can you trace me through the internet cable? Sheng Yinshu paid no heed to the barrage of insults directed at her and dialed an unknown number. She notified the network department to locate the live broadcast of a different lifestyle, targeting those who had insulted Su Nua, instructing the legal department to send a lawyer's letter, ensuring none would escape unpunished, and rejecting any private negotiations. On the other side, Su Nua was teamed up with Suzian.
Suzian urget suno to draw lots.
She casually reached out, and upon opening the slip of paper it read, "Find a family that raises pigs, assist with feeding them, and stay for a meal." Suzian remarked, "It turns out that my sister's luck isn't much better than mine." The tasks assigned to others appeared more favorable. Shuxin and Bai Xin received, help a family with farming and stay for a meal. Li Shan and Huyen were tasked with, assist a family in drying grains and stay for a meal. Chen Bufan and Luo Zhou were assigned, help a family sell goods and stay for a meal. The teachers had already organized the groups and assigned tasks. With the deadline set for 1 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone was encouraged to strive for a meal. Su Nua tucked away the slip of paper and pulled Suzian to leave. Time waits for no one. They needed to find a pig-raising family quickly. Previously, they had announced relevant matters at the village entrance, and now they arrived at the village gate, parting ways. However, Luo Zhou lingered, sidling up to Suzian and casting a casual glance at Su Nua. "Brother, is your head made of wood?" Luo Zhou grinned like a blooming peach blossom. Suzian waved dismissively. "If you can't speak, then just remain silent for life." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhou's expression darkened for a moment before he broke into a mischievous grin. "I can't keep quiet now." Ignoring them, Su Nua quickened her pace. Noticing that his sister had distanced herself from Luo Zhou, Suzian hurriedly followed. Regardless of the companion he had just walked alongside, Su Nua felt relieved as her brother caught up with her. "Brother, let us check over there." Each group had a photographer trailing behind them with a camera. Upon hearing her address him as brother, the audience in the live stream erupted.
Ah.
"Green tea girl, don't call my idol brother." Pretending to be soft, yet calling him brother.
Die.
White Lotus. "All right, wherever my sister says to go, we shall go." In the live stream, the viewers were astonished. Did I hear that right? The idol calls her sister. He is known for his disdain for women and never engages in scandals. Su Nua also shares the surname Su. So what? Just because they share a surname doesn't mean they're siblings. I've never heard of him having a sister. As Su Nua and Suzian prepared to inquire from household to household, they suddenly heard a commotion. The pigs from Grandpa Sheng's house have escaped. A chorus of children's shouts echoed through the air. Su Nua looked up to see a herd of plump, white pigs galloping towards her, snorting and grunting as they charged forth. At this hour, many men had gone out to work in the fields, leaving mostly women at home. Those helpless women could only fret, fearing that the pigs might damage their doors. Some hurriedly swept the grains they had laid out to dry back inside, while others hastily pulled in their outdoor stools, scared the pigs would trample them. Su Nua fixed her gaze, a captivating smile gracing her lips as she uttered a classic line, "Mother Pig, you have delivered yourself right to my doorstep." With a swift stride, she dashed towards the pigs, running toward them as they charged towards her. Suzian, momentarily distracted, felt a gust of wind beside him and turned to find that his sister had vanished.
Gone. Gone.
She's gone. Suzian clasped his cheeks in despair, truly drenched in sweat. "Where is my sister? Where is she? She's gone. It's over. I'll be dealt with severely by my family." He let out a wail. Meanwhile, Su Nua had reached the front of the pigs. If they charged any faster, she would be trampled into a pulp within seconds. Suzian finally grasped the scene before him and took long strides forward, desperately reaching out. "Sister." It was as if a dramatic separation was unfolding. Others observed in sympathy as Su Nua, lacking sense, rushed into danger. However, within moments, a crowd watched in disbelief as Su Nua defied expectations. Surrounding her were glimmering specks of light invisible to the others, and she whispered softly, her words inaudible. Her physical abilities surged by 50%. Instantly, warmth coursed through her body, her blood boiling, muscles invigorated, and she appeared far less frail than before. Her enchantment allowed her to bolster her physical resilience and strength. At this moment, she possessed more vigor than the average girl. The system murmured, "Such power in your verbal magic? Can it alter one's physical form? I can only slightly modify my own, but at a cost." What cost? Before Su Nua could respond, she had already vaulted over the lead pig. Everyone stood agape, witnessing Su Nua riding atop the lead pig. The pig, feeling its weight increase, slowed its pace, puzzled as to why it felt heavier despite not having eaten. It was on the verge of starvation, having set off with its companions in search of food. Just as it stepped outside, Su Nua landed on its back. Su Nua playfully patted its rear. Giddy up. The lead pig, startled by the tap, began to bellow and twist its body wildly. As it halted, the pigs behind it couldn't stop in time and collided together, creating a cacophony of squeals. The onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded by this spectacle. Su Nua babbled incessantly. And while the photographers struggled to comprehend, some speculated, could she be speaking pig? The sounds were captured live. In the live stream, viewers erupted in laughter. Talking to pigs? This is hilarious. This girl is impressive. While others ride horses, she rides pigs like their steeds. Am I the only one who notices that Qianbao genuinely treats her as a sister? And what about family discipline? Could she really be Qianbao's sister? Oh no. I've targeted the wrong ally. Meanwhile, Su Nua continued her charming banter with the pigs. The system chimed in. You're remarkable. No complaints here. What's wrong with being able to speak with beasts? Is there an issue? None at all. Chapter 23. Hungry, mealtime. Su Nua continued her gentle coaxing. The pigs, sensing someone understood their plight, began to lament. Woe is us, we're hungry. Our owner has run off, and we've gone 2 days without food. The lead pig now resembled a tamed little darling. But you can't scare people. Don't you realize you're frightening them? We're just hungry. The lead pig hadn't spoken yet, but the others chimed in unison. Others were taken aback. Wait, is this for real? They're actually talking? We're quite orderly. We didn't bump into anyone. The lead pig lamented. Su Nua turned to see that the wide road bore only pig tracks, with no signs of harm done to anyone or anything. You're rather well behaved, she remarked, patting the pigs' plump bodies while speaking in their language. Let us go home. I'll feed you. Upon hearing that someone would feed them, the pigs rose to their feet, surrounding their leader, who carried Su Nua as they waddled back home. Their plump behind swaying. Su Nua even turned back to call out to Suzian. Brother, come quickly. Time to feed the pigs. Suzian rubbed his nose, thinking, my sister is truly something. He jogged to catch up. The others blinked in astonishment. Is that it? It's resolved just like that? A group of children had just called back the adults who were planting rice, as a flock of pigs ambled homeward, their elegant trotters leisurely tapping the ground. Upon reaching a small courtyard, Su Nua ushered them back to their pen, exclaiming, hurry along, or you'll miss your meal. The moment the pigs heard the word food, they dashed off at an astonishing speed. Stay right there, I'll go find something to feed you. Surveying her surroundings and finding no one in sight, Su Nua decided to search for feed. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a note pinned beneath a pile on the table. It read, owner out. Call if needed. A string of phone numbers followed. Fortunately, the production team had not confiscated her phone. She retrieved it and dialed the number. A voice imbued with both weariness and authority emerged from the receiver. Who is this? Good day, sir. Your pigs have escaped due to neglect, and I've managed to round them up. I was wondering if you might return to feed them? Just as the person on the other end seemed about to respond, Su Nua interrupted. Oh, you're busy? That is fine. I can feed them for you. I'm like Lei Feng. No need for thanks. On the other end, the man struggled to find his words, finally stammering. Do you know where the feed is? Not at all. That's why I'm waiting for you to tell me. It's in the storage room next to the pig pen, and it's unlocked. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We're starving. Can we borrow your kitchen? That's out of the question, but surely you can lend a pig for a bite of meat? The man was exasperated. You're nothing short of a robber. I'll be back immediately. With that, he hung up. Su Nua stared at the dial tone, muttering, how rude. Suzian, the cameraman, quipped. It's hard to tell who's being rude at this point. Su Nua found the storage room, retrieved the feed, mixed it with water, and poured it into the pig's trough. Upon seeing the food, the pigs hurried over, their rotund bodies wobbling in excitement. It's delicious. We can't even get enough for ourselves, so don't touch. Just as Su Nua finished feeding the pigs, the sound of a car echoed from outside. A man in a sharply tailored black suit, his hair meticulously styled, strolled towards the courtyard. Seeing 3 unfamiliar faces in his yard, he was instantly perplexed. What are you doing here? He barked. Suzian, recognizing the man's fury, quickly deduced he must be the owner. With a signature smile, he prepared to explain, oh, no, we didn't mean to intrude. Your pigs just ran out and caused a stir on the street. My sister helped round them up. There were quite a few witnesses. You could go ask them. The man glanced at the pigpen, noting some damage. Wait here, I'll go inquire. Shortly after, the man returned, his anger dissipated, replaced by a polite smile. I apologize for my misjudgment. Thank you for helping me get my pigs back. Please stay for a meal. Su Nua and Su Ziqian were well aware of the man's courteous invitation but chose to accept it for the sake of their task. All right. The man led them to a stone table in the courtyard. Please wait. I'll prepare a meal. Su Ziqian, feeling guilty for accepting a free meal, stood up. Let me help you. No need. You are guests, the man insisted as he retreated indoors. Su Ziqian sat back down, praising Su Nua. You're amazing. Following you, I get to eat and complete the task. Ha. Even the handsome guy relies on his sister. Meanwhile, Xu Xian and Bai Shun were not so fortunate. After searching for a long time, they found no one. Do they not farm? Where is everyone? Xu Xian wiped the sweat from her brow, her expression reflecting disbelief. The vast rice fields swayed gently in the wind, with only Xu Xian and her companions standing bewildered. Before long, a delivery man clad in a yellow jacket and cap approached. Hello. Your delivery has arrived. Su Nua and Su Ziqian turned at the sound, bewildered. As the delivery man looked around, is anyone here? To their astonishment, the man walked over and said, Here, just give it to me. Is that delivery? Su Nua and Su Ziqian exclaimed. After receiving the food, the man turned around to find two pairs of eager eyes fixed on him. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly stated, I didn't prepare any ingredients at home, so just eat this for now. He handed them the meal, saying, Go ahead. Thank you, sir. The man was rendered uncomfortable by the repeated address, and as he raised a spoonful of rice to his mouth, he remarked lightly, No need to call me sir.
Just call me Grandpa.
What? Su Nua was taken aback. Su Ziqian echoed her confusion. Huh? The man's statement struck like thunder. I'm 67 this year. Both Su Nua and Su Ziqian felt a mix of disbelief and shock. The man before them appeared no older than 40, yet he claimed to be 67. My surname is Sheng. Just call me Grandpa Sheng. He chewed his food slowly, exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman, matured with an air of romantic sophistication. All right, Grandpa Sheng. Thank you for having us. We'll leave after we finish eating. Grandpa Sheng replied, savoring his meal, occasionally glancing at Su Nua, his eyes hinting at curiosity, though he remained silent. She felt a bit self-conscious under his gaze. Why does he keep staring at me? It's rather embarrassing. Grandpa Sheng suddenly seemed to hear her thoughts and looked up sharply, intensifying her trepidation. I only had one meal. He wouldn't hold a grudge, would he? Alas, the male heart is as small as a needle si. Grandpa Sheng remarked, eating my food yet thinking ill of me. Noticing suo silence. He speculated that she might be voicing her inner thoughts, for such complaints were not meant to be spoken aloud. Is he still watching me? If he keeps staring, I might have to charge him. V50 for my expert skills in coaxing money from an elderly gentleman for fried chicken, while gifting you a special good person card from the Su family. Grandpa Sheng thought, this girl talks too much, how noisy. After Su Nua finished her meal, a staff member from the production team approached with a card. Congratulations. You have completed the first task and are the first group to do so. The location of your house is on this card. You must find it yourself to select your desired room. After explaining, the staff member retreated. Su Nua boldly asked, Grandpa Sheng, do you happen to know where this is? She flipped the card to show him. Grandpa Sheng took the card, and upon seeing the address, instructed, just go straight out and turn right. Filled with gratitude, Su Nua seized the opportunity. Could you take me there, Grandpa? Thank you so much. She bowed deeply. As Grandpa Sheng intended to return to his room after giving directions, he had no desire to go any further. Ha ha ha, what a moral kidnapping, he exclaimed. Su Nua was being quite unreasonable. It was evident that the other party was reluctant to assist her, yet she escalated the situation. Overwhelmed by Su Nua's sparkling eyes, Grandpa Sheng reluctantly retrieved his car keys. Come here, you little rascal. All right. Thank you, Grandpa Sheng. Su Ziqian responded with a cheerful smile. I told you. Following my sister means enjoying the good life. Su Ziqian couldn't resist a triumphant hum. The barrage of comments was nearly hysterical. Ha, what a sibling complex. Male god. You've been kidnapped by your sister. Just call her sister. Sister, wait for me. I told you he was kidnapped, haraha. Kidnapped by his own mother's discipline. Su Nua swiftly hopped into Grandpa Sheng's car, fearing he might change his mind, and closed the door on her. Indeed, she was right. As soon as she settled in, the door clicked shut and locked. Outside, Suzian tugged at the handle, puzzled. Strange, it won't open? Before he could finish, the car rolled away with a rumble, leaving Suzian in a state of disarray, even inhaling a mouthful of exhaust fumes. Coughing, he expelled the thick smoke. Grandpa Sheng truly drove off, leaving Suzian and the photographer stunned in place. After a moment of shock, Suzian suddenly realized something was amiss. Sister? Why did you take my sister away? Without her, I can't go home. The thought of Gu Yuelan's feather duster made his rear end ache. Despite Gu Yuelan's tears in front of Su Nua, stemming from guilt over Su Nua's plight, she could be merciless when it came to disciplining these young rascals. Fearing for his own rear end, Suzian took off running, arms outstretched, crying out in agony, Sister, come back. Without you, how can I survive? He was certain that if his sister went missing, he would face dire consequences. As Suzian sprinted away, the photographer struggled to keep pace, camera in hand, desperately chasing him down. Under the blazing sun, the two men enacted a grand chase scene. Su Nua leaned against the car window, watching Suzian. Turning back, she asked, Grandpa, may I open the window? After Grandpa Sheng complied, Su Nua popped her head out. Brother, run faster. You're about to be left behind. The gentle breeze tousled her low twin ponytails, her radiant features appearing even more enchanting under the sun's delicate veil, her eyes glimmering like the moon above. Go for it, brother. Hearing his sister's encouragement, Suzian mustered all his strength. Wait for me. Oh, my sister is cheering for me. I declare, I am a die-hard sister complex. Upon hearing this, Suzian ran even harder. Wait for me.
Wait.
Wait. Suddenly, Suzian stumbled and fell, unable to continue running as the car sped further away, successfully bidding farewell to him. He had been eliminated from the competition for the room, leaving in regret. Su Nua turned back, closed the window, and then, dropping her playful facade, asked seriously, Did Grandpa only let me in the car to say something? Grandpa Sheng nearly faltered, then chuckled, That little girl is quite perceptive. I am not from around here. To which Su Nua replied nonchalantly, I see. Grandpa Sheng, upon hearing her words, smiled warmly. You see, I once received guidance from a wise person who told me that if I came here to retire, I would meet my true granddaughter. True granddaughter? Indeed, I was skeptical at first, but thought it better to have one more possibility than to miss out. After all, if I do encounter my true granddaughter, it would be worth it, wouldn't it? Su Nua chose not to respond, instead gazing out the window at the scenery. Grandpa Sheng is indeed my mother's father, which makes him my grandfather. Abruptly, Grandpa Sheng slammed on the brakes, turning to glare at her with wide eyes. His gaze is quite intimidating. Clearing his throat, he said, I'm getting old. Driving is becoming more challenging. Oh no. He wouldn't bring both of us to our demise, would he? Rest assured, this place is small. You won't fall far. His words only heightened my fear. Perhaps he should just stop talking. Grandpa Sheng wisely fell silent. After confirming that Su Nua was indeed his granddaughter, his demeanor underwent a rapid transformation. Chapter 25. Opening the Path of Justice. His fondness for Su Nua skyrocketed. Su Nua gazed out the window, her thoughts adrift. System. Host, how do you know this is your grandfather? Have you met him before? I haven't met him, but I have memorized the appearances of all characters in the book. Recognizing their traits is one of the system's essential tasks. Then why not reveal your identity now? It is not yet the right time for that. I will wait until my mother has sufficient emotional fortitude to face the truth and contend with Assistant Gu's daughter to reclaim what is rightfully hers. My mother is quite the emotional one. As her daughter, it is my duty to protect her. Upon hearing Su Nua's thoughts, Grandpa Sheng was nearly moved to tears. What a considerate granddaughter. She even understood her mother's feelings, worrying that she might not accept the truth. Whose adorable and thoughtful child is this? Oh, it's mine. How delightful. The system detected something amiss with Su Nua. Host, what's wrong? I was pondering how my grandfather knew I would come here. Is that significant? The system queried. According to the original plot, Su Qingqing was supposed to take my place here. If he deduced it was Su Qingqing, he must be blind to the truth. If he figured out it was me, then that is indeed worth my attention. Being able to predict my trajectory after my arrival and coaxing Grandpa to come here indicates this force is aligned with me. I must be wary of those lurking in the shadows. Su Nua's expression suddenly turned icy, prompting surprise in Grandpa Sheng, who wondered if he had unintentionally upset the young girl. After reaching their destination, Grandpa Sheng, with a stern expression, said, "Get out of the car."
Suno.
Not yet ready for recognition, intended to observe the situation while maintaining her previous demeanor, ensuring he realize he could hear her thoughts. Once Su Nua discovered this, how could he continue to listen to his granddaughter's voice? All right, thank you, Grandpa Sheng.
Suno repliet politeli.
Hurry up. Once she exited the vehicle, Grandpa Sheng glanced back at the rear seat, unable to openly take Su Nua's hair. He wagered that she would surely shed some. Turning around, he found,
Indeed.
there it is. Satisfied, Grandpa Sheng decided against returning home to tend his pigs, instead pressing the accelerator straight to the hospital for a paternity test. Su No approached the two-story pseudo-Western-style house, found the entrance, and pushed the door open. Upon entering, she spotted Xiaolin waiting inside. Xiaolin's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Noa, especially in the absence of other celebrities. The opportunity has arrived. He approached her, congratulating her on being the first to arrive. You may choose any room you desire. Can I take a look? Of course. Xiaolin replied eagerly. He led her to inspect the rooms, 5 in total, 2 singles and 3 doubles. It appeared that the first-place team could select single rooms. Su Nua promptly chose a single room. She preferred not to share her space. After selecting her room, she could wait in the living room on the sofa. Xiaolin slyly settled beside Su Nua, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he asked, Sister Su Nua, how do you find our show on your first variety show? Xiaolin was subtly fishing for information. Oh, quite good. Though I doubt it will last long. Just as I thought, I got something. Regrettably, a variety show has entangled itself with 2 legal pundits. Upon hearing this statement, everyone inhaled sharply, their expressions filled with shock. Xiaolin trembled, internally shouting, who could it be? A legal expert has come to ensnare me. Chun Bufan, known for his penchant for group activities, dares to brave unique challenges, swearing to transcend himself and strive for greatness. Though Su Nua spoke in veiled terms, anyone acquainted with the entertainment industry would easily discern the implications behind her words. Not only Chen Bufan but also Li Yishan both revel in such gatherings, frequently engaging in disreputable acts together, having grown weary of the town's young maidens. They pondered that the village girls would surely be more adventurous, planning to seek out underage girls tonight, and young mothers the following evening, ultimately leading to a scandalous report of group solicitation and the endangerment of minors' well-being. As a result, the program's reputation would be tarnished, and it would face suspension due to the shame it brought upon the village's girls. Consequently, Xiaolin's career would also suffer repercussions from this incident. Alas, 2 rotten apples have spoiled the entire pot. Such heinous crimes against young girls are nothing short of grave offenses. This cannot stand. I must report this to the authorities and ensure these wrongdoers face justice. Oh no, I've forgotten that I'm being live-streamed. How can I call the police without arousing their suspicion? By the time we're done recording tonight, they may have already committed their misdeeds. Perhaps I could drop a hint to Brother Lin? Wouldn't the Citizen Award and high ratings follow? Xiaolin, with trembling hands, grasped his phone in his pocket, maintaining a calm facade as he said, Su Noa, please wait for them. He quickly retreated, rushing to the backyard, heart racing with excitement as he dialed the police. Hello? Is this the police? I have a report to make. Hey, where did Brother Lin go? Aren't we continuing our conversation? The others were stunned. Who would dare to keep chatting at this point? They scrambled to salvage their beleaguered little program. Legal experts? Retreat, retreat, retreat. Upon hearing such vile actions, some female staff members hurriedly left to make calls, fervently detailing the 2 scoundrels' misdeeds. Turning around, they were astonished to find 5 individuals encircled in the yard, each clutching a phone, all collectively paving the way for justice. What a coincidence. Director, are you also making a call? Xiaolin silently tucked away his phone. Excellent. Confirmation received. They could all hear each other's thoughts. Meanwhile, on Su Nua's side, Su Ziqian dashed into the living room, breathless, relieved to find Su Nua safe and sound. Her previously anxious heart finally settling. Sister, are you alright? I'm fine. Su Ziqian was the second to arrive at the residence. Thus she had the first pick of the remaining rooms. Both siblings preferred single rooms, decisively selecting one, while others soon followed, leaving only double rooms available. After finishing their meal, the director instructed them to rest. Hu Yen, still preoccupied with the earlier events, discreetly seated herself next to Su Nua.
Sister Su Nua.
About the term love struck you mentioned, just as she was about to articulate the word love, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words, as if an invisible force had silenced her. What's the matter?
Suno inuired.
Hu Yan could only shake her head, regretfully muttering that it was nothing. It smells so good. Hu Yan, what smells good? Is this the unique fragrance of a female lead from a tragic romance? Truly befitting the delicate, fragile heroine. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Even Hu Yan couldn't help but lift her arm to sniff her own scent, puzzled that she detected no fragrance whatsoever. Chapter 26: A Lavish Feast. The makeup artist assisting her wished to leap forth and attest. It's true. I stake my reputation on Hu Yan's behalf. Hu Yan does indeed exude a floral aroma. Having traversed the industry for years, she had never encountered such a perfume. Unfortunately, they were currently filming, otherwise, she would have been able to testify. What a shame. The delicate flower of a heroine is fated to miss true love, willingly enduring torment, having her heart, liver, kidneys, and even her eyes plucked out, ultimately leading to her company's bankruptcy, with her entire family sacrificing their lives for her adopted sister, leading to their demise. When one person ascends, even their pets meet their end. This refers to the adopted sister. Let me see. Oh, now they're only demanding her to donate her retina, claiming that Ying fell down the stairs and lost her sight because of her, so she must provide her eyes.
Bah.
It's clear that wicked woman orchestrated the entire affair, intentionally tumbling to frame Hu Yan and then colluding with a doctor to falsify evidence. Now they only want her eyes, but soon they'll be plotting for the lead role in the next film. In a month, they'll be bankrupt and preparing to feast on a lavish banquet. Hu Yan, upon hearing these words, was taken aback yet slightly touched. She was astonished at how Su Nua had learned of her recent demand to donate her retina, and even that she had already secured the lead role in her next film. None of this information had been disclosed to anyone other than her husband and her adopted sister. Simultaneously, she felt a swell of gratitude towards Su Nua for believing in her. While everyone else presumed she had wronged her sister, even her parents doubted her innocence. In a world where everyone deemed her the guilty party, it was a profound relief to hear someone affirm her innocence. How could she not be moved? Others were equally astounded. Is there truly such shamelessness in the world? To persecute one's wife without investigating thoroughly? Those with a normal sense of ethics were left dumbfounded. What is happening in this world? How can such bizarre individuals still roam freely? Alas, in reality, her husband doesn't even like that sister. He only cherishes the one who saved him in his childhood, believing that he must adore his savior. Anything less would be heartless. Except for that savior. He is cold-hearted and cruel towards everyone else, even venomous. In my view, this individual is simply foolish, romanticizing oneself while engaging in toxic relationships and repugnant behavior. Regrettably, I lack the high-level literary qualifications to articulate my disdain appropriately. I categorize such individuals as lunatics. Her husband, Yao Yuan, was kidnapped at the age of 6 on a ship, and it was Hu Yan who risked her life to shield him and help him escape. At that time, Hu Yan was known as Ying, and Yao Yuan, unable to recall her face, only remembered her name, mistaking her for his sister, Huing. He even gifted her his cherished protective stone necklace. Huing deceived Yao Yuan into believing she had lost it during her escape, and Yao Yuan, being the fool he is, actually believed her. It was utterly laughable. He had never encountered anyone so dim-witted. Others, how foolish. Upon absorbing all of this, it became clear that everything was a misunderstanding, perhaps due to Su Nua sitting beside her. In the past, upon hearing such news, she would hastily retrieve her phone to clarify things with Yao Yuan, but now, with a clearer head, she simply thought, is it possible that I was blind? I've liked him? As the only clear-headed one in the room, Huing must continue to maintain her lies, ensnaring them both in a web of deceit for the sake of wealth. The crowd replied, that's 2 words. Climbing up to the CEO while being a mere adopted daughter at home, she is fully aware of her position. After Hu Yan finishes her family banquet and endures her heart, liver, and kidney extraction, Yao Yuan will finally realize that Hu Yan is the one he truly seeks, and he will have fallen deeply in love with her. By then, Hu Yan will already be pregnant and running away, unwilling to terminate the pregnancy. Before Yao Yuan discovers the necklace, he torments Hu Yan, professing his love for Huing. Once he finds the necklace, he despises Huing, frantically searching for Hu Yan, eager to turn the city upside down, punishing the wealthy second-generation individuals who had previously bullied Hu Yan. I shall graciously refer to him as the Necklace Prince. Hu Yan decides to abandon Yao Yuan to protect her child. Unable to find Hu Yan, Yao Yuan concludes that her misfortunes are entirely Huing's doing. ultimately leading to a resurgence of his heart, liver, and kidney extraction scheme, imprisoning Hu Ying in a basement, torturing her mercilessly. The crowd exclaimed, Su Nua is absolutely right. What a despicable man. Hu Yen, at a loss for words, couldn't help but chastise herself for being so foolishly infatuated. How could she have been so blind as to fall for such an imbecile, one who evaded responsibility by making his accomplices bear the brunt of his wrongdoings? Washing his hands of the matter entirely? The comments rolled in. Why is everyone just sitting there in silence? Are they too exhausted? It was eerily quiet. The crowd murmured, gossiping is the only serious business. Hu Yen herself was no better. Hu Yen declared, enough. I am fully aware of my blindness, so please, no more insults. In her childhood, Hu Yen struggled with autism, and her elder brother, who was a year her senior, would coax and guide her daily, leaving an indelible mark on her heart. Compared to this foolish man and the clueless Yao Xiaomao, he was truly unparalleled.
Ah.
Who doesn't harbor a cherished memory in their heart? I can empathize with that. Yet, Hu Yan's cherished memory also faltered. Her beloved brother was Su Yenshin, her loyal admirer. Hu Yan's survival, despite the emotional turmoil, was solely due to Su Yenshin's unwavering support, preventing her from falling apart. Su Yenshin was well aware of their childhood history. However, at that time, Hu Yan had already fallen head over heels for Yao Yuan, devoting herself entirely to him. Su Yenshin, unwilling to disrupt their relationship, chose to guard this secret for a lifetime, preferring to remain a silent protector as long as Hu Yan was happy.
Yet,
as the saying goes, the truth cannot be concealed forever. This matter of the cherished memory could not remain a thorn in their hearts. Hu Yan ultimately discovered the truth through a bracelet. Hu Yan had gifted her most treasured bracelet to Su Yenshin, only to later realize that this brand had released only 2 limited edition bracelets worldwide. She had bought one for Su Yenshin, while Yao Yuan had procured his own. In a moment of impulsivity over the bracelet, Hu Yan contemplated divorcing Yao Yuan, her feelings for him dissipating in an instant as she sought her brother, only to be forcibly confined by Yao Yuan, who employed coercive love to keep her close. In the end, it was foretold that this tale of ancient flames would culminate in Hu Yan and Yao Yuan being together forever, with Su Yenshin silently safeguarding her, preserving her purity. I hereby bestow upon Hu Yan the title of Bracelet Queen. After absorbing this revelation, Hu Yan was thunderstruck. The cherished memory of her brother was not Yao Yuan but Su Yenshin. The realization that Su Yenshin had done so much for her brought tears to her eyes. The crowd murmured, what unwavering loyalty from such a devoted admirer. Yet, a devoted admirer often ends up with nothing. It is pitiful that Su Yenshin sacrificed his prospects abroad, returning solely to rescue Hu Yan. Chapter 27. A devoted admirer ends up with nothing? The crowd lamented. Indeed, a devoted admirer is destined to fail. Upon hearing this, Hu Yan's gaze shot up, her tear-filled eyes suddenly filled with resolve. She would divorce Yao Yuan before it was too late. She needed to reclaim her brother. The title of queen was well-deserved, respect and blessings all but locked in. Hu Yan declared, no, I will not accept such a lock-in. These blessings are utterly unwarranted. Retreat, retreat, retreat. She was determined to divorce Yao Yuan. Poor bracelet queen, unaware that she had actually entered a sham marriage, believing it to be genuine, when in reality, she and Yao Yuan had only obtained a fake certificate, with Yao Yuan having manipulated her while she was intoxicated. Due to the familial alliance, Yao Yuan was compelled to feign a relationship with Hu Yan, while his genuine marriage certificate was with Hu Ying. Alas, at least those who eloped had authentic marriage certificates. Hu Yan was left with nothing but a fade. Aside from Hu Yan, the crowd was left aghast, hardly believing their ears. Was the world finally conforming to its desired narrative? It was becoming increasingly absurd. Hu Yan believed herself to be the other woman in an affair with her husband. In reality, she was eavesdropping on the true couple from beneath the bed. Everyone was left stunned, as if struck by lightning. Hu Yan gritted her teeth and pulled out her phone, immediately asking her uncle to clarify the authenticity of their marriage certificate. Seething with anger, she scrolled through her contacts and, upon seeing Su Yenshin's name, felt her inner fire extinguish momentarily. Hesitating, she ultimately chose to inquire about the events of their past.
Soon,
her phone vibrated vigorously, nearly causing her to fumble it. Su Yenshin replied in an instant, leaving her feeling unsettled. When she chatted with Yao Yuan, it often took days for him to respond. Yet, Su Yenshin always replied immediately. She quickly recalled everything Su Yenshin had done for her. Why had she remained oblivious to the ardent love he harbored for her? As she read Su Yenshin's message, a surge of joyful exhilaration welled up within her. Hu Yan promptly opened the chat with Yao Yuan. Let us break up, Necklace King. On the other side, Yao Yuan, just checking his phone, noticed the message. His brows furrowing sharply. What game is this woman playing? To reclaim her dignity, Hu Yan unleashed all her previously pent-up frustrations, recounting in detail how she had saved him in their childhood. In full view of everyone, she presented the fabled necklace, snapping a photo to send to Yao Yuan. Upon receiving the picture, Yao Yuan's wine glass shattered as it fell to the ground. Beside him, Hu Ying grasped Yao Yuan's hand. Concern etched on her face. Are you alright, Yuan? Yao Yuan felt a chill run through him as he suppressed his anger and asked her, Did you truly lose the necklace I gave you when we were children? Meanwhile, at the show, Hu Yan messaged Su Yenshin. It's over. There's now an opening for a boyfriend. Are you interested? Su Nua, still lost in the unfolding drama, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, momentarily disoriented. As she refocused, she nearly tumbled off the sofa in shock. What just happened? Did the bracelet queen and necklace king really break up? The crowd turned their gaze toward Hu Yan, who, upon seeing their expressions, understood that her secret had become public, yet she felt no anger. Just a simple gossip exchange had brought forth the truth, allowing her to salvage her relationship with Su Yenshin before it was too late. She welcomed the gossip. She learned the truth and was furious, angrily declaring the breakup. Fine. If the innocent flower suddenly found her courage, I shall no longer call her bracelet queen. Hu Yan stood tall. This is how swiftly I act. Excellent. She had successfully shed the title of bracelet queen. Others gasped, so she picked up her phone to announce a breakup. How did she end up with Su Yenshin, the second male lead? Hu Yan shot a reproachful glance at Su Noa. He is not the second male lead. He is now my sole male lead.
Suno oblivious to Hu Yan's glare.
Remained immersed in the unfolding tale, bewildered. What on earth is happening? Is the new book's spirit even working properly? The plot is all over the place. How disappointing. It would have been better if she hadn't retired. The crowd continued to enjoy the spectacle with glee.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for allowing the system to record new gossip. Reward, 300 points. The system chimed in. Su Nua felt a rush of excitement. System. You are my savior. I adore you. 300 points just like that. How generous. No work required. And no penalties. Thank you, generous system. Yes. I accept. Seeing that the gossip had reached its peak, Xia Lin aptly interrupted their revelry. Everyone has had enough of a break. Suddenly, a piercing siren echoed outside, slicing through the air, clearly audible to all. The nearest Bai Shun furrowed his brow in confusion. Is that a police siren? Am I imagining things? The door burst open with a loud bang, startling everyone present. Uniformed officers, exuding an air of authority, stormed in. Aside from those who had heard the gossip from Li Yishan and Qin Bufan, everyone else stared in disbelief as the police approached. Li Yishan and Qin Bufan. Who were they? Everyone pointed collectively at Li Yishan and Qin Bufan. Upon being singled out, their faces turned pale in an instant, their legs trembled, and they were filled with panic, desperately wishing to flee. Yet, they were acutely aware that should they attempt to escape, they would inevitably be apprehended. The police, with a stern demeanor, glared at Li Yishan and Qin Bufan, their piercing gazes instilling a deep fear that rendered the two unable to act recklessly. The officers formally produced their identification, asserting their authority with conviction. Greetings. We are officers from the A City Public Security Bureau. We have received reports from citizens regarding Li Yishan and Qin Bufan's involvement in cases of underage sexual assault and tax evasion, among other serious offenses. We are here to take them in for questioning. Those who were unaware widened their eyes in shock, their astonishment surpassing even that of the neighboring witch. Such explosive revelations? Those in the know were equally stunned by the extent of the misdeeds committed by these two.
No.
Impossible. I have done nothing of the sort, Li Yishan protested, attempting to defend himself. Naturally, the police had come armed with irrefutable evidence. The proof was overwhelming, rendering his attempts at denial futile. They exchanged glances, swiftly producing handcuffs to secure them and escort them away. And remarked, "Hear us a little tune for you. Tears of iron bars, dining on prison fare while yearning for home. In the afternoon, stitching garments, and in the evening, playing hide and seek with a perverse giant."
What?
The clothes he stitches inside will still be sought after by wealthy, misguided fans? Truly, love knows no bounds. Such despicable scoundrels deserve to face the righteous light of justice. Suzian commented, "My sister is quite the dramatic one." Chapter 28. The Year of Downfalls. Cielin did not expect the police to arrive so swiftly. The report had been made at noon, and the police came in the afternoon. He had even been contemplating catching these two rogues in the act during the evening program, ensuring they could not deceive him further. The live chat exploded with excitement.
Wow.
How thrilling! I just tuned into a live broadcast and witnessed a downfall in real time. The seemingly virtuous gentleman revealed his foul nature behind the scenes. Simultaneously,
A trending topic quickly emerged.
those in the live stream who had criticized Su Noah received legal notices. Soon, a new trending topic overshadowed the previous one. Breaking news! Li Shan and Chen Buffan's legal scandal unfolds. Su Noah, who had been recording a variety show, remained blissfully unaware of these trending topics. In the next moment, Cielin exclaimed, "Due to our teachers Li and Chen being taken away, we now need to regroup. All teachers, please form new pairs as we did this morning. 2 to a group. After regrouping, a draw would determine the tasks." Luo Zhou leaned closer to Su Ziqian, seemingly indifferent, casually mentioning, "Ziqian,
No ball.
we're still in a group." Su Ziqian promptly took Su Nua's hand, forming their team in advance. Left standing aside. Luo Zhou did not glance at Su Ziqian but fixed a steely gaze upon Su Nua.
Sono cossetto selectively ignore lo zho.
Bai Shun approached Luo Zhou, enthusiastically extending an olive branch. "Luo, it's just the two of us men left. Shall we team up?" Luo Zhou, not wishing to embarrass Bai Shun publicly, offered a strained smile and replied, "Sure." Only Shu Xian and Hu Yan were left to pair up. Once everyone had drawn their lots, Su Nua glanced at the drawing box and encouraged Su Ziqian, "You should go draw. My luck isn't great. I'd rather not use that lucky charm just yet. It has greater significance for later."
All right.
Su Ziqian understood that Su Nua's luck was no better than his. It was all a matter of chance. He approached the draw and pulled out a slip of paper that read, "Learn bamboo weaving dance." "What is this?" Cielin, squatting behind the camera, chimed in. Happiness Village boasts a wealth of remarkable intangible cultural heritage. Each task drawn is a quality activity passed down from Happiness Village. All teachers must seek out the inheritors of these cultures to learn. The first group to complete their task will enjoy dinner first. The other groups must fend for themselves. After hearing Cielin's words, Su Ziqian grasped Su Nua's hand and hastily exited. Luo Zhou, dark-faced, glared at the clasped hands of Su Ziqian and Su Nua, his heart growing heavier with gloom. "We need to find the inheritor quickly. I can endure hunger, but Nua Bao cannot. If she cries, I'll be devastated." What a warm-hearted brother. I wish for a sibling like that. My brother only knows how to argue with me. Today was yet another day of disliking her younger brother. Why must mine be a brother? Su Ziqian and Su Nua inquired from house to house, eventually asking for the location of the inheritor at an intersection at the end of the village. He led Su Nura racing towards the inheritor's home, discovering a clue in a very small doorway. That was a hint placed there by the production team. Upon seeing the hint, Su Ziqian thought, this is it. He knocked on the door. "Hello, is anyone there?" After a lengthy pause, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man who opened his mouth and began to speak. "Who are you?" "Hello. We are here to learn the bamboo weaving dance." "What? What did you say?" "I can't hear clearly." The old man's parched lips struggled to form words, squinting slightly as he leaned in to hear what Su Ziqian was saying. Su Ziqian patiently repeated, "Hello. We are here to learn the bamboo weaving dance."
What?
The old man still could not hear. Su Nua leaned closer, enunciating each word slowly and clearly. "Hello.
Oh.
I can hear you now. We're here to ask you about the bamboo weaving dance." Su Nua felt as if her voice might give out. The old man finally understood, and upon hearing someone wished to learn the bamboo weaving dance, a joyful smile broke across his face, revealing his gapped teeth, beaming with delight like a child who had just received candy. Good, good, good.
Come in.
Su Nua followed Su Ziqian inside, trailing behind the elderly man. The old man rambled on about the origins of the bamboo weaving dance, and Su Nua listened intently, absorbing every word. After the old man spoke of the dance's development, its uses, and his pride in its legacy, Su Nua's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Teacher, I want to learn too." The old man turned to see the bright gleam in Su Nua's eyes, and after a moment of dazed delight, his smile broadened. Good, good, good. Ah, I'm gaining another disciple. The prospect of someone wanting to learn the bamboo weaving dance filled him with genuine joy and pride in the continuation of his craft. The old man led them to his workshop, which, while called a workshop, was essentially a cluttered living room brimming with tools and materials, nearly overflowing to the point of being unable to place a foot. He pointed to a corner. There are stools over there. Help yourselves.
Sono retrieve da stol.
Sitting beside the master craftsman, eager to learn, the master took several strips of bamboo and explained, "This bamboo has grown for 4 years. It is resilient and not easily breakable, perfect for making curves." The master then produced a piece of sandpaper, smoothing down the splinters on the bamboo strips. Su Nua followed suit, sanding down the edges. Once they had smoothed the splinters, the master bent a bamboo strip to form a circle, binding it with thin hemp rope to secure it in place. Su Nua hurriedly bent her bamboo strip into a circle, but the master interrupted. "Hey, you are still novices. How can you learn just by feel?" The master stood up, hunching over, and pulled out a blueprint from a drawer, handing it to them. Su Nua took the blueprint, which depicted 3 circles, a large circle, a small circle, and a medium circle. Follow this to create.
Sono stato abstraig.
Resembling a dutiful student in a red scarf. Yes. She diligently followed the circles depicted on the blueprint, finally tying them together with a thin hemp rope, fully focused and oblivious to the world outside. Su Nua crafted numerous circles under the master's guidance, ultimately assembling them and fastening them with the hemp rope, before joining the master to prepare the glue, which they would use to adhere fabric to the bamboo rings shortly. The master guided her in preparing glue. Once the glue was ready, he took out a piece of transparent gauze, adhered it with the glue onto a bamboo ring, and smoothed the gauze with his hands. Su Nua lifted the bamboo ring and tossed it up a few times, her eyes sparkling with bright delight. Reminiscent of a child who has just received a toy. How fun! The elderly man, charmed by her smile, chuckled and said, "Don't rush. You can still draw the patterns you desire on it." Chapter 29. The Bamboo Weaving Dance. Su Nua's enthusiasm soared as she accepted the paint handed to her by the old man. Sitting on a small stool, she felt no discomfort in her back, wholly engrossed in her bamboo ring, painting with meticulous attention. Suzian occasionally looked up, and upon seeing Su Nua's earnest dedication, a genuine smile graced his lips. His sister was truly admirable. Watching the live stream, Gui Wellon, who had just returned home to accompany his wife, felt tears welling up in his eyes. "Look, our daughter is so diligent and meticulous in her work. She is simply wonderful." Su Luo smiled as he wrapped his arm around Gu Yuelon's shoulders. Indeed. The pride in their eyes glimmered as they beheld Su Nua on the live stream. An hour passed. Su Ziqian had long since completed his painting. He set down his brush, blew gently to dry the paint, and lifted his bamboo weaving toward Su Nua. "Sister, come look. I've finished." However, upon lifting the bamboo weaving, he observed Su Nua deeply absorbed in her artwork. Gazing at the gauze on the bamboo weaving, he was taken aback. The magnificent landscape painting was imbued with an underlying tenderness, softening the aggressive ridges of the mountains, while the river wound harmoniously through the mountains, culminating in a layer of ice at the painting's end. Occasionally, a few little sparrows, almost lagging behind, tirelessly flapped their wings as they flew forward. On one side lay the landscape painting, on the other, a vibrant spring scene, teeming with life, spring waters flowing alongside willows, while a solitary oriole perched on a tree, singing its heart out as the last drop of morning dew fell from the tips of the willow branches. The foremost sparrow, having endured the winter, soared toward spring, eventually reuniting with the oriole at the tip of the willow branches. As Su Ziqian beheld this artwork, he realized why Su Nua was so focused. Such a splendid painting could not possibly be created by someone less than a master. No matter how much he insisted that Su Nua was not at that level, he would never believe it. The photographer, noticing Su Ziqian's astonishment, promptly adjusted the camera to focus on Su Nua's bamboo weaving. Soon, the audience was captivated by Su Nua's artwork, showering her with praise. Even the Su couple marveled at their daughter's artistic talent, eagerly contemplating enrolling her in a class. After completing her final stroke, Su Nua dared to rise and wipe away her sweat. The master took a glance at her painting, nodding repeatedly, his eyes reflecting approval. "The younger generation is formidable. Your work surpasses that of this old man." Su Nua humbly smiled. "You flatter me, master. My bamboo weaving is far from your level. The master, increasingly satisfied with Su Nua's bamboo weaving, turned to Su Ziqian and encouraged him. Keep it up. Su Ziqian replied, there's no need for such encouragement. The master and Su Nua laughed. This bamboo weaving dance requires not just the bamboo weaving but also the dance itself. My wife has gone out to buy groceries. When she returns, she will teach you how to dance. Excellent. Thank you, master, Su Nua exclaimed, embracing her bamboo weaving as she made her way to the door, taking a small stool to sit on the threshold, humming a tune while waiting for the master's wife to return. She found this all quite intriguing and enjoyable. Su Ziqian sat on the opposite side of the threshold, keeping her company as they waited. They waited and waited. Almost an hour passed without a sign of anyone. It was only when Su Nua, cradling the bamboo weaving, was nearly dozing off that she heard footsteps. Lifting her head, she saw an elderly woman carrying a basket filled with vegetables, walking back. Instantly, her drowsiness vanished, and she stood upright, rushing towards the elderly woman, her eyes filled with anticipation. Hello, I am here to learn the bamboo weaving dance from you. The elderly woman glanced at the bamboo weaving in Su Nua's hands, her face lighting up with a smile. Have you already completed your bamboo weaving? Yes. Come inside with me. The elderly woman led Su Nua inside, setting down the vegetable basket before exchanging a few words with the master. After changing into a different set of clothes, she returned, dressed in a fitted dance outfit that accentuated her form, holding the bamboo weaving crafted by the master, and approached Su Nua. With her feet slightly lifted, she raised the bamboo weaving to her right side, her body tilting slightly. Now, follow my lead. Su Nua mimicked her posture and began to follow along. Su Ziqian watched the two women, and they, in turn, looked at him. After a moment of shared surprise, he decided to pick up his bamboo weaving and join in. The dance instructor first demonstrated a sequence of movements, ensuring they mastered the foundational steps before gradually blending them into a fluid routine. Before the dance began, the instructor was warm and friendly, but once the teaching commenced, a serious demeanor overtook her features as she meticulously corrected their movements. As the sun began to set, evening quietly approached, the golden hues of the sunset casting a soft glow upon them, subtly encouraging their efforts. Su Nua's movements became increasingly fluid as she wielded the bamboo weaving, gracefully expressing herself through the dance. Ultimately, she leaped, releasing the bamboo weaving into the air, where it twirled elegantly before gently descending, dancing lightly at her fingertips. Her twin ponytails swayed with each motion, and the skirt blossomed like a flower in full bloom. Once she finished, Su Nua bowed to the dance instructor. Thank you, master. The instructor's eyes crinkled in delight, bursting forth with joy. No need for thanks, young lady. Not many wish to learn this craft anymore. It brings me joy that someone is willing to learn and carry it forward. Su Ziqian finally looked up at the sky, which had turned to night, the moon rising high above the mountains. Su Ziqian exclaimed in shock. Oh no, what group are we in now? The comments on the live stream suddenly awakened from their daze. It turned out that Su Nua and her brother were the last group. Where would they find dinner at this hour? Surely, the production team wouldn't leave them without food. The staff, with a hint of regret in their tone, replied, We apologize. You are the last group, and will need to find dinner on your own tonight. Su Nua patted Su Ziqian's shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. We can forage for some wild vegetables or something. How ironic it was for her, Su Nua, who despised the love-stricken mentality, to be reduced to foraging for wild vegetables, like one of them. Upon hearing this, the dance instructor beamed. If you don't mind, you are welcome to dine with us. I have plenty of groceries. Really? Thank you so much. Su Ziqian and Su Nua expressed their gratitude in unison. Not at all. It's just a meal. I haven't started cooking yet. Wait a moment while I prepare. The instructor said, her demeanor cheerful. I'll help you.
Sunuek Laymed.
Following the dance instructor, Su Ziqian, unwilling to let Su Nua work alone, joined her in the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Su Ziqian was taken aback. He had seen simple kitchens before, but nothing as rudimentary as this. The walls were blackened from the fire, yet the countertops were meticulously clean. Beneath the stove lay remnants of burnt firewood. After lighting the fire, the dance instructor tossed in the wood and began washing and chopping the vegetables. Master, I'll help you tend the fire.
Su Nua called out.
Good. She took a small fan to stoke the flames, while Su Ziqian marveled. I've never seen this before. You both must be from the city. The dance instructor remarked. It's quite normal not to have seen this. As he continued chopping vegetables, Suzian realized that despite the village appearing somewhat prosperous compared to others, he had mistakenly assumed otherwise. Chapter 30. I am Magia's dog. The dance instructor did not find anything amiss. In our trade, being a craftsman is time-consuming and labor-intensive. While it may seem simple to you, we spend every week searching for bamboo, chopping it down, splitting it, and cutting it into strips. It's a tedious process. Nowadays, people are less inclined to engage in this, as the earnings are meager. Yet, we wish to pass this tradition down, and we have not given up. Life, after all, can be endured with a bit of grit. But the craft must not be allowed to languish in our hands. The dance instructor poured oil into the pan. Once the pan was hot, he added the vegetables. Suzian, breaking her usual silence, inquired, Master, doesn't this become exhausting? Faced with Suzian's soulful inquiry, the choreographer momentarily froze, only to chuckle and reply, exhausting. Yet, this has become our way of life. The art of bamboo weaving had long transcended mere hobby or a means of earning. It had woven itself into the very fabric of their existence. After preparing a meal, the elderly couple warmly invited them to dine together. Following the meal, Suzian, patting her satisfied belly, returned home. The dinner was a simple, homely affair, yet it brimmed with the essence of life. In that moment, Suzian felt that, compared to the easily accessible delicacies of mountain and sea, this meal held a unique significance. Perhaps this was the atmosphere one should experience while participating in such a variety show. Upon returning, after a few casual exchanges, they could finally indulge in a bath. Suzian's single room featured a private bathing area. Once inside, she immediately crouched down, writhing in agony. Fortunately, there were no cameras in the bathing room. She endured until her pain erupted as she entered. The system expressed concern. What is wrong with you? Forcing the use of the word spirit on your body will result in backlash, amplifying the original pain. She had been persistently telling herself not to feel pain.
Now.
At last, she could release it. This frail body was still too weak. Merely adjusting her physical strength to exceed that of an average girl caused excruciating discomfort. Suzian bit her lip tightly, leaving deep indentations. Her entire body ached with fatigue, as if swarmed by a legion of ants. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. After nearly an hour, she finally felt a semblance of relief. Rising, she finished her bath and exited the room. As it was not yet time for sleep, the cameras remained active. She simply lay on the bed, covering herself with a blanket, indifferent to being observed. She opened the mobile game. Star Rail, activate. The barrage of comments began. Some found Suzian intriguing and lingered in her personal live stream. Did I hear that correctly? Is it the Star Rail I think it is? I think so too. Star Rail, activate. Suzian summoned the system.
What is it?
The system was already prepared for slumber, unable to withstand Suzian's night owl tendencies. Can I use my lucky charm? Certainly. Suzian felt a surge of joy at this response, having already envisioned where it would be applied. After completing her daily tasks, she opened a video. The promotional video featured an ethereal young girl with a serene demeanor, her hair tied back with a stray lock cascading down casually over her shoulder. She looked as beautiful and tranquil as clouds in the sky, both gentle and elusive, like mist that could neither be grasped nor understood. With each step, her flowing garments billowed softly, revealing her long, slender legs. With every stride, she seemed to walk into Suzian's heart. The curve of her back was particularly enticing. I would willingly be Magia's dog. I longed to be that string of pearl necklaces around Magia's neck, ever ready to bow in humble reverence. Just to behold the most dazzling beauty in the world. I've heard you're scheming all the way in the capital. No way. I am May's dog. No, I am. Long live May's door. After watching the video for a while and feeling a bit drowsy, Suzian approached the camera. I'm getting old. I can't stay up any longer. Heading to sleep now. With a click, she turned it off. Upon awakening the next day, Suzian was roused by the sound of knocking. Opening the door, she found Suzian, elegantly dressed and groomed. Suzian urged her to quickly change into her clothes. After Suzian changed, she saw Suzian entering with a box. The accompanying photographer quietly asked Suzian, "May I come in?" Suzian nodded in agreement.
Suzian urgetsu no to sit down.
Placing the box on the table. Upon opening it, a myriad of accessories and combs lay within. Sister, wait a moment. After Suzian finished styling her hair, his fingers clumsily fumbled, grabbing at random. Eventually, he fashioned a lopsided ponytail, loose and precarious as if it might fall out. He secured it with a hairpin. Very good.
perfect.
The comments flooded in. Such poor craftsmanship. Do you even realize what you're saying? If you can't tie it properly, perhaps you shouldn't at all. Lacking a mirror, Su Nua couldn't see her hair and genuinely believed it was perfect, casually praising, Brother, you did great. Thank you. Watching the live stream, Sheng Yunshu remarked, what a joke. As Su Nua descended the stairs, she spotted Hu Yen and Shu Xian preparing breakfast. As the delicate wife of the soft male protagonist from an old tale, her breakfast wafted a delightful aroma. When Su Nua arrived, Bai Shun was helping them arrange the dishes. Upon seeing Su Nua and Su Ziqian, Bai Shun greeted them enthusiastically. Breakfast is ready. Would you like to join? However, he paused, taken aback by Su Nua's hair, finding it rather unique. Confused, Su Nua believed her older brother, being so mature, surely knew how to style hair. Hu Yen approached with the last dish, gently inquiring, Sister Su Nua, would you like me to help you redo your hair? Su Nua finally sensed something amiss and turned to her brother. Is it really that ugly? Su Ziqian, with inexplicable confidence in his skills, insisted, not at all. It's perfect. Well, okay then. She turned back to Hu Yen, saying no, thank you, Sister Hu Yen. If my brother likes it, then it shall be this way. The others, overhearing Su Nua's words, were deeply moved, exclaiming, I can't take it anymore. Su Ziqian was equally touched, proclaiming, all right, tomorrow I'll do it again. From now on, my sister's hair will be my responsibility. Does he truly have a different perception of his skills? Could he genuinely believe this looks good? Ha ha, Su Nua, don't come over here. Sorry everyone, my husband has embarrassed you all. Hu Yen set the table, smiling brightly. Come on over for breakfast. Su Ziqian suddenly remembered that Luo Zhou was not present, still asleep. Luo Zhou had mentioned wanting to go for a run, telling them to eat first and just save him a portion. Shu Xian, playfully twisting her hair, glanced at Su Ziqian with a smile. Su Ziqian ignored her, responding with a casual, oh. Su Nua had already washed her hands and was seated at the dining table, eagerly awaiting the meal. As others joined, they quickly finished eating. After breakfast, they awaited Luo Zhou's return to enjoy his portion, all settling on the sofa, anticipating the production team's arrangements. Chapter 31. Is a melodrama unfolding? Xiaolin sat behind the camera, freshly awakened and brimming with energy, greeting everyone with enthusiasm. Good morning, esteemed teachers. Today marks a new day. With 2 members absent, 2 new participants would be joining today. As soon as he spoke, Bai Shun chuckled, inquiring about the whereabouts of the newcomers. Just as he finished speaking, the door swung open. A figure stepped in, silhouetted against the light, the sound of their leather boots echoing softly on the floor, capturing everyone's attention. Upon seeing the newcomer, Hu Yen abruptly rose and boldly approached, far bolder than her previous demeanor, reaching out to greet him. Yan Shinge, come here. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, their expressions as round as copper bells. This was Su Yenshin? They had anticipated him to be a mere acquaintance, not realizing he was a newly acclaimed top young director in the country. Su Yenshin offered a calm smile to the camera. Hello everyone, I am Su Yenshin. He then turned to the others, saying, I look forward to your guidance. Last night, Xiaolin had received a call from Su Yenshin expressing a desire to fill the vacant position. Remembering their college friendship, he hurriedly agreed, never expecting that he would be one of the subjects they had been gossiping about yesterday. At this moment, Xiaolin felt a sense of disbelief. Whatever happened to the aloof, reserved campus heartthrob? He now revealed a surprisingly endearing side, and as Xiaolin grappled with the collapse of her preconceived notions, she couldn't help but find it amusing. Goodness, the seemingly aloof roommate turned out to be such a sweet talker. It was enough to make anyone chuckle. Xiaolin fixed his gaze on Su Yenshin, an expression of incredulity on his face, as if to say, you, my friend, have hidden yourself quite well. As Su Yenshin settled onto the sofa, facing Xiaolin, he could discern the intensity in Xiaolin's eyes, making him feel rather uncomfortable. He pondered, what has gotten into him? Little did Su Yenshin know that his secrets had been thoroughly uncovered by Su Nua. All he was aware of was the fact that the goddess he had secretly adored for years had finally agreed to be with him, and he was unwilling to delay even for a moment. As luck would have it, Xiaolin's show was in need of participants, so he hastily signed up. It was rumored that another individual had also applied, and Xiaolin had marveled last night. Is my show really that sought after? Seated beside Hu Yen, Su Yenshin appeared earnest on the surface, yet beneath, he was bubbling with pink bubbles of excitement. Both felt a bit awkward, having just begun their relationship and unsure of how to interact. Thus, away from the prying eyes of the cameras, they covertly clasped hands.
Sunuo.
Sitting next to Huyen, could not help but widen her eyes in delight, her lips curling into a smile. Oh, how delightful. Live gossip. Everyone suddenly turned to listen. Oh, they are about to touch. Wow, they're holding hands now.
How sweet. Oi. Wait.
Why am I the only one left eating dog food? Share it with me. Are the rest of you blind? What is happening? Look over here. Partake in the joy. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Su Yenshin and Huyen, who immediately withdrew her hand, her fingers twisting nervously around her skirt. The collective expression of the crowd was one of astonished realization. Only Su Yenshin scanned the room, bewildered as to who had spoken out and caused him to lose the hand he had just grasped. His gaze finally landed on Su Nua's face.
What are you looking at?
Look at your wife. Su Yenshin concluded that the voice had indeed come from Su Nua. Wait a moment. Not just a voice.
Goodness.
This was her inner voice. Su Yenshin marveled at his newfound ability to hear the thoughts of a girl he had never met before. Meanwhile, Huyen, seated beside him, felt her hands flush against her face, warmth radiating through her as her cheeks turned crimson. Xielin cleared his throat, bringing everyone back from their wandering thoughts. Another friend was about to make an appearance. The door swung open once more. A man in polished shoes strode in with an air of undeniable authority. All eyes turned to him. Su Nua squinted slightly. He looks familiar. Let's take another look.
Oh my.
It's Yao Yuan. The crowd fell silent, stunned to see Yao Yuan, one of the protagonists of last night's gossip. As Yao Yuan entered, he noticed Huyen sitting next to Su Yenshin, and his expression darkened suddenly, displaying a hint of brooding. However, aware that they were live streaming, he quelled his annoyance and approached Su Nua, stating, "Excuse me, but I'll be sitting here." Before Su Nua could rise, Huyen grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Where do you think you're going? My sister, Nua, is right beside me." Huyen defiantly met Yao Yuan's gaze, yet he disregarded her and continued, "Hello everyone, I am Yao Yuan, the president of Yuantian Group." Upon hearing Yuantian Group, the crowd was taken aback. Wasn't this a show meant for an average celebrity and a layperson? With Su Nua already present, why invite another layperson? However, as thoughts of Yuantian Group crossed their minds, an air of trepidation settled over the group, for no one dared to provoke the clearly irate president. Xielin scratched his head, pondering how to explain that a substantial sponsorship had compelled their intrusion. Yuantian Group had long been a formidable entity in the entertainment industry, with a significant portion of stars emerging from its ranks. Yao Yuan, having revealed his identity, scrutinized Su Nua with increasing impatience. "You're just a layperson, right? Move aside."
Contemplating hos fierce.
I refuse to yield. But might this impact my parents' and brothers' careers? Should I step aside? Upon hearing this, Suzian's anger flared. A small entertainment group dared to bully his little princess. No way. Suzian retorted defiantly, lifting his chin. Yao Yuan immediately directed a fierce gaze at Suzian, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Unfazed, Suzian met his stare.
Ah.
Perhaps I should step aside after all. Even though my brother is an acclaimed actor, he is navigating the entertainment world incognito. If I cause him any trouble, it would be unfortunate. The realization struck everyone, and they turned to Suzian. What? He was concealing his identity? What could it possibly be? Surely he didn't have a president wife like Huyen. Su Nua cast an apologetic glance at Huyen. "I'm sorry, sister Hu. I only speak from the heart." Huyen, aware of Yao Yuan's influence, felt it was best not to hold Su Nua back, offering her a conciliatory smile. Ultimately, she realized she had acted impulsively earlier. Su Nua shifted to sit beside Suzian, feeling indignant at Yao Yuan's bullying of a young girl. He may be handsome, but that does not give him the right to intimidate her. In the past few days, Su Nua had garnered quite a following, and upon witnessing her being threatened, her fans felt a surge of righteous indignation. Shang Yunshu lay in bed watching the live stream, her brow furrowing at Yao Yuan's tone towards Su Nua, an ominous chill enveloping her. She tightened her grip on her phone, her expression dark and unreadable. The atmosphere around Su Nua felt like a funeral pyre. One was rushing to find his girlfriend, while the other was chasing after his ex-wife, flanking Huyen on either side, who sat fidgeting with unease, her nerves on edge. Upon encountering Yao Yuan, the courage she had mustered the previous day dissipated entirely. Chapter 32. Sweet romance or heart-wrenching drama? Which will it be? Hu Yan was oblivious to the underlying tension, mistakenly believing her fear of Yao Yuan stemmed from her habitual submissiveness around him. She attributed her anxiety to being accustomed to his presence, without delving deeper into her feelings. However, Su Nuo perceived everything with clarity. A swirling fog of white mist enveloped Hu Yan, gradually eclipsing the bright rays of dawn that had initially illuminated her spirit, replacing it with an oppressive gloom. That flicker of light had been brought by Su Yenshin during that fleeting moment when he had assumed the role of the male lead, transforming Hu Yan from the heroine of a heart-wrenching tale into the protagonist of a sweet romance. Now, with Yao Yuan's arrival, the tender narrative that had just begun to blossom was once again overshadowed by the long-established tragedy. If the narrative of anguish were to prevail, Hu Yan would undoubtedly suffer. Unless they awakened their consciousness and resolved to resist. Su Nuo glanced at Hu Yan, recalling the delightful breakfast she had prepared that morning. Sister whose breakfast was delicious. Yet Yao Yuan is so intimidating. A bold thought struck Su Nuo. Let us take down Yao Yuan. Yes, that's the plan. Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, Xielin decided to intervene with the day's tasks. Dear teachers, as yesterday, we will be forming groups.
Today,
it will be groups of 4. Please organize yourselves, and once grouped, you must gather your own ingredients for lunch. Purchasing food with money or obtaining it for free from the villagers is strictly prohibited. Suzian immediately exclaimed, Noah and I are inseparable. It was evident he was genuinely afraid of the repercussions from his mother. Perhaps he feared a taste of domestic discipline. With the opportunity to form groups of 4, Shu Xian saw her chance and was eager to join, but just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted. Hu Yan, terrified of being paired with Yao Yuan, seized the moment when she saw Su Ziqian and Su Nuo. I'll team up with Su Yenshin and Sister Nuo. Hu Yan abruptly turned to Xielin, glaring intensely. We've already formed our team. Can we go find food now? Su Yenshin cast a meaningful glance at Xielin, who, having shared a dorm with him for 4 years, understood his unspoken intent. He quickly replied, of course. Without hesitation, Hu Yan sprang to her feet, pulling Su Yenshin and Su Nu along, her urgency palpable as they dashed toward the door, as if a plague were hot on their heels. Only Su Ziqian remained at the spot. Su Ziqian, hello? You've left me behind. No, wait. Sister. Could you at least take me along if you're taking her away? Su Ziqian abruptly rose, his feet carrying him at triple speed, racing out the door with such urgency that he nearly vanished from sight. Su Ziqian truly could not bear to forget his sister for even a moment. I suddenly found myself quite curious about what kind of presence the male deity's mother must be to occupy his thoughts so incessantly regarding his sister. To the one above. I too have a sister. If I were to take her out and she went missing or was harmed, I would suffer a fate far worse than a festive chicken, with grass growing 3 meters high over my grave by next year. When Su Ziqian caught up with Su Nuo, they found themselves in a certain location.
Hu Yan,
having distanced herself from Yao Yuan, halted. Observing Hu Yan drenched in sweat, Su Nuo pondered how terrified Hu Yan must be of Yao Yuan. Running away is futile, dear. Upon hearing this inner thought, Hu Yan momentarily froze, quickly realizing that Su Nuo was right. Fleeing endlessly would yield no results. Relying on his wealth and connections, Yao Yuan intends to bankrupt Hu Yan first, then confine her in a basement to enforce his twisted affection. While he may not be resorting to heart extraction or organ harvesting now, he is tormenting those around her to force her compliance. Upon hearing that his beloved was imprisoned in a basement, with a rival acting as an accomplice, fury coursed through him, causing his entire body to tremble, his head pounding with rage. How dare he? How dare he commit such acts? Hu Yan was equally incensed. That pervert Yao Yuan would resort to such cruelty against those around her in order to impose his twisted love. A flicker of regret crossed her mind. Should she have kept this matter to herself? Perhaps if she had, Yao Yuan would have spared her. Soon, Su Nuo provided her with an answer. Even if Hu Yan refrained from disclosing the matter of the necklace, Yao Yuan would still force her to provide her retina, merely to appease his beloved Huing. Revealing the necklace's existence would only serve to delay his cruel intentions. This man is utterly deranged, his actions driven by madness.
Fool.
Hu Yan's anger surged. Indeed, a foolish madman. If it were me, rather than fleeing, I would take the initiative and outsmart him. At this declaration, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated that such a seemingly gentle and adorable person could be so ruthless when it came to others. As the male protagonist from an ancient narrative, Yao Yuan's most crucial characteristic is this: disregard for the law. Too many enemies. If I were Hu Yan, I would leverage my parents' connections and wealth before facing bankruptcy, collaborating with Su Yenshin to gather evidence of Yao Yuan's illegal activities, enlisting top-notch lawyers, and reporting him directly. After filing the report, I would closely monitor him before he could find someone to take the blame, ensuring he is captured in a net of his own making, and collect evidence of his attempts to evade justice for a definitive conviction. For such a male protagonist from ancient narratives, a conviction is merely temporary. When his stocks plummet, I would seize the opportunity to acquire them and suppress him further. If the Hu family's efforts to suppress him prove insufficient, I would enlist the support of Su Yenshin's family, and should that not suffice, I would recruit another ally, gathering more of his enemies to share the spoils. When Yao Yuan is under investigation, several adversaries would likely take the risk for a piece of the pie, setting aside the murky dealings beneath the surface. Just the current evidence of bigamy that Hu Yan possesses would be more than enough to bring him down. The downfall of female protagonists in ancient narratives often lies in their failure to report crimes. Just observe how the male protagonist manages to impose blame on the female lead, coercing her into silence, ensuring she cannot escape the consequences. Can we truly trust the nation's laws and the police? Hu Yan and Su Yenshin exchanged a glance, mutually understanding their next course of action. After receiving Su Nua's subtle hint, Hu Yan felt a surge of optimism for the future. She took small steps to catch up with Su Nua, linking her arm with Su Nua's in a sisterly embrace. Sister Su Nua, where shall we go to find food now? Su Nua, if you ask me, I wouldn't know either. Su Yenshin quietly suggested, let us ask the villagers to borrow some food, and a kitchen as well, promising to pay them after the show concludes. Su Yenshin believed he was speaking softly, yet his words were overheard by the staff, who promptly warned, no way. Su Yenshin had no choice but to abandon that idea. Let us ask first, Hu Yan stated. Let us go hunting. When we searched for bamboo weaving yesterday, we heard there was a small forest behind the village. Hu Yan, are we really going to the small forest? Yes, let us try our luck. I'm not insistent. I can go alone while you ask the villagers. We can split into two groups. Su Nua's words left the others exchanging glances, while Su Ziqian mindlessly followed Su Nua. I'll go with Nua Bao. In Chapter 33, I am not a delicate flower in a greenhouse. Hu Yan and Su Yenshin felt that Su Nua's suggestion to split paths was quite prudent, at least preserving a fallback plan to avoid going hungry. Brother Yenshin and I will search for food.
All right.
Su Nua took Su Ziqian with her to inquire about the location of the small forest behind the village, resolutely running towards it. Upon arriving at the small forest, Su Nua panted slightly. Her physique was still too weak. Entering the grove, she noticed the ground littered with fallen branches. She picked up a sturdier branch, broke it, and sharpened one end with a stone, testing its feel in her hand as she ventured deeper into the woods.
Suzian mimitsuketsuno.
Crafting a similar pointed branch and following closely at her side, Su Nua treaded lightly, ears attuned to the sounds around her, venturing further until she began to hear different noises. Suddenly, she caught the faint sound of a distant crowing chicken, slowly inching closer. Just as the chicken turned its head, she dashed forward, thrusting the sharp branch into it. The chicken flapped its wings frantically, sensing the loss of life, its movements becoming increasingly erratic. Su Nua firmly grasped the hen's neck to prevent it from pecking her, driving the branch deeper. Soon, blood splattered across her face. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The comments flooded in with exclamations of disbelief. After draining the blood and ensuring the hen was lifeless, she lifted it and continued moving forward.
Keep up.
Su Ziqian finally snapped out of his stupor, hastening to match Su Nua's pace. He had just been shocked by her actions but quickly recovered, eyes wide with admiration. Sister, you are so impressive. You can even kill a chicken. Yes, when we escaped the mountains, I had to find food for myself, so I learned. It's quite simple. You can learn it too, brother. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener perceived the weight of her words. To Su Nua, such tasks were merely routine, while for Su Ziqian, they were monumental. Upon hearing her words, a tumult of emotions stirred within him. He had investigated Su Nua's background, which only revealed she had come from a certain village, traversed specific mountains, and taken a particular flight back. Yet, the intricate details of her journey remained shrouded in mystery, as if she had vanished without a trace, known only to herself. Little did Su Ziqian know that crossing the mountains demanded not just evasion of the villagers, but deception of everyone. Trust was a rare commodity, reserved solely for oneself. Su Nua, too, was unaware why memories of the mountains lingered in her mind, her muscles familiar with the experience, as if she had lived through it herself. Seeing Su Nua's hands smeared with chicken blood, he felt a pang of sympathy, suppressing his aversion to dirt, and said, "Sister, let me carry it."
Sunua.
Not one to hesitate, handed the chicken over to Suzian and continued onward, scanning the surroundings for potential prey. As they ventured deeper, they heard the faint sound of flowing water. Su Nua quickened her pace, moving through the woods until sunlight filtered in, illuminating the path ahead. A waterfall suddenly appeared before them. The midday sun cast a gentle glow upon the water surface, the river shimmering with a dazzling play of light and shadow, revealing the fish swimming beneath the clear water. Su Nua sought out another branch, sharpening it to a fine point. Once prepared, she slipped off her shoes, grateful for the shorts she wore today, which spared her the trouble of rolling up her pant legs. Her delicate, fair feet gently made contact with the water surface, the icy river water caressing her skin like snowflakes, refreshing her and dispelling the summer's heat. With a graceful and measured pace, Su Nua moved, focusing intently on a fish. As it prepared to leap away, she swiftly thrust her branch toward it. When she lifted the branch, a fish was impaled upon it. Suzian, witnessing the scene, was filled with excitement and pride. "My sister is truly remarkable." He rolled up his sleeves and pant legs, eager to join in, brandishing his own branch and stepping into the water, aiming at the fish with determination. With great enthusiasm, he pulled up his branch only to find it empty, but undeterred, he summoned his strength for another attempt. Meanwhile, Su Nua had already caught 3 fish. At the moment Su Nua captured her 4th fish, Suzian finally succeeded in spearing one as well. He raised the small fish, which was impaled on his branch, his eyes sparkling with joy. "I've caught one." Seeing her brother's success, Su Nua lavished praise upon him. "You did wonderfully, brother." They had now gathered 5 fish. However, they could not carry them back themselves, and had to borrow a bag from the staff to pack them up and prepare for their return. Su Nua's survival skills are truly impressive. What's the big deal? Anyone who frequently ventures into the wild can do this. It's just catching a chicken after all. What's there to be proud of? Today's bounty was sufficient for a hearty meal, and without further delay, they set off home, collecting edible mushrooms along the way. Just as Su Nua picked up the last mushroom, she noticed a snake nearby. The distance between her and the serpent was alarmingly close. A cursory glance revealed its dark body shimmering with a greenish glow, likely a trick of the sunlight. Despite basking in the sun, it exuded an eerie chill that sent shivers down her spine. In her hand, she still held the branch, though it had sustained considerable wear from impaling fish. Slightly splintered at the tip, she was uncertain whether it could deliver a fatal blow. Although she had previously vanquished serpents much larger in other tales of cultivation, she had possessed spiritual power then. Now, she did not.
Nita trepidation sono herself.
If she hesitated, not only would she be in danger, but others might suffer as well. It was better to take a risk. The system timely reminded her, "Host, you still have a lucky charm available for use. It can protect you." Without a moment's thought, Su Nua declined. "I'll save it for a more opportune moment." She invoked her innate abilities to bolster her physical attributes. Gradually, Su Nua began to circle the snake. Just as it lunged toward her, she swiftly twisted her waist, seizing its vulnerable point with lightning speed, and brought her other hand down forcefully, driving the branch deep into its skull, embedding it into the ground. The onlookers were taken aback, rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. They dared not blink. One moment they were foraging for mushrooms, and the next, Su Nua had slain a snake. The staff swallowed hard, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat. Had it not been for Su Nua, they might have fallen victim to the poisonous serpent today. Suzian, realizing the gravity of the situation, was drenched in cold sweat. Su Nua was closest to the snake. If she could not protect herself, she would be bitten.
And he would be next.
In a flash, his eyes turned fierce as he pulled Su Nua close, inspecting her with a choked voice. "Nua Bao. I'm sorry I failed to protect you." Su Nua, perplexed, firmly declared, "No one is inherently destined to protect another. Though I am younger and a girl, it does not mean I am merely a delicate doll in need of constant guarding. Brother, I am capable of self-defense. I am not a greenhouse flower requiring your constant nurturing." She was a carnivorous flower. Chapter 34. Is this really the overbearing CEO? How foolish. With remarkable patience, Su Nua gently instructed, "Brother, you are too focused on my feelings. Must you revolve around me while participating in this variety show? Yes, you are my brother. But first and foremost, you are yourself. I hope you enjoy the experience, rather than feeling obligated to follow me everywhere. Suzian was enlightened by her words. He bit his lip and let out a long sigh, then broke into a smile. You are right, sister. The snake on the ground had bled out, and Suzian took the bag, leading the way. Come on, keep up. Don't fall behind. Okay, Su Noa replied, jogging to catch up with him. Upon returning to the village, they coincidentally encountered Hu Yan and Su Yenshin. Just as she was about to greet them, she noticed Yao Yuan was also present. Yao Yuan suppressed his anger, unwilling to display it on camera. You're on my team. Hu Yan scoffed. What does it matter who I'm teamed with?
Su Yanshin.
With a sly demeanor, remarked. Mr. Yao only knows how to be contrary here. Perhaps he should consider that he is neither helping the team nor contributing positively. With you on that team, it's truly a case of being a nuisance. You're just an obstinate tomcat, vying for attention while failing to assist others. Yao Yuan, infuriated, shouted, Who are you calling a tomcat? Why, that would be the one who, despite having a wife, comes here to create a ruckus. Su Yenshin retorted with a smirk. After hearing Su Yenshin's words, Yao Yuan seemed to find a point to counter. Humph, you're right. Some people flaunt their partner while making a fool of themselves. He turned his gaze toward Hu Yan. Does she even care about you? Su Yenshin remained unfazed. Indeed. I wonder how your wife feels watching you chase after someone else's girlfriend on live broadcast. Everyone was stunned, taken aback by Su Yenshin's boldness, as he had just dropped a bombshell. While they were aware of the complicated relationship between the three, the audience was not. This was, in essence, a veiled suggestion of their entangled connections. Wow, Su Yenshin is quite the man. He articulated everything I wanted to say. All eyes suddenly turned towards the source of the inner thoughts, landing on Su Noa, except for one, Yao Yuan. Suzian noticed that Yao Yuan seemed unaffected by Su Noa's thoughts, indicating he could not hear her. Su Yenshin couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. He had long been annoyed by the necklace Yao Yuan's girlfriend had mentioned. Yao Yuan quickly grasped the implications, his face flushing with rage as an inexplicable anger welled within him. What do you mean? What girlfriend? Say that again. None of your business. Su Yenshin replied with a hardened stance. Su Yenshin found Yao Yuan utterly incomprehensible. His temper flared at the slightest provocation, devoid of reason, treating women as mere symbols of his authority. During moments of affection, he clamored to display his prowess, but once disinterested, he allowed them to be toyed with. Is this really the so-called overbearing CEO? After hearing Hu Yan's description of the male lead, Su Yenshin felt the narrative was utterly absurd. Choosing such a character as the archetypal CEO was simply nonsensical. With such a mindset, how can he expand his business empire? How does he expect to negotiate? Su Yenshin pondered, his gaze shifting toward Yao Yuan with newfound clarity, leaving Yao Yuan in a state of confusion. I seem to have caught wind of something significant. Yao Yuan, instead of helping Su Noa, was creating chaos. Could the production team not simply remove him? Meanwhile, Su Noa relished the unfolding drama. How delightful. Su Yenshin's words were like her own voice. 100 meters away from Su Noa, Sheng Yinshu donned a simple white shirt beneath a sleek black vest, complemented by crisp white trousers with cuffs rolled up slightly and a black belt adding a unique accent to her ensemble. A lightweight black trench coat billowed gracefully with her movements. She grasped a small suitcase in her left hand while her right hand held a phone to her ear, her voice slicing through the chilly air like a harbinger of trouble for the distant Tian group. After ending the call, she tucked her right hand into her pocket, awaiting Xiaolin to lead the way. Her presence radiated an aura of divine authority, coldly surveying those around her, akin to a thorned black rose that forbade any proximity. The villagers passing by could not help but glance back at Sheng Yinshu, their curiosity piqued about her mysterious origins. When Xiaolin approached, sweat beaded on his forehead. Yet upon seeing Sheng Yinshu, his face broke into a sycophantic smile as he exclaimed, Teacher Yue, I apologize for my tardiness. Shall I escort you to the cabin? Even the proud Xiaolin dared not raise his voice in her presence, for Sheng Yinshu had bestowed upon him a sponsorship thrice that of Yao Yuan. He begrudgingly accepted his role as a mere newcomer. Without a moment's hesitation, Sheng Yinshu instructed, Please take my luggage. I must find Su Noa. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin's smile widened as he realized her purpose for being there. They're just over there. I'll take you to them, and can also introduce you to the audience. May I hold your suitcase? Sheng Yinshu's succinct reply was a simple yes. As Xiaolin led her over, Yao Yuan was still ranting in frustration. Enough. I demand to join your team. Xia Lin interjected everyone. We have a new member joining us today. Su Nua, drawn by Xia Lin's voice, turned her gaze towards him, only to find Xing Yunshu beside him. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she murmured, Sister? Xing Yunshu stepped into the camera's view, prompting Xia Lin to hurriedly announce, Today, we have the pleasure of welcoming our special guest, Teacher Yu Yi. Xing Yunshu's gaze, as frigid as her demeanor, met the camera as she introduced herself. Yu Yi, composer, screenwriter, voice actor. Her introduction, as devoid of warmth as her character, was a stark contrast to the enthusiasm of others, dousing the fervor with a bucket of cold water. Signaling, this is who I am. Take it or leave it. The comments section erupted.
Whoa.
It's Teacher Yu Yi. The production team has truly outdone themselves by inviting my favorite voice actor.
Ah.
The production team deserves a huge bonus. This is Teacher Yu Yi's first public appearance. My treasure looks amazing. Very good, production team. I permit you to join the New Year's feast. The trending topics exploded, surpassing the previous day's buzz. Xia Lin, witnessing the soaring viewer count, felt a champagne celebration was in order. The performance metrics had been exceeded. Chapter 35, Explosive Success. When Teacher Yu Yi expressed her intention to join, Xia Lin knew this episode was destined for greatness. Xing Yunshu, with her 1.5 billion followers, rarely made public appearances, her appearance remaining an enigma. Numerous shows had sought her participation only to be turned down. The mere fact that such a mysterious figure graced the live broadcast for the first time was bound to garner attention. Her legion of followers alone was sufficient to ensure the episode's success. Not only would Xia Lin profit from sponsorship, but he would also gain popularity and ratings. A surefire win. With a dreamy smile, he thought, hee. Su Nua is indeed my little lucky star. With Su Nua as a rival, they had managed to secure the show. While Yao Yuan and Su Yanshun's rivalry had generated excitement, the recent incident with Su Nua slaying a snake attracted many outdoor survival enthusiasts to tune in.
Now,
with Xing Yunshu's presence, the live stream was destined to explode with views. Before long, the viewer count in the upper right corner surged, climbing at such a rate that it was impossible to stabilize, skyrocketing to an astonishing 1 billion. Xia Lin marveled at Xing Yunshu's influence. Meanwhile, the Su couple watched the unfolding scene, Gu Yulan incredulously staring at the television. Yun'er is actually Yu Yi?
no wonder.
If Yun'er is Yu Yi, with such connections and talent, it all makes sense regarding Su Qingqing's information. Su Luo finally unraveled the mystery that had long plagued him. In the village, Xing Yunshu showed no interest in Hu Yan and the others, picking up the bag held by Su Ziqian. Oh, Noah, it's time to eat. Let us head back. Upon hearing her sister's command, Su Nua, despite her desire to linger, resignedly followed. All right, sister. Shall we return to the cabin now?
Yes.
I shall lead the way. Seeing both of his sisters leave, Su Ziqian decided not to linger either, trailing behind them to the cabin. Xing Yunshu commandeered the kitchen, extracting fish and chicken from the bag, instructing Su Nua to rest. Let me help you,
Su Nua insisted. All right.
Xing Yunshu then directed Su Ziqian to boil water, while she took the fish, wielding a knife with meticulous care to scale it without proper tools. After scaling, she filleted the fish, meticulously removing all the bones to prepare for a steaming dish. This was the fish Su Nua had caught. Xing Yunshu had previously inquired. Should I reserve half of the ingredients for your team? I will only cook for us. Without hesitation, Su Nua replied, Sure, let us keep 2 fish. They 1 tea finish 4. Su Ziqian approached with the kettle. Sister, the water has boiled. What was up with him calling her sister? My goddess is not his sibling. How fortunate is he to be called sister by Qian Bao. Xing Yunshu had already tossed the chicken into a basin, accepting the kettle to scald the feathers for easier plucking. Once the temperature was just right, she plucked the feathers, slicing the chicken in half, 1/2 expertly prepared into neat portions, the other half reserved for Hu Yan and the others. Su Nua assisted, occasionally glancing at Xing Yunshu, marveling at her prowess in the kitchen. It was evident she was a top-tier chef. Truly, she was a master of her craft, capable of creating exquisite dishes. However, Su Nua couldn't help but wonder how her sister had transformed from an impoverished true heiress with no background to a formidable protagonist in a hidden identity narrative. Doubt clouded her mind. As she pondered, Xing Yunshu finished preparing the meal, with Su Ziqian helping to set the table. Fearing being left behind in conversation, Su Ziqian turned to Xia Lin on camera. We've gathered food and prepared a meal. may we eat early? Their actions aligned perfectly with the production team's tasks, and Xiaolin readily affirmed, of course. After washing her hands, Su Nua took a bite of the poached fish, her eyes sparkling with delight. Sister, your cooking is so delicious. I'm glad you enjoy it, Shang Yunxu replied, serving her some meat with chopsticks. Despite the absence of garnishes, the steamed fish was so delectable that Su Nua felt compelled to leap up in praise for her sister. Once they finished their meal and cleared the table, Hu Yan and her group finally returned, albeit with less cheerful expressions. Shang Yunxu observed them intently, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. Hu Yan sighed dramatically. We're back. Apologies, we only managed to find some cabbage. Who could have predicted that Yao Yuan would cling to them throughout the afternoon? Had it not been for Bai Shen passing by and feeling pity to persuade them to return to their team, they would still be at his mercy. Hu Yan was convinced that had it not been for the live broadcast, Yao Yuan would have threatened her with that fake marriage certificate to keep her from getting too close to Su Yanshen. He fancied himself well-hidden. Yet, Hu Yan had discerned the certificate's falsity. Su Nua smiled sheepishly. We've already eaten. We were too hungry to wait. However, we saved half the food for you,
So you'll have to cook for yourselves.
Upon entering the kitchen, Hu Yan discovered 2 fish and half a chicken remaining, her heart brimming with gratitude. No. We must thank you for leaving us the ingredients. I'll get busy now. Rolling up her sleeves, Hu Yan picked up the fish, preparing to make poached fish slices, while the chicken would be stir-fried. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, as the meal was being prepared, the other group finally returned with the ingredients. Just as Hu Yan had finished her use of the kitchen, allowing them to take over, Su Yanshen surveyed the surroundings, and upon noticing that Yao Yuan was absent, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Bai Shen instantly discerned what Su Yanshen was searching for and spoke up to clarify, Mr. Yao has left the show for personal reasons. Su Yanshen, with no reservations, retorted with sarcasm. What do you mean, personal reasons? This is a monumental stroke of good fortune. Not only was Hu Yan visibly uncomfortable, but Su Yanshen himself was also irked by Yao Yuan, the male lead who seemed to possess nothing but a volatile temper and a lack of intellect. Su Nua watched in astonishment as Bai Shen uttered these words, while Hu Yan and Su Yanshen's faces lit up with excitement, almost as if they could not resist the urge to celebrate. Su Nua understood their sentiments well. Yao Yuan's behavior was, in simple terms, universally detestable, someone who, while professing deep affection, was quick to resort to emotional manipulation and verbal abuse, blurring the lines with his acts of intimidation. This was no different from verbal domestic violence. Rejecting domestic violence, even of the verbal kind, starts with me. Once everyone had finished their meal, Xiaolin remained crouched behind the camera, announcing, effective today, there will be no more group divisions. You are all free to explore and experience the cultural charm of Happiness Village. Xu Xian playfully remarked. Does that mean we can roam freely? Indeed. However, the production team will not be providing meals, so you must fend for yourselves. Xu Xian puffed her cheeks in protest. The director is so stingy. Xiaolin burst into laughter. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills? The group chimed in unison. Would you like to partake in this training? Chapter 36. Better to watch gossip. Su Nua reclined languidly on the sofa, contemplating whether she could persuade Xiaolin to allow her to remain indoors, as the sun was unbearably hot. Upon glancing at Xiaolin's demeanor, she quickly dismissed the idea, opting instead to delve into the plot swirling in her mind. How dreadfully boring. I'd rather indulge in gossip, at least gossip comes with points. Upon hearing the mention of gossip, the group in the melon patch perked up, ready to absorb the juicy tidbits. The moment Hu Yan heard the word melon, she felt an urgent need to escape. She truly did not wish to relive her own drama. Be quiet. Don't say anything. Let me have a look. Oh. Hu Yan exclaimed, please. Don't look. Oh. That single utterance sent shivers down Hu Yan's spine. Regardless, the fear was palpable. Who would wish to hear their own story? No one. But everyone else was intrigued. The moment gossip was mentioned, the innate curiosity embedded in human DNA flared back to life. Xu Xian is quite remarkable, adept at surviving within the realm of emotional manipulation while plotting her revenge. When Xu Xian's name was mentioned, her face drained of color. This book title is no simple matter. It catches the eye. Marrying into wealth, the glamorous wife dominates the entertainment industry. What a challenging title to evaluate. The other individuals within the entertainment circle murmured their agreement, unsure of how to respond. Xu Xian's father is a treacherous man, having married into her mother's family. And due to his remarkable ability to feign responsibility, her maternal grandparents mistakenly believed him to be devoted and reliable, entrusting him with the management of their company. He has always viewed marrying into the Shu family as a source of shame and has been covertly plotting to seize their wealth while maintaining a mistress, with whom he has children, biding his time until he can reclaim the family fortune and marry her openly. Shu Xian's maternal family has already suffered greatly, mistaking their ailments for mere coincidence, when in fact it is her father who has been administering slow-acting poison daily, aiming to eradicate her entire family. The others listened intently, their expressions a mix of intrigue and horror. The world of the wealthy was indeed treacherous, where a moment's lapse could lead to ruin. While the others found amusement in the unfolding narrative, Shu Xian was left disheartened. From the initial desire to silence Su Nua to a state of shock, she had believed her family's illness to be merely the result of exhaustion, never suspecting her father's malevolent actions. Shu Xian harbors disdain for her father and has never consumed anything he offered, making her the sole survivor. With her mother's health deteriorating and becoming a mere shell of her former self, Shu Xian's father grew increasingly reckless, intent on usurping the company within the next 2 years. Only Shu Xian is aware of these sinister developments, as her maternal family is too preoccupied with their own health to assist her, leaving her powerless against her father's wickedness. It was not until last year that someone approached her, the so-called male lead, who informed Shu Xian that by entering the entertainment industry and assisting him, she could reclaim her family's fortune. Though Shu Xian graduated from a prestigious university, she found herself lowering her standards upon encountering the male lead. Upon hearing this, Shu Xian's face flushed with indignation. How could her brother, such a kind-hearted person, be labeled as someone who lowers her intelligence for seeking revenge and reclaiming her family's wealth? Shu Xian suddenly found herself harboring even greater resentment towards Su Nua. By allowing her to associate with top-tier celebrities and bask in the resulting rumors, Shu Xian mistakenly believed it would enhance her fame and facilitate her revenge, when in reality, it was merely a strategy to render her infamous and fill the company's coffers. Poor Shu Xian, blinded by her singular focus on revenge, fails to see the truth. To further incentivize Shu Xian's pursuit of fame, the male lead covertly contacted her father, hastening his plans to seize control. Shu Xian remained oblivious to the reason behind her father's sudden scheming, so she reluctantly agreed to chase after fame, hoping to protect her mother's assets. The most ironic part is that while Shu Xian possesses a modicum of intelligence, it is not substantial. She has questioned whether her father holds any secrets and has harbored doubts about those around her, yet she has never suspected the male lead. Alas, being love-struck is a malady that must be cured. Shu Xian's face burned with humiliation, her anger repressed as she dared not unleash it in front of the crowd and the cameras. She buried her fury deep within, continuing to listen. In the early stages, the male lead exploited Shu Xian's allure to curry favor with the elite, occasionally indulging himself, and indeed, Shu Xian became acquainted with powerful men through him, ultimately leading to her father's incarceration. In a sense, Shu Xian achieved her goal, but after accomplishing it, she found herself developing feelings for the male lead, wishing to be with him. However, he despised her for her perceived filth and turned to his first love instead. Heartbroken by their marriage, Shu Xian fled abroad, prompting the male lead to finally realize his mistake and pursue her. Upon hearing this conclusion, Shu Xian felt that the outcome was not entirely bleak. Sending her father to prison and being with her brothers seemed rather favorable, did it not? Though the path was fraught with challenges, the ending was positive, and she accepted it. It was as if Su Nua could hear Shu Xian's unspoken thoughts, and her next remark echoed that sentiment. Do you truly believe this is a happy ending? While Shu Xian may have found her romantic resolution, her family suffered gravely, for the male lead, in an effort to secure leverage over her, conspired with her father to bring about the demise of Shu Xian's mother and her entire family. As Shu Xian absorbed the final revelation, her mind exploded with the weight of it, leaving her in a daze, unable to process anything else. All she could remember was that harrowing phrase, the death of her mother and entire family. Is there truly anyone who would desire such a love? Of course. For those ensnared in love's delirium, love is paramount. A chill coursed through Shu Xian, freezing her to the core. Her body had long since ceased to protest, leaving only her soul to scream in defiance. No. She loved her family more than anything. Every effort she exerted, every moment of discomfort she endured, was solely for their sake. The seeds of profound familial affection had already taken root in Shu Xin's heart, and at that moment, the pure and transparent essence of that love finally broke through the surface, transcending the contrived romance that had been imposed upon her. Her soul cried out, fervently expressing her love for her family, a love that could never be tarnished or diminished. Shu Xin had awakened. The system responded in astonishment. Host, someone has awakened.
Oh, who is it?
It's still unclear. We are investigating. Take your time with the investigation. I'm preoccupied with following the storyline and indulging in gossip. Matters of character awakenings are best left to the new narrative. Alas, why must Shu Xin engage in such folly? She has squandered 9 years of national resources dedicated to her education. Shushin clenched her skirt tightly, her fingers turning pale, revealing the depth of her vexation. As a fierce light flickered in her eyes. Love-struck? She ought to consider whether he truly deserves her. The mere thought of the male protagonist now repulsed her. Her predicament was not one of inevitable defeat, and yet it had led her family to ruin. If she harbored doubts about her father, she ought to pursue them relentlessly, utilizing every available resource to investigate. By scrutinizing those surrounding her father, wouldn't half the issue be resolved? Shushin thought coldly. It's easy to say, but I have already investigated my father's connections thoroughly. The web is so intricately woven that nothing can be uncovered. The system deliberately inquired, if you were Shushin, what would you do? Chapter 37. The reverse butterfly is indeed your father. For instance, to employ drugs, Shushin could examine the assistant's contact records to her father, seek overseas information, and engage a technical hacker to procure correspondence for drug purchases. If I recall correctly, in a week's time, her father will instruct the assistant to procure poison once more. The assistant is a cowardly opportunist, easily swayed by profit. By coercing him with a sufficiently high price and the evidence already gathered, she could lead him to betray her father. Actions always leave traces. Setting up pinhole cameras in the house would go unnoticed by a father accustomed to the absence of surveillance. The mistress and child could also be leveraged. The mistress might be persuaded to divulge incriminating evidence against Shushin's father, although her close alliance with him may hinder her betrayal. Utilizing whether the mistress's child possesses any information could be the key, gaining their trust or offering them something they desire. After gathering evidence, she could exploit the affair to ensure he leaves with nothing, subsequently reporting him for his criminal actions. Once the ironclad evidence is presented, Shushin's family would retract their trust in him, while also investigating any dirt on her father's internal arrangements, cleansing the family's reputation with a light-hearted touch. If I am not mistaken, Showmother has a childhood neighbor who has harbored deep affections for her, vowing never to marry anyone else. This man happens to be a high-ranking official, and his awareness of the poisoning of his beloved would surely prompt him to investigate. Once Su Nua delved into contemplation, she would meticulously dissect a matter, entirely oblivious to her descent into the system's trap, her mind incessantly swirling with thoughts. The system was cautious, allowing only Shushin to hear the inner musings regarding retaliating against her father. Others were left in suspense, eager for Su Nua to continue her revelations. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, only Shushin's changing gaze reflecting a mixture of shock and gratitude towards Su Nua. She yearned to conclude the live broadcast swiftly, hurrying home to gather evidence for a grand uproar. Su Nua, amidst her snacking, felt that Shushin's narrative had lost its flavor.
Alas,
I'm weary of the love-struck tales. They are both dull and nauseating. The others, upon hearing this, were filled with disappointment. They still craved more. Let me see more. This utterance set off alarm bells in everyone's hearts, fearing they might be the next unfortunate soul.
Sumulifted herjelits.
Intentionally surveying the crowd. Upon meeting her gaze, they recoiled, much like students fearing to be called upon by a teacher. Suddenly, Su Nua's eyes landed on Bai Shen, flipping through his storyline.
Wow.
Bai Shen sked. Hearing his name, Bai Shen's body tensed, wishing he could carry a locomotive home that very night. He had hit the jackpot, sobbing internally. What a game to play. The crowd caught the scent of gossip, eager to uncover how it would unfold. Due to his poor gaming skills, he was often berated by teammates. Whenever others sought companions for gaming, he would request someone to scold him. As long as there was someone criticizing him, the other forefathers would retaliate on his behalf. Bai Shen smiled sheepishly. Wasn't he just being inexperienced? Why not invest in some insurance? As a regular client, he later met someone he frequently played with, only to discover he was his father. The funniest part was that the other 3 who accompanied him were his godfathers, haha. Upon realizing his son had requested him, his father, a loquacious man, pondered how his timid son could possibly be his offspring, promptly subjecting him to rigorous training. Afterward, Bai Shun embarked on a new path. He decided to inform his mother about his father's secret stash of money. Upon learning, she grabbed a feather duster and whacked his father. Not only did he not shy away, but he also stood by, reveling in the chaos, only to be chased by his father the next day. Thinking he could escape by running out the door, he was pursued the entire way, even encountering a flock of birds that relieved themselves overhead. The crowd felt sympathy for him. Bai Shun was thankful, wishing to forget the memories that had resurfaced. A lump of excrement fell upon their heads, infuriating them to the point where they temporarily reconciled to buy pigeons to vent their anger. Yet on the way to buy the pigeons, they stepped in dog waste. Even more furious, and just as they opened their mouths to curse, they ingested something. Both retched upon discovering it was a cockroach. One nearly experiencing cardiac arrest while the other suffered a hypertensive crisis, collapsing on the spot. Bai Shun rushed his father to the hospital, only to uncover something. Upon hearing the first half of the tale, the crowd gasped,
Cockroach. Ha ha ha.
"How unfortunate." Upon hearing the latter part, the crowd exclaimed, "What did you discover? Speak quickly." His girlfriend, with whom he was preparing to discuss marriage, was seen holding hands with another man for a prenatal checkup, almost leading him to unwittingly take on the role of a father. To be fair, this outcome was rather fortunate. At least he didn't end up with the burden, a classic case of exchanging a heap of misfortune for good fortune. Bai Shun, "Thank you." Yet, he remained unsettled.
Ah.
He still vividly recalled the taste of the cockroach. Just the thought of it sent him bolting upright, hand over his mouth, rushing toward the restroom. Hey, where is Bai Shun going? The others, aware of the underlying story, could only await the conclusion, feeling a wave of nausea wash over them. Poor Bai Shun. Su Nua flipped through her thoughts, realizing there were no more juicy tidbits, deciding to return to sleep. For freedom of movement was still permitted. How could sleeping not be considered an activity? The human body enters a realm known as dreams, where tasks in the idyllic village of happiness are completed. Simply put, a deep slumber. Su Nua inquired of Xia Lin, "May I go to sleep?" Xia Lin, with a beaming smile, replied, "Of course." Su Nua's eyes sparkled with delight. No. Su Nua's light dimmed. Sheng Yinshu could no longer bear Su Nua's hairstyle. Pulling her back to the room, removing her hair tie, restyling her hair into an adorably intricate design. The comments read, "Is this the difference between brothers and sisters?
Ha ha ha.
Qiange, come learn." This is the proper demonstration. Due to Xia Lin's insistence on diligence, Su Nua had no choice but to accompany Sheng Yinshu on a wandering spree. As night fell and they prepared for sleep, taking advantage of the camera's shutdown, Su Nua messaged Suzian, requesting him to come over. Sheng Yinshu, clad in pajamas, sat at the table engrossed in a book, her exquisite profile shimmering under the incandescent light. "Ah, my sister is truly beautiful. How delightful to gaze upon her face. My aesthetic cravings are satisfied." The corners of Sheng Yinshu's mouth subtly curled upwards. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed from the door. Su Nua approached to open it, and as Su Ziqian entered, he casually closed the door behind him. "Do you need something, Nua Bao?" Su Nua bit her lip, uncertain of how to begin.
Observing her hesitation, Suzian encouraged.
"Speak your mind. Your brother is listening. Can you stay away from Luo Zhou tomorrow?" Chapter 38. Shall we summon Mr. Shuaro? Upon hearing Su Nua's words, Su Ziqian, perplexed, asked, "Why?" "Luo Zhou is a good friend of mine. It wouldn't be easy to distance myself from him." Su Nua, this question truly stumped her. How was she to articulate her thoughts? "I can't just say that Luo Zhou intends to pull a fast one on you, can I? As tomorrow marks the final day, preparations are underway for the conclusion of the recording, after which I plan to invite you out, administer a sedative, and let you succumb to slumber. He has already arranged for villagers to reserve a room, prepared for an intimate encounter, intending to indulge in the pleasures of my brother. How am I to articulate this? How can I express that you are destined to lose your virginity, your purity, your innocence tomorrow?
Oh.
The urge to smash my brother's head is overwhelming. How can one be so obstinate and dismissive of counsel? Very well, you may go. Just slip away into silence. Those who cannot be persuaded should be left to their own devices. You regard him as a dear brother, while he sees you as a future spouse to exploit.
Oh.
How I loathe those fools who refuse to heed good advice." In her heart, Su Nua felt a mix of frustration and determination. wishing she could pry open Su Ziqian's mind. Upon hearing Su Nua's thoughts, Su Ziqian suddenly trembled, nearly collapsing from the weight of realization. He considered Luo Zhou a brother, while Luo Zhou merely desired to sleep with him. Alas! If unspoken, tomorrow my brother will venture into the realm of the proctologist, and his dignity shall be at stake. Yet, Su Nua's heart softened. Biting her lip, she finally declared, I do not like him. I do not like him. And neither does my brother have permission to like him. She placed her hands on her hips defiantly. Oh no, oh no. My brother and sister must think I am being unreasonable. They will surely come to despise me. Woe is me. For the happiness of my brother's future, I, little Su, must endure. Brother, if you continue to associate with Luo Zhou, I shall hold you in disdain. I will inform mother of your bullying. Su Nua commanded with an air of superiority. Enough. Let it all end. I am exhausted. Were it not for my desperate desire to keep my brother away from him, I would not even utter these words that might burst Su Qingqing's head. The best way to distance someone from a malevolent individual is to ensure that the person in question no longer wishes to approach them. What use is it to have others continuously advise and obstruct? Su Nua understood this principle well. Momentarily at a loss for how to extricate Su Ziqian from Luo Zhou, she resolved to employ this strategy as a trial, albeit without much hope. Who would unconditionally trust a sister they just reconnected with? With a sigh, Su Nua contemplated that if all else failed, she would keep a vigilant eye on Su Ziqian tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Ziqian felt warmth envelop his heart. His sister, willing to abandon her persona, feigned stubbornness to advise him. Oh, how touching. Sister, you need not worry. I shall steer clear of Luo Zhou, even if it means facing dire consequences. Su Nua finally exhaled in relief, grateful that Su Ziqian was still obedient. Good. I believe in you, brother. Su Ziqian felt even more touched, his eyes brimming with emotion. Absolutely. I shall resolutely fulfill my mission, harboring no ulterior motives. The following day, after breakfast, Luo Zhou flashed his signature idle smile and strode toward Su Ziqian. Ziqian, I heard there's an event in the village. Shall we go watch?
No.
Luo Zhou's smile briefly faltered before quickly resuming its fade. Oh, then I shall go alone, he suggested tentatively.
Oh.
Luo Zhou raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't that be alright? Under normal circumstances, hearing that he would be alone would have tugged at Su Ziqian's heartstrings, compelling him to accompany Luo Zhou to stave off his solitude. But ever since Su Nua's arrival, a flicker of malice and jealousy crossed Luo Zhou's eyes. Why should Su Nua monopolize Su Ziqian? Ziqian belonged solely to him. Very well, Luo Zhou chuckled awkwardly, then I shan't go either. Do you have any plans for later?
Yes.
What plans? Luo Zhou subtly probed. I will accompany Nua Bao to play. Luo Zhou's previously bright expression darkened in an instant. Is that so?
Suno.
All day. It's just Su Nua.
Kurset suno.
Luo Zhou clenched his fists in his pockets, seething with anger, wishing to crush Su Nua.
Sunos nezetmice.
Who is cursing me? After Meng Yunshu finished braiding her hair into 2 delicate pigtails, she adorned them with colorful clips. All done. Thank you, sister. Su Nua turned back with a radiant smile. You're welcome. Meng Yunshu relished the time spent styling Su Nua's hair. Gui Welon watched Meng Yunshu braid Su Nua's hair at home, glancing at her phone, where she had saved screenshots of Su Ziqian's creations from the previous day.
She sighed.
Thank goodness Ziqian only did that for a day. As Su Nua and Meng Yunshu descended the stairs, they spotted Su Ziqian conversing with Luo Zhou. Su Nua rushed over and grasped Su Ziqian's arm. Brother, let us go. Ziqian offered Luo Zhou an apologetic smile. Sorry, I must leave now. The three of them walked together, aimlessly wandering until they stumbled upon a group constructing a pavilion. Su Nua mused internally. They must be preparing for a night event. It's precisely because of the event that Luo Zhou coaxed my brother into drinking, secretly taking him away to indulge while everyone else enjoys the festivities. Su Ziqian shuddered at the thought. Goodness. Thank heavens I didn't agree to Luo Zhou. Under normal circumstances, I would have consented, without a second thought. After exploring the village, unsure of what to do next, Su Nua plopped down beneath a tree and boldly took out her phone to play games. If they wouldn't let her play in her room, then a public gaming session would suffice, wouldn't it? Viewers in the live stream found it dull to watch someone else play on their phone. What interest was there in that? Until Su Nua launched Star Iron. Star Iron. Activate. The chat erupted in excitement. Now, this is something to keep me awake. Very well, let us see who claims the UID and then disappears. As Su Nua awaited the Star Iron update, she opened the lottery page. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "System. The reverse butterfly has arrived." She hardly paid attention to its response and impulsively exclaimed, "I want to use a lucky charm." "Is this what you consider useful?" The system retorted. "You have no idea. The Wan clan will endure." Under Su Nua's insistence, the system eventually granted her the use of the lucky charm. With excitement bubbling within her, she clicked to leap 10 times. A live lottery? Nothing can ignite the heart of this unlucky player. A red ticket flew through the entrance, soaring forth as the train approached beneath the starry sky. The door swung open, radiating golden light. No way. Did this little one actually produce gold? I don't believe it. She must have hit the jackpot. It has to be a big win. Suddenly, 5 stars appeared. I bet it's Mr. Suarez. Chapter 39. The Wan clan endures. I don't believe it. It must be the final lesson.
Ah.
Why must those above continue to stab me? My teacher, Jeezy, wails. You enjoy classes, do you? Allow me to teach you. My knives are ready. With a smile, Su Nua clicked. Wanmei appeared.
The
Wan clan endures. The Wan clan endures. Clicking once more, she encountered a screen displaying 10 cards. Prominently featured were 3 Wanmei, 1 Jeezy, and 1 Clara. Witnessing the scene, Suzian felt a pang of jealousy and admitted, I confess, I am envious. He took out his phone, ready to log in for a draw, feeling confident in his luck. The live stream exploded with excitement. What the heck? 5 consecutive yellows. I admit I'm utterly envious. I retract my earlier statement. Cursed unlucky players are driving me mad. Why her? Why her? Has the probability of Wanmei secretly increased? I'm logging in now. Su Nua chuckled. He, how delightful. She drew again, and once more it was gold. Clicking to reveal.
Wow.
3 Wanmei.
Ah.
For whom does the unlucky player carry the burden forward? Well, it's for Su Nua. I shall undertake a midnight assassination. This is my account. You've stolen my account. Return it at once.
Certainly.
Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. All right. Tomorrow we shall commence the feast. Father is generously funding a grand meal for you. Yesterday, I was so engrossed in drawing silver branches that I neglected to draw for you. I feel quite unwell. I shall contend with you fortunate ones. Can this world truly not withstand the addition of one more lucky individual? Su Nua clicked the draw again. And once more, gold emerged. Upon inspection, lo and behold. For Wanmei, draw on. Who could possibly surpass this lucky elder? Upon noticing, Cielin observed that the previously modest 3 million viewers in the live stream had surged by hundreds of thousands, all because of a single card draw, an astonishing increase of several 100,000 in merely 3 minutes. Cielin expressed his bewilderment. What is this Wanmei? Is she truly so easy to draw? Su Nua exhaled contentedly. Excellent. I've achieved full destiny. Su Nua proceeded to draw for her exclusive weapon. Another 4 golds. 1 went awry, but 3 remained true. Su Nua drew 20 more times, successfully achieving full destiny. The trending searches exploded. A new golden koi had been born. Su Nua furiously drew gold with every attempt. Lacking a personal Weibo account, many searched in vain and could not find her. They resorted to capturing screenshots from the live stream to use as avatars. Some even formed a group, naming it Su Nua, ensure I draw gold every time. Regardless of Su Nua's early performance, which merely garnered the favor of passers-by, this singular card draw today bestowed upon her an entirely new title, the King of Wealth. Su Nua, satisfied, set her phone aside. However, Suzian was not pleased. Gazing at the Wanmei that had only recently been drawn, she felt a mix of love and hatred. Soon, evening descended, and after attending the gala, Cielin gathered everyone together. Thank you all for your companionship. The second season of Experiencing a Different Life has concluded splendidly. Until next time, everyone stood before the camera, smiling where they could, save for Xingyun, who wore a face of indifference. Until next time, the production team ended the live stream. Luo Zhou approached Suzian. Ziqian, I need to speak with you privately, may we?
No.
My sister must return to sleep. I must go soothe her to slumber. Su Nua queried. Are you there? Why are you putting the blame on me for your escape? Su Ziqian sees Su Nua and Xingyun fleeing back to their small room like a fugitive. Upon returning, Su Ziqian felt a wave of security wash over her. Since the recording had concluded late, they could stay here for another night. Just as she prepared to bid farewell to Su Nua and Sheng Yunshu and retire to her room, Su Nua sensed something amiss. Her intuition warned her that something was about to transpire. Women's intuition is often accurate. She trusted that there was no such thing as a baseless instinct. Upon opening the narrative, she was taken aback. Goodness. Luo Zhou is a beast. Hearing this, Su Ziqian's hair stood on end, her body rigid like a wooden stick. Today, he insists on being forceful, just in case. He had already duplicated the key and plans to unlock my brother's door tonight. Upon hearing this, Su Ziqian's loathing for Luo Zhou intensified. How could someone be so shameless? Su Nua tentatively spoke. Sister, may I play games with brother today? Sheng Yunshu replied. Of course. Brother, come play in our room. Su Nua linked her arm with Su Ziqian's, pulling him inside. Seeing an opportunity to retreat. All right, let us play together. Once the three entered the room, Luo Zhou returned, unaware that Su Ziqian was not in her own room. He intended to drug his roommate tonight and then force his way in, administering the drug to Su Ziqian upon entry. With this thought, his previously troubled mood lightened slightly, and he headed to the bathroom to clean himself up, preparing for the evening's prelude. Su Nua and Su Ziqian whispered softly, aware that the room's soundproofing was poor. Su Nua feared Luo Zhou might discover Su Ziqian was with them, terrified of his perverse intrusion. Su Ziqian shared the same concern. Realizing the risk of being discovered by Luo Zhou, Su Nua opened the game. Brother, shall we play? Indeed. Sheng Yunshu set down her book. Include me. Thus, the trio launched into the game, donning headphones and playing until the wee hours, entirely devoid of sleepiness. In reality, they were too afraid to feel sleepy. Su Nua feared that if she dozed off, her brother's purity would be lost. Meanwhile, Su Ziqian worried that if she fell asleep, her own innocence would vanish. Sheng Yunshu, however, was accustomed to staying up late. As the clock approached 2, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Su Nua refrained from commencing a match. She and Su Ziqian leaned against the wall to eavesdrop, and sure enough, there was another knock from next door. The two single rooms were separated only by a thin wall, making it easy to hear the movements next door.
Ziqian?
Are you asleep? They suddenly heard Luo Zhou's voice. Though soft, it was unmistakable.
Ziqian?
Following that, they heard a click and the sound of a door being opened. Luo Zhou had indeed unlocked the door next door. He gently closed the neighboring door and approached the bed, unable to discern in the darkness whether anyone was present.
Ziqian?
Not receiving a response, Luo Zhou assumed Su Ziqian was fast asleep. His heart swelled with secret delight at the thought of soon possessing her, the thrill coursing through him. Little did he know, Su Ziqian was right next door, pressed against the wall, listening intently. Luo Zhou's face bore an expression incongruous with his persona. Flushed with shyness, from the first moment I saw you, I was smitten. Your every expression lingers in my mind, unforgettable and cherished. I love you, Ziqian. I shall be gentle tonight. Ziqian, do not reject me. Gripping the drug in his hand, he lunged forward. Chapter 40. The coldest words uttered from a frozen mouth. Luo Zhou leapt onto the bed, wrapping his long arms tightly around the blanket, his face reflecting a state of dreamy desire. Fingers lightly brushing the edge of the blanket. Ziqian, I am coming. On the other side, upon hearing this, Su Ziqian was engulfed in goosebumps, crossing her arms, her expression akin to one who had just consumed something distasteful. Where is Ziqian? Came Luo Zhou's voice from next door. Su Ziqian breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful for Su Nua, she had nearly lost her innocence. She resolved never to approach Luo Zhou again. She must remain vigilant against him. Fireproof, theft-proof, and friend-proof. As Su Ziqian relaxed, fatigue washed over her, and Su Nua, too, felt drowsy, her head nearly drooping to the ground. Sheng Yunshu rose, pulling Su Nua to the bed. You should sleep, I'll keep watch. Are you not sleeping? I want tea, I have work to do. All right. Su Nua nestled under the covers and succumbed to a deep slumber. Sheng Yunshu advised Su Ziqian, you should sleep at the table, I will keep watch. The promise of her vigilance brought Su Ziqian immense comfort. Utterly exhausted, she replied, Thank you, sister. I shall sleep now. Upon waking from a deep slumber, Su Ziqian hurriedly gathered her two sisters, diving into her nanny van. She refused to acknowledge Luo Zhou's greetings, terrified of being ensnared by him. As if he were a fearsome beast, Upon arriving at the airport, she rushed onto the plane, eager to recline in the comfortable seat and finally rest. Sheng Yunshu, glancing at her phone, propped her chin on her hand, her gaze drifting toward the clouds outside the window. Perhaps the bodyguards will not be needed after all. That's for the best. Sheng Yunshu redirected her attention, closing her eyes for a brief nap. Before long, she awoke and shook Su No awake. Following Sheng Yunshu and Su Ziqian back home, they found Gu Yuelon preparing lunch. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Today, mother is cooking herself. To evade Luo Zhou, Su Ziqian had taken Su Nua and Sheng Yunshu and fled at dawn, returning home just in time for a meal. After placing her luggage and washing her hands, Su Nua gazed at the feast laid out on the table, nearly drooling in anticipation. Life is all about this meal. Are you hungry? Gu Yuelon chuckled softly at Su Nua's gluttonous demeanor. Go on and eat. Thank you, mother. Su Nua took a bite, instantly captivated by Gu Yuelon's culinary skills. Remembering something, she cautiously asked, Mother, do I have grandparents? Upon hearing those words, Gu Yuelon's chopsticks froze in midair, and soon, a stiff smile tugged at her lips. Grandpa and Grandma are no longer here. She could not find her parents, and Gu had told her that they had passed away. Even now, though she learned from Su Nua that her parents were still alive, she remained unaware of their whereabouts. How should I remind Mother about the switch? Gu Yuelon's gaze fell, her chopsticks unconsciously resting against the bowl, as she silently chuckled bitterly. Child, you need not speak. I already know. If I don't say anything, how can I tell her that I encountered Grandpa? Upon hearing Su Nua's remark, Gu Yuelon's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Glimmering like copper bells, her mouth slightly agape and remaining so for several moments, as if frozen in astonishment. Now Grandpa is called Sheng Zeiji. But how can I hint to Mother to search for him? After hearing the name Sheng Zeiji, Gu Yuelon set down her chopsticks, suppressing the anticipation and excitement bubbling within her. I'm full, you all take your time eating. Mother has something to attend to. All right, take care, Mother. Sheng Yunshu cast a glance at Gu Yuelon's untouched meal, a hint of suspicion brewing in her mind, quickly realizing that Gu Yuelon could hear their thoughts. If all went well, she would likely be the one to seek out clues. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Nua Bao Yunshu. You both need to report to school next week. That evening, Su Nua lay in bed, restlessly flipping through her books. The thought of the impending school days filled her with a sense of melancholy. She preferred to stay at home, wallowing in idleness. Suddenly, the system spoke up. Host. The main system has sent a message stating that we have been merely idling away, failing to advance the plot. We shall now begin to randomly assign side tasks to be completed.
Huh?
The system's frigid voice delivered a chilling proclamation. In simpler terms, it means you must work overtime as a part-timer. Can I refuse?
Just a moment.
After a brief operation, the system returned with even colder news. The main system has denied your request.
Sono hononfer.
How can its heart be colder than soda? Its words are so frosty they gave me a chill. The system displayed the task selection page, and Su Nua casually clicked. Instantly, a task appeared. Within 1 week, help the lovesick Een Ran to stop liking the female lead, Su Qingqing, and prevent his descent into darkness.
Naughty words.
And failure will result in electric shocks to the host.
Sono heiress your lead.
I'll climb through the internet and strangle it. How shameless. No rewards. Yet it still expects me to work, and if I fail, I get shocked? Insanity. The system, I know nothing. I am aware of nothing. Host, good luck. I'm off to sleep for beauty rest. Sleep for beauty rest? You're just a system. Why do you care about your electronic appearance? Sleep? At your age. Can you even sleep? Ignoring her protests, the system vanished. No matter how much Su Nua shouted, it chose to ignore her. With the system gone, Su Nua could only sulk, deciding that rather than being angry, she should cherish the time she had before classes began. However, even though she knew summer vacation would fly by like a speeding car, this was too soon. With her backpack slung over her shoulder and dark circles under her eyes, Su Nua woke early for breakfast. After finishing her meal, she climbed into Su Ziqian's car, who insisted on driving them to school today. On the way, Su Ziqian incessantly reminded them, study hard at school, especially watch out for those golden-haired rascals. Don't let them win you over with a bowl of porridge. How much can a bowl of porridge be worth? You could spend a few thousand hiring a chef to cook for you every day, giving you the feeling of home. If you really want it, I can cook for you. A bowl of porridge at home isn't boring? Su Nua thought to herself, seriously suspecting that her brother had watched something strange today. As he kept emphasizing porridge, Upon arriving at school, Suzian's chatter finally ceased. The second entry into the school was markedly different from the first. It was now bustling with a multitude of people, the air filled with vibrant voices. Su Nua, being in a different grade from Sheng Yunshu, headed to find her homeroom teacher to guide her in. The homeroom teacher, a stern-faced man with a square jaw, donned clean, tidy clothing, his hair meticulously combed back. As he looked at Su Nua standing before him, he mused, "Is this the girl who scored so highly? Hello, teacher, I'm Su Nua. I came to ask where my classroom is." Su Nua stood upright, embodying the image of a well-behaved, diligent student. The teacher, pleased with her politeness and academic prowess, responded,
"Ah,
excellent. You must be Su Nua. I am your homeroom teacher." Chapter 41. Randomly selecting someone for gossip. The homeroom teacher led Su Nua to the classroom, and as they approached the early reading session, the rocket class was eerily quiet. The teacher gestured for Su Nua to wait outside while he entered first. Standing outside, Su Nua observed the classroom sign, Class 1, Grade 1. The English teacher, preparing to lead the students in their morning reading, approached the homeroom teacher, inquiring, "What's the matter?" "Teacher Xia, I need to take a moment. We have a transfer student." "All right." As the early reading students delayed their arrival, they looked up at the homeroom teacher in confusion. Noticing the students' curious gazes, the homeroom teacher, despite being their leader, felt a tinge of apprehension facing these privileged youths. He did not wish to take up too much of their time, clearing his throat. "Classmates, today we have a new transfer student joining us. Su Nua, please come in." He beckoned. "Okay." After Su Nua entered, the homeroom teacher introduced her in a routine manner. "This is our new transfer student, Su Nua. You are to get along harmoniously with her and strive for progress together. Su Nua, would you like to say a few words?"
hello everyone, I am Su Nua."
"That's all," the homeroom teacher remarked, brief and to the point. He scanned the room and noticed an empty seat at the back corner, indicating, "You can sit there." "Thank you, teacher." Su Nua walked towards the last desk, observing another student asleep at the adjacent desk. She glanced over, but chose not to dwell on it, wiping the desk and chair with an alcohol wipe before sitting down. Once Su Nua was settled, the homeroom teacher patted Teacher Xia's shoulder. "All right, Teacher Xia, you may continue." With that, the homeroom teacher left. The students in Class 1 seemed largely indifferent to Su Nua's arrival, engrossed in their books, waiting for Teacher Xia to lead them in reading. After completing the English reading, the bell rang for the break. As the break bell echoed, Su Nua's deskmate lifted his head, rubbing his eyes with his right hand, and upon seeing Su Nua, asked, "Who are you?"
Su Nua observed her deskmate.
His exquisitely flawless face, still flushed from sleep, showcased long, slightly curled eyelashes that resembled butterflies poised to take flight, while his captivating phoenix eyes were exceptionally enchanting, albeit on a boyish face. This adorable young lad, now rubbing his eyes and speaking in a hoarse voice, made Su Nua want to pinch his little face. "Hello. I'm your new deskmate, just transferred here, Su Nua." With a polite, faint smile, Su Nua maintained a distance, yet was courteous. The young boy's hazy thoughts finally returned to focus. "Oh.
I am Jinran, Su Nua."
Thank you for what you did before. I'll repay you when I get the chance." When Ain Ran smiled, two small dimples appeared. Su Nua was instantly smitten, thinking, heavens, what an exceptional little boy. Wait a moment. What was his name again?
"Wow.
Ain Ran. That's him." Su Nua scanned Ain Ran from head to toe, scrutinizing him closely, and found it hard to believe he was a lovesick fool. Ain Ran, noticing Su Nua seemed unoccupied, asked, "Could you let me out? I need to step outside." He pulled a lunchbox from his desk, and seeing he genuinely intended to leave, Su Nua hastily moved aside to give him room.
Su Nua swiftly,
stealthily following Ain Ran, pretending to be merely a casual passerby. Upon reaching Class 8, Ain Ran halted, seizing a student. The student trembled at the sight of Ain Ran, stammering, "What do you want, classmate? Is Su Qingqing in your class? Is Su Qingqing in your class?" Ain Ran inquired. The student, aghast, replied, "I'll go call her." As soon as he was freed, he dashed away in a panic. Observing the scene, Su Nua couldn't help but speculate on Ain Ran's character. What sort of heinous individual could instill such fear? She then resorted to her usual antics, delving into the unfolding story.
"Oh.
So Ain Ran is a school bully as well." Hearing someone call his name, Ain Ran turned and spotted Su Nua, whose mind seemed to drift elsewhere. Her focus absent. Was it Su Nua calling him? Yet her gaze did not appear to be directed at him. Incredible. Such an adorable younger brother turns out to be a skilled fighter and a bully. How could someone so formidable end up being caught by his mother? The mention of his mother flashed a hint of dismay in Ayn Rand's eyes. He had believed his mother loved him unconditionally, only to realize that her affection was but a facade, with financial gain as the true objective. Let me see how this lad came to fancy Su Qingqing. Ayn Rand furrowed his brow, pondering the notion of liking. Did he harbor feelings for Su Qingqing? Surely, that was preposterous.
What?
No results? No access?
Damn.
This is outrageous. Just because I've retired, you refuse me access. I despise this new system. Upon hearing Su Nua's words, Ayn Rand's expression turned skeptical. What did she mean by retirement and the new system? Just then, Su Qingqing emerged, her eyes red-rimmed and her voice slightly hoarse as she asked, Ayn Rand, did you call for me? Instantly, Ayn Rand softened his gaze. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought you something to eat. Su Qingqing hesitated. Glancing at the food container, isn't it troublesome for you to keep bringing me breakfast? She brushed aside a stray strand of hair, lowering her lashes, exuding an air of tranquil grace. It's nothing. Just eat, Ayn Rand insisted, pressing the food container into her hands. Reluctantly, she accepted it. A blush creeping onto her cheeks. All right, thank you, Ayn Rand. As Ayn Rand returned, he brushed past Su Nua. Su Qingqing watched him leave, only to catch sight of Su Nua, her expression momentarily twisting into one of hostility. Noticing her reaction, Su Nua raised an eyebrow in silent provocation. Clenching the food container tightly, Su Qingqing's eyes flared with fierce indignation and resentment, only turning away when someone called her from behind.
Sunomu said.
Mother still has a soft spot for her, paying her tuition fees. The tuition at Yide Academy was not inexpensive. Gui Welon had told her that girls must prioritize their education and knowledge. Thus, she left the last bit of money for Su Qingqing's tuition, suggesting that Su Qingqing should seek her mother for anything else. Upon returning to the classroom, Su Nua found Ayn Rand already sprawled out, asleep. Alas! How can you sleep at this age? Everyone else is busy studying, and you're still dozing off. Ayn Rand, upon hearing her, simply turned away, presenting the back of his head to her as a sign of his displeasure. Soon, the class bell rang. Su Nua watched as the math teacher wrote formulas on the board, stifling a yawn. She had to admit, the math teacher was quite adept at inducing drowsiness. Sigh. How dull. Perhaps I should indulge in some gossip to alleviate the monotony. This would satisfy the system's craving for scandal and help her accumulate 1,000 points. When would she finally amass 1,000 points? Points were harder to obtain than credits. Hearing Su Nua's thoughts, the other students momentarily halted their writing, startled by her audacity to speak so openly. Pointing out the chosen ones, whoever the little rooster points at is the one. Chapter 42. Little Lu Er Nyo Boi. You. Little Lu Er. Others in the class whispered, wondering who Little Lu Er was. The only student with the surname Lu had already tucked her tail and was trying to blend in. Let me see. Oh my. You are quite impressive. Last night you summoned 18 male models for an all-nighter, and today you're still attending class? Quite the feat. How's your health, sister? The whole class turned their eyes to the blackboard, straining to hear more. 18 male models? Wow, how formidable. Luli covered her face, too embarrassed to speak, as her desk mate stared at her with an expression of incredulity. Don't look at me, Luli whispered. She had concealed her escapade so well. How did anyone find out? What? A gasp swept through the class, causing everyone to cover their ears, while the teacher passionately lectured at the front, oblivious to the commotion below. She called 18 male models just to help her train muscles. Purely muscular ones. Or like a Barbie doll. And she made 18 male models cry, ultimately smirking and saying with a hint of mockery and disdain, Men, you cannot attract me.
Nyo Boi.
Everyone exclaimed, Nyo Boi. Luli silently applauded herself, feeling she too was quite impressive. Let me see if there's more. Oh, today is her illegitimate sister's birthday, and her father plans to secretly transfer 10% of his shares to her. Let me see. Her father was on his way to surprise her sister when he passed an advertisement billboard and was killed. The class showed little concern for Lu Li's father's death. It was of no consequence to them, and gossip was far more entertaining. However, Lu Li furrowed her brows. When did she have a sister? Oh my. Lu Li's mother happened to stumble upon a very effective temple where others prayed for family safety, but she prayed that if her husband cheated, he would meet a terrible end. And lo and behold, Lu Li's father truly met his demise. The crowd gasped, "Which temple is so effective? I want to go too." They too sought fortune. The temple of the matchmaker was deserted, while the fortune god's temple had them kneeling in vain. Let us examine the details. Oh, how tragic indeed, huh? After being struck by the billboard, his head pierced by nails. He was then run over by a speeding car with a broken brake, his intestines spilling out. This is truly horrific. Simply inhumane. Everyone agreed. Indeed. It was wretched. Lu Li suddenly stood up, her voice sharp as she commanded. Enough. Be quiet. All eyes turned to the standing Lu Li. Even the teacher, who had been busy writing on the board, looked bewildered at her. Lu, classmate, what's wrong? The physics teacher stammered, fearing he had inadvertently offended this privileged student. He was terrified of provoking their wrath like characters in novels and dramas. Lu Li's icy demeanor softened as she replied, "It's nothing." She then sat down. The physics teacher, trembling, said, "All good. You scared me. I thought you were talking about me, but it turns out it was the teacher." No wonder little Lu dared to yell at the teacher. So impressive. Lu Li's expression darkened further. "I was just interrupted by little Lu and didn't he finish reading? Let me continue." At this, everyone began to turn their heads frequently, trying to locate the source of the voice, finally recalling that they had heard it in the morning. It was Su Noa. Lu Li wanted to turn and look at Su Noa but hesitated, remembering how she had just snapped at the physics teacher, not wanting to risk being discovered again. I shall observe how, upon the unfortunate demise of Lu's father, her mother sensed an unsettling anomaly. How could anyone perish in such a tragic manner? Particularly just after her visit to the temple? Consequently, she endeavored to obtain the deceased's belongings, specifically his mobile phone, and sought the assistance of a technician for its restoration. Following this, she pursued a lead that ultimately revealed Lu's father's mistress and the illegitimate daughter who resided in their home as a goddaughter. Chapter 43. Uncensored Clarity. Upon hearing of the goddaughter dwelling in their home, Lu Li was momentarily rendered speechless. In her childhood, at the tender age of 5, she had once gone missing. Her godsister, a mere 7 years old at the time and living as a beggar, had encountered her, sheltered her for a night, and subsequently taken her to the police station, thus reuniting her with her family. Her parents were deeply moved, prompting her father to propose the idea of adopting her godsister. Her mother, recognizing that had it not been for her godsister, they might never have found Lu Li, agreed to the adoption.
Now,
Su Noa revealed to her that her godsister was, in fact, her father's illegitimate child. Lu Li's mind momentarily faltered. She gazed around, bewildered, realizing that others were still engrossed in their lessons, oblivious to any disturbances. Even the teacher continued lecturing, indifferent to Su Noa's revelations. Surely, she must be the only one privy to this information? Quietly, she turned to Su Noa. Her godsister had indeed rescued her in her youth. Yet it was not an act of salvation, but rather a sinister plot. Lu Li observed Su Noa's tightly pressed lips, which emitted no sound. Shock coursed through her, and she found it hard to believe she had genuinely heard someone's inner thoughts. Her mind raced with exhilaration. She wondered if she had somehow acquired the ability to read minds, akin to the novels she had previously perused. Oh, what more could she uncover? In an instant, her anger transformed into an insatiable desire to unearth every hidden truth, to discover the nefarious deeds her despicable father had committed behind her back. Lu's father had long harbored intentions to adopt a daughter, attempting to persuade Lu's mother to adopt a child. However, when she consistently refused, he resorted to deliberately taking Lu Li away, allowing her to go missing, and then arranged for his illegitimate daughter to step in, thereby facilitating the adoption seamlessly. Upon hearing this, Lu Li, filled with rage, lightly struck the table, prompting her desk mate to feign indifference. Others around her silently expressed sympathy for a fleeting moment, as Lu Li grappled with the realization that her biological father had schemed against her solely to reclaim his illegitimate daughter and raise her openly. Meanwhile, the teacher, having noticed Lu Li's outburst, began to glance nervously in her direction, fearing that this young prodigy might again become displeased. He had just completed a formula on the board when he turned to see Lu Li angrily pounding the table, leaving him hesitant to speak, while other classmates blinked curiously at him, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension. As if trapped in a realm of torment, the teacher lamented internally. Fearing for his job, yet feeling compelled to continue due to the high salary at Yide Academy, the most prestigious institution in the capital. He could only resign himself to the fact that he would have to endure yet another week of demanding work. If all unfolded as anticipated, during the funeral, the mistress would arrive with the goddaughter, insisting on a paternity test. Upon hearing the mention of a paternity test, Luli reached for her backpack, determined to inform her mother in advance. If her father truly had passed away, she would insist on immediate cremation, leaving no trace behind. A paternity test? Nonsense. Alas. The mere thought of such a test was futile. Luli's hand froze as a collective gasp filled the room. Initially perplexed, her expression swiftly paled. Could it be that a paternity test had already been conducted? What then? Should they hire someone to retrieve it? Or perhaps initiate an early transfer of assets? Time was of the essence. Lu's father had meticulously plotted for his goddaughter's future, yet tragically remained unaware that the cherished daughter of his first love was not his child at all. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room as this scandalous twist unraveled. Unbeknownst to all, Lu's father was physically incapable of fathering a child. Prior to his relationship with Lu's mother, he had been a destitute and ineffectual man. While he endeavored to seduce Lu's mother, his first love succumbed to loneliness and found solace with someone else. Upon Lu's father's return home, he and Lu's mother engaged in intimacy, yet he was incapable of producing offspring. Lu's first love had unwaveringly believed that any child born was Lu's father's, never suspecting the need for a paternity test. Upon discovering the truth, Lu's mother promptly seized the goddaughter's hair for testing, confirming that she was not Lu's father's child. Even if the mistress were to cause a scene at the funeral, it would ultimately reflect poorly on them. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Li, despite the tumult of emotions, felt a surge of warmth within her heart. At this moment, the question of whether her father was truly her biological parent seemed inconsequential. What mattered was the profound love her mother held for her, their bond unbreakable. The school bell finally rang, signaling the end of class. The physics teacher hastily gathered his materials and fled, leaving a group of students eager for more gossip. Su Nua pulled out her phone, murmuring to herself, "Let us see. There should be news by now." As if awakening from a dream, the students rummaged through their bags to check their phones. Indeed, as Su Nua predicted, news of Lu Li's father's death had already circulated online. To be in this class, one had to be either affluent and intelligent or exceptionally bright, capable of aiding the school in its academic endeavors. Lu Li's family was no exception, as her parents were public figures, and her father's sudden demise soon made headlines. Some well-connected individuals had even managed to obtain a graphic video of her father's tragic death. Within the class group chat, one student inquired, "Does anyone want the video?" And censored. Instantly, a chorus of requests for the video flooded in. Lu Li herself quietly added her request. Realizing their oversight, the others suddenly remembered Lu Li was also in the chat. Understanding their apprehensions, Lu Li responded, "Go ahead. What is there to be afraid of?" The rest of the students fell silent, retreating into their own thoughts. Su Nua had yet to join the group and remained oblivious to the unfolding events, idly scrolling through her phone when she suddenly stumbled upon a piece of news. It reported the passing of the general manager of the Reborn group. After searching for a while, she found little of substance. The media's coverage was disappointingly scant compared to her own knowledge. Bored, she continued to scroll, only to find something far more intriguing. The headline screamed, "Shocking. President of Yuantian Group exposed for bigamy." It detailed how Yuantian Group's president, Yao, had already obtained a marriage certificate with his wife while deceitfully ensnaring his wife's sister into a marital relationship, intending to exploit her for both wealth and affection. Unbeknownst to the sister, she had resolved to confront her husband legally. As Su Nua scrolled further, she stumbled upon another trending topic, Hu Yan and Su Yan's official announcement. She clicked her tongue in amazement. Hu Yan is remarkably swift, she mused. Not only had she shattered her previous narrative upon discovering her husband's bigamy, but she was also hastily resolving the ensuing chaos by declaring her true love. Continuing her scroll, she encountered a new super topic. Su Nua is the true koi fish.
Huh?
How had she inadvertently become part of the gossip? Upon entering the super topic, she was met with a flurry of messages. "I screenshot Su Nua's profile picture yesterday and won a tenfold prize in the lottery.
I'm stunned.
I had just hit the jackpot. My husband just launched a new pool today, and I drew an up card. I'm head over heels for Su Nua, our little koi fish. I declare, even if the sky falls, Su Nua will be there to support us." Changing my profile picture led me to draw an SSR.
Sono mi deiti.
Su Nua savored the delightful gossip about herself. She hadn't expected that changing her avatar could bring such fortune. After indulging in the gossip, she prepared to attend class. Once her class concluded, she awaited Sheng Yunshu. A throng of boys surrounded her sister, eager yet hesitant to approach. Su Nua quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that her sister would be quite popular, more than she had anticipated, with so many admirers on her very first day. When Sheng Yunshu spotted her, her previously stern expression softened into a radiant smile as she approached. The boys behind her, upon witnessing her smile, were momentarily struck as if by Cupid's arrow. Their hearts racing. "Have you been waiting long?" Sheng Yunshu asked, quickening her pace. "I just arrived," Su Nua replied. "Let us head home."
All right.
Upon returning home, they found a man in a suit seated on the sofa, engrossed in his laptop. His attire was impeccably pressed, and his trousers were so pristine they seemed untouched by dust, with his legs crossed and fingers occasionally tapping the keyboard. The golden-rimmed glasses perched on his nose added an air of sophisticated elegance, but his head was bowed, obscuring his expression. It wasn't until he heard their footsteps and looked up that they could see his face. The refined man had slightly squinted, captivating peach blossom eyes, and his thin lips were pursed tightly. His flawless profile resembled a masterpiece carved by divine hands, and even while seated, he seemed to draw all the spring breezes towards him, exuding an aura of grace. Upon noticing Su Nua and Sheng Yunshu, he closed his laptop and stood, his lips curling into a frosty smile.
Sister?
"You're my elder brother?" Su Nua ventured cautiously. Su Jinyan pulled out his phone, speaking in a calm tone. "Shall we add each other on WeChat?" Su Nua and Sheng Yunshu presented their phones, and after scanning the QR code, Su Jinyan began tapping away on his device. "I just returned and was unsure of your preferences, so I've purchased some gifts for you. Aunt Rome will deliver them to your rooms. I hope you like them." Aunt Rome was the Su family's housekeeper. "If you don't, that's fine too. I hope at least one of them will be to your liking."
Ding dong.
Su Nua's phone chimed. She opened it to find a transfer of 300,000, her eyes widening in shock as her mind reeled. "What? That's an enormous red envelope. This is my brother. Brother. I am undeniably your sister." Su Jinyan was truly impressive. She adored him. This had already become her personal fortune tree. "I have a bit of business to attend to, so I must head back to the office. See you tomorrow." Su Jinyan retrieved his coat from the sofa. Just as Su Nua was reveling in her joy, a thought suddenly struck her. He must be going out for a banquet tonight. Su Jinyan froze at the sound. Realizing he had never disclosed this to anyone, he instinctively looked at Su Nua, who had not spoken a word. Later, brother might accidentally bump into a young lady. Precisely the protagonist of one of his old domineering CEO novels. He would take her to the hospital and cover her medical expenses. The protagonist, characterized by her resilient yet innocent demeanor, would insist on adding him on WeChat, promising to repay the medical fees once she saved up. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyan found it absurd. How could he possibly run into someone? He glanced around subtly, noticing that everyone else seemed unaware, leading him to speculate whether he had inadvertently tapped into Su Nua's thoughts. Soon after, Su Nua's thoughts confirmed his suspicions. The day after, the protagonist will enter the company and become brother's secretary, leading him to grow fond of her clumsy nature, finding her rather endearing, like a little hamster. What was the title of that book again? Oh, The Clumsy Little Wife Arrives, the CEO's Tender Affection. The expression on Su Jinyan's face morphed into one of incredulity. How could he entertain such foolish ideas? And that title? His face flushed crimson. Sheng Yunshu, catching a glimpse of Su Jinyan's reaction, quickly understood that he too could hear thoughts. Would so many people hearing thoughts lead to inappropriate behavior towards a sister? She pondered, resting her chin on her hand. Then brother would increasingly favor this female protagonist, risking everything to contend with her male rival, all just to win her heart, ultimately rising from nothing to become the beloved husband of his little wife. Su Jinyan? No way. Was he really viewed as such a fool? Would he willingly squander his family's wealth just to please a woman? Was he out of his mind? Brother has given me so much money. It feels a bit embarrassing to take it without hinting at him. Should I suggest he use the screenshots from my previous livestream lottery draw? I've heard they are quite effective lately, though I'm not sure if they would work in this case. Brother, please don't let the little white lotus blind you. You may have a happy ending, but we are the ones who suffer. Su Hinjan? Why was it becoming increasingly incomprehensible? He tentatively asked, "Are you all set before I leave?" Su Nua hesitated, unable to reveal too much, otherwise the new book's spirit would come crying to her. She could only convey a vague warning, suggesting he should keep his eyes on the road while driving. For negligent driving could lead to tears from loved ones.
Suzian.
Sheng Yunshu. The system. What a convoluted hint.
Sono felt totally helpless.
If her brother truly collided with the female protagonist and ended up risking everything for her, their entire family would weep. But not for Su Jinyan, rather. They would lament her fate as a tragic pawn, forced onto the path of financial ruin while being tormented by the antagonist, serving merely as a stepping stone in the love story of the main couple. Tragic. Utterly tragic. Even the innocent bystanders would be left in tears. The problem was, Su Noa was currently in this house.
Wow.
The pain intensified. With a cry, she lamented, I'm not finished yet. I'm not hanging on. I'm hanging on to the spirit of the new book next door. Seeing that the time was drawing near, Su Jinyan could only stiffen his neck and say, I'm leaving now. Su Noa, tears streaming down her face, cried out, brother, remember, keep your eyes on the road while driving. Negligent driving leads to tears from loved ones. At that moment, Su Jinyan felt the weight of his steps grow heavier. Su Nua stared at the 300,000 on her phone, forcing down her sorrow. Well, let us indulge in the present, after all. One must drink to the day's joys. As for the future, let it be determined by my brother's fate. With the gait of a weary elder, Su Nua turned to leave, only to suddenly hear Sheng Yunshu's voice. Does my little sister have a penchant for money? Indeed, she thought without hesitation. Who doesn't he love money? Others may cherish floral scents or the aroma of wood and fruits, but she revels in the fragrance of copper. Who wouldn't adore the allure of red 100 yuan bills? 300,000. 300,000. La la la, here comes my generous brother. Shower me with wealth. Su Nua hummed a tune as she departed. Observing her sister joyfully bouncing back to her room, Sheng Yunshu's gaze softened, and her fingers danced over the screen. Ding dong. Su Nua lifted her phone as a message popped up. 1 million yuan credited to her bank account. Stunned, Su Nua wondered, who could have sent this money? Surely, the bank hasn't made a mistake? Suddenly, a message from Sheng Yunshu appeared. A belated gift since I didn't have a present for you when we first met. Let us go out for a late-night snack tonight.
Su Nua. Wow.
My sister is even more generous. Truly, she is my sister. Su Nua sent a sticker in reply. Thank you, sister.
Kiss kiss.
Upon reading Su Nua's response, Sheng Yunshu was instantly charmed by her sister's cuteness, thinking she would transfer more tomorrow. Meanwhile, Su Jinyan wished to instruct the driver to drive, but both the driver and assistant were unavailable. Reluctantly, he took the wheel himself. Just as he was about to start the engine, Su Nua's words echoed in his mind, stirring unease within him. He resolved to heed her advice. He opened the segment of the variety show with the lottery. Fortunately, amidst his busy schedule, he had previously watched that show, so he understood Su Nua's intentions. After taking a screenshot, he changed his profile picture. Feeling somewhat reassured, he pressed the accelerator and drove away. On the road, Su Jinyan chose to believe in the possible rather than the impossible, deliberately driving slowly, nearly reaching a speed of 10 miles per hour. Occasionally, cars behind him honked impatiently, prompting him to marginally increase his speed, just a smidgen. Only a few miles, really. The drivers behind him were left speechless, some even contemplating rolling down their windows to express their frustration. Su Jinyan thought, as long as I am not embarrassed, I don't feel socially dead. It is others who suffer. Thus, he continued to crawl along. Approaching the intersection, he finally felt at ease and intended to return to a normal speed when a girl suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Chapter 46. The Car Accident? Su Jinyan instinctively reached for the brakes, glancing at the rearview mirror to see that the car behind him was tailing closely. If he suddenly stopped, it would lead to a rear-end collision. Frustrated, he thought, his speed was already slow. Why was someone recklessly running a red light and causing him trouble? The girl in front of him dashed through the red light without regard, and since he had the green light, proceeding would mean colliding with her, while stopping would result in a rear-end crash. It felt like fate was conspiring against him, and he had no choice but to relent. Su Jinyan, feeling defiant, preferred to be rear-ended rather than have any involvement with this girl. Just as he was about to hit the brakes, a car out of control barreled towards him, crashing into the girl right before his eyes. Su Jinyan's eyes widened as he watched the girl being flung into the air, blood spraying everywhere. In a matter of seconds, from the moment the girl appeared until she was struck, Suzian realized the road ahead was now clear and silently drove away, leaving the girl convulsing and bleeding behind. When he opened his car screen to call the police and report the incident, he hesitated, pondering the potential repercussions. He decided to have a friend make the call instead, but then thought, what if that girl sought out his friend, and they ended up tracing it back to him? But if his sister knew, she would certainly be sensible enough to handle it. Yes. He promptly sent a message to his sister detailing the location and time.
Sunwa.
Lying in bed engrossed in a book, heard her phone beep and, upon seeing the message, wore a bewildered expression. Why did her brother randomly send her an address and ask her to call the police? How strange. Uncertain, she examined it again. As she opened the plot, she quickly grasped the situation.
Huh?
So her brother hadn't actually hit anyone. He truly followed her advice, driving cautiously so that their family could continue to smile. Sue Newell resolved to uncover the truth. The story materialized before her. A dazzling book appeared, titled The Bewildered Little Wife Arrives. The overbearing CEO dotes on her. As she opened the book, pages fluttered, finally landing on a particular page that transformed into a video projection. Sue Newell clicked on the video, visualizing the narrative. Witnessing the girl being struck by the car, soaring through the air like a leaf caught in a whirlwind, drifting with the wind. Her brother, Suzian, sat in the driver's seat, staring in shock at the girl. Pausing the video, she rewound it, puzzled that her brother hadn't actually hit the girl. She wanted to comprehend the events that unfolded. She rewound further and saw her brother moving slowly, the car behind him incessantly honking. Her brother appeared rather smug. What on earth? Brother, what are you so proud of? The car behind him, unable to endure any longer, changed lanes to overtake him. It wasn't until they reached the intersection that Suzian finally encountered the girl. In a split second, he decided to stop. Just as he was about to hit the brakes, another speeding car crashed into the girl. Sue Noah paused at this moment. She gazed at the girl suspended in midair, her fingers magnifying the scene. Surrounding the girl was a faint golden light, a symbol of her fortune. Compared to other fortunate women, hers was not exceedingly high. Perhaps her designation as the fragile little wife meant her fortune was primarily invested in charm, attracting numerous quality men. In contrast, her brother, Suzian, appeared to possess a greater share of golden fortune, likely because his attributes were heightened, resulting in a surplus of luck compared to hers. Sue Newell magnified the car that had struck the girl, scrutinizing it with narrowed eyes, her expression darkening.
System, she called out.
What do you need? It replied, somewhat irritated at being disturbed from its slumber. Sue Newell, exasperated by the system's nonchalance, wanted to scold it. The aura emanating from that car was unmistakably linked to the system. Had it not sensed that? The system nonchalantly acknowledged, of course I did. Isn't it normal for the novel's system to intervene? Don't make a fuss. I'm going back to sleep. Indeed, Sue Newell murmured to herself. She focused on the vehicle, noting it was suffused with the presence of other systems' interference, aimed directly at the female protagonist. Had this girl crossed paths with other hosts? Given the reckless speed of the out-of-control vehicle, it was clearly a fatal strike aimed at the protagonist.
Asuno continued to observe.
She discovered the protagonist truly intended to entangle herself with her brother. The trajectory of the protagonist was heading straight for Suzian, attempting to stage a collision. Even with interference from other systems, the heavenly path forcefully corrected the narrative to guide her towards Suzian. At that moment, a sudden golden light radiated from Suzian. She decided to fast forward and soon realized,
wow.
Her brother had indeed changed his profile picture to hers, riding on her coattails. Just as the golden light shielded the protagonist, it redirected her back to her normal trajectory. This was why a brilliant red line arced across Suzian's path. Sue Newell had previously been perplexed by her brother's request for her to call the police. Now, she understood that the narrative was still unfolding along its original course, albeit with slight deviations. In any case, the protagonist had narrowly escaped disaster. It seemed her brother had prompted her to call the police, likely because he was in a hurry to attend a banquet. If someone called the police, she wouldn't have to go. As anticipated, the daughter of destiny was indeed unscathed. Immediately, someone called the emergency services, and the protagonist was successfully transported to the hospital. Sue Newell couldn't help but admire her. Given the speed of that speeding vehicle, the protagonist could have been reduced to mere pulp, with her insides spilling out in a gruesome manner. Take for instance Uncle Lou next door, who was struck by a car moving at an even slower pace and met a fate that left him unrecognizable. Remarkably, the protagonist emerged with merely moderate injuries. Unlikely to become a vegetable, with a year and a half of recuperation, she would surely return as Su Nua's delicate little wife. TSK. With the authorities already alerted, Su Nua chose to refrain from further involvement in this murky affair, opting instead to lounge in bed and watch her television series. After dinner, Gui Welon took Su Nua's hand and gently inquired, Noa, how are you faring at school? Is anyone bullying you? If anyone dares to bully you or your sister, you must inform mother, and I shall seek justice for you both. Su Nua sweetly replied, No, mama. Gui Welon, receiving this assurance, lifted her gaze to Sheng Yunshu, hoping for a response. Sheng Yunshu replied coldly no. Observing that Sheng Yunshu was willing to engage in conversation, Gui Welon reflected on how much had changed since Sheng Yunshu returned, having once been indifferent. At least now, when asked, she would respond. This thought filled Gui Welon with overwhelming joy, though it pained her to think of the hardships her daughter had endured outside. Chapter 47. The CEO has not smiled in 10 years. After their chat, Gui Welon allowed Sheng Yunshu to take Su Nua out for a late-night snack. Being under 18, Sheng Yunshu could not drive alone. She opted to borrow one of Su Ziqian's motorcycles, which he had previously permitted them to use. With a long leg swung over, she twisted the throttle and handed a helmet to Su Nua. Come on, sister, let us go for a ride. Sheng Yunshu's eyes were filled with tenderness, markedly different from her previous demeanor towards her family. My sister is so kind to me. Is it because we are both cast aside and share a mutual understanding? Upon hearing this, Sheng Yunshu chuckled softly. Silly girl. It's not for that reason. However, she could not divulge the truth. Sheng Yunshu urged, Aren't you coming? I'm on my way. Su Nua leaped onto the back seat, wrapping her arms around Sheng Yunshu's waist, her excitement palpable. Let us go. Sheng Yunshu rode out of the garage, the motorcycle roaring like a ferocious beast, its growl echoing through the streets as it crushed the concrete beneath. The wind rushed past them, cool and invigorating, caressing their faces and soothing their spirits. Sheng Yunshu brought Su Nua to a bustling night market, the sounds of vendors calling out reaching them from afar. Care for a drink, handsome? Su Nua dismounted, and was soon enveloped by an enticing aroma, drawn towards a lively eatery brimming with the warmth of street life. Following Sheng Yunshu, she watched as her sister called over a server with ease. The server, upon recognizing Sheng Yunshu, beamed with surprise and joy. Miss Sheng, it's been ages. The usual? Yes, I'll have the usual. Please bring the menu to her. She is new here. Of course. The server's infectious smile brightened the atmosphere. Taking the menu from the server, Su Nua scanned the offerings and casually selected 2 home-style dishes. She was puzzled as to why Sheng Yunshu had brought her to a night market for dinner. Thankfully, Su Nua had intentionally eaten lightly for dinner, fearing that she might fill up and miss out on this late-night feast. The restaurant was efficient, and soon the server returned with a plate of Orlan-style grilled chicken wings, a serving of grilled oysters, and a pot of spicy hot pot. As Su Nua took a bite of the grilled wing, the flavorful Orlan's seasoning exploded in her mouth, the tender meat practically melting away. With just that one bite, she found herself yearning to devour every last morsel, bones included. Sheng Yunshu, witnessing her delight, couldn't help but chuckle. The server, noticing Sheng Yunshu's laughter, playfully remarked, I can't believe I'm witnessing Miss Sheng smile. It's been ages. Su Nua paused at this comment. It echoed the narrative of the infamous CEO who hadn't smiled in a decade. Sheng Yunshu cleared her throat. Aren't you busy? The perceptive server quickly grasped her meaning and, with a twinkle in her eyes, replied, I'll take my leave then. Sheng Yunshu picked up an oyster, expertly opening it with her chopsticks and slurping it down with ease. Is it delicious? Delicious. Upon hearing Su Nua's response, Sheng Yunshu's eyes sparkled with joy. I'm glad you like it. She passed a napkin to Su Nua, who wiped her mouth before reaching for another oyster. As they indulged in their meal, a commotion erupted nearby. What do you think you're doing? You dare provoke us? You still want to stay in this area? Su Nua glanced over to see 2 groups of burly men with tattoos, their faces hardened with hostility, glaring at each other while clutching beer bottles. One man raised a bottle and smashed it against the table, the shattering glass drawing everyone's attention. The bottom of the bottle shattered, leaving sharp fragments aimed at the opposing group. In an instant, the patrons scattered in panic.
Come on.
If you have the guts, step up. One man shouted defiantly. I've never backed down. His words ignited the flames of conflict, and soon the 2 sides were embroiled in a brawl. The server suddenly shouted, What are you doing? But her voice was drowned out by the chaos of the fight. Restraining her anger, she addressed the patrons. Dear customers, you one tea need to pay for today's meal. Please leave to avoid unnecessary harm. Come back tomorrow, and we'll treat you to 2 extra dishes, ensuring no one disturbs this place again. Hearing this, the patrons hastily abandoned their chopsticks and fled. Su Nua turned to Sheng Yunshu. Sister, perhaps we should leave as well? No need, don't worry. Sheng Yunshu appeared unperturbed. With her sister unwilling to leave, Su Nua felt compelled to stay. Fine then. Let us just eat. Su Nua resumed, gnawing on the chicken wings while observing the brawl. Suddenly, she noticed the server, who had just been soothingly ushering customers to safety, now wearing a cold expression as the restaurant neared empty. She pressed a button on the remote, and the electric shutters came crashing down, capturing the attention of the brawlers. Only then did they realize something was amiss. What's going on? You dare to close on me? You'll regret this. The server's icy demeanor radiated an aura of danger as she lifted her maid's skirt, retrieving 2 daggers from her thigh holster, her gaze as sharp as the blades. The sound of the blades clashing together echoed ominously, reminiscent of ripples in water. With a fierce glare that promised retribution, she declared, "If you dare to cause trouble, be prepared to pay the price." Just then, a woman emerged from the back kitchen, her red dress as alluring as a flower, her exotic waves of hair cascading gently as she cast a sultry glance at the rowdy group. Well, daring to wreak havoc on my turf? She mused, caressing a baseball bat in her hand. I was planning to play a game next week, but it seems I have an opportunity to practice on you first. With a swift motion, the server spun her daggers and lunged towards the group, slicing through the air with lethal precision. Meanwhile, the woman with the bat sauntered towards the brawlers, her movements graceful and deliberate, in stark contrast to the server's swift assault. One man, momentarily entranced, failed to notice the woman approaching him until it was too late. With a resounding crack, she sent him flying with a single swing of her bat. The man was hurled across the room like a shattered doll, crashing against a table on the opposite side. The resounding thud jolted everyone from their stupor. Meanwhile, a server swiftly sliced across the arms of the assailants, leaving jagged gashes of varying depths, and with a decisive kick, shattered the man's kneecap, causing him to collapse to the ground. The heavy sound amplified the fear that enveloped everyone present. Chapter 48. Sharing the blame. Departing together. The girl raised her arm and brought it down with precision, swiftly toppling several burly men who were left bewildered by her rapid strikes. Panic ensued as they rallied together, scoffing, "A mere girl thinks she can surpass us. Let us take her down together." Undeterred by their collective advance, the server deftly maneuvered among them, and soon a group of them lay defeated. The woman wielding a baseball bat wore an enchanting smile, her strikes growing increasingly forceful until she had subdued the rowdy individuals. The 2 women combined their efforts to incapacitate the assailants with relentless precision. After savoring a chicken wing, Su Nua couldn't help but exclaim, "Sisters, you're so fierce." Upon hearing this, the woman casually discarded her twisted baseball bat and swayed over to Su Nua, who showed no sign of fear at her approach. With a sudden smile, she greeted, "Hello, little sister." "Hello, big sister," Su Nua replied, her gaze inadvertently drifting. The woman chuckled softly, teasing, "You little lecher." Su Nua blushed and averted her eyes, stammering, "I was just looking." Sheng Yunshu shot a glance at the woman, cautioning her to refrain from further teasing. "All right, Miss Sheng." The server made a brief phone call, summoning a few individuals to clean up. After delivering her succinct instructions, she stepped over the fallen bodies and approached, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Miss Sheng, for any embarrassment caused." Sheng Yunshu waved her hand dismissively, "It's nothing." The server donned a playful grin, addressing Su Nua, "I hope I didn't scare you, little sister?" Su Nua sincerely shook her head, "Not at all." The server, noticing Su Nua's adorable demeanor, added, "You're such a sweet girl. I'll treat you to some juice later." The woman, upon hearing the mention of juice, smiled warmly. "That juice is quite rare, little sister. You're in for a treat." "Thank you, sister," Su Nua beamed. "Such a darling," the woman said, gently caressing her cheek. "What's your name, little one?"
Sunua.
With the character for glutinous rice. Little Nua, how adorable. You can call me Luo Ling, or just Ling Jie if you prefer. Ling Jie. Su Nua obediently responded. "Such a good girl. I'll take care of you," the woman assured her.
All right.
Su Nua chirped, "Nothing's for free, though." The server knelt down, pointing at herself. "Little Nua, I'm Bai K. I look forward to your guidance." "Okay, I'll go fetch your juice," Bai K announced before departing. Su Nua wiggled her little feet in anticipation of her juice, when suddenly a light bulb went off in her head. Wait a minute. Isn't that name a bit familiar? Do I know her sister? She opened the narrative. Oh my. It really is that Luo Ling, and by K. Hearing a voice, Luo Ling scanned her surroundings, while Sheng Yunshu, with a mere glance, recognized that Luo Ling had overheard her thoughts and placed a hand on her wrist to calm her. Luo Ling quickly regained her composure, her eyes no longer darting about. Su Nua realized that Luo Ling must be acquainted with Sheng Yunshu, who was well known in the literary world and undoubtedly had an extraordinary background. To her astonishment, Sheng Yunshu had established a criminal organization, and Luo Ling along with Bai Kei were key figures within it. This establishment was Luo Ling's dream, a down-to-earth restaurant, with Bai Kei as her unwavering confidant, prepared to risk life and limb for her. In just a week, Ling Jie will be deceived by that scoundrel of a boyfriend. What should I do? How can I subtly hint to her? But I've only just met Ling Jie. If I abruptly inform her, she might not believe me. Luo Ling glanced at Sheng Yunshu, who nodded in understanding, and she feigned casualness as she remarked, "Little Noah, my boyfriend is quite handsome. I'll bring him to meet you next time, so you'll know to pass on any boyfriends who aren't good-looking or considerate." Luo Ling covered her mouth with a soft laugh, exuding an irresistible charm. What nonsense! That man is nothing but a scoundrel. He is merely an undercover agent sent to pose as an ordinary person, intending to deceive Ling Jie, acquire confidential information from the organization, and betray her. It's a pity Ling Jie could end up in dire straits because of him. Ling Jie has suffered so much in her childhood. Why must she face such a tragic fate in adulthood? What a terrible narrative. Both Luo Ling and Bai Kei were orphans who had endured great hardships, often looked down upon, until they caught the eye of Sheng Yunshu, who elevated them. Upon hearing this, Luo Ling clenched the hem of her dress tightly, a flicker of resentment igniting in her eyes. She had treated her boyfriend exceptionally well, nearly giving him her heart, only to discover he was an undercover agent. Luo Ling was clear-headed. When faced with a choice between her organization and her boyfriend, she would choose the former in an instant. Just as she was about to confront her boyfriend, she overheard. That boyfriend has already obtained the confidential information. If Ling Jie goes near him, she will be killed, and the organization will be severely compromised, leading to her becoming a despised traitor. Bai Kei, having heard the conversation from the kitchen, emerged with a cup in hand. Observing that Su Nua had not spoken, while the other two listened intently, quickly grasping the situation, she approached Su Nua with a pretense of ignorance. "Little Nua, would you like to try my cooking?" Bai Kei beamed.
Yes.
"Thank you, sister. It's infuriating that such a wonderful sister would be betrayed by her subordinates." Luo Ling mused, could Bai Kei also be at risk? Bai Kei lowered her gaze, realizing she needed to investigate further upon her return. Bai Kei's assistant secretly switched allegiance to another gang, dissatisfied with the current state of affairs, yet reluctant to abandon the organization as formidable influence, thus vacillating. Eventually, when his position as second-in-command became unstable, he stole Bai Kei's opportunities, betraying her and exposing organizational secrets. The organization mistook Bai Kei for a traitor like Luo Ling and placed a bounty on her head. In the end, Sister Kei met with a tragic demise.
Sigh.
Each tale more tragic than the last. Best friends, bound together. You take one pot, I'll take another. We shall shoulder the blame together. Bai Kei, having considered this, smiled. "Little Nua, you're so charming. Whenever you come here, I'll treat you to free meals." "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, sister." This esteemed guest invited by Miss Sheng holds considerable value in her insights. Bai Kei thought, regardless of its truth, I must investigate thoroughly. If it proves genuine, she and Luo Ling would owe Su Nua a debt of gratitude. Even if false, it's an opportunity to assess loyalty. A few meals are nothing she cannot afford. Shang Yunshu cast a few glances at the remaining individuals, noting the time was getting late. We should head back. After returning with Su Nua, they enjoyed a hearty meal and a restful sleep. The next day, a driver escorted them, as Suzian was occupied with film shooting and could not accompany them to school. Upon entering the classroom, all eyes were fixed on her with a sparkling curiosity, as if they had stumbled upon some delectable gossip. Chapter 49, Rejecting Love-Struck Foolishness. Why are they staring at me like that? Instantly, all eyes retracted, though ears perked up, eager to catch the next tidbit of gossip. Su Nua took her seat, noticing Yin Ran, who had arrived early, pulling a lunchbox from the drawer. Su Nua couldn't help but marvel at their tenacity. Young man, no matter how hard you strive, it will be in vain. Su Qing is destined to be her male lead, and your role as the supporting character has no bearing on that. It has been said to avoid being love-struck. One after another, they exhibited irrationality. Su Nua, lifting her chin, pondered for a long time before reluctantly advising her deskmate, seriously, being love-struck is not a good path. Ayn Rand? Ayn Rand looked at her with a perplexed expression. Su Nua, noticing that Ayn Rand was willing to listen, hastened to explain about an older sister she had recently met, who, due to a romantic infatuation, had been deceived into obtaining a fraudulent marriage certificate. In truth, this sister's own sister was the legitimate wife of her husband, while the false spouse indulged in pleasures between the two. Hu Yen in the film crew sneezed. Caught a cold? Upon hearing the juicy gossip, the crowd's eyes widened in shock. Is it really that explosive? Ayn Rand? Su Nua intensified her narrative, revealing that this sister nearly faced financial ruin, with her family tragically perishing. And the next day she was to be subjected to a harrowing operation to have her organs removed, destined for a most dreadful fate. The crowd gasped. No way. Is it really that intense? Suddenly, they felt that a romantic obsession was not merely love, but rather a form of mental decline, leading one to become blind to the truth and recklessly throw oneself into danger. In unison, they shook their heads, bidding farewell to the notion of love-induced folly. No thank you. Ayn Rand? Seeing Ayn Rand still lost in her delusions, Su Nua, filled with exasperation, mentioned another acquaintance of hers, who, similarly ensnared by love, had been deceived into revealing confidential information, ultimately being obliterated into mere fragments. The crowd was left speechless.
Sorry.
Forget about romance. Su Nua was unaware that her words prompted many girls in the class to break up that very night. The reason for their breakups? I love you, but I do not wish to be subjected to organ removal. We have adored each other in spirit, and let us refrain from any physical contact henceforth. Ayn Rand? Su Nua, seeing Ayn Rand still unwilling to awaken from her stupor, lamented the futility of her efforts. I know of another brother. In his devotion to his darling wife, he became ensnared by romantic folly, severing ties with his family and confronting his rivals, only to find himself stripped of all wealth, reduced to begging while still clinging to his girlfriend. In the end, his family perished and he nearly lost his life as well. But let us not delve into his eventual resurgence, lest he claim that true love conquers all and glory returns in the end. She felt an urge to send Ayn Rand back to her mother's womb for a fresh start. The crowd stared wide-eyed, the boys trembling as they retrieved their phones, declaring immediate breakups.
Sorry.
Wealth is far more important. They recognized they had only one home and could not afford to squander it due to romantic delusions. That day,
Sono per forme da miracle.
Within 10 minutes, the entire class found themselves single, and even years later, they dared not venture into romance. Lu Li's true story had proven to them that Su Nua's tales were indeed real. As heirs to their families, they could not afford even the slightest misstep. Love, money, and future take precedence. Ayn Rand remained utterly perplexed by the meaning behind Su Nua's words. As class was about to commence, Ayn Rand stood up, declaring, I must be on my way, excuse me. As she departed with her lunchbox, the astute Su Nua quickly grasped the implications of this boy's actions, lamenting her fate. Damn that romantic fool. Why can't he see the truth? Being blind to character is one thing, but refusing to heed the warnings? He deserves to suffer. Ayn Rand, carrying her lunchbox, approached Su Qingqing in Class 8, who gratefully accepted it.
Thank you, Ayn Rand.
No need for thanks, it's a small matter.
Su Nua,
seething with frustration against the wall, lamented that infuriating Ayn Rand. Why is he always so oblivious, unwilling to awaken? Ayn Rand? Why are you scolding him? Was it just delivering a meal? In gym class, the schedules of Class 1 and Class 8 coincidentally overlapped. Dressed in athletic wear, Su Nua rested her chin on her hand, fixating on Ayn Rand as if attempting to bore a hole through his back. Ayn Rand felt increasingly uneasy under her gaze. Suddenly recalling that Su Qingqing is at this moment bullying a fellow student, if only Ayn Rand could witness it, it would tarnish his affection for her. Hearing this, Ayn Rand found it hard to believe that the seemingly gentle Su Qingqing could engage in such bullying. I must devise a plan to lure him to the equipment room. Su Nua leaped down the stairs and approached Ayn Rand, asking, Ayn Rand, could you accompany me to the equipment room? Ayn Rand instinctively replied, why? I wish to retrieve a jump rope, but others have taken them all, and I'm not familiar with where the equipment room is. You're my only desk mate. Su Nua answered Ain Rand's questions with seamless precision. After a moment's thought, Ain Rand conceded, all right. They made their way to the equipment room, the door ajar. Just as Su Nua was about to step inside, a voice echoed, you little vixen, still trying to seduce Wei Yuji? Su Qingqing's voice drifted out. Upon hearing Su Qingqing, Ain Rand froze, and as he reached for the door, a sharp slap reverberated throughout the room, followed by the chilling words, strip her clothes off. Take photos and post them online. Let us see if she dares to tempt Wei Yu again. Su Nua recalled the male lead, Wei Yu. Su Qingqing, fearing that her Wei Yu might be swayed, orchestrated a scheme to confront the girl she believed was vying for his affection, bullying her to ensure she would never harbor such thoughts again. As Ain Rand heard the mention of stripping, his sense of justice surged, and he kicked the door open, demanding, what are you doing? The door swung open to reveal several girls silhouetted against the light. One girl sprawled on the ground, while others were tearing at clothes and hair. Su Qingqing stood there, arrogantly looking down on them, nonchalantly polishing her nails. Hearing the commotion, the girls turned, and upon seeing Ain Rand, Su Qingqing's demeanor shifted to panic as she rushed over to explain, Ain Rand, they're bullying this classmate. I can't compete with them. Please help me. Her saccharine voice trembled, portraying the image of a frightened girl seeking a savior. Ain Rand pushed past the other girls, removed his jacket, draped it over the victim, and lifted her away, heading toward the infirmary. Only then did Su Qingqing notice Su Nua standing behind Ain Rand, and as he left, her expression twisted in rage. It's you. You set me up. Su Qingqing shrieked. Su Nua thought to herself, is this person out of her mind? After being caught bullying a classmate, she blames an innocent bystander for her predicament? One can only keep secrets if one does not engage in wrongdoing. Chapter 50, The Ultimate Romantic Fool. After leaving the equipment room, Su Nua returned to the gymnasium, awaiting the end of class. When the bell finally rang at noon, signaling the end of the day, a college had a schedule for afternoon nap in dormitories before students return home. As Su Nua prepared her bag and was about to head for lunch,
Luli approached her. Gello Suno.
Su Nua replied, hello, Luli, is there something you need? At this moment, Su Nua spoke with formality, and Luli, slightly pouting, recalled how she had previously addressed him so intimately during their gossip sessions. Are you going to lunch? Would you like to join me?
Yes.
I'm headed to lunch. Let us go together. The two exchanged light banter as they made their way into the cafeteria. After ordering their meals, Su Nua, balancing her tray, spotted Ain Rand and Su Qingqing engaged in animated conversation. She felt a surge of frustration. How could this boy be so infatuated? Were it not for the task tying her punishment to Ain Rand, she would have preferred to let him endure the consequences of his romantic folly, suffering at the hands of the male lead and the female lead. Su Nua turned to Luli and said, I see my desk mate. I'd like to share a table with them, is that all right? Luli, with her carefree personality, recalled Su Nua's earlier admonitions to Ain Rand and, observing the situation, kindly agreed, sure. Su Nua led Luli to Ain Rand's table and seated herself without hesitation. Ain Rand, seeing Su Nua beside him, was not annoyed. You're here for lunch too?
Yes.
Su Nua calmly ate her meal, while Su Qingqing's displeasure grew evident, her eyes flashing with resentment, which Luli noticed. What's wrong, Su Qingqing? Are you not welcoming us? At this remark, Su Nua and Ain Rand glanced up to see Su Qingqing's face contorted in a vicious expression. Su Nua silently applauded Luli in her heart, thinking, Luli, you're my hero. As long as Su Qingqing's persona crumbles significantly in Ain Rand's heart, she cannot fathom how Ain Rand, this hopeless romantic, would not awaken to the truth. During their interactions, every time Ain Rand conversed with Su Qingqing, Su Nua would interject, effectively hindering their dialogue. Luli discerned the implications behind Su Nua's words and occasionally lent his support to her, further obstructing their conversation. By the end of the meal, Ain Rand and Su Qingqing had exchanged but a few words. Su Qingqing, increasingly vexed by the interruptions from Su Nua and Luli, eventually found herself shedding tears as she softly lamented, Why are you two targeting me? Suddenly rising, she wept as she departed, drawing the attention of everyone around. Luli, perceiving Su Qingqing's attempt to cast blame, boldly addressed Su Nua, exclaiming, It's peculiar. We are merely chatting here without insulting or bullying her. Why is she crying?
Suno.
Quick to grasp the situation, escalated her voice, I have no idea. We were just discussing how challenging today's math problem was when she abruptly left in tears. Could it be that she found it difficult as well? This revelation led many to take notice of Su Nua, with some pointing and exclaiming, "Isn't that Su Nua, the lucky charm?" Instantly, a chorus of voices erupted. "It's Nua." I took a screenshot of her to change my avatar and won the lottery while casually scratching off a ticket. Me too. Ever since I changed my avatar, I've had nothing but good luck. A throng of admirers quickly surrounded her. "Su Nua, could you sign for me? Let's take a photo together.
Give us a smile.
And I'll change my avatar." Soon, Su Nua was engulfed, unable to escape the crowd. Meanwhile, Ain Ran stood up and left, heading in the direction Su Qingqing had taken. By the time Su Nua managed to finish dealing with her admirers, Ain Ran had vanished from sight, prompting her to return to the dormitory with her tray in hand. Lying on her top bunk, she opened the plot to discern what was happening with Ain Ran. Most of the narrative was accessible to her, though a small portion remained shrouded. As Su Nua watched the unfolding events, they materialized vividly before her. In the video, after Ain Ran escorted the girl to the infirmary, he approached Su Qingqing in the next class, questioning her motives. When Su Qingqing struggled to articulate her reasoning, she broke down, crying, "Do not believe me either." In that moment, Ain Ran's heart softened, and after a pause, he replied, "All right, I believe you may have your reasons, but please refrain from bullying that girl again. Should I encounter this once more, I will intervene." Su Qingqing wiped away her tears and, smiling through her sobs, responded, "Thank you for understanding me, Ain Ran." The atmosphere grew tender and intimate. Su Nua, momentarily frozen in disbelief, thought, "What a quintessential romantic fool. To dissolve misunderstandings, trust Su Qingqing, and be willing to reconcile?" She continued to watch. After Su Qingqing fled the cafeteria, Ain Ran pursued her, and Su Qingqing threw herself into his embrace, sobbing, "They bullied me." Fortunately, Ain Ran, displaying a semblance of integrity, hesitantly defended Su Nua, saying Su Qingqing might have acted unintentionally. Su Qingqing, feeling slighted, retorted, "You are not favoring me."
Humph, with a sigh.
Ain Ran coaxed, "Don't be upset. I'll take you to buy a bag later." Su Qingqing relented, feigning indignation. "Fine, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself." Upon concluding her observations, Su Nua felt as though she had just consumed something utterly revolting, choking back her disgust. How can someone be such a brainless romantic fool? As afternoon approached, while pondering how to broach the subject, Su Nua suddenly recalled that Su Qingqing would be leaving with that group of delinquents. After school, Su Qingqing would head to the alley with those thugs. How should I coax Ain Ran to go there? Upon hearing this, the curious gazes of everyone around brightened. Indeed, Su Nua, the gossiping oracle, would not disappoint. She could always unearth a scandal when least expected. Even this tidbit of information was crystal clear to her. Ain Ran's drowsy eyes snapped open at the mention of the alley.
What do you mean by that?
Forget it. I'll go for broke, after all. Ain Ran is easily deceived. If Su Qingqing can fool him, surely I can too. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp arose. Is the school bully truly that gullible? Ain Ran, do you know where there's a bookstore nearby? Can you take me to buy a book after class? Everyone held their breath, awaiting Ain Ran's response.
Sure.
Ain Ran returned to his slumber, and once again, the crowd's perceptions shifted. Su Nua was not only reliable, but also accurate. She had indeed managed to entice him. After school, Ain Ran slung his backpack over his shoulder, waiting for Su Nua to finish packing her things. "Let us go," Su Nua declared as she completed her preparations. Ain Ran led her out of the school gate, taking the route that passed by the bookstore. Su Nua deliberately asked, "Could you slow down? I can't keep up with you." Jokingly, given Ain Ran's swift pace, they would arrive before even starting. Ain Ran turned back to see the petite Su Nua struggling to match his pace, and realized he had indeed been moving too quickly. He unconsciously slowed down. Unbeknownst to Ain Ran and Su Nua, a class of gossip enthusiasts stealthily followed them from a distance. As they passed a narrow alley, the sounds of angry male voices and the sultry gasps of a woman reached their ears. Chapter 51. Date. The sounds were too suggestive, swirling with implications that provoked the imagination. Ain Ran quickly grasped that Su Nua's earlier words held truth. However, he had no desire to intervene. Su Nua was here, and so was he. Their presence would only disrupt Su Qingqing. What would become of her dignity? While contemplating this, Su Nua had a different perspective. If Su Qingqing dared to engage in such activities, seeking pleasure in the alley while dangling Ain Ran along, she should be prepared for the consequences of being caught. Even if Ain Ran remained oblivious now, he would eventually discover Su Qingqing's escapades with others in a month. Moreover, she was not a saint. When it came to her own interests, it was only fitting to preemptively put Su Qingqing in a compromising position. Discovering this now could aid Su Qingqing in awakening from her indulgent spiral, preventing her descent from a one-on-one to a multi-partner scenario. Stopping her from spiraling further and avoiding potential STDs was indeed an act of kindness. Although Su Qingqing's entanglement with others was at Wei Yu's behest, who harbored a peculiar kink for watching his girlfriend cuckold him, recording her as she engaged with others for his viewing pleasure later during his idle hours. Hearing these inner thoughts, the crowd nearly stumbled in shock, left aghast at the revelation of someone possessing such a cuckold fetish, encouraging their partner to betray them while observing their interactions with others. They were baffled, yet profoundly astonished. Su Nuo curiously remarked, "Is someone calling for help?" She feigned shock with wide eyes. Ain Ran attempted to restrain her, but before he could extend his hand, Su Nuo had already dashed forward, exclaiming, "Fear not. I shall rescue you." Upon entering, Su Nuo encountered a half-naked Su Qingqing with a boy whose pants were only partially removed.
Upon saying Suno.
Su Qingqing shrieked in panic, "Ah!" Recognizing the opportunity, the entire class quietly slipped away, finding refuge in the shadows of the alley. Out of Su Qingqing's line of sight, they swiftly raised their phones, directing their cameras at Su Qingqing and the boy. The moment the boy realized he had been caught, he hastily pulled up his pants and fled, not daring to look back. Unaware that she was being recorded, Su Qingqing furiously yelled, "Su Nuo!" Upon seeing her, Su Nuo feigned shock. "Oh, it's you. I thought someone was in distress and came to rescue them." Ain Ran, "Since everything is fine now, shall we leave?" As Su Qingqing set her eyes on Ain Ran, her heart raced with anxiety, and she glanced at him uncertainly. "Ain Ran, things are not as you think," Su Qingqing stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent explanation. Ain Ran wore a detached smile. I understand. You must have your reasons."
Suno. Oh.
The crowd. Is this truly the quintessential romantic fool Su Nuo spoke of? Regardless of how Su Qingqing's boyfriend perceives the situation, the fact that she has indeed been unfaithful has been confirmed. Not only does he refuse to accept this reality, but he also seeks to rationalize Su Qingqing's actions. The onlookers shake their heads. A lovesick mind is merely enamored with love, not devoid of reason, dear youth.
Suno.
Filled with exasperation, mentally fantasizes about delivering him a sound thrashing for possessing such an extraordinary level of infatuation.
Damn.
Frustrated, Su Nuo resolves to uncover what thoughts occupy this lad's mind. Upon delving into the narrative, she discovers the following. Yen Ran, witnessing Su Qingqing in a state of undress, feels an overwhelming surge of heartache, as if a fire were ignited within him, wishing he could confront the blonde-haired scoundrel who has sullied his goddess. He believes Su Qingqing must be a victim, coerced by that blonde-haired boy, stripped of her innocence, utterly powerless against male aggression, ultimately left to endure humiliation and submit to him. Given Su Qingqing's plight, he ought not to blame her. Instead, he must cherish her and help her escape this unbearable disgrace.
Suno.
Brother, have you illuminated your wealth, but left your intellect in the dark? Su Nuo looks up at Yen Ran, her expression akin to one who has just ingested a fly. Filled with disgust, Yen Ran, perplexed, asks, "What?" She calls upon the system. "Do I really have to fulfill this task? I reasonably suspect you are using Yen Ran to vex me." The system promptly refutes. "No, take it easy, host." In these times of peculiarities, the emergence of multiple Yen Rans is hardly surprising. More oddities await, and while one toils within a novel, one is not in control. You would do better to enlighten yourself, cultivate your mindset, and confront the deluge of eccentricities as a superior version of yourself. Su Nuo, while others brave the storms, she faces a rain of oddities. Do you not hear the absurdity of your words? Yen Ran removes his jacket and drapes it over Su Qingqing, inquiring, "Will you come with me?" Su Qingqing, recalling her boyfriend lurking in the shadows, wipes her tears, her complexion as pallid as a sheet, her voice trembling. "It's fine." Yen Ran, "Thank you, but I must return now. You should go back." With that, she tightens the jacket around herself, attempting to cover her body, and hastily departs, covering her face with small, quick steps. Yen Ran follows closely behind. Observing the conclusion of this affair, Su Nuo, left with no recourse, returns home in a daze. Upon arriving, she finds her parents absent, granting her a rare moment of tranquility. Exhausted, She collapses onto her bed, pondering the inexplicable.
Sono sigas.
I just don't understand. Luli, holding a feather quill, gently glides the feather across Su Nua's delicate face. What is it that you cannot comprehend? Why does Yen Ran care for Su Qingqing so deeply? Can love truly encompass such understanding? It is but a lovesick mind, after all. Luli revels in the amusement. Does Yen Ran possess some leverage over her?
Sono contemplates.
Luli scratches his palm with a feather quill. Who knows? According to the narrative, this level of affection must stem from a life-saving grace. Su Nua rests her chin in her hand, lamenting. With someone like Su Qingqing, let us dismiss that notion. Given her selfish character, would she ever save Yen Ran? Let us be realistic. Yen Ran, unwavering, delivers a lunchbox. While Su Nua observes him on his way to Class 8, her cheeks flushed with confusion. Why is it that he cannot be dissuaded? She lacks the motivation to follow him. Ever since the last incident, Yen Ran has persistently pursued Su Qingqing, showing no disdain for her self-destructive tendencies. For days, Su Nua has accompanied Yen Ran in seeking out Su Qingqing, growing weary of the routine, opting instead to conjure videos in her mind. In the video, Su Qingqing, with her blushing, egg-shaped face, says, Yen Ran, this weekend I'd like to pick a gift for my mother. Would you accompany me? Yen Ran, without a moment's hesitation, replies, sure. Then it's settled. See you at 7 on Sunday morning, Su Qingqing beams. Su Nua bolts upright, her hand pressing against the table. They are actually going on a date. This could not possibly bode well for her mission.
Damn.
Sunday arrives. Gritting her teeth, Su Nua trails behind them. Begrudgingly sacrificing her vacation to follow this task, her mounting frustration capable of nurturing several malevolent sword immortals. Chapter 52. The mindset explodes. The system's voice drips with cold water as it reminds her, today is the final day for your task. Hearing this devilish whisper, Su Nua feels an urge to strangle Yen Ran. She has never encountered such a lovesick fool. Despite having witnessed Su Qingqing's myriad transgressions, the image of the white moonlight remains unscathed, indeed, entirely unaffected. Su Nua opens the video, scrutinizing what these two have been discussing. Su Qingqing stands beside Yen Ran, having meticulously prepared for the day, her natural makeup enhancing her innocent beauty. Yen Ran, thank you for accompanying me today. Yen Ran, thank you for accompanying me today. Just to let you know, you've made my mission significantly more arduous, transforming my precarious existence into a treacherous plunge. Hearing her voice, Yen Ran abruptly turns, only to find no one in sight, drawing Su Qingqing's attention as she queries, what's wrong, Yen Ran? It's nothing. Let us go, he replies, turning back to continue walking with Su Qingqing. Oh my, you startled me with that sudden turn. Yen Ran smirks, now certain that Su Nua is lurking nearby, eavesdropping on them. Su Nua trails behind, listening to their whispered exchanges, her ears nearly calloused from the tediousness. Could they not discuss something more entertaining? Yen Ran takes Su Qingqing shopping, where she peruses jewelry, consistently gravitating towards the more expensive items, waiting expectantly for Yen Ran to pay. After he does, Su Qingqing blushes and softly murmurs, this is quite expensive. Isn't it? Did I take too many? Should I put some back? Yen Ran dismisses the concern, nonchalantly replying, take whatever you like. Su Qingqing, her cheeks flushed, expresses her gratitude. Thank you, Yen Ran. Her bashfulness and appreciation serve to amplify a man's sense of fulfillment. Following them all day, as evening approaches, Su Nua finds herself at a loss for how to separate them. Wishing to return home, she recalls her electric punishment. Ultimately, she opens the narrative, pondering if there are any advantageous developments ahead. As she reads lengthy descriptions of Su Qingqing's beauty beneath the setting sun and Yen Ran's gallantry, Su Nua thinks, could we not include something of worth? It is only later that she notices Wei Yu nearby. Excellent, Wei Yu is close. I must devise a way to draw him over. Yen Ran, catching her thoughts, furrows his brow, realizing that if Wei Yu discovers Su Qingqing in his company, misunderstandings will surely arise. He wishes to avoid putting Su Qingqing in a difficult position. At that moment, Su Qingqing lifts her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear. Her expression tender and her voice delicate as she says, Yen Ran, thank you for always being by my side. It's getting late. I should head back now. Yen Ran, preoccupied with the notion of Wei Yu's proximity, fails to register her words, insisting, there is still one more store we haven't visited. Let us go. He feels compelled to take Su Qingqing away to prevent an encounter with Wei Yu. Su Nua, realizing they are about to leave, rushes forward, intent on intercepting them. Each harbors their own motives. One thinks Yan Ran's eagerness signifies his desire to remain together, blushing in anticipation of being led away. Another, intent on avoiding Wei Yu, hastens to lead Su Qingqing away, and the last, anxious that they might leave without encountering Wei Yu. Their hearts are laden with ulterior motives. Su Nuo knows that approaching suddenly would be awkward, yet for the sake of her own life, she steels herself. Just as she steps forward, Yan Ran, taking his first step, collides with Wei Yu, who is engrossed in his phone. Standing behind Yan Ran, Su Qingqing witnesses their intertwined hands, her ears burning with warmth. Her voice filled with an involuntary delight. Yan Ran, where are we headed? At the sound of Su Qingqing's voice, Wei Yu, who had been focused on his phone, looks up in shock, his gaze landing on his girlfriend standing behind Yan Ran. His expression shifts to one of displeasure. His lips purse tightly as he glares at Yan Ran, who is holding his girlfriend's hand. Qingqing, why are you with him? Yan Ran is taken aback.
Soy Sunuo.
Didn't you say we wouldn't run into each other for a while? Why are we encountering each other now? Upon hearing Wei Yu's voice, Su Qingqing's face turned as pale as a ghost. She trembled as she spoke. No, brother. I just happened to run into classmate Yin Ran. With a quivering voice, Su Qingqing broke free from Yin Ran's grip, stepped forward, and grasped Wei Yu's arm. Classmate Yin Ran has been pestering me, not letting me leave. I'm so scared. Brother, let us hurry away.
All right.
Stop crying. I'm here, Wei Yu softly reassured Su Qingqing. After calming her down, he turned and glared at Yin Ran. I warn you, if you come any closer to my girlfriend, I won't hold back. With that, he wrapped his arm around Su Qingqing and departed. When Wei Yu wasn't looking, Su Qingqing glanced back at Yin Ran with an apologetic expression, silently mouthing I'm sorry.
Sunod hopes to get self.
Surely this will awaken that hopeless romantic Yin Ran a little, right? To be accused and abandoned by the woman he loves. And to see her leave with another man. What a painful and profound realization. Su Nuo felt a rush of satisfaction as she opened the storyline.
Come on.
Let me see how this stubborn mule comes to understand things now. Upon opening the narrative, lengthy paragraphs unfolded before her. Yin Ran, witnessing his beloved being taken away, felt a mix of anger and sympathy. Su Qingqing is being controlled by that man, unable even to possess her own freedom. She is being forced to lie. Yin Ran pondered. My poor Qingqing, she must be so frightened. Su Nuo sharply commented, brother, she is scared of being discovered by Wei Yu. Her eyes are red from crying. She must be coerced by him. Oh, how terrified she must be. Su Nuo further mused. Are you sure it's not just to elicit sympathy from you two fools? But he is still Qingqing's boyfriend. Damn it. I should never have let go back then. Su Nuo added, he is the male lead. Are you? What kind of man is Wei Yu? That scoundrel. Curse it all. It's my fault. If only I were stronger. I could have prevented Qingqing from having to endure this with him.
Sumariterated on sa game.
He is the male lead, and the female lead is with the male lead. Since that man does not love Qingqing, I will be the one to love her from now on. I will love her twice as much as before. The love she cannot receive from him will be mine to offer. Qingqing will surely come to her senses, leave him, and be with me. After finishing the text, Su Nuo felt as if her mind had exploded. Her emotions were in turmoil. Not only had her infatuation not waned, but it had intensified. Through gritted teeth, she muttered,
Crazy.
At that moment, the system made its timely appearance. If the task fails, I will be electrocuted. Yin Ran is still a hopeless romantic. This is it. I'm going to be electrocuted. Frozen in place, Yin Ran absorbed Su Nuo's words, contemplating the task and the mention of electrocution. Soon, the mystery of why Su Nuo had tried to prevent him from getting close to Su Qingqing finally unraveled. He hurried toward Su Nuo, realizing that she had indirectly saved him, and he didn't want her to be electrocuted. Host, task time has concluded. Based on your performance during the task and continuous real-time behavior monitoring, the main system has determined that Yin Ran still loves Su Qingqing. Chapter 53. Refusing PUA. The cold, mechanical voice of the system announced, following the main system's ruling. The host has failed the task, and punishment will be administered in 3 seconds. Electrocuted in 3 seconds? Upon hearing this, Yin Ran's heart skipped a beat. He didn't want Su Nuo to suffer because of him. 3. Su Nuo exclaimed, Wait, are you serious? Given our long-standing relationship, can't the system grant me a reprieve? The system ignored her pleas.
2.
Seeing that the system was resolute in punishing her, Su Nua reflected on her efforts, realizing that instead of diminishing, her situation had worsened. Her heart felt like a cold lake, chilling her to the bone. Forget it. Let it be destroyed.
1.
Ayn Rand hadn't yet voiced his thoughts. A continuous rumble of thunder echoed ominously, and lightning danced like a dragon, crackling through the air. As the sound of a collapsing mountain shook the heavens, a blinding bolt of lightning descended. Su Nua, terrified, closed her eyes and shielded her head, prioritizing her safety.
Boom.
After a long wait without feeling any pain, Su Nua couldn't resist opening her eyes. To her astonishment, the lightning that was meant for her had veered and struck Ayn Rand instead. Just as Ayn Rand was preparing to heroically save the damsel in distress, he saw the lightning heading straight for him. What? The bolt pierced through him from head to toe, leaving him charred yet intact. His hair exploded into a wild, frizzy mess, and as he opened his mouth, the smell of singed flesh wafted out, his eyes the only part of him that remained white. Ayn Rand stood there, stunned, his entire body tingling with pain.
Huh?
Wasn't he that supposed to strike me? Surely there can't be another one coming? Su Nua, frightened, took a step back. The system remarked, "Is that retreating step a serious action?" "Yes, I'm genuinely afraid of another strike." Witnessing Ayn Rand's unfortunate state, her concept of lightning was further distorted by fear. Is it really over? Indeed. Hearing this, Su Nua felt relieved but puzzled. Then why did it strike Ayn Rand? Did you not review the details on the day it was activated? Su Nua fell into deep thought. On the activation day, what had she been doing?
Oh.
She had been too engrossed in rewards and draws, completely distracted by the golden light. The system, exasperated, said, "Please open your eyes and read what is written above." Su Nua replied, "Fine, it's a matter of yin and yang, with a touch of politeness, but still." She opened the system's homepage and read, "This system is called the gossip system. Be strict with others, lenient with oneself. Refuse to PUA yourself, learn to PUA others." Su Nua recited the words from the homepage. 6. You should be mentioned it wasn't me being struck, but him. You didn't ask. 9. 6 flipped. Her system was notoriously terse. The system nonchalantly added, "That lightning was initially meant for you." The system continued, "Your efforts over the past week yielded no results, indicating the issue lies not with you, but with him. If he refuses to improve, let him face the consequences. It's not our concern." After hearing the system's words, Su Nua deeply understood the wisdom in the system's guiding principle: refuse to PUA oneself, learn to PUA others. Why should his problems fall upon her? It's only fitting he receives a lesson to enlighten him. The system coldly scoffed, "You are under my protection if you have no issues." Why would the main system punish you? Su Nua felt a surge of gratitude. System, you are amazing. But isn't the main system more powerful? Yes. But that doesn't matter. It cannot overstep me. The game update and maintenance are complete. Don't call me unless necessary, the system concluded before vanishing. The moment Su Nua's fleeting gratitude faded, she reflected, "Poor Ayn Rand, not heeding my advice, will inevitably face the consequences of lightning." Before losing consciousness, Ayn Rand heard that thought. Upon seeing him faint, Su Nua calmly picked up her phone and dialed for help, settling the medical fees before leaving. In the dead of night, Ayn Rand awoke, greeted by darkness and the pungent scent of antiseptic. He quickly realized where he was. Supporting himself with his hands, he squinted through the dim moonlight towards the window, reflecting on Su Nua's final words from that day. As the sun rose, casting a gentle warm glow through the window, he finally grasped the truth. Su Nua had gone to great lengths to prevent him from getting close to Ching, fearing he might be struck by lightning. Feeling an inexplicable sense of gratitude, he began to believe that Su Nua was genuinely a good person. How kind she is. Not only did she inform my father of my location to rescue me, but she also took every measure to protect me from lightning. Yet, one puzzling thought lingered in his mind. Why was he struck by lightning if he wasn't a hopeless romantic? Could it be that the proximity to Ching was the cause? As the sun rose, the youth experienced an epiphany. Meanwhile, after starting school, Sun Nua learned that Ayn Rand had taken a leave of absence. Luli sat beside Sun Nua. "What's the matter, Xiao Lu?" Following their previous banter, the two had developed a certain camaraderie. "Sai, do you remember the incident with my father?" Sun Nua replied, "Is it really appropriate to phrase it that way?" "Oh, indeed." Luli replied nonchalantly. "My mother mentioned that the funeral will be held tomorrow." Sun Nua was taken aback, unable to comprehend. "Your father has been gone for almost a week, and the funeral is only tomorrow?" Yes. My mother stated that she didn't want my father's passing to disrupt my precious weekend rest, and since she had already made plans with her friends for Monday, the funeral was scheduled for Tuesday. Upon hearing this, Sun Nua couldn't help but admire her mother's outlook. Luli then made a surprising suggestion. Do you want to join? Sun Nua was puzzled. Why? Luli elaborated. Think about it. If we go, it's just half a day, and I can get a leave. The remaining half of the day can be spent having fun. This could be considered my father's final contribution. Lu's father, upon hearing this, would surely rise from his grave, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Good son." No, thank you. On Tuesday, during the break, Sun Nua sat in her seat watching videos. She could witness the events without being present. In the classroom, some students mysteriously formed a group. Luli was the only one absent, and as he was about to play the video, he suddenly remembered someone was missing. He approached Sun Nua and asked Sun Nua, "Do you want to join the class group?" The class monitor, sitting in her own seat, overheard and realized that in the midst of her gossip, she had forgotten to add the gossip queen.
Sure.
After Sun Nua joined the group, she saw the group leader had sent a conference app invitation. The group leader exclaimed, "Come quickly. I've specially paid someone to sneak in and witness the gossip." Sun Nua had previously mentioned that there would be someone making a scene at the funeral. The group leader asked around to find out when Luli's father would be laid to rest, hiring someone to be on site to help live stream the event. Good things. Good gossip. How could they not share? The group leader proclaimed, "It's better to enjoy together than alone." As the news spread, everyone erupted in excitement and eagerly clicked to join. Seeing that everyone had entered, Sun Nua decided to join as well, keen not to be left out. In the video, the ceremony was just about to commence when a woman adorned in gold and silver entered, dragging her daughter along, imperiously directing a woman clad in white. "Do not bury him." Chapter 54. Hurry up, how embarrassing. My daughter is also Li Kuei's daughter. You must acknowledge my daughter and grant us her share of the inheritance. The woman burst in with an overwhelming presence, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. Li Kuei was Luli's father, and Luli shared his surname with his mother. The woman in white, elegantly made up, exuded a superior demeanor compared to the woman pointing at her. Lu's mother looked on with disdain. Li Kuei has turned to ashes. How can you prove this little bastard is his daughter? She glared at the goddaughter, who had long concealed her identity. The goddaughter, eager to claim her heritage, faced Lu's mother's accusations with calmness and even pride, declaring, "I am my father's daughter." Unlike the childish arrogance, the mistress was taken aback, unable to fathom that Lu's mother would so coldly allow her husband to be cremated. The spectators whispered amongst themselves, discreetly pointing at the two confronting women.
Is that so?
Lu's mother scoffed, turning to Luli, "Lear, bring me the paternity test." Luli obediently stood up and handed the test to her mother, who received it with a smile that radiated warmth yet concealed a chilling undertone. "Fool, did you think that just because you placed your child in my family, I would be unable to obtain your child's hair?" The mistress was momentarily stunned by her audacity. Luli threw the paternity test at her. "Read it yourself." The mistress bent down to pick up the test. "Humph, as if you would dare to play tricks." As she examined the results, it revealed that her daughter was not Li Kuei's biological child. Her mind went blank, and she froze before quickly thawing into an angry outburst. "You dare to deceive me with fakes." Lu's mother wore a distinctly pitying expression. "Fool, where did you come from? A mountain dweller? Don't you use the internet? I had already live-streamed the hair from your precious daughter and Li Kuei's for testing on the third day after his death. The entire internet can testify. On the first day after Li Kuei's demise, due to the tragic circumstances surrounding it, Lu's mother sensed something amiss. How was it that her wish was granted the very next day? Better to believe than to disbelieve. Once Li Kuei was gone, there was no one to hide the truth, and she quickly uncovered everything. That same day, she discovered that Li Kuei was incapable of fathering children and hastily collected the mistress's daughter's hair for a paternity test in advance. The results confirmed they were not biological father and daughter. The following day, she decisively instructed her butler to start a live stream, personally gathering evidence, and went with her lawyer to the hospital. With the live stream as proof and the lawyer as a witness, what storm could the mistress and her daughter stir up? Lu's mother leaned closer to the mistress, lightly scratching her face with her diamond-studded nails, her eyes filled with scorn for her foolishness. "I forgot to mention." Lu's mother gently caressed the mistress's face, radiating an intimidating aura that rendered the mistress motionless until she suddenly tightened her grip on the mistress's chin. Her tone turned extremely cold. "Li Kuei is incapable of fathering children. The mistress turned pale with fear, but recalling that Lu's mother had given birth to Lu, she suddenly found her confidence, defiantly retorting, "You cheated. Since you cheated, you must leave with nothing. You cannot lay claim to his inheritance. I am his true love, and the inheritance is rightfully mine." The mistress's expression twisted in anger as she forcefully pushed Lu's mother away. Lu's mother laughed heartily before becoming serious. "It seems Li Kuei never mentioned it to you. My marriage to him was to have him take responsibility. He understood this. And those in our circle are aware. My only daughter is Lu Li. Furthermore, you are rather overconfident, aren't you?" Lu's mother seized the mistress and delivered a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed throughout the entire hall. The mistress covered her face, seething with anger. "What gives you the right to hit me, you lunatic? You are the mistress. You deserve it." Lu's mother slapped her again, causing the other side of the mistress's face to swell. This time, the mistress, her eyes blazing with rage, shouted, "You dare hit me? You're asking for it. You wretched woman. I'll kill you." Bodyguards. The bodyguards, who had been waiting nearby, rushed forward at Lu's mother's command, firmly restraining the mistress. Lu's mother smiled even more brightly. "Why do you ask me why I hit you? Of course, it's because your shameless lover is dead. And since you can't hit him, you, as his mistress, must obediently endure." With the bodyguards holding her down, Lu's mother, feeling her hand ache from the hits, casually pointed to one of the bodyguards. "You come here, give her 18 slaps. The louder, the better. If I'm satisfied, I'll give you all a raise." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard suddenly became energized, holding the mistress even tighter. The designated bodyguard looked at the mistress, no longer seeing a person, but rather a hefty sum of money.
Slap. Slap.
The resounding slaps filled the entire hall. Blood began to seep from the mistress's mouth. "You are not allowed to hit my mother." The mistress's daughter rushed out, trying to pull her mother away. Lu's mother shot a glance, and the remaining bodyguards firmly held the mistress. Lu's mother pointed at another person. "You go hit her, you traitor, living off my wealth and yet daring to cause trouble." The bodyguard, designated for the task, did not slacken his efforts, hitting with renewed vigor. The mistress's hair became disheveled, resembling a wild ghost, and she glared at Lu's mother. "You dare use my husband's money to hit me? Viper, I will sue you." Lu's mother burst into laughter. "Your husband's money?
Ha ha ha.
You crack me up. Ladies and gentlemen, tell me, is this money mine or Li Kuei's?" The Lu family, affluent and powerful, naturally attracted numerous collaborators to pay their respects. How could astute individuals like them fail to recognize this as an opportunity for display? Some stood up, their tone solemn as if addressing a significant matter. Who in this circle is unaware that Li Kuei, this penniless coward, has married into the Lu family? The mistress's pupils trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
He claimed all of that was his inheritance. Lu's mother smiled nonchalantly, a deeper mockery glimmering in her eyes. "Oh, he dares not reveal the truth to you? Allow me to enlighten you. Your beloved husband, the paramour, entered our Lu family solely to take over. The Lu family merely bestowed upon him a managerial position. We did not even obtain a marriage certificate, let alone any so-called marital joint property." Lu's mother continued with a smile that delivered a crushing blow to the mistress. "What is mine remains mine. As for his, as a manager, he collected a salary while neglecting his duties, continuously misappropriating company funds to purchase gifts for you, and those seemingly company funds were, in fact, high-interest loans. Now that he has passed, it falls upon you to repay the debts. Rest assured, I shall grant you a week's grace period to settle it. I trust the usurers will know how to reclaim their money." Lu's mother bellowed, "Security, escort them out." What a disgrace. Chapter 55, A Lavish Encounter. The security personnel pushed the mistress and her daughter out, their mouths spewing vile curses, yet they were no match for the strength of the guards and were forcibly removed. Su Noa watched the live broadcast, unable to suppress her admiration for the breast hero.
It was exhilarating.
The blockage was finally cleared. It was no longer the usual theatrics of tears and tantrums. Instead, the mistress received a well-deserved thrashing before being cast out. Delightful. Su Noa exited the live stream, attended her classes as usual, and returned home alongside her sister. Upon arriving home, she found her elder brother typing furiously on the sofa. He is either typing or on the verge of typing. Sensing their presence, Su Jinyan promptly shut her computer and rose, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she approached. "Your back? Why is he so much gentler than last time?" Is it because the female lead frightened him into submission, causing him to shed his cold demeanor? The mention of the female lead reminded Suzian of the unfortunate girl who had been sent flying before him. Originally thinking he had successfully evaded further entanglements, he had even dismissed HR in favor of seeking a new secretary. Just as he was nearing a suitable candidate, that wretched HR had once again introduced him to the female lead. Who could have anticipated that he would witness her, bandaged and limping, accompanied by his classmate from HR? His classmate cheerfully exclaimed, "Look, I've brought you a highly educated and intelligent genius." In that moment, Suzian's right eye twitched uncontrollably. He suppressed his rage, battling the urge to crush his classmate. "You want me to hire a disabled person as a secretary?" To drive the female lead away, he resorted to insulting her disability. Yet, she truly embodied the clueless charm his sister had described. With tear-filled eyes, she earnestly declared, "President, please don't worry. I'll be fine by tomorrow." She seemed utterly unfazed by Suzian's derogatory remark, blissfully ignoring the malice behind it. Suzian supported himself on the table, incredulously regarding her. The female lead, mistaking his silence for tacit approval, beamed with a smile she believed to be sincere. "President, I will certainly work hard." Suzian thought, "I haven't even spoken yet." After her declaration, she did not wait for his response. Instead, she hobbled away with her cane. Just as he intended to urge his classmate to resign and settle the score, he was abruptly called away for an urgent matter. Upon returning the next day, he resolved to confront his classmate. Either HR goes, or the female lead must go. There was no room for negotiation. The female lead had to leave. Though he was merely the president of the largest branch of the Su group, he would not permit anything that compromised his wealth, family business, or familial matters. Otherwise, his father would be the first to skin him alive. He summoned his classmate, who, in a moment of folly, brought the female lead along. Upon seeing her, Suzian's eyes widened in disbelief. The female lead, miraculously agile once more, bore no visible injuries, and her bandages had been removed. She stood before him, beaming. Suzian mused, "The world truly is a book. The fields are full of stories, yet they leave one speechless." "How utterly absurd," his classmate remarked. "She's all better now." And he found himself lacking justification to dismiss her casually.
Damn.
He resolved to extract information from Suzian cheerfully announced, "Sister, I had the food from Gue Pavilion packed for us to enjoy together. Father always said, to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach." He planned to initiate rapport through her appetite.
Great. Yay.
Delicious food awaits. Wait, Gue Pavilion?
Goodness.
Could it be that renowned restaurant, famed for its delectable dishes, where one must endure long queues? I heard it's nearly impossible to secure a reservation, and I believe my brother has a VIP status there. Hearing the last remark, Suzian proudly lifted his chin. "Oh, your brother is indeed that impressive." What my brother does not know is that the proprietor of Gue Pavilion has taken a liking to him, granting him VIP status as a special exception. Moreover, the proprietor's sister works as the manager there, often pretending to be a waitress to get close to my brother, unable to resist making advances toward him. My brother habitually sprays a hint of woody fragrance on his clothes to stay alert. Whenever he visits, she secretly inhales the scent lingering on him. What were those lyrics again? "You smell of my lover's perfume." Upon hearing this, Suzian felt a shiver run down his spine, discomfort washing over him. Sheng Yunshu had grown accustomed to Su Nua's sudden outbursts and skillfully retrieved a bag of sunflower seeds from her pocket. Eating seeds while gossiping is a must. The proprietress is still unaware that her sister is fond of Suzian. Once she finds out, it will lead to a rivalry between the plastic sisterhood over the affections of a man. The younger sister, the little green tea, will scheme, and the elder sister will suffer defeat. However, the little green tea wishes to win my brother's heart, so on a day when my brother is present, she plans to drug him and prepare a suite at Gue Pavilion in advance. After my brother finishes dining, the little green tea will be dressed in alluring attire, covered by a trench coat. Just as she is about to approach him, she is whisked away by circumstances and the sister passes by, subsequently being pulled into a fervent encounter with my brother. Oh dear, my brother is quite the beast, capable of any position.
Oh my.
The rest is not suitable for children. System. What makes it unsuitable for children? I want to see. The system knew she had a video version.
No.
You are merely a novice system baby. As your first host, I have the responsibility to guide you well. System. But it truly wants to watch. The system had no choice but to unleash its trump card. I'll grant you points. The light in Su Nua's eyes flickered momentarily before she resolutely declared, no. Am I the kind of person without principles? It must be doubled. Upon hearing Su Nua's retort, the system coldly snorted. Double? Do you hold yourself in high regard or me in low regard? Enraged by the system's sarcasm, Su Nua shot back. How dare you openly mock me just because you're a system? Just as she finished speaking, she heard. Only double? Do I seem like a miserly system to you? I'll give you 5 times, now hurry. In her fury, Su Nua found herself pacified. In her mind, she knelt before the system. System. You are my only kin in this world. I am your long-lost relative. My interactions with them are mere play, but with you, it is genuine. Su Nua was flexible and adaptable. Such a generous, wealthy system was not something she could let slip away. I love you. Love is about possession and desire.
System.
I cannot live without you. Hurry and send it. All right. Gold Master. After Su Nua sent the video, a notification chimed. She checked her account. 1,000 points had been credited. 1,000. 1,000 points.
Wow.
My brother is truly valuable. Suzian remained oblivious to the fact that his sister had sold him off, reaping 1,000 in return. As he awaited Su Nua's response with growing impatience, he found himself in a state of agitation. A drug? What drug? Sister, why must you tantalize me with your words? Noticing her indifference, he let his thoughts wander and reluctantly decided to let it go. Let us dine first, he suggested. At worst, he would simply refrain from returning in the future.
Oh.
I just remembered, my brother has more than one posture. Chapter 56. An Endless Tale. Suzian? What posture? The system chimed in once more. What else? Oh, how cheeky you are. You've hidden something away? The system was quite miffed. After all, it had paid 5 times the usual price for this information. How dare you keep secrets? What is there to hide? My brother even does a backflip in front of her cat, saying, I can do a backflip, can you? The thought of this scene made Su Nua unable to suppress a laugh, her lips curling upwards more so than an AK. Suzian observed her struggle between laughter and restraint, feeling an array of complex emotions. The little cat, exasperated, mewed. What it means is, you're even more of a dog than my natural enemy. The system interjected. How foolish, as if I hadn't spoken. One must expect a peculiar quirk or two from a domineering CEO, Su Nua mused. In contrast to her mirth, Suzian was different. Having led a life of unbroken success, even during his sleepless nights spent diligently on his thesis, he now found himself in a contemplative state for the first time. Is my future to be this mundane? Would I truly perform a backflip in front of a cat? Shouldn't it be my cat performing for him instead? Suzian, I do not comprehend this, nor do I wish to respect such a ludicrous plot. At that moment, Su Nua's stomach audibly protested. Sheng Yinshu, concerned that their stalemate would leave Su Nua hungry, intervened. Let us eat first. All right. She washed her hands, picked up a piece of meat, and exclaimed, delicious. Even reheated, it tastes wonderful. I hope we can dine at the restaurant next time. Suzian's chopsticks came to an abrupt halt. I apologize, sister. Your brother is too afraid to dine at the restaurant. He cannot afford to be drugged, nor does he wish to partake in such meals. He chooses to hide away, evading those 2 terrifying sisters. It was only now that Suzian recalled his purpose for coming, inadvertently stating, Nua and Yunshu have yet to visit the company, right? Shall we go there this weekend? It would be good for them to become familiar faces, making it easier to find their brother at the front desk.
Sure.
Su Nua replied, gnawing on a duck leg. Upon reflection, today marks the first day the female protagonist starts her job. Upon hearing this, Suzian felt a surge of anticipation. Alas, indeed, the female protagonist is like an indomitable cockroach. The plot demands her entrance today. And she could even rise from her grave if need be. Suzian shuddered at the thought. How terrifying is that? Is the female protagonist's vitality excessively vigorous? Little did brother know, the HR responsible for hiring her is the female protagonist's stepbrother. The HR, considering the excellent benefits of his company, thought, why should outsiders benefit? He aimed to slot her in, falsely claiming she was selected, even at the expense of others' opportunities. However, when brother suddenly needed to find someone, the HR hastened his efforts upon realizing brother was searching. Thus, the female protagonist successfully made her entrance. Suzian. Now I understand why they were so adamant about recommending that woman.
Goodness.
A connection. The company's first rule: no nepotism. In the early days, there were numerous instances of useless connections being smuggled in, almost ruining the company's external collaborations, leading to this strict regulation. If one wishes to recommend a genuinely talented individual, it must be verified specifically by the CEO, and if successful, both the candidate and the referrer receive a reward. Conversely, if one conceals such information and sneaks someone in, both must leave. As an HR, knowing the company's regulations, yet choosing to flout them in secret is utterly reckless. Suzian smirked. So, connections is it? Let us all pack our bags and leave. With this thought in mind, Suzian pulled out his phone, preparing to instruct his assistant to investigate. My brother is truly in a precarious situation. At least half of the people around him in the company cannot be trusted. Trembling, Suzian retracted that message. Relieved, he hadn't sent it. He instead dispatched it to his childhood friend, seeking assistance in uncovering the relationship between the HR and the female protagonist. After completing these tasks, Suzian exhaled in relief, grateful for his intuition that led him to Su Noah, from whom he extracted valuable information.
See?
It worked. Suzian felt elated, opened his phone, and sent a red envelope to both Su Noah and Sheng Yunshu. After slicing the steak, he handed a portion to Su Noah and another to Sheng Yunshu. Brother is often away from home and lacks the time to accompany you for outings. So I've transferred some money for you to enjoy with your friends at school. Don't forget to tell brother. Su Noah, noticing the 100,000 in her phone, lit up with excitement. Thank you, brother. Who else understands the feeling of meeting brother twice and making a fortune of 400,000? I do. After finishing his meal, Suzian donned his coat. I shall return to the company first. I will take you both to visit on the weekend. Let my sister see just how many traitors are lurking within his company. As Suzian departed, Sheng Yunshu wiped her mouth and addressed her. Do you have time tomorrow night? I'd like to take you out for a late-night snack. Is it that same place? Yes. Luo Ling and Bai Kei mentioned they wanted to see you. It will be free. Wonderful. The dishes made by Sister Ling are delightful. Sheng Yunshu, amused, playfully poked her cheek. What? Is my cooking not to your liking? Sister's cooking is also delicious. Good girl. Sheng Yunshu ruffled Su Noah's hair affectionately and, in a moment of joy, transferred 500,000 to Su Noah. I shall head upstairs now. Take your time eating, and don't choke.
All right.
After watching Sheng Yunshu ascend the stairs, Su Noah found herself alone at the dining table, her tendency to play with her phone while eating finally exposed. She opened her phone and gasped as she saw the 50,000 transferred to her bank account. Oh my goodness! Su Noah's heart raced with excitement, her hands trembling. Wishing to shout to the heavens, my sister is truly generous. Humming a tune, Su Noah helped the maid tidy the dining table after finishing her meal. After a shower, she returned to her bed and opened a video, eager to see how Luo Ling and Bai Kei were faring. To her astonishment, she discovered that Luo Ling had pulled off a major operation. The day after, seemingly experiencing a moment of clarity, Luo Ling, no longer entranced by her boyfriend's sweet nothings, decided to investigate him personally. On the third day, her boyfriend, believing he had completely won Luo Ling's trust, let his guard down, boldly contacting his organization. This connection was promptly seized by Luo Ling, who decisively took action, exposing both her boyfriend and his organization. Her boyfriend, no, her ex, was soon singing from behind bars. Meanwhile, Bai Kei, having undergone a transformation of her own, conducted a thorough investigation of all individuals, successfully identifying the traitor in her midst, and dismantled the organization behind it. Together, they resolved all matters, clearing the shadows obstructing their organization, and were rewarded with accolades, promotion prospects now within reach. Su Noah, upon witnessing this, felt exhilarated. When girls put their minds to their careers, they can be just as formidable as men. Chapter 57. Drat. The following day, Su Noah rose early. And as Gui Wellon finished styling her hair, Su Noah admired her reflection in the mirror, praising her mother for the beautiful job. Gui Wellon fashioned her hair into a princess-style updo, curling the ends with a curling iron and adorning it with a pearl bow at the nape. The shimmering bow accentuated her lustrous black hair. After this period of care, Su Noah's skin glowed with vitality, and her petite face began to fill out, though it had yet to fully blossom. With her petite and charming round face, complemented by a pair of sparkling, watery peach blossom eyes, she is both adorable and exquisite, undeniably a feast for the eyes. Su Noah turned to Gui Wellon and remarked, but you need not rise early every day to prepare these for me. You could enjoy a bit more sleep at this hour. Gui Welon gazed at her handiwork, increasingly satisfied, reasoning that there was no comparison between sleep and the moments spent with her daughter. After all, once deceased, one could sleep soundly in a coffin. A few extra moments of sleep were hardly worth sacrificing that closeness. Su Nua pondered. Her mother certainly had a way with words, leaving her without a retort. Alas, Yunshu doesn't appreciate my assistance with her hair, or else I could rise an additional 10 minutes earlier to help her, Gu Yuelon lamented. At that moment, Sheng Yunshu, leaning against the door, holding a file, interjected, "You can sleep for another 10 minutes. Allow me to style Nua's hair." Startled by Sheng Yunshu's voice, Gu Yuelon instinctively patted her chest. "Yunshu, do you walk without making a sound?"
I'm skeng Yuns huraplet kolli kastinga glanse at suno. No.
"You may head down first. I have matters to discuss with mother." "Understood."
Suno stampere donne gerli.
Gu Yuelon observed her daughter by the door, feeling a twinge of uncertainty despite their time together. Sheng Yunshu closed the door and addressed her directly. "You can hear Nua's innermost thoughts, correct?" Without pretense, Gu Yuelon responded affirmatively. "Then I will speak plainly. While Su Qingqing may be unable to stir much commotion at present, I must ensure that Nua's environment is adequately safe. You must reclaim the position that is rightfully yours." "My position?" Gu Yuelon looked up at her. Sheng Yunshu placed the file on the table. "This contains information about your biological parents, evidence of your disappearance, and a paternity test. Although your father's connections are formidable, I hope you can also rise to the occasion. You are aware that this household is fraught with peril. Everyone has their own narrative to contend with. If you oppose those plots mentioned by Nua, the Su family may well be on the brink of collapse." Seated across from Gu Yuelon, Sheng Yunshu spoke with unyielding composure. "Within this file lies the information pertaining to the Sheng family. Whether you reclaim your rightful status and assets depends on you." "How did you obtain this information?" Gu Yuelon retorted, her heart a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. After years of investigation, she had uncovered little. How had Yunshu managed to acquire it? Sheng Yunshu did not shy away from the truth. "This information is indeed difficult to come by. I suspect there is a force aiding Su Qingqing, one not rooted in political or economic power, but rather." She left the sentence hanging, knowing Gu Yuelon could discern the implication. "Should you choose to engage, be prepared to contend with this force. As for the authenticity of this file, you need not worry. It is genuine." Sheng Yunshu took a deep breath, adding, "This information is the result of my own painstaking efforts to uncover the slightest clues. However, in light of my own interests, I shall add this. If you wish to protect your family," she pushed the file towards Gu Yuelon. "A mother's strength is formidable." Sheng Yunshu rose to depart, acknowledging the pressure she had exerted, but time was of the essence. She thought to herself that Su Qingqing would soon awaken, and their window was limited. Descending the stairs, her expression darkened as she pondered her plans until she heard Su Nua call out, "Sister." Sheng Yunshu quickly donned her usual demeanor, responding, "I'm here." Meanwhile, Gu Yuelon, seated in the dressing room, stared at the file on the table, feeling a swell of frustration. She understood the implications of Sheng Yunshu's words. Her gaze clouded as she contemplated the file, feeling an acute sense of inadequacy as a mother. She could not uncover her own origins and was reliant on her long-lost daughter to find them for her. As she pulled out the documents from the file, her breath quickened with each revelation. Under Su Luo's protection, she had lived too comfortably. Clutching the file tightly, her fingers turned pale, and as she closed her eyes, tears of sorrow streamed down her cheeks. Her daughter was right. A mother's strength is formidable. She would create a safe haven for her child. Her daughter should not serve as collateral damage in a narrative. Determined, she took the file and resolved to visit the Sheng family. At school, Su Nua arrived at her desk to find Yin ran asleep, her head resting on the table, a hat pulled over her face.
Suno musetto gerself.
Why on earth is she sleeping in a hat? Doesn't that feel uncomfortable?
"Let me see," she said.
At the mere mention of "let me see," everyone perked up. For when Su Nua said those words, it typically signaled that some juicy gossip was about to unfold. Yin Ran reacted dramatically, nearly jumping up as she exclaimed, "Wait." Just then, Su Nua's inner voice chimed in. "Oh." It turns out she was struck by lightning, and her hair got completely charred. Eyes widened in shock around the room. Lightning? Was it the kind that struck in those dramatic TV shows? Serves you right for being love-struck. Those who lose their self-respect for others deserve to be struck by lightning. We should take those who forget to love themselves and give them a good wake-up call. Upon hearing this, a few who had been contemplating reconciliation hesitated, murmuring, "It's enough that we once loved."
I am sorry.
They were not weak. They were simply sincere. But it was lightning. It could kill. No wonder Ain Rand hadn't he shown up for school these past few days. With a furrowed brow, Ain Rand realized that Su Nua had just spilled the beans. Habitually, she pulled out her lunchbox, only to stand up instinctively. Su Nua shot her a glance, teasing. "Off to deliver some warmth again? How come you weren't struck dead?" Ain Rand suddenly remembered, feeling foolish for having forgotten. But surely, she wouldn't be struck again? It had already happened. Just then, the lazy system that had been avoiding work popped up again, exclaiming in frustration, "Ugh. The main system is issuing tasks again. Do they not know I'm on vacation? Only exploiting the hardworking system. Very well. They exploit me, and I shall exploit you. No one is escaping unscathed." Su Nua's mind filled with 3 question marks. 3 tasks, choose one. Chapter 58. Afraid of being struck by lightning? After hearing the system's words, Su Nua could only roll her eyes in exasperation. Why was it always her who had to work overtime? She had thought her job was merely to observe the drama unfold, reveling in the ease of it all, only to find herself forced into overtime to complete side quests. She clicked on the middle question mark. A flash of white light erupted, and the question mark flipped over, revealing the task: help Ain Rand escape from the grip of love-struck foolishness within 5 days. Upon reading this, Su Nua fell silent, feeling as though her words had been muted, replaced by a cacophony of chirping birds. All right, so it's a matter of catching her, is it? If Ain Rand didn't escape her infatuation, would she continue to seek Su Qingqing? Frustrated Suno et claimant. If I don't convince Ain Rand to abandon her pursuit of Su Qingqing, I'll be stuck doing this indefinitely, 1ti? The system pondered, perhaps. But I cannot be certain.
Fine.
Electric shock him. Hurry. Shock him into desensitization. Make him into a Pavlovian dog. Upon hearing this, Ain Rand recalled the lightning that had struck him that day, causing a shiver to run down his spine, and he bristled uncomfortably. When Su Nua mentioned lightning again, he immediately sat up, declaring, "May the dead friends perish, but I shall survive. Su Qingqing, you might as well starve." Ain Rand pushed his lunchbox toward Su Nua, saying, "Here, this is for you."
What?
"You're giving me what Su Qingqing doesn't he want? This is a dish prepared by a chef descended from the imperial kitchen. The box is also brand new." "All right, brother." As Su Nua opened the food box, an exquisite aroma wafted through the air, captivating her senses to the point where she nearly drooled. She picked up a piece of sandwich to savor, the delectable flavor almost making her lose her tongue.
Well,
"In light of this delightful meal, I shall overlook your previous rebellious antics. Father truly wishes to advise you against getting too close to Su Qingqing. It could lead to misfortune. Yet I cannot directly convey this to you." Upon hearing the latter half of the statement, Ain Rand pondered, how unfortunate could it possibly be? Regrettably, Su Nua chose not to pursue this topic further, engrossed in her meal. In Class 8, Su Qingqing waited in vain for Ain Rand to arrive. The girl beside her, with slanted eyes and a flat nose, bore an expression of dark scheming. "Qingqing, where is your devoted admirer? Still not here?" Su Qingqing forced a smile, her voice trembling slightly, her eyes narrowing defiantly, a visage caught between tears. "Please don't say that. He is not a sycophant. He is truly wonderful. Sigh, only you would defend him." Some girls, unable to tolerate Su Qingqing, sneered at her like haughty peacocks. "Oh, a mere pretender to wealth, and she dares to call our school bully a sycophant? Aren't you afraid he might retaliate and leave you unrecognizable?"
Oh.
"I almost forgot. Some people don't even recognize their own mothers and end up being cast out from the homes of their false mothers."
Ha ha ha.
Instantly, the entire class erupted in laughter. Su Qingqing's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and pale, tears welling in her eyes as she bit her lip. "Classmate Yi, why do you speak of me in such a manner? Do I have a grudge against you?" The girl dismissed her, refusing to grant her the chance to twist the narrative. "Why should I explain my disdain? You're delusional." The girl rolled her eyes, refusing to converse with someone she deemed insane, fearing the contagion of madness. Su Qingqing glared at the surrounding students, recollecting how they had once clamored for her favor, eager to ingratiate themselves with her. Now, she felt like a tiger fallen into the plains, bullied by the hounds. Even these petty, useless individuals dared to trample upon her. Clenching the hem of her skirt, she cursed the Su family. Once she secured the heart of the Sheng family, she would exact her revenge. viciously retaliate against them, and teach these lowly wretches a lesson for their contemptible gaze. The girl beside her scoffed. Humph. What do you know? As a sycophant, being late even once means he'll never catch our Ching-Ching's attention. Such a lack of patience. How could he possibly deserve her? The moment she finished her boastful proclamation, she remained blissfully unaware that the atmosphere in the classroom had turned frosty. Regardless of gender, anyone who heard that statement felt a sense of discomfort. Su Ching-Ching quickly assessed the situation, tugging at the girl's sleeve, adopting a sweet tone. All right. Classmate Ain Ran may have had something come up. Please don't speak ill of him. He is my good friend, and I would be quite displeased if you continued. All right, Ching-Ching. In Class 1, the day passed uneventfully. Oddly enough, Ain Rand did not seek out Su Ching-Ching at all. What is going on? His sudden normalcy is rather disconcerting.
Oh.
Could it be that he was struck by lightning and has returned to normal? Ain Ran, for heaven's sake, please do not mention that lightning again. After class, Su Nua and Sheng Yunshu returned home, only to be met with a familiar scene. Su Jinyan was not only typing on the couch, but was also occupying the same spot, dressed in his usual black suit. One could almost mistake Su Jinyan for a daily refreshing NPC. The difference this time was that opposite him sat a youth clad in a white shirt, his hair impeccably styled, with bangs slightly tousled. His handsome, gentle face resembled a moonlit lake, shimmering with scattered starlight, and his immaculate profile was simply enticing. He sat there, as if the warmth of spring was rushing towards him. His long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings at the gentle curve of his smile, and his clean, attractive features exuded the purity of a high school student. In fact, he was a high school student. The youth bore the face of a classic male protagonist from early campus literature, with a physique that was both muscular when undressed and slender when clothed. He gazed at Su Nua and Sheng Yunshu, teasingly inquiring, "Are these my two new little sisters?" Gui Welon, seated beside the youth, waved at Su Nua and Sheng Yunshu with a smile. "Come over, you two." They approached and sat opposite them, next to Su Jinyan. Gui Welon's smile never wavered. "No Nua Yunshu, this is your fourth brother, Su Mingji. He was selected as an exchange student 6 months ago to study in the UK and will be joining you at school tomorrow."
Gui Welon explained.
"Mingji, this is your fifth sister, Sheng Yunshu, and your little sister, Su Nua." "Hello, little sisters," Su Mingji smiled, his eyes crinkling. "Hello, brother," Su Nua greeted politely. Sheng Yunshu remained as aloof as ever. Su Mingji, undeterred by Sheng Yunshu's indifference, only smiled wider. "I now have two little sisters." Gui Welon, holding Su Mingji's hand, remarked with a smile. "Mingji, regarding the situation with Su Ching-Ching, I texted you about it earlier. Now that you're back, what are your thoughts?"
"Mom,
I received your message while in the UK." Su Ching-Ching had been expelled, and Gui Welon, concerned that Su Ching-Ching might seek solace from her sons, had preemptively informed them of her decision to dismiss Su Ching-Ching and shared her misdeeds. Su Mingji's smile radiated warmth like a gentle spring breeze. "Mom, I will always stand by you." Chapter 59. The bond of destiny will bind you. Su Mingji spoke with a slow, measured tone, his words flowing like a spring breeze. "Mom, the family has not treated Su Ching-Ching poorly. She has received all the necessary education and resources befitting her status, and the brothers have been kind to her." Having enjoyed a lifestyle and status that did not correspond to her true identity, upon learning the truth, she chose to betray the Su family at the first opportunity. Su Mingji's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness as he smiled. How could we keep a wolf that cannot be tamed? His gentle tone belied the harshness of his words. Su Jinyan, who had just lifted his coffee cup, was momentarily taken aback by Su Mingji's words, but quickly regained his composure, taking a small sip of coffee. Sheng Yunshu regarded Su Mingji with narrowed eyes, lost in thought. Only Su Nua, after taking a sip of her coffee, exclaimed, "So bitter." Gui Welon was also taken aback by Su Mingji's words, discreetly appraising him. In that moment, in the living room, 5 individuals harbored a multitude of thoughts. Su Nua bore the weight of 108,000 concerns.
Mom,
Dealing with third brother will not be easy. Su Mingji intentionally steered the conversation. Gui Welon recalled her previous troubles upon hearing Su Mingji's reminder. "Yes. Your brother has always been perplexed, convinced that Su Ching-Ching is not that kind of person." Su Mingji interjected. "I understand, Mom. Don't worry, I'll handle third brother. I will persuade him." His smile was as bright as the sun, casting warmth upon Su Nua, yet it took on a different hue in her eyes. It bore a hint of the nature of a smiling tiger. Su Nua longed to steal another glance at Su Mingji, who, perceptively catching her gaze. Offered her a natural smile. Quickly dismissing her doubts, she thought perhaps she had misjudged him. After all, her brother was the quintessential male lead of early literature. How could he harbor ill intentions? He was simply good at academics, skilled with his hands, and possessed an undeniable charm. Thank goodness her brother did not embody the brooding archetype. She would struggle to communicate with a melancholic sibling. My brother truly lives up to the classic male lead. He is exceptionally handsome. Suddenly, upon hearing the voice, Su Mingji remained unfazed, continuing his conversation with Gui Welon, while his peripheral vision swept toward the source of the sound. Noting that Su Nua had not opened her mouth, he refrained from any impulsive actions, instead patiently awaiting her next words. Oh, will my fourth brother meet his destined soulmate tomorrow? Su Mingji's gaze turned sideways, observing that Su Nua remained silent, and a vague judgment began to form in his heart. Surely, it couldn't be her innermost thoughts, could it? He cast a sweeping glance around the room, observing that everyone else was dutifully engrossed in their own tasks, devoid of any emotional upheaval. Rapidly, he concluded that this seemingly absurd truth was indeed valid. Was he the only one capable of hearing their inner voices? Su Mingji meticulously scrutinized the others, noting their lack of revealing expressions, and resolved to keep this enigma to himself until he could confirm it later. Su Nua sought to take the sugar beside Su Jinyan's coffee cup, and as she reached out, she noticed two red threads entwined around Su Jinyan. Why is there a red thread? It wasn't there yesterday. Did it get tied today? So familiar, but uncertain. Let me take a closer look. She leaned closer to Su Jinyan, squinting at his pinky. How did my brother end up with a love knot? Two of them, no less. Is he that popular? Unintentionally overhearing her remark, Su Jinyan's hand trembled as he raised his coffee cup to take another sip. Observing this sudden, unnatural movement, Su Mingji couldn't help but smile faintly. Indeed. Su Jinyan could hear them too. Sheng Yinshu, witnessing Su Mingji's subtle reaction, casually glanced at Su Nua and Su Jinyan, forming a new judgment in her mind. It seemed that Su Mingji was also capable of hearing their inner thoughts. She pondered over the range of Su Nua's thoughts. What defined it? Distance? That seemed unlikely. She had meticulously observed other servants and the butler, convinced they could not hear Su Nua's thoughts. Now that Su Mingji could hear them as well, it indicated that blood relations could perceive such thoughts. However, what puzzled Sheng Yinshu was that during the variety show, others evidently could hear Su Nua's inner voice too. The rules governing this phenomenon eluded her understanding. This love knot is rather tight. It's quite difficult to untie. What kind of fiery woman has my brother entangled himself with? They arrive bearing love knots, wishing to bind his heart. Su Jinyan, I didn't tea. I'm perfectly well behaved. You're talking nonsense. When exactly was this love knot tied? I need to investigate. Su Noa adeptly flipped through the plot. Oh my goodness. Yesterday my brother dismissed that female lead and HR. This morning, he nearly met with a car accident. And it was that same familiar female lead who almost crashed into him, only to be struck by another vehicle. Is the female lead a bit of a bug? Last time she survived. This time, with the same force, she suffered no harm? The others, this is absurdly outrageous. Is it as if they purchased a resurrection item on the spot? One of the threads is because the heavens fear my brother, the carefully chosen male lead, might run away and disrupt the plot. Thus, they have locked him in.
Su Hinjan.
He had no desire to be locked in. He grabbed his phone, intent on ordering a 40-meter machete and a chainsaw, determined to sever this damned red thread tonight. It wouldn't perish. It was his entire family that would. Where's the other thread? Why can't I find it? After a pause. Oh. Found it. It turns out my brother has added another book. With this, he now has 6 books as the male lead. In the past, Su Jinyan would have secretly reveled in this and felt a sense of pride. However, now, he felt no joy whatsoever. He reasonably suspected that among the remaining 4 books, his fate might mirror that of the first 2, either a tragic ending or being forced into an unwanted situation. The clueless little wife spawned a fanfiction? The second female lead in the original has received a system in the fanfiction, specifically returning to eliminate the competition? This second female lead also has feelings for my brother, wishing to compete with the female lead. Upon discovering the heavenly binding of a love knot, she exchanged for a new love knot through the system and tied it around my brother. Now my brother has 2 red threads, each tied to a different woman. Wow, one is a sweet and innocent little wife, and the other is a stunningly attractive lady. My brother is truly fortunate. I wonder which one he will choose, Suzian. No thank you. He didn't wish to choose either. My brother should be grateful for having two red threads. Otherwise, he would be directly dragged away by one of them to indulge in a romantic affair with a female lead, while also striking poses. The mere thought of such a scene made Suzian feel an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Fortunately, a new thread emerged just in time to create mutual restraint, preventing any escalation of my brother's romantic inclinations. But that is not entirely acceptable. Suzian was startled. What do you mean, not acceptable? These two red threads are gradually intertwining, which could adversely affect fortunes. Upon hearing that it would influence his wealth, Suzian nearly fumbled his coffee cup, his mind spinning as if it were about to explode. While the impact on love might merely annoy him, jeopardizing his finances felt akin to murdering his parents. It was far more unbearable than death. Chapter 60. 1 or 2 together. This knot is difficult to untie. I must search for the other end. Let us look for it this weekend, take people's wealth and resolve their calamities. Hearing this, Suzian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, instantly settled back down. Suddenly, the butler approached Guiwellon, bowing slightly and whispering, "Madam, Mr. Yituching from Ye's group has come to pay a visit."
Yetacheng?
What could he possibly want? Surely, wasn't he seeking revenge for Nua's previous comment about his hemorrhoids? Guiwellon suddenly felt disinclined to let him in. The butler tactfully reminded her that Mr. Yi was already at the door. Guiwellon, very well, please invite him in. The butler went to the door, guiding Yituching and his wife inside. Yituching carried numerous gift bags, clearly well prepared. Upon seeing Guiwellon, he smiled respectfully and said, "I apologize for the sudden visit. Sister-in-law, please forgive me." "Not at all. Please take a seat." Yituching handed the gifts to the butler, saying, "I wasn't too sure what you might like. Just a small token of appreciation, hoping it pleases your eye. Since you've come all this way and brought gifts, it's quite considerate. Please have a seat." Guiwellon wore a polite smile. After carefully assisting his wife to sit, Yituching took his place beside her. "Sister-in-law, is Brother Su not here?" Guiwellon smiled and shook her head, explaining that he was busy with work and hadn't he returned yet. Yituching exchanged a glance with his wife, both smiling. "Sister-in-law, I apologize for leaving the banquet early last time. It was quite impolite. I've been busy since then, and T found the opportunity to visit. Now that I have some time, I hurried over. I hope I'm not imposing." Guiwellon smiled back, assuring him that it was no trouble. That matter need not be mentioned. It's quite common for Mr. Yi to leave for work. Yituching wanted to say more, but his wife gently restrained him, turning to Guiwellon with an apologetic demeanor. "Sister, I'm truly sorry for not being able to attend the banquet due to prior commitments. I heard from a Chung that you've welcomed 2 little ladies into your family. Thus, she came bearing gifts to apologize and to extend a small token of goodwill to the 2 young ladies. A small gift, yet filled with sincere intentions. We hope to make their acquaintance." Of course. When Yituching and his wife had arrived, Su Nua and Sheng Yinshu had discreetly shifted their positions, not wishing to intrude on the adults. However, upon their mother's invitation, they had no choice but to approach. Guiwellon enthusiastically introduced her children, eager to highlight all their virtues. The more Ye's wife observed Su Nua, the more pleased she became. Previously, Yituching had mentioned that he had overheard Su Nua's inner thoughts, which had led him to discover their quietly arrived little treasure. To them, Su Nua was their baby's benefactor, nearly lost due to their own oversight. Without a second thought, Ye's wife inquired, "Nua, may I call you that?" "Of course." With her response, Ye's wife grew even more excited. "Oh Nua, thank you for speaking to us earlier." Yet, her words suddenly faltered, her throat tightening, unable to articulate the rest. Su Nua was puzzled. What had she said? Ye's wife glanced back at Yituching. After years of companionship, he understood her intentions and prompted her to try expressing it herself. "At the last banquet you mentioned it." Yituching suddenly found himself at a loss for words, his face turning a deep shade of crimson.
Suno.
Are these 2 experiencing throat discomfort? Why are they both clutching their throats? Mrs. Yi, upon hearing Su Nua's unspoken thoughts, felt a jolt of surprise. Although she had been aware, hearing it in the moment was still quite shocking. She attempted to speak again, but the words eluded her. Remembering a novel she had once read, realization dawned upon her. She understood. This must be a secret not to be divulged. How fortunate she was not to have inadvertently compromised the situation. Her husband was beside her, struggling to articulate a response, almost as if he might burst from holding his breath. Mrs. Yi cast a disapproving glance at her husband, who still hadn't come to his senses. Turning back, she said, "I apologize. We were just so excited to meet the two young ladies. We feel an instant connection and would like to adopt you both as our goddaughters." Her words struck the Su family like a thunderclap, leaving them in stunned silence. Mrs. Yi had initially intended to adopt Su Nuo alone. But considering that Sheng Yinshu was present, it wouldn't be prudent to select just one. After all, it was merely a matter of adding another to the fold. Gui Welon inquired earnestly, "Are you certain you wish to adopt Nuo and Yinshu as your goddaughters?" "Indeed," Mrs. Yi replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. "However, I must consult with Nuo and Yinshu about this." Su Nuo contemplated the future prospects of the Yi family, which appeared to be on the rise, and reflected on the two young ladies' commendable characters and values. She perceived no harm in this arrangement, thus, she readily agreed.
Upon saying so, Nuo assent.
Sheng Yinshu too expressed her agreement. "Wonderful. Today, I have gained two goddaughters." Just then, the butler interrupted. "Madam, President Lin from the Lin Group wishes to see you." Gui Welon responded, "Lin Feng?" "Yes." Gui Welon sighed. "Why is it that everyone seems to be arriving today? Please bring him in." Before long, the butler ushered in Lin Feng, who was laden with numerous gift bags, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman holding additional gifts. Lin Feng, being the youngest among them, spoke with a relaxed demeanor. Sister-in-law, I haven't had the chance to visit before, but now I finally do. I apologize for not announcing my arrival." Gui Welon maintained her ever-present smile. "Not at all. Please make yourselves comfortable." Lin Feng then noticed Yi Tuqing. "Tuqing, you're here too." Yi Tuqing lazily acknowledged him, with a grunt. Lin Feng settled down with his girlfriend, recounting how he had almost lost her before managing to win her back. She granted him a chance to pause his medication for a few days to see if, as Su Nuo had suggested, he would fare better without it. Just yesterday, they joyfully discovered that Lin Feng had returned to his former glory. It was said that one would rather dismantle 10 temples than disrupt a single marriage. In essence, Su Nuo had helped them rebuild their love. They decided to come and express their gratitude to Su Nuo. Lin Feng had witnessed Su Nuo's silence firsthand and was convinced he had heard her thoughts. As a man seasoned in the business world, he understood the gravity of the situation. It was best not to let this matter become public and cause trouble for the Su family. He vaguely stated, "I came specifically to see Miss Su Nuo. For me?"
Suno sket perplebed.
Aware that he could not openly express gratitude, he chose a more indirect approach. Presenting some gifts to the butler as a token of their meeting, he subtly gestured to his girlfriend. She, being intelligent enough to stand alongside Lin Feng, had already coordinated with him the night before. She produced her own gift bag. "This is for you, Su Nuo. I saw you on a variety show and thought you were adorable. I wanted to get to know you." Su Nuo graciously accepted the bag, responding with a polite, "Thank you, sister." Lin Feng and his girlfriend exchanged glances before simultaneously stating, "We both feel an instant rapport with Su Nuo and would like to adopt her as our little sister." Chapter 61. Sending her father to operate a sewing machine. Their statement left everyone present utterly flabbergasted, except for Su Nuo. "Is my charm truly so great? Why does everyone want to adopt me as a goddaughter or a little sister?" "Goddaughter?" Lin Feng queried, bewildered. Gui Welon quickly intervened. "Nuo is simply adorable. Mr. Yi just adopted her and Yun Shu as goddaughters. Do you wish to adopt Nuo as your little sister as well?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng shot a sidelong glance at Yi Tuqing. Their eyes locked, and even without words, their expressions conveyed a silent exchange of thoughts. "You wish to adopt her as a goddaughter? How dare you be so brazen? You should be ashamed too. You rushed over as soon as you caught wind of my arrival. You're the one who should be ashamed."
"No.
"You're the most shameless." The two began to exchange pointed glances and gestures. Have they both suffered a stroke or something? Why are they making such faces? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Yi discreetly pinched Yi Tuqing's slim waist, signaling him to rein it in a bit. The girlfriend of Lin Feng nudged his leg, urging him to cease his embarrassing antics. It dawned on them that they were being conspicuous in someone else's home. Lin Feng sheepishly remarked, "I'm not sure if Su Nuo and my sister-in-law agree." Gui Welon replied, "I have no objections. Nuo can decide for herself." Su Nuo pondered for a moment and decided to agree. Lin Feng's underground ventures appeared to be thriving, and having an additional connection could prove advantageous in the future. She wasn't foolish enough to disregard the potential benefits. The butler approached Gui Welon once more, announcing, "Mr. Yin Wuxing from the Yin Group is at the door." Gui Welon sighed. Another one? Very well. Please bring him in. Upon hearing the butler's words, Lin Feng and Yi Tuqing quickly grasped Yin Wuxing's intentions. It was similar to their own. The butler introduced Yin Wuxing, who entered with an assistant carrying gifts, promptly placing them with the butler as soon as they arrived in the living room. Sister-in-law, you look even more radiant than the last time we met, Yin Wuxing exclaimed upon arrival. Gui Welon smiled, her eyes softening. Your flattery is as sweet as ever. Yin Wuxing took a seat next to Lin Feng. Oh. Both Lin Feng and Yi Tuqing are here? What brings you? With a candid smile, Yin Wuxing turned to Su Noa. Thank you for your help last time. If it weren't for you, his words abruptly faltered, as if a force had silenced him. Su Noa, puzzled, asked, thank me for what? Yin Wuxing's mind raced, and being as astute as he was, he quickly pieced together the situation. It seemed this was not something he could openly discuss, since he couldn't divulge it. And having already begun speaking, how could he salvage the moment? Noticing Su Nua's increasingly skeptical expression, the other two silently cursed Yin Wuxing for being a clumsy fool. In a moment of desperation, he blurted out, didn't you help my son call an ambulance last time? I'm here to express my gratitude. Upon being reminded, Su Nua recalled the incident and responded, oh, that was nothing, we're classmates, so it was just a small favor. Not at all. Thanks to you. My son was able to escape life-threatening danger. Su Nua found herself bewildered. Was it really that severe? The system, languidly unaware, was indeed the main system that had struck hard. How cruel. Yin Wuxing, sensing Su Nua's hesitation, seized the opportunity. At the last banquet, I felt such a connection with Miss Su Nua, and I would like to adopt her as my goddaughter. Once again, the room was filled with astonishment, with only Su Nua wondering why everyone kept using the phrase instant connection. Couldn't they choose a different expression? Surely. Couldn't have been a familiar face from their previous lives?
Wait.
There was indeed a possibility. Su Nua had been traversing through various narratives, correcting plots, and it was entirely plausible that she had encountered them in a past life. Where could that have been? Su Nua fell into deep thought. Gui Welon, numbly continuing her routine, asked Nua, do you agree? Still lost in contemplation, Su Nua replied, I'm fine with it. Wonderful. Yin Wuxing beamed, now. Iran can have a big sister. Su Nua was captivated by that remark regarding her elder sister. Indeed, Yin Ran is a year younger than you, having skipped a grade. That little rascal can be quite stubborn. If he disobeys, you are welcome to give him a good thrashing. Uncle and godfather 1T mind. Can I hit Zundu? Su Nua blinked her big eyes.
Adieu. Yin Wuxing mimitsket son uspech.
Hooray. This way, if Yin Ran becomes infatuated again, I can teach him a lesson. That love-struck fool will inevitably be tormented and heartbroken, possibly even tricked into losing something precious, only to be left in ruins. After all, the last meal Yin Ran prepared was quite delectable, so I suppose I can lend him a hand. It turns out that these were indeed heartfelt sentiments. Previously, Yin Wuxing had his doubts, but now he was certain. However, upon hearing these words, Yin Wuxing's fingers trembled involuntarily. What male protagonist? What precious possession? What torment and heartbreak? His son was being toyed with so cruelly. Sigh, rescuing a love-struck fool is truly arduous. Now, I can finally hit him. Yin Wuxing immediately tightened his grip on Su Nua's hand. I entrust my scoundrel of a son to you. Do as you see fit. Just ensure he isn't tricked into losing something valuable. Yin Wuxing himself had been deceived by his mother. He did not wish for his son to suffer the same fate. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained. This father-son duo was certainly no match for women, being led around in circles. One nearly lost his wealth and son, while the other faced a future devoid of precious belongings. Oh, all right, uncle, I will. Just don't blame me for being too harsh. Su Nua readily agreed. Splendid. Splendid. Upon hearing Su Nua's assurance, Yin Wuxing breathed a sigh of relief. He then recalled Su Nua mentioning the meal being delicious, undoubtedly prepared by their family chef. He decided that he would have Yin Ran bring meals to Su Nua daily. If she enjoyed it, then his son could endure a little hardship. Meanwhile, far away in his own gaming room, Yin Ran suddenly sneezed.
Who's talking about me?
The butler silently approached. Madam, the second young master has brought a woman home. Gui Welon was astonished. Zi Qian brought home a woman. This news shocked Su Jinyan and Su Mingji. Since being heartbroken by his first love online, Su Ziqian had never brought a woman home, even refusing to date. Over time, Gui Welon had grown fearful that her son might harbor resentment towards women, shutting his heart to love, and even turning to men without daring to reveal it to them. Quick, bring her over. Gui Welon urged excitedly. It seemed her son was still normal. His sexual orientation was intact, and as a mother, she felt elated. Su Ziqian entered with a woman clad in a peach-colored trench coat, her soft, silky curls cascading lazily over her shoulders. With every smile and frown, her beauty shone through, though a hint of seriousness in her eyes lent her an air of sophistication, making her appear like a capable woman enjoying a leisurely vacation. Oh, it's Sister Inemo? The Su family was perplexed, having never heard of this name. Did Su Nuo know who this woman was? Mom, I've brought my manager back. Su Ziqian called out to his mother. Long time no see, little sister. Thank you for the information you provided. She had just sent her father to work at the sewing machine 2 days prior. The smoothness of the process was largely thanks to Su Nuo's tip-off. Little sister, it's a pleasure to see you. Su Nuo's eyes widened, her azure orbs sparkling with clarity as she gazed intently at her. Do you also wish to say we are like old friends? Just as Ina Mo was about to express that sentiment, she was taken aback. Although she had witnessed Su Nuo's remarkable foresight before, she never expected Su Nuo to predict her words. Su Nuo was truly impressive. Ina Mo pondered whether altering her words might embarrass Su Nuo, considering that girls of this age often value their pride. Instead, she smiled brightly, saying, I feel a kinship with you. As my mother's only child, I've always wanted a sister. I saw you on a variety show, and your adorable personality is delightful. I would like to take you as my godsister. Su Ziqian's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't this supposed to be a discussion about work arrangements? Before even addressing that, his sister had been whisked away. What do you say? Don't worry, as your elder sister, I will treat you well. I will directly give you half of your brother's salary. How about that? With guests still present, Su Ziqian could only silently scream in frustration, That's my money. My hard-earned money. His sister had just returned from the countryside. Surely, she had little money after only a few days of comfort, and he, as her brother, had hardly spent time with her. Despite this,
She was still so concerned about him.
Oh, sister, I should not be so stingy. Su Ziqian understood how to pue himself. He immediately stepped forward and seized Mo's hand. Sister Mo, let the company issue 2 salaries from now on, 1/2 for my sister and 1/2 for me. Mo replied, listen to yourself. Is that reasonable? You're just adding trouble for the company, and any accountant would scold you for this. All right, I'll ask. However, there's no guarantee they will agree. No, the boss will surely agree. After all, my brother's boss has a crush on him and has secretly admired him for 3 years. This small request is likely to be granted. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Incredible. Su Ziqian's voice trembled as he spoke. Sister Mo caught in a whirlwind of astonishment. Mo inquired, what is it? Is our boss a man or a woman? Suddenly, Su Ziqian recalled Su Nuo mentioning that she was the male protagonist in a dual male protagonist story. And an icy chill surged through him. Mo replied, you don't know? I don't. Su Ziqian had been focused on his acting career, coming from a wealthy family, and had little concern about currying favor with his superior. Thus, he had not paid attention to whether his boss was male or female. At that moment, Mo refrained from criticizing Su Ziqian. After all, the astonishment of a superior secretly harboring feelings for a subordinate far outweighed the frustration of not knowing their gender. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Mo smirked, her lips pressed together in amusement, her eyes filled with sympathy as she gazed at him. It's a man. In an instant, Su Ziqian felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck him, leaving him tingling and covered in goosebumps. At that moment, he felt as if the sky itself had collapsed. He was merely a fragile boy standing at 185 centimeters, wondering why life had to be so cruel, tormenting this innocent young man. Mo patted his shoulder, her emotions laced with an inscrutable meaning. Qian, my promotion and salary increase depend on you. Su Ziqian understood her gaze. She must be reveling in this moment. That was the very look of schadenfreude. How could an actor like him not perceive it? Let the world be destroyed. His childhood friend desires him. His boss harbors a secret affection for him. He felt no joy whatsoever. Instead, he was acutely aware that his purity was under constant threat. The crowd gazed at Su Ziqian with astonished expressions, their eyes conveying, young man, you possess such charm? Gui Welon could only manage a bitter smile. How could she shake the feeling that her son, in such an environment, was bound to be swayed eventually? When Su Luo returned, she found a group gathered in her home and asked in bewilderment, "Should I say hello to everyone?" As night fell, the group realized they ought not to linger any longer and began to take their leave. After dinner, Su Nuo finished her bath and was taken away by Sheng Yunshu. Meanwhile, at home, Su Mingji picked up a cup, cooling the surface of the milk with a gentle breath before taking a sip, all the while perusing the newspaper. Clad in loose, casual loungewear, his slender waist was subtly outlined. Suzian sat beside him, dejected. "You can hear Nuo Nuo's thoughts, can't you?" Su Mingji unexpectedly spoke up. Having witnessed the dramatic fluctuations in Su Ziqian's expressions earlier that afternoon, he quickly realized that Su Ziqian could indeed hear thoughts. Su Ziqian was taken aback. Indeed, alas. Why is Yunshu the protagonist of a story with hidden identities, while I am merely a male lead in a dual male lead narrative? This is so unfair. I want a hidden identity too. Su Mingji caught onto this critical piece of information. A protagonist with hidden identities? Yes. Nuo Nuo mentioned that Yunshu has many identities, more than 5 if I recall correctly.
How enviable.
He set down his milk and glanced at the newspaper, his fingers inadvertently squeezing its edges. A story with hidden identities, indeed. I'll head upstairs first. Oh, all right. After Su Mingji returned to his room, he promptly locked the door, opened his computer, and began typing furiously with his long, slender fingers. Chapter 63. Children must know the harsh realities of society in advance. The pale screen flickered with a faint glow, casting a colder, more detached air around Su Mingji's increasingly heavy and indifferent visage. Everything had come to fruition. The mouse scrolled continuously, and the tide of information on the webpage surged forth, overwhelming his thoughts. A faint smile finally graced Su Mingji's lips. Meanwhile, Su Nuo sat astride a motorcycle, the cool night breeze invigorating her spirit. The unbuttoned black trench coat billowed in the wind, its belt dancing freely. And she could even faintly catch a whiff of a crisp, cool fragrance, with a lingering hint of tobacco if inhaled for too long. These two seemingly disparate scents blended together remarkably well, creating an exquisite aroma. This was the coat Su Mingji had lent her before she left. Truly, he embodied the quintessential school heartthrob from a classic novel. This scent perfectly matched the male lead in such tales. Though the added tobacco note was puzzling, it only deepened the complexity of the overall fragrance. Following Sheng Yunshu, Su Nuo arrived at a bustling street stall, where they slipped through a side entrance. 0.
Sister Baike.
In the dimly lit bedroom, a melodious voice rang out from the phone resting on the table. 0.
Sister Baike.
Hearing the voice from the phone, Su Mingji's lips curled into a gentle smile. An hour earlier, Su Nuo had donned a fresh blue pair of overalls, excited to meet her career-minded, beautiful sisters. Seeing her in a short-sleeved top, Su Mingji checked the weather on his phone, glancing at the evening temperature, and remarked, "It might get a bit chilly tonight. If Nuo Nuo doesn't mind, I forgot my jacket here. I'll just borrow it to shield myself from the wind." Su Nuo pondered for 3 seconds. All right. She accepted the trench coat. Come back early. It's not safe to stay out too long. Okay, thank you, brother.
A warm,
caring smile illuminated Su Mingji's face as he watched them depart. Once Su Nuo and Sheng Yunshu had left, he revealed a listening device he had been weighing in his hand. He affixed the device to the collar of the trench coat and prepared another one in his hand. Regardless of whether Su Nuo accepted his kindness or not, he would feign assistance in adjusting her clothing to attach the listening device. After closing his notebook, he reviewed all he could investigate. He picked up the cup with half a glass of milk remaining, stood, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing up at the breathtaking, starry night sky. "Let us see what you're discussing," Su Mingji mused, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Luo Ling prepared an elaborate feast, merging 2 tables for convenience. Upon witnessing such a display, Su Nuo curiously inquired, "So many dishes?" "Indeed," Luo Ling replied. "I heard from Miss Sheng that you, Nuo Nuo, are quite the little foodie with a hearty appetite. It just so happens that I enjoy seeing others relish my cooking. Usually, I'm too busy with guests to prepare intricate dishes, but today, I can showcase my skills." Seeing Luo Ling's enthusiasm, Su Nuo felt no need for modesty. "Hee. I saved some room today to savor your cooking." She patted her flat stomach, her face beaming with pride. "Excellent." After sanitizing her hands with alcohol from the table,
Sono baganto fast heartily.
The greatest respect one can show to a chef and their culinary creations is to savor every bite.
Sono presedaf discantus estitali.
her mouth nearly unable to keep up, but her elegant and civilized manner of eating ensured she did not provoke anyone's disdain. Just as she was enjoying her meal, Luo Ling's phone chimed. After glancing at the message, Luo Ling exchanged a knowing look with Sheng Yunshu, who, undeterred by Su Nua's presence, remarked candidly, "Just say it." Luo Ling quickly grasped Su Nua's significance in Sheng Yunshu's eyes and responded directly, "The people below have found that the troublemakers from that day belong to the Feiji party, who act without any decorum, only seeking amusement. They were humiliated last time and are likely scheming something. Investigations are ongoing." Feiji party? Not familiar. But I can look into it, Su Nua remarked, still chewing on a chicken wing. Oh, a ragtag group of delinquents, I see. It seems they plan to attack here tomorrow night, Luo Ling continued. Bai Kei beamed with excitement, so Su Nua is aware of this. She then deliberately prompted. If only we knew where the Feiji party was, it would be much easier. They're holed up in an abandoned factory on the street next door, using it as their secret base. But with Sister Bai Kei's intelligence, you'll uncover it swiftly, Luo Ling added. Indeed, I have found it. I just employed a more convenient method. Luo Ling, upon receiving the information, dispatched the address to her subordinates for reconnaissance. After relaying her orders, she set her phone aside, waiting for Su Nua and her companions to finish their meal. Pleased to see Su Nua's impressive appetite, her ability to eat was indeed a blessing. Su Nua shyly chuckled. Thank you. Luo Ling tidied up the dishes, wiped her hands dry, and sent a message to her subordinates to dress normally, lest they frighten the young girl. Later, she approached Su Nua's table, a mysterious smile on her face. After such a hearty meal, it's time for some digestion.
Digestion? Yes.
What do you think, Miss Sheng? Children ought to witness the harsh realities of society in advance to grow stronger. Luo Ling proposed. After a long silence, Sheng Yunshu finally replied, All right, 10 minutes from now. Sheng Yunshu sped along the overpass with Su Nua in tow, fortunate that the late hour left the bridge deserted. Behind them, Bai Kei revved the motorcycle, carrying Luo Ling, racing fiercely in pursuit. They outpaced even the most audacious of bikers, the rumbling engines crushing the pavement beneath them, while the howling cold wind shrieked like a hunting beast. Su Nua clung tightly to Sheng Yunshu's waist, her eyes brimming with wonder. How exhilarating! She adored these daring sisters who rode motorcycles, exuding coolness and charisma, living life on their own terms. She held on tightly. Yes, yes. The wild wind whipped through their hair, their vibrant spirits reflected on their faces. Woohoo! Luo Ling raised her hands in jubilation, shouting with glee. No one would have expected that the alluring proprietress and the eloquent waitress from earlier in the day possessed such a rebellious side. Moments later, Sheng Yunshu brought the motorcycle to a halt at their destination. The headlights illuminated a gathering of casually dressed individuals armed with sticks, knives, and an assortment of peculiar weapons. Those individuals whistled idly, seemingly intent on surrounding them with their seemingly meager strength. However, upon noticing Bai Kei and Luo Ling, their previously carefree demeanor vanished, and they approached the duo with an air of respect. Sister, this is the place. Chapter 64. Are we also a part of your play? Luo Ling, upon locking eyes with her subordinates, discarded the amiable demeanor she had shown to Su Nua, her expression turning cold. Let South smash the place up. Oh! Smash the place. The group of eager subordinates erupted, raising their sticks high, excitement coursing through them like baboons beating their chests. The most fervent among them kicked the door open with a powerful strike. Instantly, the group surged inside like a tidal wave. You little punks, your grandpa has arrived. Luo Ling and Bai Kei unsheathed the clubs and whips bound in the motorcycle's trunk, stepping in boldly, unafraid and full of vigor. Upon entering, they witnessed Luo Ling and Bai Kei charging ahead, leading the charge with their comrades, taking down opponents with ease. The ruffians who had previously caused trouble at the hotel, still nursing their injuries, flinched at the sight of Luo Ling and Bai Kei, momentarily recalling their allegiance to the organization, which gave them a fleeting sense of confidence. Yet, that confidence crumbled at the first sign of combat. Luo Ling and Bai Kei's crew decimated the opposition, toppling them as easily as one might crush feeble ants. What a thrill! One of the downed thugs spat at a fallen foe. Damn it! How dare you vandalize our sister's establishment? You're practically asking for it. If you don't understand who you can offend and who you can't, you'll learn the hard way. Sheng Yunshu observed the chaos with an impassive expression. Addressing Su Nua, sometimes having a strong background is the only way to avoid being bullied.
Sumunod de dernestli emamamam.
Sheng Yunshu tightened her grip on Su Nua's hand. Do you see clearly? If anyone dares to bully you in the future, come home to find your sister. I will clear all obstacles for you. Your sister can handle it.
Sister.
My most important sister. I will always be behind you, protecting you. Su Nua was deeply moved by Sheng Yunshu's words. It would be a lie to say she wasn't touched, after all. How long had they known each other? Yet, Sheng Yunshu had consistently indulged her, treating her with utmost kindness. Tears welled in Su Nua's eyes, the emotion overwhelming her. However, the current environment allowed no room for sentiment. An overlooked thug, spotting the two standing idle, assumed they lacked combat prowess. He lunged at them with a knife drawn. Sheng Yunshu sensed the murderous intent swiftly, but Su Nua detected it even sooner. In a flash, she drew a Swiss knife from Sheng Yunshu's belt, deftly flipping it open. Timing her move perfectly, she pushed Sheng Yunshu aside, leaning back slightly as she grasped the man's wrist, nearly losing her grip as he struggled. A faint golden light shimmered around her, wrapping around her hand. Her strength surged, the spell taking effect in an instant. With newfound force, she secured the man's wrist, twisting the blade so that its tip, once aimed forward, now stood vertically against her palm. In one swift motion, she thrust the knife into the man's wrist.
Ah!
A scream, piercing as a banshee's wail, echoed throughout the factory, drawing the attention of all present. Blood gushed from the man's arm, pain coursing through him, commandeering his nervous system, rendering him momentarily incapable of holding his weapon. As the knife fell, Su Nua seized it, delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground, groaning in agony. Su Nua sheathed the Swiss knife, taking hold of the knife she had just liberated, flicking her fingers against its blade. What are you staring at? We're fighting here. If you lose focus mid-brawl, you might find yourself 6 feet under. Her words finally captured everyone's attention, redirecting their focus back to the fray. Sheng Yunshu rushed over, her concerns spilling forth.
No.
Are you hurt? Her voice trembled with worry. The sight of the usually stoic Sheng Yunshu displaying such emotion underscored the significant place Su Nua held in her heart. I'm fine, sister. Su Nua replied, returning the Swiss knife to Sheng Yunshu. Sister, you were slightly mistaken. Su Nua's gaze was resolute as she met Sheng Yunshu's eyes. Su Nua can protect her sister too. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yunshu paused, momentarily taken aback, before realization dawned upon her. Finally, a rare, tender smile graced her features. All right, I understand now. The precious bond of sisterhood blossomed in that moment. Meanwhile, the thugs lying defeated muttered among themselves, You think you're so high and mighty, treating us as mere background props to enhance your dramatic scene. In the midst of the confusion, Luo Ling cleared her throat. All right, let's head back. Bai Ke seized their leader by the hair, smashing his head against the wall with a chilling warning. If you dare to cause trouble at our place again, you'll regret it. The leader trembled, his voice quaking as he begged, I was wrong. I was blinded by ignorance, provoking all of you esteemed ladies. I won't dare again. Please, spare me. Humph. Bai Ke delivered a kick, sending him flying. Once they departed, Bai Ke made a call by the roadside. Have the surveillance footage been dealt with? Good. Now call the police. She succinctly hung up. Su Nua, puzzled, wondered why they needed to call the police. Bai Ke chuckled softly because those people broke the law. You little fool.
Ha! Sono replied.
Our actions had 2 purposes. Firstly, to deter nearby thugs from causing trouble. Secondly, during our investigation, we discovered that each of them was guilty of various crimes, sexual assault, theft, robbery, and even the heinous act of luring women and children.
Vai que fumed.
Striking her motorcycle. It's unfortunate we discovered them too late. There have already been numerous victims. Luo Ling pulled out a cigarette, igniting it and taking a deep drag before stepping away from Su Nua, exhaling a cloud of smoke. All we can do is minimize the number of victims. After a long silence, Sheng Yunshu finally spoke. Nua, what do you think we are? A gang? Su Nua lowered her head, confessing, to be honest, I thought so. She hadn't delved into Sheng Yunshu's background, only knowing that her sister had numerous aliases. By day, there was an order that balanced everything. By night, the monsters roamed freely, challenging that order. And dawn was merely the opportunity to survive until daylight arrived. Bai Ke, with a frigid demeanor, remarked, You're being overly convoluted. Sheng Yunshu, can't you consider that Nua is still just a child? Realizing her slip, Sheng Yunshu cleared her throat. Bai Ke blinked, succinctly conveying that there must be some underground force to assist in covertly striking down these rascals above. Luo Ling extinguished a cigarette. My pursuit in this line of work is driven by a desire to prevent another girl or child from perishing before my very eyes, and to lend a hand to those helpless men who cannot defend themselves. Chapter 65. Concealing Achievements and Fame. Luo Ling snuffed out the cigarette, rummaged through her pocket for her phone, and checked the time, noting that it was getting late. Miss Sheng, you still have classes tomorrow, don't you? It would be wise to return home early. All right, Shang Yinshu replied as she settled back into the car.
Sono istintively donning, agalmet.
Hopped onto the vehicle and waved goodbye to Luo Ling and Bai Kei. Sister Ling, Sister Bai, farewell.
Goodbye.
Upon returning home, Su Nua intended to return the clothes to Su Mingji, but upon finding his door firmly shut, she resolved to wash them thoroughly and return them the next day. The following morning, Su Nua and Sheng Yinshu sat in the back seat while Su Mingji occupied the front passenger seat. Upon arriving at school, the moment Su Mingji stepped out of the car, he caused quite a stir. It's Su Mingji. Young Master Su has returned. Young Master Su, wait for me. A throng of girls instantly altered their trajectories, rushing towards Su Mingji, surrounding him with eyes sparkling with infatuation. After offering them a polite smile, Su Mingji continued forward with an air of composure, as if he were already accustomed to such attention. Su Nua glanced at the encircled Su Mingji, acknowledging his status as the campus heartthrob. The morning classes remained as tedious as ever, yet laden with an enticing promise of knowledge. It dawned on Su Nua today that she should indeed be in the same class as the male protagonist. Wasn't he in class 1? Why had she not seen him yet? Turning to Lu Li, she inquired, do you know which class Wei Yu is in? I heard he dropped to class 3 after the last monthly exam. Class 3? Yes. Each monthly exam. If the top scorer from another class surpasses the last student in class 1, they kick the bottom student out. The Wei Yu you mentioned was the one who got expelled. Who was responsible for expelling him? At that moment, the class was still preparing their textbooks, awaiting the morning reading session, and they distinctly heard Song Ling. Once the first class commenced, Su Nua found herself in physics, feeling utterly bored. These physics formulas had long been inscribed in her mind alongside the world's narrative, and as a former spirit of the book, she was naturally well acquainted. How dull. Perhaps I should check for some gossip. Upon hearing the word check, everyone instinctively straightened up. The young physics teacher was nearly taken aback. Well, coincidentally, Xiao Lu mentioned Song Ling. Let us choose him. Lu Li stifled laughter, thinking that if she couldn't be the only one enjoying the gossip, it would be unfair to Song Ling. Song Ling? His resentful gaze shot like an arrow towards Lu Li. What a guy. Song Ling's family runs a loan sharking business. Recently, his father assigned him a task to recover a debt from a company. The other brothers had been troubled for quite some time, but Song Ling, this lad, certainly knew how to play the game. The others were puzzled. Play? What else there to play at? T collecting a debt, just about sending armed bodyguards to threaten them? His brother's threats were ineffective. He bypassed that entirely. He found a beautiful pregnant woman, offered her a daily wage, and instructed her to go to the company's reception, caressing her belly while tearfully claiming to be looking for their boss. Before the boss arrived, she would receive a hurried phone call, leaving abruptly, only to repeat the act the next day, until the boss's wife discovered it and gave her husband a good beating. Only then did Song Ling leisurely send an anonymous message, inquiring if the gentleman had a mistress causing trouble. Do you think sending this will affect your stock prices? The boss had no choice but to return the money promptly, along with a tip for the woman. And that was merely the appetizer. The boss's wife, noticing the money had been moved, investigated and found 2 transactions, one to an unknown account and the other to that woman, mistakenly believing she had solid proof of the affair. The boss's wife thought that since the mistress was pregnant, she couldn't just lash out without consequences. So, she decided to give her husband another beating. The poor boss, unable to explain, found himself in a bind. Having secured the money, Song Ling nonchalantly returned home to report back. Song Ling rubbed his forehead, astonished that she had uncovered all this. Truly, she deserved the title of the gossip queen of the class. Adjusting his glasses, he shook his head in resignation. Song Ling felt a sense of helplessness towards Su Nua. The teacher, observing Song Ling's demeanor, did not interpret it as mere resignation, recalling that Song Ling had aced the physics exam. He couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Did Song Ling's actions indicate dissatisfaction with my teaching? Oh no. Could it be that my physics lessons are truly that inadequate? Following Lu Li, Song Ling had once again shaken the confidence of the physics teacher, leading him to seriously question his own expertise. That boss is truly unfortunate. He barely managed to clear things up and assure everyone he had not been keeping a mistress. However, in reality, he had been maintaining several. The next day, the mistress, upon discovering the truth, pretended to be pregnant, arriving at the company to create a scene. The mistress received another sum of money. Having long been dissatisfied with his stingy demeanor, she sought to make a final grab before exiting the situation. The boss, however, found himself stuck in this quagmire, facing a dual assault from his wife and daughter upon returning home from school. The day after the mistress left, the other two mistresses arrived, causing a ruckus at the company. Upon realizing they were all there to stir trouble, they decided to join forces for a grand showdown. An unexpected incident occurred, resulting in one of them inadvertently suffering a miscarriage. The fifth mistress had never wanted that child, and she seized the opportunity to extort a significant sum. The company's stock plummeted, and seeing her husband's dismal situation, the boss's wife resolved to sue for a substantial portion of his assets. Ultimately, the boss faced complete ruin, and within a few months, the company collapsed. Our classmate Song Ling emerged as the greatest victor, having initiated a chain reaction and then quietly departed, concealing both his achievements and fame. The group was left in awe, their interest piqued. After hearing the tale, they turned their gazes towards Song Ling, their eyes seemingly conveying admiration for his prowess. Song Ling offered them a calm smile before returning his attention to the lesson. Ian Ran arrived late, only making his appearance after the first class had concluded, taking his seat with a complex expression directed at Su Noah. "What are you staring at? Did you become my dad's goddaughter yesterday?" Su Noah replied casually. Ian Ran fell into contemplation. What must it feel like to have a classmate become a godsister overnight? Ian Ran produced a lunchbox and offered it to Su Noah, saying, "My dad asked me to bring you a meal in the future." Su Noah accepted the lunchbox, questioning with skepticism, "Are you sure this is exclusively for me?" Not for Su Qingqing, who you shouldn't he give it to. Though she was a foodie, she still upheld her dignity. "Yes. If my dad finds out I'm giving you someone else's food, I might not have my skin tomorrow." "All right then. Thank you, uncle." Ian Ran waited for a while, but he received no further response until Su Noah began eating from a lunchbox. Only then did he chuckle. "How ungrateful. Don't you have a word of thanks for me bringing it to you?" "Oh, thank you, little brother." Ian Ran decided it was best to remain silent. Ian Ran stood up, and Su Noah thought to herself, "This guy can't seem to resist seeking out Su Qingqing. Is there any way to expedite his downfall?" Chapter 66. The Familiar Her. Startled, Ian Ran plopped back down, not wishing to endure that hardship again. For several consecutive days, Ian Ran refrained from seeking out Su Qingqing. Under Su Noah's watchful eye, he dared not meet with Su Qingqing again, fearing another lightning strike might befall him. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing transitioned from initial curiosity to growing anxiety, secretly pondering Ian Ran's intentions. It was impossible for Ian Ran not to harbor feelings for her. There must be some mistress entangling him. After much deliberation, Su Qingqing recalled Su Noah, who frequently appeared by Ian Ran's side, leading her to suspect that Su Noah had seduced him away. The notebook in Su Qingqing's grip bent slightly under her tension, snapping back into place once she released her hold. The venom in her eyes vanished in an instant. The end of school on Friday heralded the arrival of Saturday. Su Noah hummed a little tune as she packed her bag when Lu Li approached her, asking Noah, "Are you free tomorrow?" After a moment's thought, Su Noah shook her head. "I have plans to accompany my elder brother to his company." "Oh, that's too bad. My mother said she would take me to the temple she frequents tomorrow. It's said to be quite miraculous. She has been endlessly grateful for its assistance in dealing with a scoundrel and has decided to invest in renovating it." That's a pity. I would love to see what kind of temple is so powerful. There will surely be another opportunity. As they strolled out of the classroom, engaging in light-hearted banter, they spotted Sheng Yunshu waiting for her at the end of the corridor. Su Noah waved goodbye to Lu Li and dashed toward Sheng Yunshu. "Sister, let's go." Once Su Mingji boarded the car, they headed home together. At that moment, Su Mingji, a senior in high school, was carrying a hefty stack of books. "So many books?" Su Noah tilted her head to glance at them. "Yes, I must seize the time to catch up." Su Mingji's smile radiated like the peach blossoms of spring. "Go, brother." The next morning, Sheng Yunshu rose early, taking advantage of Gu Yuelan's slumber to help Su Noah with her makeup. She dragged the still drowsy Su Noah into her room. Noah, would you like to wear makeup?" Sheng Yunshu sectioned her hair, braiding 2 small strands into little pigtails at the back.
Sunoyangnet ikan manage.
She then curled the remaining hair slightly, creating a voluminous look, and adorned the pigtails with 2 black bows and delicate flowers. From her wardrobe, she retrieved a black, knee-length skirt. The layered floral hem shimmered enticingly, while the golden, sacred patterns seemed to spring forth from the darkness, transforming into an immortal legend for all to behold. A small ruby sun motif encircled her neckline, with a string of pearls cascading beneath it. Once donned, the outfit accentuated Su Nua's fair skin, casting a chilly aura of aloofness. Sheng Yunshu presented a black lace choker, embellished with a rose at its center, which she fastened around Su Nua's neck, enhancing her ethereal beauty. She also found a rose bracelet equipped with GPS, assuring Su Nua, no matter where you are, I will always know. I'll return it to my room once I'm home safely.
All right.
Thank you, sister. Su Nua accepted the bracelet and put it on. Sheng Yunshu applied a subtle, cool-toned makeup look. Even with my brother around, it's important to maintain your poise when we arrive, lest anyone think you can be easily bullied. Is that so? Su Nua looked up at Sheng Yunshu, who was tidying her makeup supplies. You are my exquisitely adorned sister. No one shall dare to mistreat you. As they descended the stairs, Gu Yuelon was sipping her black coffee. Upon seeing Su Nua, her eyes widened in astonishment. Oh dear. Why didn't I think to dress Nua in this style? Setting down her coffee, Gu Yuelon pulled Su Nua from side to side, growing increasingly pleased with her appearance. Turning to Sheng Yunshu, she inquired, Why aren't you dressed up? Aren't you going with them? Sheng Yunshu shook her head. I won't be going. I'm accompanying you on your outing. Confused, Su Nua asked, Outing? Gu Yuelon suddenly remembered she hadn't informed Su Nua. I forgot to tell you. I need to step out for some business these days, so I won't be home. Gu Yuelon was preparing to depart for the Sheng family today. Sheng Yunshu urged.
Suinian y entrus nonoto.
Understood. Su Nua and Su Jinyan then stepped outside. Only then did Sheng Yunshu and Gu Yuelon leave, heading towards another city. Home to the Sheng family. Just as Su Nua was about to get into the car, Su Jinyan asked her to wait. Let me take a picture. You look lovely today. He would never admit that he intended to use Su Nua's photo to establish his authority, preventing those peculiar female leads from causing trouble. He felt the power of his previous screenshot was waning and needed a new one. Su Nua, unaware of Su Jinyan's true intentions, assumed he genuinely found her appearance commendable. All right, make sure to take a good one and send it to me. We shouldn't waste sister's efforts. Su Jinyan hesitated, feeling a pang of guilt, as he only wanted a photo for protection. Yet Su Nua believed he truly thought she looked beautiful. His heart was now filled with remorse. Su Nua posed earnestly for the photo, and after it was taken, Su Jinyan sent it to her. She saved each one before forwarding them to Sheng Yunshu. Sister, look. I'm not getting enough sleep every day. Sheng Yunshu looks beautiful. After reviewing the photos, Sheng Yunshu smiled serenely and then boarded the car with her luggage. Observing Su Nua's joyful demeanor, Su Jinyan felt even more remorseful and sent a small red envelope of 50,000 to her. Su Nua received the envelope, puzzled, Huh? A red envelope from you, brother? Su Jinyan maintained a straight face, lying, Nua looks lovely today. You deserve a reward. Oh, thank you, brother. Su Jinyan meticulously selected the best photo to use as his avatar, growing increasingly enamored with his own photography skills. He thought to himself, my sister is truly beautiful. My photography skills are quite impressive. It wouldn't do for only him to enjoy it. Su Jinyan sent the photo to the family group chat. Gu Yuelon immediately praised it. Head of the family, Mom's little darling is so adorable, Ma. Beloved, Nua looks stunning today. What are you up to? Second child. Cute sister, come here. Beloved, Ziqian. Why did you change your sister's avatar? The stealthily changed avatar by Su Ziqian was caught, and he didn't forget to drag his elder brother down with him. Second child. Elder brother changed it too. Elder brother. I changed it ages ago. Third child. Is this the new sister? Second child. Yes. Isn't she super cute? Third child. She's just okay. The others were infuriated by the third child's attitude. At that moment, Su Mingji, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Fourth child, apologies. I accidentally let him out to have a breakdown. I'll catch him now. Su Jinyan didn't bother to read the remaining messages. Su Nua gazed out the window, her large eyes sparkling with joy. Su Jinyan was unsure if he had forgotten something or if having Su Nua with him gave him confidence, as he drove normally. Halfway through, Su Nua suddenly withdrew her gaze and earnestly stated, Brother, stop the car. Stop the car? Yes. Su Jinyan glanced at the rearview mirror. The road behind was completely clear, with not a single car in sight, making it suitable to stop. However, Halting here could be considered a violation of traffic laws. Yet, since his sister had requested it, Suzian gritted his teeth and brought the car to a halt. At that very moment, a girl dashed across the street heedlessly, and because Suzian had braked suddenly, he narrowly missed hitting her, though she was struck by another vehicle and sent flying. Suzian recognized the familiar face, the familiar figure, the familiar white dress, the familiar sight of blood spilling profusely, the familiar her. Chapter 67. You deserve to be scammed. Suzian watched the girl collapse before him, appearing effortlessly before him, as if she had done so many times before. The first time he felt shocked and terrified. The second time, he felt overwhelmed. The third time he shifted the gear, reversed the car, turned the steering wheel, and drove away.
Goodbye.
With a blank expression, Suzian instructed his sister to call the police. Sister? Call the police and dial 120.
All right.
After Su Nura reported to the authorities and called for assistance, she realized how calm Suzian was. It was as if he had encountered such incidents numerous times. Su Nura shook her head, thinking it improbable. If he had faced such occurrences frequently, her brother would have been entangled in them, acting like a lovesick fool rather than maintaining his current composed demeanor focused on his career. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Su Nura finally understood. Her brother had yet to recognize that girl. Just like in those domineering CEO stories, the president in the back seat, expressionless, gazed at the contract, ignoring the heroine sprawled on the ground, and simply continued driving. This time it was her brother who was driving. He had witnessed the tragic incident firsthand and surely could not bear to run over it, opting instead to take a detour. Indeed, she was quite astute, able to perceive the situation at a glance. Upon arriving at the company and relinquishing the steering wheel, Suzian finally felt a sense of relief. When asked why he did not hire a dedicated driver, he pondered that should he inadvertently neglect to caution the driver and an accident occurred, it would be he who bore the brunt of the blame. While he could tolerate others being swindled, he could not afford such a fate himself. Leading Su Nura into the company, Suzian observed her stare in awe at the towering skyscraper. How tall? Which floor are we on? She gasped, noting that levels 50 and above were occupied. Oh, so the floors below 50 belong to others? They belong to us, but they're leased out, he clarified. Su Nura gasped in astonishment at the wealth implied in his words. After scanning their faces at the elevator, they were whisked to the top-floor office area, which entirely housed Suzian's offices. Su Nura leaned against the window in the lounge, admiring the view. Where's Dad? Why isn't he at work? Is he slacking off? Dad isn't in this building. He's in the one next door. Su Nura blinked in confusion. The one next door is the headquarters. We are in the branch office. Su Nura, a diligent worker in her past life, fell into deep contemplation. She had been so focused on retirement that she forgot the CEOs in the novel world were indeed wealthy. Not to mention the Su family, whose affluence spread far and wide across the nation. Alas, no matter how promising the beginning, it merely served as a stepping stone for the protagonist's success. As Suzian settled into his office chair, he began to tackle the mountain of paperwork before him. Remembering he had a sister, he requested sweet treats and milk tea to be prepared for her. Soon, a secretary wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered, placing the packaged desserts and milk tea neatly on the coffee table. Upon seeing Su Nura, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Realizing this was the first time the president had brought a girl to the office. Observing Su Nura, delicate as a flower, she suddenly understood, so the president had a preference for high school girls. No wonder those starlets and influencers had failed to break through. Su Nura eagerly inserted a straw into her drink and took a delightful sip. Brother is so kind. He even got me milk tea. Hearing this, Suzian secretly smiled, a subtle curve of satisfaction appearing on his lips. Regrettably, this secretary isn't as virtuous as she seems. Suddenly, Suzian's demeanor shifted as he froze. The rival company next door has been unable to gather intelligence on the headquarters and plans to target the branch instead, offering high salaries to poach our secretary, who has agreed to steal the next bidding documents next Monday. While appearing to review documents, Suzian was actually eavesdropping on Su Nura's thoughts. Upon hearing the last sentence, his gaze turned sharp, as if a knife was poised against the secretary's neck. The secretary felt an icy chill run down her spine and hurriedly excused herself.
Sunonigledo na kopya.
It's not just the secretary. The finance director embezzled funds while the accounting clerk prepared to falsify records to deceive my brother. The marketing manager took credit for a new hire's work to reap rewards. Initially, the newcomer was oblivious, But when she discovered the truth, she was furious and resigned, joining another company that ultimately affected my brother's business, leading to a loss of 300 million. Furious, Suzian nearly crushed his pen, gripping it tightly. How audacious. Classmates betraying me, and they still dare to stab me in the back. Damn it. One is a high school classmate, the other a middle school classmate. I shall never associate with classmates again, no matter how exceptional they may be. They conspired to plunge Suzian into despair. What was that newcomer's name again?
Oh.
I remember, Luo Yu. Suzian mentally noted the name Luo Yu. Regardless of the circumstances, his company could not harbor such unscrupulous behavior. He could not allow the pearls of talent to be tarnished. Realizing he had identified the traitors, a wave of relief washed over him. Little Nua, what do you want for lunch? My treat. No need, brother. I have something to attend to and must step out. I haven't untied the bond of my romantic commitment yet. I need to find some materials. Hearing this, Suzian was deeply touched. His sister was truly a kind and adorable little angel. With a grand gesture, he handed her a supplementary card.
Sunoloket belilderet.
For me? Yes. This is my supplementary card. Buy whatever you wish, I'll cover it. Su Nua, unreserved, quipped, then I'll buy a house. Suzian was even more moved. You're so unabashed now. Unlike before when you were so polite to me. Just say what you want. It shows you're beginning to accept me as your brother and growing closer. Of course, he and Suzian were adept at self-affirmation. Su Nua gazed at the card in her hand, then at her brother, who was brimming with joy. Is brother the fabled fool with a wealth of money? She tucked the card away. But brother, you should be a bit more cautious. I fear you might end up losing everything. Suzian felt no concern. With you by my side, I've already evaded those two female protagonists. How could I be harmed? Observing his demeanor, Su Nua contemplated delivering some sobering advice to make him cautious, yet seeing Suzian so blissfully ecstatic, akin to an exuberant puppy, she could not bring herself to utter the words. No wonder brother might end up in dire straits, handing out cash. Ecstatic, Suzian inquired, if I recall correctly. The next female protagonist is rather money-minded, and brother has a white moonlight figure in search of a substitute bride, who ends up resembling the white moonlight and even bears a child. When the white moonlight returns, brother is conned out of all his money and left with nothing. This is the latest tale of a pampered wife reclaiming her life, one who loves money above all. Then my brother, still ensnared in the domineering persona, falls victim. Poor brother, after losing his fortune, the white moonlight departs. And only then does he realize he has long loved the substitute who fled with his wealth. Chapter 68. Two Penniless Souls. Su Nua pondered deeply. I am a pauper, while my brother is a tycoon. Indeed, Suzian replied. And then? My brother gives me money to spend, allowing me to ascend from a pauper to a petite, wealthy lady. True, and then? If my brother gets swindled, I'll be broke too, and we'll both be penniless. Suzian exhaled. Suddenly, the world feels utterly hopeless. If my brother isn't deceived, I'll be thriving as well. All right then. My brother must not be fooled by the glittering distractions out there. For the sake of my brother's wealth. Suzian began to comprehend, realizing his sister was a little money-hungry. However, his mind began to churn. If his sister did not help him, he would inevitably face bankruptcy. If she aided him, he would not only avoid ruin but also shower affection on this little girl, ensuring their lives remained prosperous. He was growing up. It wasn't that he had become foolish. Every adult understood which path to choose. He could endure solitude, but he could not allow himself to go bankrupt. Without delay, Suzian pulled out his phone and transferred 500,000 to Su Nua. Spend on whatever you desire. I want to accompany you. Do you need me to hire a couple of bodyguards? Su Nua's eyes sparkled as she received the money, grinning widely. No need, brother. I'm off. Money-giving dad is dishing out cash. Let us get to work. My dear brother, rest assured, I'll handle everything meticulously. Even the heavens cannot take you away. Just watch me confront the heavens. Suzian, upon hearing this, asked, confront? What do you mean?
Sister.
But when he looked up again, Su Nua had vanished. Walking alone, Su Nua hailed a taxi, capturing the license plate number. Once inside, the driver, noticing her beauty, attempted to engage her in conversation, but she remained stoic, unwilling to chat. Beyond the threshold of the door, a young girl must perpetually remain vigilant. She declined to engage in conversation with the driver. The route taken by the driver grew increasingly desolate, leading them to the periphery of a forest in the suburbs. Within the depths of the forest, chilling cries intermittently pierced the silence, evoking a sense of dread that nearly caused the driver to lose his grip on the steering wheel. "Are you certain this is the place, young lady?" he inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Yes," Su Nua finally responded, her tone icy. "Right here, you may stop." As she alighted from the vehicle, the driver hastily sped away. She lifted her gaze towards the forest, which had fallen silent at that moment, and only then did Su Nua feel satisfied enough to step inside. Upon entering the forest, Su Nua vanished without a trace. The scenery began to twist and transform, no longer resembling a forest, but rather a dimly lit alleyway. The alley was shrouded in darkness and silence, devoid of any shops or residences. Su Nua traversed the desolate passage for an extended period before finally spotting a quaint villa. As she drew nearer, the intoxicating fragrance of roses enveloped her senses. The roses climbed freely along the villa, exuberantly showcasing their allure and aroma. Just as she approached the entrance, the door swung open of its own accord. Upon stepping inside, she was greeted not by the anticipated darkness and tranquility, but by radiant sunlight that illuminated the space, reminiscent of a castle from a fairy tale. Inside lay an array of exquisite merchandise. A woman, adorned in a red qipao, languidly reclined on a chaise longue, her heavily made-up visage reminiscent of dew glistening on a blooming peony, opulent and alluring. The slit in her red dress revealed her fair, long legs, captivating at a mere glance. The woman delicately held a long pipe, and upon noticing Su Nua, she exhaled a cloud of smoke that swirled around her. "Ah, a rare guest. The last time we met was a century ago, wasn't it?" she remarked. Su Nua corrected her. "It has been 105 years, 3 months, 25 days, and 8 hours." The woman, seemingly boneless, languidly sat up, her legs crossed, a tantalizing sight to behold. "Your memory remains astonishing, little one. Mine, alas, is not so sharp," she replied, taking a puff from her pipe. Su Nua fixated on the pipe, her expression earnest. "I am but a child." "Indeed," the woman conceded, snapping her fingers, causing the pipe to vanish and the smoke to dissipate. "Rose, are you not from the Supervision Bureau? What brings you to the trading house?" The world of novels encompasses countless realms. Although the book's spirit oversees the grand scheme, there are still intricate details that require attention. Thus, other departments naturally emerge. The Supervision Bureau is tasked with monitoring other forces to prevent disruptions in the order of novels. The trading house, on the other hand, is a repository of everything, with each novel having its own establishment, awaiting fateful encounters for trade. Rose propped her chin on her hand. "The head of the Supervision Bureau has been replaced." "Did you not know?" "No. Who is the new head?" "You adopted 2 little ones, didn't you? One became the heir, while the other, unwilling to yield, has usurped my position. Look at the fine children you have raised, kicking me out, leaving me no choice but to take over the family business." Rose extended her beautiful fingers, fiddling with her manicured nails. "My little glutinous rice, aren't you supposed to compensate me for my emotional distress?" Su Nua responded with a deadpan expression. "I have no money, but I can offer a life." "Don't be so stingy," Rose retorted, teleporting behind Su Nua, the fragrance enveloping her senses as she playfully twisted Su Nua's braids. "Who doesn't know you are the wealthiest among us? My little treasure trove rests with him. How am I to compensate? Shall I steal your brother's underwear to repay you?" Upon hearing this, Rose feigned disgust, covering her nose.
"No, no.
"I was merely joking. You wouldn't resort to such tactics to harm my well-being." In an instant, Rose vanished, only to materialize on the chaise longue. With a flick of her wrist, an exquisitely crafted round fan, imbued with ancient charm, appeared in her hand, which she waved gracefully. "Isn't your little one searching for you? I thought you would have met by now and informed me of the change in leadership." "Not at all," Su Nua interjected, hands on her hips. "Who knows better than you whether I have encountered them? Spare me the pretense." The trading house possesses everything imaginable, with Rose now the owner. She had also acquired the water mirror, a relic passed down through generations within the trading house. The water mirror reveals the affairs of all, including Su Nua's daily life. "You haven't been peeking at me while I bathe, have you?" Su Nua inquired suspiciously. "Of course not," Rose replied, a hint of guilt lacing her words.
Ahem.
She quickly changed the subject. "Why are you still carrying a system? We're supposed to be neutral," Rose reminded her.
Stop. Sono interested.
"At present, you may be neutral, but I am not." Rose's smile grew even brighter.
What?
"Have you joined them?" Su Nua firmly corrected her.
No.
I am now a privileged client.
Oh?
Rose raised an eyebrow. Su Nua stood tall, puffing out her chest. I am now supported by the new book spirit, flanked by the supervision bureau on my left and the trading house on my right, not to mention a system mother guiding me to wealth. I am indeed the legendary, untouchable privileged client. Rose chuckled. I have never seen someone so unabashedly proclaim their status as a privileged client. Very well, Rose acquiesced, waving her fan. I cannot argue with you. As for your association with the trading house, I shall recognize you as its master. As for your other allegiances, I shall await the spectacle. One does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason. What brings you to seek me? Chapter 69. A lady should wield pink weapons. Do you believe I came to play? Su Nua asked, her face betraying no hint of embarrassment as she jested. She seized a teacup from the coffee table and positioned it beneath the automatic tea dispenser, awaiting the liquid to flow slowly, like a gentle stream into the cup. Don't speak of me. Listen to yourself. Do you believe your own words? Rose observed with amusement. I do not, Su Nua confessed sincerely, exposing her own deception. After sipping the tea, she continued, it's nothing much. I merely sought a moment of respite to catch up with those ancient ones. She added, and to retrieve my dog-beating stick. Rose straightened up. Oh? Have more old-timers misbehaved? Su Nua possessed a unique weapon specifically designed to combat the heavens and other organizations, aimed at restoring order and dispelling malevolence. After her retirement, she placed it in the trading house for her convenience. Every world has a trading house, accessible whenever needed, to prevent being bullied by unscrupulous celestial beings during her retirement. Su Nua set the teacup down. No, it's just that I've been provoked. Upon hearing this, Rose's expression radiated warmth akin to moonlight. Our little Su Nua, who upholds justice, has taken matters personally? Su Nua beamed with pride, exuding an air of bravado. I told you, I am now a privileged client. What of it if a privileged client is a tad spoiled and willful? Rose gently tapped Su Nua's head with a fan, her tone affectionate. Oh, you little rascal. Hee. I believe the beautiful and gracious Rose sister will certainly stand by my side. Very well, very well. Rose glanced at the clock on the wall. Time flows slowly within the trading house. Outside, it was already 8 in the evening. Why not stay for dinner? It would be prudent to greet the ancient ones tomorrow morning instead. Su Nua accepted Rose's suggestion and made a phone call to the butler, having previously acquired his contact information for future convenience. Hello, Uncle, I want TV returning home tonight. I'll be staying over at a friend's house. Please excuse me on Monday, thank you. Once Su Nua concluded the call, Rose rose and led her to the second floor. The staircase to the second floor featured a door that required scanning Rose's spiritual energy to enter. Upon crossing the threshold, the space transformed dramatically. What initially appeared as a modest villa morphed into a vast and boundless library, seemingly without end, akin to an endless pocket dimension. Brilliant celestial symbols sparkled in the air, and what should have been the ceiling now unfolded into an expansive galaxy. Countless stars adorned the night sky, shimmering with a mesmerizing brilliance that was impossible to overlook. Occasionally, streaks of aurora-like silk would flicker across the sky, reminiscent of meteors streaking through the night, leaving behind a shimmering tail in the dark. The library not only housed books but also concealed an array of exquisite and rare treasures. As Rose gently brushed her hand, a soft lavender magic enveloped her fingers, and, as if possessing its own consciousness, it gracefully transformed into slender threads that ascended to the uppermost shelf. This shelf, containing merely 50 compartments, appeared even more refined and opulent than the ordinary ones. Soon, a delicate thread descended, bearing a pink wand. Atop the wand, vibrant strands of light coiled, coalescing into a star-like shape, within which nestled a petite pink gemstone. The wand's end was adorned with a tiny flower, seemingly on the verge of coming to life. Pink ribbons were tied around the wand, culminating in an elegant bow. Who could have imagined that such a beautiful wand would bear the name Dog Beater? Is it truly appropriate to bestow such a name? Rose extended the wand towards her. I find it rather delightful. A lady should refrain from striking others, she cautioned, though she was aware that this warning would bear little weight. Hence, I adorned it with a bow. Is there any issue with a lady wielding a pink wand? None whatsoever, Su Nua declared with confidence. Rose sighed, realizing her words had fallen on deaf ears. As soon as the wand touched her, it transformed into a ring, entwining itself around her right index finger. Very well, Rose conceded. Upon exiting, Rose's takeout had arrived, and she began to unbox each container. The enticing aroma of the food wafted towards them, revealing its delectable nature. Su Nua, having washed her hands, eagerly took her first bite. Delicious. If it's tasty, indulge a little more, you little glutton, Rose smiled at her. After finishing her meal, Su Nua rested for a while before stretching her limbs.
Great.
A full stomach brings energy. Rose opened the door for her, urging, "Go ahead, call me when you're done."
All right.
"Thank you, Sister Rose."
Sumodas head inside.
At school, Ian Rand gazed at the empty seat, puzzled. Is Su Nua not coming today? Perhaps he could seek out Su Qingqing? Yet, with the looming deadline of tomorrow, he decided against it. Just a bit longer to endure. The end is near. Unlike Ian Rand's tense demeanor, the students in the class appeared as wilted leaves, each listlessly staring at their books. Previously, attending school meant being cast into the ocean of knowledge by their parents. Since Su Nua's arrival, however, they carried dual responsibilities: to continue exploring the sea of knowledge while also focusing on the latest gossip, ensuring they remained the most enthusiastic spectators.
Today,
They were filled with excitement, eager to rush into the classroom, fearing they might miss out on the latest tidbits. It was only during class that they learned Su Nua had taken a leave of absence. With Su Nua's absence, the joy of attending school abruptly diminished, leaving them reeling. The first period was still the physics teacher's class. Observing the entire class slumped over their desks, he couldn't help but wonder, is my teaching truly that dreadful? A doctoral graduate from a prestigious 985 university, his life had been smooth sailing, save for the occasional gaming mishap. Now he faced yet another setback. In Class 8, the English lesson was underway. Su Qingqing suddenly felt drowsy, struggling to keep her eyes open, not wanting to fall asleep and incur the teacher's ire. Her head bobbed uncontrollably until a wave of fatigue enveloped her, pulling her into its grasp. Unable to resist any longer, she rested her head on her desk for a brief nap. The English teacher, noticing Su Qingqing dozing, frowned and called her to rise. Aware of her situation, he couldn't help but scold her with impatience. "Su Qingqing, how dare you sleep in my class?" Only then did she slowly lift her head. Seeing that she was somewhat compliant and unwilling to disrupt the lesson's progress, he turned back to continue teaching. The moment Su Qingqing opened her eyes, her previously pitiful demeanor vanished. Upon seeing the teacher, a flicker of confusion crossed her gaze, and after a moment, realization dawned on her. She discreetly took out her phone from her desk pocket and glanced at the calendar. Upon seeing the date, a subtle smile graced her lips. "I'm back again." Chapter 70. Can I eat you? Unlike her usual self, Su Qingqing listened attentively in class, unabashedly engaging in her own little antics. Just as the English teacher was about to explode with anger, the bell rang for class dismissal. The teacher shot her a glare before storming out, unable to comprehend the source of his sudden ire. Today, as soon as he met Su Qingqing's suddenly disdainful gaze, a surge of fury bubbled within him, threatening to boil over. After class, Su Qingqing awaited the usual sycophants to approach her, showering her with praise. However, when class resumed, the crowd remained indifferent. Su Qingqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. What was going on with them? They were not like before. Never mind, it was of little consequence. The priority was to return home quickly. By the time school ended, Su Qingqing walked out of the school gate with poise, spotting the Su family car waiting at the entrance. She opened the door with familiarity, ignoring the curious gazes of onlookers. The driver, noticing the door open, turned to see Su Qingqing and froze momentarily. Su Qingqing yawned, her demeanor calm. "What's wrong? Aren't we leaving?" "I'm tired. Please hurry back, Uncle Driver." The driver appeared conflicted, glancing at the girl who had been cast out by the Su family, unsure of how to proceed. Fearing repercussions from the boss, he steeled himself and said, "Miss Su, please exit the vehicle." Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's face flashed with indignation. Recalling her persona, she forced herself to suppress it. "What do you mean, driver? You are employed by my father. How dare you kick me out? Aren't you afraid of being fired? Fine. I'll just call my father to have you dismissed." "Oh, is that so?" The car door swung open and Su Mingji, with a darkened expression, stood there, his demeanor cold as ice. He sneered. "You still dare to call me father? Perhaps you should consider visiting a cosmetic clinic to see if you can still peel off that aged skin of yours." Upon hearing the mockery directed at her, Su Qingqing turned, ready to retaliate. However, upon seeing Su Mingji, her previously fierce expression instantly softened. "Brother, how can you say such things to me?"
Su king pouted in grievance.
Be quiet. Who allowed you to call me brother? Su Mingji's expression darkened further, a palpable menace rising as if he were the Reaper himself, weighing the scythe in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. Brother, did Qingqing do something wrong? You're scaring me. Tears welled in Su Qingqing's eyes. Seemingly understanding something, Su Mingji deliberately remarked, "What? Have you forgotten? The matter of colluding with your mother to frame us, leading to your expulsion from the Su family. Have you forgotten all of that?" Su Qingqing's heart sank. What was happening? Su Mingji claimed she had been expelled. Impossible. At this time, the true daughter hadn't even returned home. How could he know her situation? Yet Su Mingji wouldn't lie. What on earth transpired in the interim? Su Mingji, unwilling to indulge her wild speculations, yanked her and tossed her out. Su Qingqing gasped in pain as she was unceremoniously flung into public view. Bystanders, oblivious to the truth, pointed and gossiped, but when they saw Su Mingji smile at them, they fell silent, suddenly taken aback. I trust no one wishes to associate with someone who has betrayed their own family? The Su family had subtly circulated the reasons behind Su Qingqing's expulsion. Even without explicitly naming her, the astute onlookers were all too aware. No matter how extravagant a young scion may be, the secrets of affluent families are still comprehended. It didn't take long for Su Mingji to grasp the implications of his words, prompting an instinctive withdrawal from Su Qingqing by those around him, fearful that she might next ensnare them in her traps. Su Mingji closed the rear door with a decisive motion, suggesting that if one has forgotten, they should return and inquire with their mother. He resumed his seat in the front passenger side and instructed the driver to commence their journey. As the vehicle pulled away, a plume of exhaust smoke enveloped Su Qingqing's face. Su Mingji leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery outside, his expression inscrutable. Su Qingqing had returned once more to this realm. A cold smile crept across his lips at the thought of her current predicament. This time, the roles of the players could very well be reversed, he mused. Su Qingqing, let me see how many tricks you have left in this lifetime. In a secluded corner of the world, an elderly gentleman with a benevolent countenance and a long white beard was savoring his tea in tranquil contentment. Sensing a disturbance in the atmosphere, he leisurely sipped his tea, wondering if another visitor had arrived. "Oh, dear. At my age, I still have to go see for myself," he remarked, rising slowly from his seat. Before he could take a step, he heard a sweet voice as sugary as syrup. "No need for that. The reverse butterfly has arrived." Upon hearing the voice, the elder squinted, straining to see, and when his gaze finally focused, he almost stumbled in surprise. Su Nua stood before him, her right hand brandishing a delicate dog-beating stick, occasionally weighing it in her left hand. "So, you control the muddled wife trope, do you?"
Sono smile cheerfully.
The elder, recalling the little troublemaker from long ago, felt his knees quiver as he nearly knelt before her. "Lady Noah, what brings you here?" He hastily fetched a small stool for her and retreated a meter, hands raised in a placating gesture. "Let us sit down and have a proper discussion first. If we can't reach an agreement, then you may strike me later, but grant me a chance to explain." "Very well," Su Nua acquiesced, descending from the step to take a seat on the stool. Only then did the elder settle down as well. Su Nua observed the space they maintained, calling out, "Come a bit closer. What nonsense is this distance? Am I going to eat you?" The elder trembled as he shifted his stool. "You wouldn't eat me, but you might strike me." Su Nua suddenly realized, "Oh my, I didn't recognize you at first. So it's you. How delightful, an acquaintance. We've fought before. This is easy to handle." Then a thought struck her. "Wait a moment, aren't you from the neighboring tale of the grand female protagonist? How did you end up in the muddled wife narrative?" The heavenly entity coughed lightly. "You know how it is. My nature is rather laid back. I enjoy slacking off. As I raised my daughter, she became this way too, rejecting ascension and merely wishing to be a carefree soul. When I failed to meet performance expectations, I was demoted to this realm." Su Nua regarded him with a sympathetic gaze. "What can be done? In a grand female protagonist story, if the lead becomes lackadaisical, such a demotion is hardly unjust. Lady Noah, you've come to find me. Have I committed some transgression?" Upon hearing this, Su Nua tucked her dog-beating stick away, adopting a sorrowful demeanor. "You wicked being, meddling in the affairs of young lovers. You have led them into a deeply troubled romance, forcing them into a torturous relationship. Such sins weigh heavily upon you. Open your eyes wide and see how unwilling your male lead is to accept this union. Yet you have forced it upon him, inflicting harm upon his tender spirit and draining his purse. The heavenly entity, flustered, stuttered. What do you mean by that? Although I may appear idle above, I am not the one orchestrating such meddling. Su Noa was unconvinced by his excuses. You can see everything from up there. Do you dare claim ignorance? After her words, the heavenly entity coughed violently. Caught in a quandary over how to explain his recent laziness and the long time since he had reviewed the complete content of the narrative, he could only feign ignorance. Ahem, I've seen it all, but I still do not comprehend why Lady Noa has come here. Su Noa could tell he had been shirking his duties. So, you are the one who bound the fateful string, are you? Yes, he replied, though he hesitated to ask if there was a problem. There is. Did you not see how unwilling the male lead is to be with the female lead? Yet you still force them together. That's an injustice. The heavenly entity protested. This story starts with heartache and ends with sweetness. Their initial reluctance is simply because they have yet to fall in love. Once they do, they will harmonize beautifully together for years. Though they are the leads, some suffering in the beginning is necessary to prove their love is as strong as gold. Su Noa regarded him coldly as he continued to defend himself. Oh, so they become destitute and homeless, enduring public scorn, struggling to rise from nothing, only to chase after the female lead while inflicting pain upon themselves to gain a sense of guilt and satisfaction. Do you wish to partake in this little suffering? The heavenly entity, a professional in idleness, pondered but ultimately declined. They will eventually fall in love, he insisted. Su Noa's demeanor grew even more frigid, pressed down by the weight of fate. Can they truly not love? Hearing her refer to him as a burden, the heavenly entity's anger flared. He recalled the dog-beating stick in Su Noa's hand and remembered the pain of being chased after mischief in his early days. He resolved to be more diligent, recognizing that his previous laziness had led to dire consequences. Binding them with a fateful string, how dare you call that love? The heavenly entity was no fool. He finally understood Su Noa's intent, his forehead creasing. It's not that I wanted to use the fateful string. There's another system interfering with the intruder, binding them without permission. According to the plot, the leads already have feelings for each other. Binding them shouldn't affect their hearts. Nor will it lead them to love someone else. I was merely trying to prevent the male lead from being influenced by this. The heavenly entity squirmed in discomfort. I only bound one to offset the effect. Binding two would mean they directly love each other. I would never stoop to such a despicable act.
Su Noa.
Her expression, as frigid as ice, began to untie the fateful string. The heavenly entity weakly protested, but the male lead might fall for the intruder. That's none of your concern. The heavenly entity rejoiced, realizing that Su Noa intended to take matters into her own hands. Then there's nothing more to discuss. There is. Su Noa's tone turned icy. Who told you to create accidents every day? The heavenly entity was baffled. Isn't this part of the plot? I was in my brother's car when you orchestrated a car accident that frightened me. Su Noa's tone became increasingly aggressive. The heavenly entity fell from his stool in fright. Why you were in the car? He recalled the female lead's injuries from the accident, realizing how deeply it had disturbed Su Ling. He contemplated feigning unconsciousness to evade the situation, but he knew that if he did, Su Noa would not hesitate to awaken him with her pink wand. What is your excuse? It is only natural for the male lead and female lead to love each other. Who allowed you to bind them? The heavenly entity quickly settled on the ground. Yes, you are absolutely right. I will no longer meddle. Let them love each other naturally. Consider this your promise. If I catch you meddling again, I will return to play with you, Su Noa cheerfully declared. To the heavenly entity, her smile was that of a fearsome demon. Off I go, farewell. Su Noa departed from the scene, not wishing to interfere excessively, merely granting Su Jinyan an opportunity. Without external obstruction, if he still fell for the female lead, it would simply be his fate. At that point, she would ensure the Su family's escape while allowing her brother to bear the consequences of bankruptcy. After all, the death of a friend does not affect the path of a Taoist. She trusted her brother would undoubtedly agree with her approach to saving the family while abandoning him. There is familial affection, but not excessively so. As for financial aid, that would be too much. Thus, she casually engaged in a chat with the heavenly entity. Su Noa opened the narrative, curious to see if anything had transpired in her absence. Upon viewing the footage, she noticed Su Qingqing's gaze, which had transformed from a cheerful demeanor to one of solemnity after resolving her affairs. Reborn? TSK, it appears I must brace myself for overtime. As Su Noa approached another door, her expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Within the opulent castle, adorned with extravagant decor, a devilishly handsome man swirled a goblet in his hand, watching through the mist as Su Qingqing stirred from her slumber. My protagonist has finally returned. Yet, she's merely a stepping stone. As long as Su Qingqing ascends to the pinnacle and seizes the world's fortune, my own rise will be all the more assured. It is not in vain that I have employed forbidden arts to bring her back to life time and again to claim her luck. My cherished one, go forth and consume them, aiding my ascent. Ha ha ha. Is that so? The unique, melodious voice of the girl echoed throughout the palace. The man, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Su Nua within his domain, furrowed his brow and demanded, "Who are you to dare intrude upon my territory?"
Ah!
Su Nua wasted no time, swiftly appearing behind the man, wielding her dog-breaking stick and striking with ferocity. The seemingly delicate staff unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful force. With a single blow, the man was sent flying, tumbling across the ground before crashing into the wall with a thunderous bang. A long whip mark, deep enough to reveal bone, marred his back. With just one strike, the man was left gravely wounded. Struggling to rise, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Who are you to trespass in my domain, seeking death?" Su Nua examined her dog-breaking stick and remarked, "Oh, a newcomer, is it? Did your predecessors neglect to teach you the rules? To speak so brazenly in my presence warrants punishment." Rather than approaching, she remained stationary and delivered another strike. A massive, pink blade of light surged forward, which the man attempted to counter with his gathered strength. The light effortlessly shattered his defenses, striking his chest. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he felt his vision blur crimson as his body convulsed, howling in agony. Tampering with the plot indeed warrants punishment. Su Nua wielded her dog-breaking stick, unleashing several more strikes upon the man. Desperate to escape the torment, he felt humiliated, cursing, "You dare challenge me on my own turf? That was merely a moment of carelessness. You are as good as dead." Chapter 72. The little tortoise runs quite well. He summoned all his strength, which coalesced into a tangible black dragon that twisted and soared through the air, unleashing a defiant roar that reverberated throughout the palace. A moment later, the pink blade of light shattered the black dragon. The man's prideful demeanor shifted to shock and then to fear as the blade struck the crown of his head. Writhing in pain, his features contorted grotesquely, he gnashed his teeth, unable to withstand the torment that brought him to the brink of death yet refused to let him perish. Far more harrowing than 1,000,000 volts of electric shock. With the remnants of his will, he witnessed Su Nua advancing toward him and, in fear, scrambled to his feet. Retreating in haste. "You've caused me to work overtime. You deserve punishment. No, please. I beg you, spare me," he pleaded. Su Nua struck him fiercely again, fueled by anger, delivering a blow that was even more profound than before. The man writhed in agony, grotesquely contorted, his visage resembling that of a wretched creature. Crawling on the ground in a desperate attempt to claw his way back, limbs thrashing about like a frantic moth. Yet, this did not alleviate the excruciating pain inflicted by the dog-breaking stick. Lifting her weapon once more, Su Nua prepared to strike again, but the man, disregarding his suffering, bolted in a frantic dash. What a joke. Enduring the pain of running was far better than facing another blow. Which would he choose? He was no fool. Thus, within the lavish palace, a scene unfolded where Su Nua pursued the man, wielding her dog-breaking stick, as he fled, a chase of torment for his body and soul. The echoes of his cries resounded through his domain. Meanwhile, in Su Qingqing's home, she sat before her mother, who, after hearing the entire saga, wept softly. "Oh, what shall we do? You've been cast out, and now I've made a mistake. What can we do?" Su Qingqing patiently comforted her mother, assuring her, "Do not worry, mother. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours." Really? Her mother ceased her tears. "Indeed, mother. You may not know it, but I do. We have powerful allies." Despite the disheartening circumstances of this life compared to the last, one might say it was akin to hellish difficulty, she remained unfazed. She had long known herself to be the favored child of destiny, the chosen protagonist. After all, she was the heroine of a grand tale. How delightful it would be to experience the ease of the past life once more. However, with destiny backing her, victory was assured, rendering such minor setbacks inconsequential. Merely a group of cannon fodder NPCs, how could they rival her importance as the protagonist? What Su Qingqing remained unaware of was that her most trusted destiny was currently being pursued and beaten by Su Nua. "How can you run so well?" You should consider entering a marathon.
Sumoglare d'angrili.
I'll run you to your death. The man, exasperated, began spouting nonsensical threats. Upon hearing this,
Sumos furi intensified. Ah!
You little tortoise harbor such malicious intentions. Punishment is due. Su Nua released her grip, allowing the dog-breaking stick to fly toward him. The man, seeing Su Nua pause, felt a moment of relief, only for it to plummet as he beheld the stick hurtling toward him with alarming speed. What the hell? You're cheating. The shrieks of pain echoed incessantly. Damn it! You vile creature! How dare you strike me? I was wrong. Spare me, fair warrior. The man prostrated himself, his head bowed in submission. He could no longer endure the agony, realizing that whenever his power clashed with the pink staff, it disintegrated into nothingness. Utterly ineffective. You must be the force behind Su Qingqing, yes? Su Noa retracted her dog-breaking stick. Upon hearing Su Qingqing's name, the man's expression darkened. What do you intend to do? What do I intend? Rather, I'd like to inquire why you, fully aware of the rules, dared to transgress them? Upon hearing Su Nua's words, the man comprehended her intent for coming here. His eyes narrowed, an aura of menace emanating from him as he instinctively contemplated silencing her. Yet, the thought of the dog-breaking stick compelled him to restrain his aggression. More pressing was the question of her identity. How did she know she was Su Qingqing's backing? Who granted you the audacity to allow Su Qingqing to be reborn? Su Nua swung the stick again. The man screamed, his cries rivaling that of a rooster. I was wrong. I want to do it again. Please spare me. To act is to be prepared for punishment. Su Nua struck him several more times. The man howled in anguish, receiving blow after blow until he lay on the ground, resembling a whimpering, defeated dog. As for how Su Qingqing should handle the situation, I trust you know what to do. The man, barely clinging to life, acknowledged, I understand. I will reclaim her fortune and select another to take her place. He devised a plan to placate the violent woman before him, promising swift action to seize this life as fortune as soon as she departed. With that, he could swiftly ascend to greater heights, gaining more power. Why fear this madwoman who had intruded upon his domain? Very well. I shall grant you a chance to prove yourself. Su Nua crouched down, patting his face mockingly. Don't disappoint me. Next time, it won't be so simple. Yes. Rest assured, my lord. I will handle the matter with utmost efficiency. Internally, he seethed with resentment, biding his time until he could exact vengeance. Having grown weary from the prolonged assault, Su Nua departed without a trace of reluctance. Once she left, the man struggled to his feet and staggered toward the mist, preparing to discuss the acceleration of fortune reclamation with Su Qingqing. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. Supervisory law enforcement, do not move. Upon hearing the sharp command, the man halted in his tracks. As the words resonated, his countenance turned as pale as a sheet, and an icy dread enveloped him. Turn around. Gritting his teeth, he slowly pivoted, only to behold three figures clad in black robes standing not far from him. The one in the center, the apparent leader, was flanked by two others. One of them revealed a badge, stating, "We are from the Supervisory Bureau, No. F10896778. You have violated Article 3580 of the World Peace Management Law by illicitly employing forbidden techniques, specifically the time reversal secret method upon the daughter of fortune, thereby disregarding the fabric of temporal order. We possess the legal authority to arrest you, strip you of your identity and powers, and escort you with us." The man, realizing his transgressions had come to light, erupted in despair. "No, I did not do this. You cannot wrongfully accuse me." The leader in black finally spoke. "Take him away." "Yes, Director." The two murmured, deliberately withholding the fact that the leader was indeed their superior. The two black-robed figures advanced, seizing the man and forcefully stuffing a cloth into his mouth to silence his protests. After they had taken him away, the leader remained in place, observing the wounds on the man, knowing that Su Nua had been there. A smile crept onto the leader's face. "Sister, at last, I have caught you." Chapter 73. There is family affection, but not much. Upon returning to the trading house, Su Nua was greeted by the sight of the afternoon tea set up by Rose, her face lighting up with joy as she dashed over. Seizing the moment while Rose was distracted, she stealthily snatched a small piece of cake and popped it into her mouth. Delicious. Rose, noticing this, flicked her fingers, summoning a ruler that swiftly struck Su Nua's hand as she admonished, "You must wash your hands before eating." "Understood." After washing her hands, Su Nua sat across from Rose, taking a sip of the jasmine tea that Rose had prepared, feeling a soothing warmth spread through her. This is delightful. You went to seek the Tao of heaven merely to secure a bond? Rose delicately lifted her teacup, taking a small sip. Indeed, Su Nua replied. That is a fate decreed by the Tao of heaven. Is it truly wise to alter another's destiny? As Su Nua finished her sip, she responded, Not good at all. At least you possess some self-awareness, Rose chided. Destiny is not immutable. While each individual in this world has their own narrative, some grand tales of heroines, some of mighty heroes, some adorned with starlight, others depicting tranquil lives, and some fraught with heartache. Each has their own story. Though they tread the paths laid out by destiny, there will always be those who awaken and resist the fate they do not desire, forging their own destiny. I respect such occurrences, should they choose a different path. New stories will emerge for them. Ultimately, it is the Tao of heaven that bears the burden of frustration, not I. I have merely corrected the transgressions against the rules of conduct. My previous interventions in the small world were due to personal calamities that disrupted the intersecting fates of the protagonists. I have faith in the protagonists who strive to break free from their destinies and pursue the paths they desire. Each individual is the protagonist of their own tale. Yet they may also serve as supporting characters in others' narratives, friends, lovers, family. If a protagonist absent-mindedly departs from their plot, the other protagonist's narrative will be impacted, prompting Su Nua to step in and assist in the unfolding of the story.
Oh,
And what of your brother? He has not made an effort to awaken, has he? Rose inquired, twisting a small biscuit between her fingers.
who says that? Sono contented.
Isn't my brother working hard to earn money, so I can take on the responsibilities? He provides the funds. I do the work. Is there a problem with that? No problem at all. This small world is overflowing with wealth. I am but a mundane individual, quite impoverished, in need of money, and I love money. Rose found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Intentionally leading him astray regarding spending, she remarked, You have gone out of your way to lecture me, expending time, effort, and energy. Have you managed to break even? Su Nua fell into contemplation. You are right. Today is a familial discount. Next time, I will require full payment. Her brother's monthly salary reached nearly 10 million, supplemented by allowances from their father. Next time, no discounts will be offered. There is family affection, but it is limited. There is family pricing, but it is singular. Who does not relish the allure of shimmering coins? Who would ever complain about having too much money? Certainly not I money. I absolutely adore it. Rose watched with satisfaction as this child, easily swayed by a few words, brought her much comfort. Children are indeed quite gullible. After finishing the pastries, Rose bid farewell to Su Nua. Next time, do come to purchase items at a discount. Su Nua could not refuse. I have no money. The trading house only accepted exorbitant prices, the higher the better, along with exchange rates. The rapidly depreciating world currency was traded at much higher rates than those from other worlds. For example, while 1 million might suffice in another world, the depreciating world would require 10 million. All her savings were back home, and she truly could not afford the items from the trading house. Nor did she wish to incur debt, as the interest on borrowed funds was a staggering 30% per day. No billionaire would dare to frivolously spend. Instead, she had to rely on points extracted from the system to exchange for the desired items. Upon exiting the forest, she spotted Sheng Yunshu, who had been pacing outside for quite some time. Keep searching, she insisted, unwilling to believe that in such a small forest, they could not find anyone. The moment she laid eyes on Su Nua, Sheng Yunshu's trembling hands were steadied as she rushed forward to protect her sister. Sister? Su Nua queried, puzzled. I finally found you. Sheng Yunshu choked, her voice thick with emotion. Seeing Sheng Yunshu in such a distressed state for the first time, Su Nua softened her tone, sister. I'm right here. You little rascal, where on earth have you been? The GPS couldn't locate you. Sheng Yunshu's eyes were red and swollen, her voice hoarse, appearing quite worn. Initially, while supporting Gu Yuelon against opposition within the Sheng family, she had abruptly lost GPS signal and left Gu Yuelon behind as she rushed back home. Heading straight for the forest. She had been lost in the woods for an entire day, no matter which way she turned. She always ended up back outside the forest. I was playing at a friend's house. I had to cross the forest. It takes 10 minutes to reach. Only then did Sheng Yunshu realize she had misjudged her direction, focusing solely on searching within the forest and forgetting that it was merely a passageway. Concern can lead to confusion, no matter how sharp Sheng Yunshu's mind was. Encountering her sister's disappearance would cause anyone to panic. As long as you're safe, let's go home. Upon returning home, Sunua took a bath and settled down for a refreshing nap. Before sleeping, she returned the bracelet to Sheng Yunshu, who held it with an inscrutable gaze. Not precise enough. I must refine it once more. The following morning, upon arriving at the classroom, Sunua immediately sensed a shift in her classmates' demeanor. They had grown notably more enthusiastic. For instance, as she entered the classroom, the previously lethargic students suddenly lifted their heads. Their eyes lighting up as if bulbs had been switched on, their dull expressions transformed into bright ones. They surrounded Sunua, showering her with concern and compliments. The class monitor even approached her, personally introducing her to everyone in class, sharing their names and familial backgrounds. Sunua found herself utterly bewildered. How did the class change so dramatically in just one day? After managing to navigate through their enthusiasm, she spotted Ain Ran sitting quietly on a bench, not seeking out Su Qingqing. Very good. During my absence, the love-struck brain did not look for Su Qingqing. There is progress. When Ain Ran heard the commotion, she awoke, and upon seeing Sunua, handed her the lunchbox. Thank you, Sunua replied with a warm smile. As the system observed Sunua and Ain Ran's interaction, it began to announce the progress of the task. Oh, has the task finally concluded? Ain Ran sighed in relief. Thank goodness, I have survived. As the deadline for the task arrived, the main system verified the results, declaring, task failed. Punishment imminent. How did the task fail? Can you tell me why it failed? The little one was filled with questions. Just as Ain Ran had finally relaxed and laid down to sleep, she suddenly felt a sense of unease creeping in. After a thorough system evaluation, it was determined that the host has been diligently monitoring Ain Ran. Indeed, I have been overseeing him. Why then did I fail? I refuse to accept this. What if this time, the lightning strikes her instead? She has been seriously supervising. I, too, am not convinced by Ain Ran. I have clearly restrained myself. Fellow classmates, what task is at hand? Let us not concern ourselves with Ain Ran. It is far more enjoyable to simply watch. The main system has been continuously observing Ain Ran, and unbeknownst to you, he has discreetly sent individuals to inquire after Su Qingqing, attending to her needs. Although he himself has not made an appearance, the system still deems him to be infatuated. Chapter 74. Just strike him, and that will suffice. In my judgment, the most significant hindrance in this mission is this infatuated mind. Is it not so? What fault does Ain Ran possess? Must we still label him as infatuated? And to secretly care for Su Qingqing? Ain Ran was utterly astonished. This is disastrous. He has been discovered. He refrains from approaching, yet he is still being pursued. Damn it. Classmate Ain Ran is utterly besotted. You are my contracted partner. You have exerted yourself, and I shall protect you, the system declared solemnly. Then, in a chilling voice, it uttered words meant to bring joy to Sunua, delivering a jolt of electricity to Ain Ran once more. All right. This is precisely what the infatuated mind deserves. Spare me from this calamity. Upon hearing the electric shock, all students, disregarding the physics teacher, turned in unison to gaze at Ain Ran. Some even, undeterred by the teacher, grabbed their phones. The physics teacher, while reciting formulas, noticed the entire class turning to the last row, perplexed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared on the horizon, a serpent of electricity crashing through the open window, striking Ain Ran before all eyes. Ain Ran convulsed from the shock, his hands flailing uncontrollably as Sunua swiftly leaped away to avoid being electrified herself. Ain Ran, charred and tender, had his newly sprouted buzz cut reduced to ashes. His entire being emitted white smoke, and as he opened his mouth, wisps of smoke escaped. Wow, that must be several thousand volts, right? Surely it cannot be lethal? No. It merely causes him excruciating pain, yet he will swiftly regain his vitality. Goodness, this is real. Some were astonished. The classmates instinctively gasped, marveling. Some even pulled out their cameras to capture the spectacle. Apologies were issued as they retracted their earlier statements. Ain Ran's predicament was far more entertaining. Such exhilaration. Though Ain Ran suffered, they felt a fleeting moment of sympathy for him. The pain was his, while the joy was theirs. Indeed, happiness is often founded upon the suffering of others, a truth that rings profound. The physics teacher, witnessing a student struck by lightning in the classroom, was nearly rendered unconscious by shock, trembling as he dialed emergency services. Hello? Is this 120? Please help. The scene, which should have been filled with screams, was instead one of rapt attention, thanks to Su Nua's prior revelation, as they relished the sight of Ayn Rand being carried away. Ayn Rand's painful ordeal served as a cautionary tale for all those mindlessly infatuated. They truly could be struck by lightning. A certain charming yet academically capable boy in the class silently severed ties with all his past girlfriends, ceasing any flirtations. When his parents learned of this, they planned to celebrate at Ayn Rand's home, grateful for his influence in guiding their son away from his wayward ways. They found joy, while the physics teacher was left questioning his life choices. For the fourth time, he was once again deeply affected. Doubts began to plague his teaching career. He picked up his books and left, unwilling to remain in this atmosphere of dread. The homeroom teacher noticed the physics teacher departing and exclaimed, "Hey,
Teacher.
the morning study session isn't over yet." The physics teacher ignored him, mumbling to himself, leaving with a heavy heart. The homeroom teacher couldn't help but wonder if the teacher had lost his mind. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. "Just wait a moment for me." "Very well, teacher." The homeroom teacher entered the classroom. "Everyone, we have a transfer student today." The class remained engrossed in the spectacle of Ayn Rand's electrifying encounter, paying little attention to the newcomer. "Come on in." A charming young girl gracefully stepped forward, her golden curls shimmering, a single strand tied back. Her delicate features captivated the attention of every boy in the room as she greeted them with a charming smile. "Hello everyone, I am Chaoyan,"
Su Nua.
who had just borrowed a pen from the front desk to check if her seat was still charged, looked up in shock upon hearing the voice. How could she be here? Upon spotting Su Nua, Chaoyan's smile widened and she pointed at Ayn Rand's seat. "Teacher, I want to sit with her." The homeroom teacher hesitated, "But that seat is already occupied." Chaoyan pouted, "But there's no one there." The homeroom teacher stammered, unsure of how to respond. Observing Chaoyan's determined expression, Su Nua realized that the girl was resolute in sitting beside her. Looking around, Su Nua noticed that there were 2 empty seats at the back of another row. Raising her hand, "Teacher, there are still available seats there. I will move to sit with classmate Chaoyan." That was a new addition made by the homeroom teacher yesterday for the transfer student, which Su Nua, having been absent, was unaware of until today. "Very well," the homeroom teacher conceded. Chaoyan then joyfully dashed towards Su Nua, akin to a child receiving a treat. "Sister, let me help you with your things." Chaoyan beamed with innocent exuberance. "Sure." Chaoyan assisted Su Nua in carrying half of her books to her desk. Witnessing this scene, the others understood that the two were acquainted and ceased their observations. After Su Nua settled into her chair, Chaoyan placed her bag down and pulled out a notebook. She wrote, "Long time no see, sister," and added, "I miss you so much." Su Nua's lips curved into a smile. Her precious little sister was indeed so thoughtful. How heartwarming. Meanwhile, another student sat silently like a statue, not uttering a word. Su Nua wrote back, "I miss you too. Did you not just become the head of the supervision bureau? The director must be very busy." Chaoyan huffed and replied, "I initially wanted to surprise you, but you figured it out before I could even say it." "You are truly amazing, sister." Su Nua responded, "Is that so? My dear Yenner is truly remarkable."
Hee.
Complimented by sister. How delightful. The others frequently glanced at Su Nua, seeing her engrossed in writing with Chaoyan. Their curiosity piqued as they yearned for gossip.
Ah.
"I want some juicy news. Woe is me." After class, Chaoyan stood up. "Sister, I am going to the restroom." "All right, go ahead," Su Nua replied with a smile. However, Chaoyan did not head to the restroom. Instead, she ascended the stairs to find Xing Yunshu's class. "Excuse me, I am looking for Xing Yunshu. Could you please call her for me?"
Thank you.
The person who encountered Chaoyan blushed instantly upon seeing her face. Having never laid eyes on such an adorably captivating girl before, he nearly stuttered. "Oh, okay, I will go fetch her." He couldn't resist sneaking another glance. After bringing Xing Yunshu out, she found herself face to face with a stranger. "Do you need something? You must be Xing Yunshu?"
Yes.
Chaoyan stepped closer. Speaking in a tone only they could hear, "The one behind Su Qingqing has been eliminated. Should we report this to apprehend the entire network? The decision lies with you." With that, Chaoyan stepped away from Xing Yunshu, flashing her a sweet smile. "Good luck, sister. Chapter 75. Even slacking off will bring about punishment. Xing Yunshu snapped back to reality, regarding Chaoyan with a scrutinizing gaze. Chaoyan maintained her signature sweet and composed smile, casting a meaningful glance at Xing Yunshu, her depths inscrutable. Upon perceiving her demeanor, Xing Yunshu understood one crucial fact. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. Chao Yan relished engaging with the astute. Recognizing Sheng Yunshu's vigilance and wariness only put her more at ease, for such individuals are more likely to succeed. After Chao Yan departed, Sheng Yunshu promptly requested leave, deciding to personally investigate Su Qingqing's circumstances, ready to confirm if the forces backing Su Qingqing had dissipated. She would promptly report to the authorities. And once Su Qingqing was incarcerated, whether she would meet a serene demise or endure a life of unbearable torment would hinge upon the machinations of Sheng Yunshu. A smile danced upon Sheng Yunshu's lips. If it were indeed true, regardless of the ensuing consequences, she would not hesitate to wield the knife herself, assisting the puppeteer, Chao Yan, in eliminating Su Qingqing. Chao Yan, toying with her hair, bounced back in high spirits, her striking beauty quickly capturing the attention of many. Ignoring the gazes of the onlookers, she made a beeline for Class 1. On the surface, Chao Yan's smile appeared sweet and innocent, yet internally, she was consumed by cold laughter. Once Su Qingqing was imprisoned, she would no longer be the favored darling of the narrative. The protagonist of the overbearing CEO falls in love with a pure fake heiress. Subsequently, dealing with this individual would be as effortless as flipping a hand for her. She needed Sheng Yunshu, the true heiress, to send the false heiress into the abyss. Thus, the narrative would automatically deem Su Qingqing unworthy of her position and strip her of her protagonistic status. With her hands clasped behind her back, Chao Yan pranced along, humming a cheerful tune. The most effective means of dealing with a fated child was to tackle the larger threats first, for handling the minor ones was futile. The larger ones could always reclaim the smaller. Just before entering Class 1, a glint of icy determination flickered in her eyes. Yet her smile remained perfectly poised as that of a refined lady holding its graceful curve. Anything detrimental to her sister, she, Chao Yan, would personally rectify. Upon returning to the classroom, Chao Yan clung to Su Nua. Sister, shall we go out for a meal later? Lu Li, overhearing this, instantly felt a pang of crisis. What? Someone is trying to steal my dining companion? Lu Li squeezed in. Let us all eat together. Better to have a trio than to be excluded from their little circle. Chao Yan's expression visibly darkened, but then a thought crossed her mind. Did your mother sponsor a temple? Lu Li paused for a moment, instinctively replying yes. Upon hearing this, Chao Yan's earlier gloom lifted, and her smile turned warm. Great. Let us have lunch together. Before Lu Li could say anything further, the next class began promptly. The slothful system re-emerged. Host, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The good news. I neglected to reward you with the points for your previous exploits due to my oversight, so I have decided to personally double the reward for you. Suno. Upon hearing this, felt as if celestial music had graced her ears. What a generous system, she exclaimed.
Wow.
I'm overjoyed. A total of 1,500 points had been credited to her account. Su Nua opened her account to find indeed an additional 1,500 points. Suddenly, she felt that the forthcoming bad news would not mar her current elation. What is the bad news? After a moment's delay, the system reluctantly replied. The main system has issued another task. Su Nua, draw at random. I suspect it's once again related to Ayn Rand. Perhaps not? Why not try again? Su Nua pondered, thinking that the main system wouldn't be so stubbornly fixated on Ayn Rand. She opened the lottery and selected the middle option. Both Su Nua and the system were rendered speechless by the text that appeared. The system, with its usual monotony, proclaimed something rather amusing: prevent Ayn Rand from being love-struck for 3 days. Insanity. Both Su Nua and the system remarked in unison. System, please reveal the other 2 options. Su Nua speculated that the other 2 would also pertain to Ayn Rand. The system, curious as well, unveiled the remaining options. Prevent Ayn Rand from being love-struck for 5 days. Prevent Ayn Rand from being love-struck for 7 days.
Suno aligat.
I guess there would be a connection to Ayn Rand. I just didn't expect the timeframes to vary. The system retorted, what a cheeky maneuver. Does your system also employ a safety net? The first leniency, followed by escalating difficulties, right? The system replied, don't ask me. I'm merely an observer. The main system has its own issues. Don't place the blame on me. Ultimately, she decided to abandon the matter. Whoever wished to undertake the tasks could do so. During lunch, Su Nua sought out Sheng Yunshu, only to discover that Sheng Yunshu had taken a leave of absence that day. Murmuring, why has sister left? Chao Yan, fearing Su Nua might grow suspicious, linked arms with her. Let us go. 3 days later, Su Nua, who had genuinely embraced a lackadaisical attitude, arrived at the school gate after classes, and the system, which had remained silent for 3 days, finally spoke up. Based on assessments, your task has once again failed. This time, you are the one being electrocuted. Su Nua's joyful steps towards home abruptly halted. Why? Wasn't it supposed to protect me? Due to your laziness this time. I can't shield you. I secretly reduced the lightning's speed. You just need to dodge it. Hang in there. If you avoid it once, you'll be fine. After this ordeal, I'll compensate you. Su Nua distinctly sensed that the system was indeed fleeing.
Sunua.
She glanced at the empty ground, wondering if she could still make it back to the classroom to shut the doors and windows. It seemed too late. Just as she was lost in thought, a bolt of lightning struck, aimed solely at her. Observing the surrounding crowd, she knew she couldn't brandish her weapon without drawing attention. And she couldn't allow herself to be truly struck. Just when the lightning was a mere 10 centimeters from her, in a moment of desperation, Su Nua was swept up in a horizontal embrace. Amidst the confusion of the onlookers, 2 figures silently vanished without a trace. No one witnessed how they departed. When Su Nua opened her eyes, she found herself atop a clock tower, realizing she was being cradled in a princess carry. She looked up to see Chaoyan, usually so cheerful, now seething with barely contained fury.
Yana?
Chaoyan set her down, like a precious object that had been carelessly touched, her voice laced with an undeniable fierceness. Can the system just recklessly use lightning? Su Nua recognized that Chaoyan was genuinely angry this time. She attempted to soothe her like one would calm a cat. Be good. Don't be angry. Anger brings wrinkles. With her sister personally comforting her, how could she not give face? Chaoyan's expression shifted back to one of hopeful joy. All right. I'll listen to you, sister. In a swift turn of mood, Chaoyan's smile radiated warmth. Why is that system targeting you? Has Chaoyan noticed? It assigned me a task to prevent Ain Rand from being love-struck, and if I fail, I face punishment. Chaoyan blinked innocently. Is Ain Rand your former deskmate?
Yes.
He doesn't seem love-struck. Chapter 76. Everyone says this book is nonsensical.
Huh?
His various behaviors clearly exhibit love-struck tendencies. The system also claimed he is love-struck. The system interjected, that wasn't my assertion, it was the main system's self-assessment. Chaoyan, peering through Su Nua to scrutinize the system, then retreated. Upon hearing this, Chaoyan burst into laughter. Sister, he truly isn't love-struck. Haven't you seen his plotline? I did look, but it said I lacked the authority to view it. Oh, that's because the false heiress' divine path employed forbidden techniques. This book has been altered due to the butterfly effect from the last life. The updates have been applied, but you haven't synchronized with them yet.
Sumunod in realization.
So, it had been updated. After her retirement, she no longer participated in the updates, simply waiting for the new book spirit to relay the updated sections to her. That fellow must be busier than I am. He probably forgot. Just wait, I'll send it to you. The Supervision Bureau and the book complemented each other. Once the book was updated, the Supervision Bureau had to act quickly to ensure updates were made to avoid discrepancies and missing elements. The updates on Su Nua's end were completed swiftly. She accessed Ain Rand's personal storyline. After reading it, she felt even more speechless. Another rescue narrative? All right. It stated that because Su Qingqing had rescued Ain Rand from the water, he had decided to unconditionally assist her henceforth. Su Nua mused, given Su Qingqing's character. It seemed unlikely she would have saved him. Could it be another case of identity theft, where the benefactor is misidentified? No, she genuinely saved him. Just take another look. Chaoyan insisted. Su Nua scrolled back. The text read, the farewell banquet was organized by a wealthy heir, soon to emigrate with his family. Following their graduation from junior high school, his family wielded considerable influence, and, having once shared a class with Su Qingqing in elementary school, he extended an invitation to her. On the surface, Su Qingqing appeared as sweet and gentle as a flower, yet within her lay a heart of pure malice. Upon arriving at the garden, she spotted Ain Rand crouching alone by the lake, surveying his surroundings. Noticing the absence of others, her ill intent quickly blossomed. Stealthily, she approached Ain Rand from behind and pushed him into the water. At that time, Ain Rand was still an obedient child, lacking swimming skills and was utterly helpless in the water, floundering about, unable to even call for help. Su Qingqing watched with a sense of satisfaction as he struggled. Relishing her handiwork, her inner wickedness nourished and growing more jubilant by the moment. It was only when she heard someone shout, "Hey, why did you push him in? Someone's drowning. Quick, someone come help," that she hurriedly attempted to cover her tracks, stammering, "No, I just wanted to tap him on the shoulder but accidentally pushed him in. I can't swim either, but he's a person too. I'll go save him. With that, she plunged into the water. Her claim of being unable to swim was indeed true. However, the white energy surrounding her seemed to support her, as if it feared she might perish. Struggling, she managed to pull Ain Ran up, and others, alerted by the commotion, soon arrived to assist in rescuing him. After Ain Ran was taken to the hospital, one individual approached Su Qingqing and inquired, "Were you truly just being careless?" Wrapped in a blanket, tears brimming in her eyes, she murmured, "My father always taught me to be kind. I merely wished to greet him, but he didn't respond, and I must have pushed too hard." The person pondered, recalling the young Su Qingqing, who had always been like a little princess, friendly to everyone. At the banquet, she had been a lively and cheerful presence. A wave of white energy enveloped him. He soon found himself believing that Su Qingqing had indeed pushed him in by accident. After all, why would she jump in to save Ain Ran if she had intended to harm him? Who would engage in such trivialities as pushing someone and then rescuing them? Upon Ain Ran's discharge from the hospital, the individual had already departed for England. The sole outsider privy to the truth had left, and when Ain Ran learned from a latecomer that it was Su Qingqing who had saved him, he was overwhelmed with gratitude and resolved to assist her henceforth. The debt of gratitude was immense, and he felt it was insurmountable. This was the perplexing dilemma that plagued Ain Ran's mind. Su Nua, on the other hand, found the plot utterly absurd, lamenting that it could have been more entertaining had it taken a different course. She mused about the author's questionable intellect, recalling the first day of her arrival when she had been met with skepticism. The system, she mused, was not merely foolish but had perhaps been devoured by a zombie, leaving only a straw in its stead. Su Noa, suspicious, questioned the system's ignorance. The main system had only provided her with details concerning the rivalry between Su Qingqing and the true heiress, leaving her in the dark about earlier events. Is the main system truly so deceitful? She wondered. Truth be told, I too have my connections, the system confided. The main system is my brother, whose brain was kicked by a mule. He only provided the latter half, under the pretense of training me and my host's coping abilities. Madness. Su Noa exclaimed in anger. The madness had been evident for quite some time. Mother said she would compensate you, the system continued, by counting money and rare treasures. And she sent you a red envelope. Su Noa contemplated taking a week off. Where are you going? She asked. Just then, her phone pinged, and upon checking, she discovered a mysterious account had transferred 50 million into her card. She nearly leaped up, ready to embrace the system, exclaiming how wonderful Mother was. That wretched brother dares to play tricks on me. I once thought Ain Ran was love-struck. I won't think twice about punishing him. Just wait. I'll have Mother deal with the main system for me. Sounds good, Mother. Make sure to hit him hard. I hope he can't get out of bed. She mused, wishing for retribution after 2 weeks of annoyance. Although Chaoyan couldn't hear Su Nua's conversation with the system, she noticed the change in Su Nua's demeanor from anger to joy and guessed that matters had been resolved. The interference of the heavenly path in this narrative was excessively prevalent, treating the female lead as a mere puppet, with the hand of fate evident at every turn. Chaoyan planned to return to the prison for a friendly interrogation of the heavenly path. Sister, I'm heading home now. All right, off you go. Chaoyan kindly escorted Su Nua back to the Su residence. Upon her arrival, Su Nua remembered the driver she had forgotten and instructed the housekeeper to notify him to return on his own. In the living room, she once again spotted the familiar older brother, seated in the familiar spot, tapping away at the keyboard. Su Jinyan, hearing her footsteps, glanced over and remarked, Nua Nua, you're back? Mom and Dad are out for dinner today, and your sister and brother have gone out as well. Dinner is ready. Let us eat together.
Oh.
During dinner, Su Nua observed the bond between her brother and the fateful connection growing stronger, now free from the heavenly path's interference. Set to solidify by the next day, she silently resolved to sneak out the following day without informing her family. The next morning, Su Nua implored the housekeeper for a day off. The housekeeper, feigning agreement, discreetly inquired with Mr. Su Luo about how to handle the situation should the young lady wish to take a leave of absence. Is the young lady requesting time off? The housekeeper confirmed, quickly denying any ulterior motives. Just let her. They must have their own considerations. Surely, Mr. Su Luo was aware that his children were planning to request leave behind his back. After giving a few simple instructions, he allowed the housekeeper to manage it, believing that as children grew up, parents should not become their shackles. Su Nua left the house, following closely behind Su Jinyan. If all went as expected, Su Jinyan would be influenced by the fateful connection today and would seek out the traveler who had unwittingly arrived in this world. Chapter 77. Just hit it. Meanwhile, in the morning, the coffee shop on a weekday was relatively quiet. Su Mingji picked up his coffee cup, the intricate latte art dissolving with his stirring. The person seated across from him was unlocking previously encrypted files on a custom, highly secure notebook. Once the encryption was lifted, the man controlling the notebook turned it towards Su Mingji, stating, "Sir, look, not a single file is missing." Su Mingji perused the document swiftly. The man opposite him adjusted his glasses, his sharp brows and striking eyes lending him an air of solemnity, a countenance befitting a male lead in any narrative. Even in the relaxed ambience of the CAF, he maintained a demeanor of caution and steadiness. "It appears your sister, Sheng Yinshu, is investigating the circumstances surrounding Gu Yuelan's disappearance. After you instructed me to obliterate the original traces, Sheng Yinshu may not be able to uncover the truth." Su Mingji cooled the scalding coffee, intending to send the information to Yinshu shortly. The man across from him opened his mouth but ultimately fell silent. Su Mingji understood the unasked question lingering in his mind, such as why he had erased the opportunity for his biological mother to reclaim her identity and now granted that chance to Sheng Yinshu. "I hope you comprehend that there are words that should be spoken and others that should remain unspoken." Having followed Su Mingji for many years, the man realized he had nearly crossed an invisible line, bowing slightly. "I will remember." After the man departed, a masked youth entered the CAF, disregarding Su Mingji's will, and sat before him. "You did well," the youth praised. Su Mingji responded with a calm smile. "I must thank you for the opportunity. Without your concealment, the heavenly path would have long since destroyed this evidence. Only by placing him in a dire situation can he be reborn. If I hadn't thoroughly disposed of the clues regarding his mother's return to the Sheng family, the heavenly path would have sought other puppets to aid Su Qingqing in her endeavors. It is better to leave him with a final glimmer of hope, allowing his mother to continue experiencing the pangs of longing." The youth stood, his tone frigid and devoid of warmth. "Su Qingqing is but one of many. Proceed with caution." After the young man departed, Su Mingji sat in the CAF, deep in contemplation for an extended period. It was indeed time for him to have a chat with his fifth sister. Glancing out the window, he spotted Su Nua, who had stealthily taken a shared electric bike for a joyride, and a gentle, affectionate smile graced his lips. Yet another sister had sneaked out. His smile grew increasingly enigmatic. "My adorable little fool, when will you realize that your brother is not the archetypal male protagonist of ancient literature, but rather the formidable and tragic villain described by you and your fellow young ladies?" No longer inclined to sip another cup of coffee, Su Mingji settled his bill and set off in the direction of the Sheng family. Observing Su Nua's escapade from school, Su Jinyan pondered whether to confess and invite her into the car or simply allow her to follow. How should he convey this to Su Nua? The rear-view mirror proved a useful tool. After a moment of internal turmoil, Su Jinyan ultimately decided against revealing the truth. The young girl was sensitive. Would exposing her secret affect her mood? Upon arriving at the company, Su Nua halted at the entrance, opting not to enter. The binding string had yet to take full form, indicating the absence of that woman within the premises. She resolved to bide her time outside, waiting for an opportunity. Unbeknownst to her, the sun blazed fiercely that day, enveloping her in heat and discomfort. Crouched on the ground with her dog-beating stick in hand, passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at her due to the stick's striking appearance. "Mom, that magic wand looks amazing. I want one too." Some individuals, unperturbed by the potential awkwardness, approached. "Miss, where did you buy that toy?" Su Nua replied earnestly, "A friend gave it to me. It was handed to me by Chong Wei." She believed this to be no lie. The inquirer could only depart with regret. As time passed, the number of observers grew rather than diminished. She clung to her mantra, "As long as I am not embarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others," and resumed her crouch until her legs felt numb. That was when she noticed a woman clad in a striking red dress, exuding allure, with heavy makeup accentuating her features. The woman, having prepared herself meticulously, wafted a sweet floral fragrance as she passed by Su Nua, casting a disdainful glance, as if regarding her as a stray dog, before strutting proudly towards the company. In an impulsive moment, Su Nua sprang up and extended her foot. The woman stumbled and fell. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Su Nua feigned her own misstep, inadvertently striking the woman with her dog-beating stick. The woman let out a wail reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. This startling cry drew the attention of all around, who turned to witness the spectacle. Upon realizing that the woman had merely fallen, they soon lost interest. It was just a minor tumble. How much could it hurt? She had simply tripped on level ground, not tumbled down a flight of stairs. As the woman rose and prepared to confront Su Nua, she turned only to find that Su Nua had vanished. In reality, Su Nua had swiftly mounted her electric bike and made her escape. Damn it! That little brat, how dare she run? Her outburst prompted renewed attention from all. Recognizing that this was in front of Suzian's company, she suppressed her fury and left in a huff, unwilling to tarnish her first impression of him. Little did she realize that she had lost something significant. Su Nua rode her electric bike to a secluded area devoid of surveillance or onlookers. When the dog-beating stick encountered something unclean, it could imprison the offending entity according to its master's will, facilitating a hasty retreat. Su Nua released the system she had just captured. Oh, I didn't have time to examine you before, but now I see you are a rogue system. Systems can be either benevolent or malevolent. Clearly, the one before Su Nua belonged to the latter. Who are you? Su Nua refrained from answering, merely inquiring. Did you lock the binding string? The rogue system quickly grasped the implication. How do you know about the binding string? Are you one of us? You don't intend to have me unlock it, do you?
Dream on. Ah.
Su Nua seized the dog-beating stick and smashed the rogue system. Warning! Warning! The system is under attack from an unidentified external force. The rogue system belatedly realized it was up against a formidable opponent and attempted to flee, only to be captured by Su Nua. Did I say I wanted you to unlock it? I could just obliterate you, and that would be the end of it. Who would care to listen to your drivel? Su Nua struck the rogue system with unrelenting force, relishing each blow. Others might indulge its ramblings, but not her. She was Su Nua, unapologetically bold. The rogue system's voice gradually morphed into a garbled electronic sound. Meanwhile, the woman attempting to infiltrate the company collapsed suddenly, convulsing uncontrollably, prompting the front desk staff to suspect she was feigning illness to gain entry due to her lack of an appointment. Chapter 78. Refusal to be defrauded. Having spent considerable time at the company's front desk, the staff, in a moment of panic, glanced at the overhead surveillance and quickly regained composure, nonchalantly calling for an ambulance. No one would succeed in deceiving her. Soon, the ambulance arrived to take the woman away, with the incident deemed unrelated to her. Once the dust settled, the front desk staff resumed their welcoming demeanor. In the world of adults, one must learn to navigate emergencies and safeguard oneself. It was evident she had matured into a composed and prudent adult. Due to Su Nua's earlier remarks, Suzian, who had been monitoring the situation closely, watched the surveillance footage, satisfied with the front desk's impeccable handling. Thankfully, he had previously issued a strict directive. Aside from family, no uninvited guests were permitted entry without his consent. Now, when confronted with unfamiliar women, he simply took his leave, bidding them farewell. Dignity? Is money not of greater importance? Those who occupy a certain position often comprehend the significance of maintaining wealth. While some affluent heirs may regard money as trivial, Suzian was not one of them. He understood a fundamental truth. Only with wealth can one sustain a life of comfort for oneself and one's family. Better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to allow the female protagonist that Su Nua spoke of to infiltrate. He would never provide them with an opportunity. In the suburbs, Su Nua wiped the sweat from her brow, shook out her arms, and watched as the electronic dust dissipated into the air, carried away by the wind.
Oh, I am utterly exhausted.
Earning this 50,000 is no easy feat. It nearly killed me. Next time, she thought, perhaps the dog-beating stick should be automated. Manual operation is quite taxing. Mounting her electric bike, Su Nua leisurely made her way back to the city center. By the time she parked, it was already afternoon. Seeing that she still had plenty of time, she scampered off to the arcade for some fun. Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of students sighed in disappointment as they gazed at the empty seats. Su Nua had taken another day off, and the joys of school had once again been dashed. Not only was Su Nua absent, but Chao Yan had also requested a day off. In the sky prison, Chao Yan donned a black cloak, her face obscured by the brim of her hood. She slowly approached a cell, observing the once dominant Tian Dao, now reduced to a disheveled prisoner, covered in grime, and chuckled softly. Still alive, I see? From within the confines of his cell, Tian Dao glowered at Chao Yan, his voice dripping with malice. Even if you die, I won tea. One day, I will escape, and you will pay in blood for your sins. Chao Yan cast a dismissive glance at Tian Dao. Rest assured, before that day comes, I will ensure you experience the depths of relentless torment. What do you intend to do? Tian Dao sensed something was amiss. Chao Yan stepped into the cell, grasped his chin, and forced a pill down his throat. Though you have never harmed my sister, the debts you owe will be settled in her stead. As Tian Dao swallowed the pill, countless thorns erupted from his stomach, organs, and flesh, bursting through his skin and blooming into vibrant flowers, each thorn repeatedly piercing through his flesh. The thorny vines of growth incessantly stretch outward.
Ah!
The searing pain that pierces from within, a torment unbearable for the body, as muscles contort and twist while the spirit shatters time and again. Yet, it is the power of the flower that sustains his life. Morning Glory no longer concerns herself with him. She exits the prison and gazes at the sky, having punished the evildoers who threatened her sister's life. Yet, the joy she anticipated eludes her. Perhaps it is due to the multitude of hidden villains still at large, not yet captured. Alas, the path of revolution is long and arduous. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Luo finds only Su Nuo at home. Where is your mother? Where is my wife? He inquires. I don't know. She hasn't returned yet, Su Nuo replies, picking at her meal. Yun Shu is with your mother, so she should also be delayed. He then asks, what about your fourth brother?
He's out.
So it's just the two of us? Just as Su Nuo affirms this, a voice interjects, there's still me. Both Su Nuo and Su Luo look up to see Su Jinyan, clutching his abdomen, his face pallid, with a medical report in hand. Seeing his son's frail appearance, Su Luo feels a pang of concern and helps Su Jinyan to the sofa. Jinyan, what has happened to you? Su Nuo retrieves a cup for Su Jinyan and pours him a glass of warm water. After gulping down the water, he finally gathers the strength to speak. I felt unwell during lunch and went to the hospital for an examination. I was diagnosed with a stomach ailment. The doctor advised me to take medication and have regular checkups. Is that so? Then make sure to take your medicine diligently and follow the doctor's orders.
Sono 6.
Her thoughts beginning to churn as she glances at the report. 9 out of 10 domineering CEOs suffer from stomach issues, and the last one from stomach cancer. A common ailment for their character archetype. Su Nuo's inner monologue captures the attention of both Su Luo and Su Jinyan. What character archetype? Su Luo muses, recalling that he himself once suffered from stomach troubles. A benevolent heroine must cook and medicate daily, subtly making the CEO reliant on her care and meals, while simultaneously expressing disdain yet indulging. Eventually, after a painful episode, he realizes he cannot live without her thoughtful attentiveness. Su Nuo's thoughts seem to transport Su Luo back in time, prompting a miraculous realization of striking similarity. He suddenly feels awkward, as if his daughter's words are unearthing his hidden past. He gently pats Su Jinyan's back before hurriedly retreating to his study.
Huh?
Why did Dad leave? Meanwhile, Su Jinyan's complexion grows even paler. He does not wish to be unwittingly dragged into becoming some domineering CEO of a crematorium. He pulls out his phone and contacts his assistant. Find a professional nutritionist to accompany me full-time. Monthly salary to be discussed upon meeting. After a moment's thought, he adds, must be male. On Monday, upon returning to school, the class monitor enthusiastically grabs Su Nuo, resembling an emperor being supported by eunuchs. He persistently hints, Your Majesty, whose favor will you bestow tonight? As Su Nuo settles back into her seat, she muses. Has it been so long since she mingled in the literary world that the trend of classmates feigning illness for attention has become the norm? During class, Su Nuo finds herself bored, as she is already familiar with the material and decides to play with a lucky student. The physics teacher happens to be presenting a challenging problem on the board. How dull. Let me randomly select a lucky little one. Upon hearing this, every student's eyes gleam with excitement. Just as the physics teacher finishes his explanation and turns around, he is met with a sea of eager faces, brimming with anticipation. At that moment, he feels tears welling up in his eyes. Finally, after a weekend spent honing his teaching skills, he sees progress today. His heart swells with pride. That female streamer was right. Time to reward her. Chapter 79. Eat up, who can out-eat you? The classroom splits into 3 groups. One student is practically bouncing with excitement, eager to reward the streamer. Another is deep in strategizing, while a group prepares to enjoy the gossip, thrilled yet anxious about being called upon by the teacher. When the little rooster points to someone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up the mountain to hunt the tiger eats the chicken crows.
Who will it be?
Except for the physics teacher, who is lost in his joy, the entire class swallows nervously, daring not to glance at Su Nua. Hearts racing in anticipation of her verdict. "It's you," she declares.
Oh.
"I have a bit of an impression of this person." The class monitor mentioned a name, Suwon. Upon calling out Suwon's name, the class collectively exhales in relief, then eagerly awaits the next words. Suwon, hearing his name, feels a wave of panic wash over him. "Let me see. Surely, there's nothing earth-shattering here." The atmosphere instantly deflates, akin to wilted bitter melon. Suwon, however, has never truly committed any heinous acts. But this guy is quite impressive. In elementary school, dissatisfied with the excessive homework and strict teachers, he would often hear the mantra about treating school like home. Upon hearing that, he would simply sleep, earning him a chalk toss from the teacher, who exclaimed, "Do you think school is your home? You can sleep whenever you want." Then another teacher, holding the class pass schedule, would scold him for being in such a hurry to leave. "Don't you understand? Treat school like your home." In his elementary days, he weighed 50 kilograms but boasted 60 kilograms of rebellious spirit, believing that if school was his home, why couldn't he dispose of it as he pleased? Thus, he downloaded a second-hand marketplace app, Sweetfish, and listed the school for sale at a bargain price of $20,000. If school is his home, what's wrong with selling it? Nothing at all. The entire class stares in disbelief, astonished that a typically reserved classmate would dare to sell the school. Suwon sheepishly scratches his head. "If school is my home, isn't selling it quite normal?" The key point is that some thought $20,000 was a steal for a piece of land and genuinely bought it. Upon payment, they arrived at the school to check out the land, only to run into the inspecting principal. A group of them exchanged glances. The principal assumed they were outsiders and attempted to have security escort them out. The buyer produced his phone, showing the principal the payment page, declaring the school was now his. The principal let out a sharp gasp, nearly needing resuscitation. A stunned silence ensues. Disbelief hanging in the air. Someone truly bought the school. The subsequent events were even more absurd, as the vice principal, having caught wind of the Sweetfish listing, sought to exploit the situation, even preparing a speech with a stylist while anticipating the future announcement. While I do not understand why the vice principal naively believed such a thing could succeed, I must commend Suwon's audacity. Suwon, who transferred from another city during middle school, had not crossed paths with those present during his elementary escapades. He exemplified, in his unique way, that being a student does not necessarily mean harboring unrealistic dreams of blowing up the school. One could also sell it. And this fellow, indeed rebellious, once ventured into the back mountain after school, unearthing something resembling ginseng, curiously biting into it. He promptly fell into a deep slumber, only waking up 3 days later. "Let me see." Su Nua opens the video, delving into the aftermath. "Oh, this is a type of plant called shanglu, and consuming it sends you on your way." Wow, impressive. Upon hearing of his untimely demise, his grandfather in the afterlife scattered all of his father's wealth. Desperate, he sought connections, even bringing Suwon's grandmother along to pay respects to their ancestors. In the days of yore, the ancestors had everything meticulously arranged, boasting to neighbors and relatives that the next day they would be reborn into a wealthy household, inciting a wave of envy among all. Just after making such grand proclamations, they encountered their descendants. The descendants lamented that their family's sole heir was their only child, as their father had been rendered infertile due to a recent car accident, emphasizing that the lineage must not perish. Upon hearing this, the ancestor realized that if Suwon passed away, the Su family would face extinction. Hastily, he took Suwon, along with his paternal grandparents, to pay homage to the king of hell, bowing profusely until their foreheads nearly struck the ground, before the king reluctantly agreed to a transaction. The very next day, the ancestor was poised for reincarnation, yet instead of a glorious rebirth, he tearfully brought his grandson and grandparents to sign a 500-year labor contract. This act compelled the king of hell to retract a foolishly pure middle school student from the ledger of life and death. The townsfolk reveled in the misfortunes of the ancestors, all while Suwon was the center of attention. Suwon awoke from a dreamless slumber, reveling in the comfort of a restful night, joyfully snuggling with the merchant's dewberry, exclaiming, "What a treasure I have found! This delicacy even cures insomnia." That night, he indulged once more, tucking himself under the covers for a delightful sleep. Meanwhile, his grandfather, preparing to work for the king of hell, witnessed this scene and was nearly frightened into oblivion. The dewberry seemed determined to avenge past grievances, perhaps overwhelmed by its own consumption. causing its essence to leave its corporeal form. His grandparents hurriedly scuttled away to seek the ancestor's help. The ancestor, along with them, rushed back to the king of hell, bowing fervently until the floor was nearly worn through, but the king, out of sheer exasperation, refused their pleas this time. At the time, Suzian was residing with his cousin, as the adults were away. When his cousin discovered him rigid and unresponsive, he panicked, checking for signs of life. At that moment, Suzian inhaled, startling his cousin into believing he had passed away. The cousin, still in his first year of high school, grieved for what he thought was the death of his younger relative, sobbing uncontrollably while digging a grave, inadvertently causing his tears to fall into Suzian's mouth. Upon hearing this lament, Suzian angrily pinched his philtrum, nearly losing consciousness from rage. The ancestor, undeterred, continued to bow until his head nearly fell off, and the king of hell finally relented, insisting on a doubled contract. Thus, the three ancestors signed, tears in their eyes, a 1,000-year labor agreement, bound to toil like beasts of burden. Just then, Suzian awakened, narrowly escaping being buried alive. The king, having gained 3 new laborers for free, was in high spirits and permitted them to visit the realm of dreams. His grandmother, still weeping, pleaded with Suzian to refrain from consuming that earthen delicacy any longer, exclaiming that their old bones could not withstand such trials. They still aspired for reincarnation. It was truly a tale of exhilarating absurdity. Suzian, through his own efforts, enlightened his peers about the insomnia-curing properties of the dewberry, leading to a sudden craze for its consumption until a weak individual unfortunately succumbed. Only then did people begin to take it seriously. However, by that time, the dewberry had been reduced to a mere morsel. It was a challenge for anyone to outconsume Suzian. After class, due to the extraordinary nature of the events, which even intertwined with the king of hell, a group of students surrounded Suzian, inquiring if what Suzian had said was true.
Em bà giác, Suzian not dead.
Confirming her claims but expressing uncertainty about the veracity of the king of hell's involvement. Although he did mention that his grandmother had indeed dreamt of forbidding him from eating any more, warning that doing so would add another 2,000 years to their servitude. Chapter 8. Let the games begin. Upon returning from the restroom, Suzian stood at the classroom door, acutely aware of the changed gazes of her classmates, who now regarded her as if she were a prized possession. Please don't look at me like that. Though I possess the will of Iron Man, such scrutiny will certainly induce shyness in anyone. Why do you stare? Focus on your studies. Only through diligence can one aspire to greatness. Which successful individual lacks prowess? While not every tycoon may love learning, they undoubtedly excel in their academic pursuits. After hearing this, the students diverted their gazes back to their books, as it should be. In the hospital, Ayn Rand's hair was almost entirely gone. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an overwhelming urge to return to school, fearing that if he did not, something precious would be lost. Ayn Wushing restrained him, preventing his return. As he sat on the hospital bed, contemplating the futility of life, his phone suddenly rang. Ayn Rand? It's me. I heard you were struck by lightning due to your love-struck foolishness? The voice on the other end was familiar, yet slightly estranged. Ayn Rand did not need to narrow down the identity of the caller. He immediately recognized it as a rumor from his classmates. Did you call for a reason? He asked, exasperated. There is something I've been meaning to tell you. Something that has weighed on my conscience. I recalled the farewell party incident. I saw Su Qingqing push you, and after she tearfully explained herself to me, I believed her. Just a few days ago, I learned how deeply you cared for her, to the extent of risking being struck by lightning for her sake. I also heard yesterday that Su Qingqing's character has been called into question. The Sheng family and Aunt Guiyuelon have formally filed charges against her. I can't help but wonder if I was too trusting of someone like her back then. Upon reflection, how could a boy of our stature in the 3rd year of middle school have fallen so easily? Alas, my family's surveillance cameras were broken. Otherwise, I could have helped you. We were once teammates on the basketball team. I implore you to steer clear of such a dangerous woman. After hearing this, Ayn Rand was left utterly bewildered. What do you mean by attempted murder? Please clarify. What do you mean by a mere nudge? I don't understand. He urgently pressed for answers. Soon enough, the caller revealed the entire truth of the events from that fateful day. After hanging up, Ayn Rand's countenance darkened considerably. Although Su Qingqing had indeed rescued him, it was her machinations that led to his fall into the lake. Regardless of intent, she was undeniably the true culprit behind his misfortune. In a fit of rage, he struck the side of the bed, cursing Su Qingqing for betraying his trust and subjecting him to electric shocks, not once, but twice. He had become the laughingstock of the entire class. In a luxurious hotel suite, the young man who had just finished his call looked nervously at the masked figure before him. I've said everything you asked me to. Is that sufficient?
Indeed.
But remember, the matter we discussed must remain confidential. Yes, yes. I understand that perfectly. If there is nothing else, may I take my leave? Very well. As the door opened and closed, the masked figure remained alone in the room. He activated his phone, dialing Chao Yen's number. Hello? I've cleared out all of Su Qingqing's connections. No one will assist in exonerating her of her crimes. Chao Yen chuckled lightly. That is excellent. Things are progressing smoothly on our end as well. Sheng Yunshu is quite astute, having failed to alert the authorities in her past life. She has learned to tread carefully this time. The young man toyed with the teacup in his hand, knowing that once the female protagonist is imprisoned, the narrative would be tarnished, rendering it utterly futile. The heavenly laws would find ways to erase any evidence. To resolve the issue with Su Qingqing, one must first contend with the heavenly laws. It truly was a troublesome endeavor. Chao Yen paused momentarily before finally declaring, for the sake of my sister, I shall persevere through any challenges. The young man removed his mask, revealing an exquisitely handsome face, his voice smooth and warm as he spoke softly, everything. For the sake of my sister. Suddenly, Su Noa sneezed unexpectedly. Is someone speaking ill of me? She wondered, rubbing her nose. After school, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and idly scrolled through Weibo in the car. She stumbled upon a news article that made her sit up straight.
What?
Su Qingqing is accused of attempted murder, illegal theft of corporate secrets, and illegal transfer of property. Indeed, as the saying goes, justice may be delayed, but it will eventually be served. The police had uncovered all of Su Qingqing's misdeeds, truly commendable work on their part. The subtle maneuverings of Chao Yen and Sheng Yunshu had gone unnoticed. She assumed it was the police's diligent investigation. However, she was quite curious as to why the heavenly laws had not intervened to protect the female protagonist from scandal. It is known that if the child of destiny bears a stain, the heavenly laws would also be affected. The child of destiny enjoys immense favor and rises to prominence, further bolstering their own fortune.
Upon returning home sulo en sonteret suno an suinian. Noticing suno sulo egeli grasped hergandan den flamet, no.
Have you seen today's news? About Su Qingqing?
I have suno replied.
Yulan is suing Su Qingqing in conjunction with the Sheng family. Such a significant matter. Why didn't Yulan inform us? Just then, the busy Sheng Yunshu, who had just arrived home, interjected unexpectedly. It was I who urged my mother to file the lawsuit. Yunshu? Su Luo turned to her. Didn't you tell me not to report it? What has changed? Sheng Yunshu cast a glance at Su Noa before instructing her. No, Noa. Please return to your room. All right, responded Su Noa. As Sheng Yunshu led Su Jinyan and Su Luo back to her study. Sheng Yunshu confessed, I previously refrained from disclosing information because the timing was not right. Not the right time?
Su Jinyan countered.
Sheng Yunshu briefly assessed Su Luo and Su Jinyan, hesitating only for a moment before choosing to conceal the truth, unwilling to explain why they could not report the incident earlier. In any case, Sheng Yunshu succinctly stated, the circumstances were not suitable for public disclosure before. But now is different. This is the opportune moment, which is why I have encouraged my mother to collaborate with the Sheng family in reporting it. Su Luo found herself bewildered by the sudden shifts in their conversation. One moment they could not report, and the next moment they could. She sensed that Sheng Yunshu was withholding something, but recognizing her reluctance to share, she decided not to press further. Ultimately, she inquired, since Yulan has already reported it, can we pursue accountability now? Yes, we can, replied Sheng Yunshu affirmatively. Overcome with excitement, Su Luo exclaimed, great. I will contact a lawyer right now. Let us discuss Yulan's relationship with the Sheng family once your mother returns. For now, our primary concern is to eradicate the malignant influence of Su Qingqing permanently. Yunshu, you should return and assist your mother. Su Luo, having previously gleaned from Su Nua's comment about the pseudonymous literature, now understood the source of Su Nua's astonishment. She was also reassured by the fact that Sheng Yunshu could obtain paternity testing, knowing she was close to Gui Welan. Jinyan, reach out to people in your circle, apply some pressure, and sever Su Qingqing's means of escape. As for no, I anticipate that there will be rampant discussions at school starting tomorrow. Until this matter is resolved, it would be prudent to keep her away from school. Though an academy is ostensibly an educational institution, it is widely recognized as a microcosm of aristocratic society. Su Luo, being quite astute, quickly understood the uproar that would ensue from Su Qingqing's exposure and how it would inevitably affect Su Nua. Jin Yan. Please check with Mingji or Ziqian to see who can accompany her. Nua Nua is still young and not particularly savvy in social situations. She should not be thrust into this. Having just returned from the countryside, Su Lua worried that Su Nua might not be able to handle the cunning individuals at school. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided to let Su Nua enjoy herself for the time being. Unbeknownst to Su Nua, who was lying in bed playing games. Her tasks had already been arranged by Su Luo. Chapter 81. The Art of Reporting. Su Jinyan inquired around, only to discover that Su Mingji was preoccupied, and Su Ziqian was also engrossed in his own career. The only one available was Su Yi, but he was adamant about not wanting to engage with his sister. Frustrated, Su Jinyan, having exhausted all options, requested a week off from Su Nua's homeroom teacher. After packing Su Nua's belongings, she entrusted them to her third brother. Su Yi, advising Su Nua, if he annoys you, just hit him. If you can't handle it, tell me and I'll take care of it. You're grown now. You must learn to report misdeeds yourself. Do you understand? Concerned that Su Nua might be intimidated into silence by Su Yi,
Su Linyan reiterated her instructions.
Su Nua nodded, absorbing the advice.
Got it.
Go on now, Su Jinyan pointed to the check-in desk.
Off you go, child.
All right, goodbye, brother. Thus began the comical exchange as Su Nua and her third brother, Su Yi, exchanged glances. Hi, third brother.
Sono greeted slightly.
Su Yi huffed. Who are you greeting?
Sui.
Are you getting cheeky again? Came Su Jinyan's voice from his phone, filled with authority. Fering tratsui miktratsu no porli. Su Jinyan insisted that he keep a video call running throughout. At that moment, as Sui caught Su Nua's gaze for the first time, his attitude softened. Hand me your suitcase. Big brother said to take you for a week. Okay. Thank you, third brother. Su Nua handed her suitcase to Su Yi, who then dragged it and led her to his apartment. Here's the key. He tossed it to her. Make yourself at home. I'm leaving.
What about me? Sono blinked innocently.
Not my concern. Just as Su Yi stepped out the door, Su Nua dialed Su Jinyan. Big brother, third brother abandoned me. Hearing this, Su Yi sensed impending trouble. Before he could turn around, Su Jinyan's voice echoed, Su Yi, get back here. Reluctantly, Su Yi returned to Su Nua, enduring a verbal reprimand from Su Jinyan, who had previously been quite defiant. Now he resembled a chastised ostrich. I don't care what significant matters you have.
Nonoi salone na foreign city.
As her brother, you must take care of her. Su Yi rolled his eyes. I already said I'm in a foreign city. Why did you send her here? Do you think you're so clever? How dare you talk back? Su Yi fell silent, knowing better than to argue further. Even if he was reluctant, he had to take Su Nua along. He warned her, stay close to me. If you get lost, it's not my problem.
Okay. Sono trailet behind Sui.
It turns out that while reporting misdeeds may be shameful, it is indeed effective. Su Yi, hearing Su Nua's voice, turned around in anger, only to find that she hadn't spoken at all. Why are you looking at me? Seeing her silent gaze, Su Yi thought, it's broad daylight, and it feels like I'm seeing ghosts. Though, I feel embarrassed to let you be scolded. I must follow you for the next few days. As Su Nua noticed Su Yi gazing at her, she shyly offered an awkward smile.
Sweetot.
What's even more bizarre is that this pesky younger sister wants to stick with me. Frustrated, he turned away. A stranger of a sister returning from the countryside was beyond his comprehension. He could not fathom how others managed to interact amicably with her. At most, he would refrain from being overtly rude. Third brother just won a match, taking a week off, and arrived in the city to meet his online girlfriend tomorrow. Su Yi was taken aback. How did she know this? He had only confided in Su Jinyan that he was here to unwind. How did Su Nua know he was here for a date? More importantly, how did she produce that sound? Su Yi scrutinized Su Nua, noting her belly was not moving. And she had not spoken aloud. Could it truly be the legendary heart voice? He thought it was true love, but in reality, it was an actress hired by the family coach to deceive him into a date, planning to ruin his hand on the day of the meeting. After hearing Su Nua's heart voice, Su Yi concluded she must have watched too many dramas. Who would think of harming others so readily? The world isn't that malevolent. Would he really be maimed while dating? Absurd. With a stern visage, Su Yi demanded, where are you going? Wherever you go. I'll follow, Su Nua replied with a serene smile. Oh, very well. Su Yi led her to an esports CAF, and as Su Nua followed, she queried, can I enter since I'm not an adult? Less chatter. If I say you can, then you can. Young Master Su has arrived, and he brought a lovely little lady. A group of people gathered around Su-yi upon his arrival. Su-nua, trailing behind, gazed at them with her big, sparkling eyes. Has young Master Su changed his taste? Scram. Su-yi barked, his expression frigid. This is my sister. Show some respect.
Oh.
Young Master Su's sister. Will certainly be courteous. Little sister, what is your name? One of the men leaned down to inquire. Before Su-nua could respond, Su-yi pulled her into a private room. Just play over there, he instructed. Okay. Su-nua replied, settling into a corner on the tatami mat, engrossed in a manga. Su-yi skillfully powered on his computer, launching the game to commence his daily training. He needed to exercise his fingers every day to maintain their agility and his proficiency in the game. The sounds of triple kills, quad kills, and pentakills occasionally echoed from the computer. Su-nua, completely oblivious, was engrossed in her comic book. The siblings had clearly defined roles. One practiced their skills, while the other indulged in manga. If Su Jinyen were to witness the scene, he would be infuriated enough to grab a feather duster and help their mother chastise his younger brother for being a poor influence while babysitting. I'm thirsty, third brother, Su-nua exclaimed. Children are such a hassle, Su-yi replied impatiently. What do you want to drink? Orange juice. And I want something to eat too. Su-yi had someone fetch what Su-nua desired. After taking a sip of orange juice and nibbling on a cookie, she nestled comfortably in the soft chair, utterly content. Su-nua was quite pleased with the arrangement and resolved to find a way to save her third brother the following day. For the conditions here were far too indulgent for a little sloth like her, who wouldn't relish the experience of being in a cozy space, enjoying air conditioning, snacks, and comics? That evening, Su-yi took Su-nua out for a lavish meal. Using chopsticks, he served her food, saying, eat more. You're as thin as a monkey. If I take you out, people will say, I'm neglecting you. Su-nua's bowl was already piled high with a mountain of delectable dishes. Thank you, third brother, she said. Humph, Su-yi replied, a hint of pride in his tone. Third brother is quite nice, Su-nua remarked. Su-yi, feeling a bit awkward from receiving the good person card, retorted. Nonsense. Just eat. You're so slow. It's annoying. After Su-nua had her fill, Su-yi carried her home. The next day, Su-yi had promised his girlfriend that he would meet her for a date, which meant he couldn't bring along his little sister as a third wheel. He wanted to leave Su-nua at home but worried she might wander off, and if she got lost, he would be in trouble. Not to mention, his parents and older brother would be the first to kick him out. Before leaving, he instructed Su-nua to stay at home, reminding her there were snacks in the pantry. Okay, third brother, Su-nua replied, hugging a cushion on the sofa. Seeing that Su-nua was behaving, Su-yi felt somewhat relieved. After stepping out, he contemplated locking her inside. With snacks and water, she wouldn't starve, and he could bring dinner back later. Thus, he pocketed the keys and strode confidently toward his meeting place. Nestled on the sofa, Su-nua opened a storyline, glancing at the plot. Her third brother wouldn't be kidnapped until the afternoon, so she thought she might as well stake out early. She retrieved her backpack, stuffed it with snacks, grabbed a power bank, and once prepared, twisted the door handle. It wouldn't open? She twisted again. Oh, it was locked from the inside. Su-nua glanced back at the living room, which was bare apart from the furniture. Opening Su-yi's room, she found nothing of value except for a bank card. The rest were merely clothes and daily necessities. Su-yi had only brought a week's worth of supplies when he rented this apartment. Well, if he lost these few items, he could easily buy more. Looking at her own luggage, she realized it too consisted solely of clothes and essentials. She had left her heavy computer behind, along with the clothes her sister had given her, which were unsuitable for going out. Feeling more at ease, she sighed. I thought I was really here for fun. Without me, my brothers would surely fall victim to the plot. She picked up Su-yi's bank card and tossed it into her backpack, weighing it down before pulling out paper and pen to jot down a few notes. Let us go. She transformed her bracelet into a makeshift bat, aimed at the door lock, and swung it like a baseball bat. A loud thud resonated as cracks spiderwebbed around the door.
Boom.
The door was smashed open. The makeshift bat reverted to its original form as Su-nua stepped outside, looking around. Excellent, no one was in sight. She affixed a note to the wall. Wait for me to return for compensation. Pointing at the camera, she hoped to reassure the landlord. Then, she left with a flare. Along the way, Su Nua politely declined the enthusiastic invitations from older gentlemen and even turned down the aunties, asking her to sniff various scents. When she took a taxi to the abandoned factory, the overly friendly driver inquired, "What is a little girl like you doing? How many people are in your family? Interested in adding me on WeChat?" Maintaining her composure, Su Nua replied nonchalantly, "I'm an embalmer, applying makeup to corpses. A fortune teller said my fate is cursed, having doomed my entire family and friends. Now only I remain. You can add me, as long as you're not afraid of being cursed too. Out in the world. One's identity is self-assigned." The driver, upon hearing about her work, felt a chill run down his spine, fearing he might attract bad luck, and decided to drop the subject. The car stopped outside the abandoned factory, and after Su Nua exited, she hid in the restroom inside. A spot that was hard to discover. She took out her phone, great, there was still a signal, and began watching TV as she awaited her brother's arrival. Meanwhile, Su-yi successfully met with his girlfriend. She didn't possess an outstandingly stunning appearance, but rather exuded a gentle, pure charm. Su-yi took her around, finding her obedient and understanding, which satisfied him greatly. At noon, his girlfriend shyly said, "Brother E, I'm a bit hungry. Shall we go eat?"
Sui responded affirmatively.
His girlfriend smiled and linked her arm with his, suggesting, "Let us eat there." Noticing she pointed to a restaurant, Su-yi agreed, "All right, let us go to that one." Upon entering the restaurant, which appeared quite reputable, Su-yi relaxed his guard. After they finished dining, his girlfriend clung to him, chatting incessantly in his ear about how much she liked him. He responded while cradling his head, feeling dizzy and faint. Before long, he lost consciousness. When he began to regain awareness, he heard his girlfriend's voice. "I've brought you the person. Where's the money you promised?" Another male voice replied, "Don't rush, I'll call you once I leave." Su-yi suddenly realized he had been deceived. As he heard footsteps fading away, he struggled to open his eyes. Finally taking stock of his surroundings, he discovered himself bound in a dusty, abandoned room filled with aging equipment, devoid of even a window. Damn it! What kind of hellhole is this? Su-yi cursed, realizing he was in the suburbs. A sudden, inappropriate sound startled him. He turned to see Su Nua, astonished. "How did you get here?" Su Nua, clutching her makeshift bat and sucking on a lollipop, replied, "You left me at home. I came out to find you." Su-yi felt even more despondent. He was kidnapped, and now she was too. Great. He was certain he would be punished when they returned. That's incorrect. Su Nua shook her head, pointing at herself. "You were the one kidnapped, I'm not. At a time like this, it was unnecessary to be so precise." Su-yi frowned. Su Nua pouted, her tone laced with disdain. "I'm not as foolish as you, third brother. I'm grown up and wouldn't he get kidnapped."
Damn. Sui e climate. Suno begantontia sui.
"Let us go. Are we just leaving like this?" he asked. "What else?" she declared, kicking the door open. "Here comes the reverse butterfly." As soon as she kicked the door open, they were met with a group of thugs surrounding the entrance. Suddenly fearful, she pulled Su-yi back, muttering, "Here goes the reverse butterfly." The leader of the thugs spat. "What is going on? Why is there a girl?" "Never mind. She's pretty enough. We can have some fun with her." One of the other thugs leered, licking his lips in agreement.
Great.
"Since that guy hasn't mentioned when he cut off his hand, a little girl will do just fine for entertainment." Hearing their crude words, Su-yi instinctively positioned himself in front of Su Nua. "I'll hold them off, you run ahead." Before Su Nua could respond, she heard a familiar voice. "Kiddo, I'm back."
Ha!
"Were you kidnapped?" The system, which had been on leave for a week, finally returned to find her. The system could perceive what Su Nua could see. Upon noticing her surrounded by a group of people in an abandoned building, it instinctively connected the dots of a kidnapping scenario. Su Nua now found herself at a loss for words, her myriad thoughts distilled into a single utterance. "Fear not, dear child, for your mother shall soon come to your rescue," proclaimed the system with grandiosity. "Rescue me? In this desolate wilderness, how will you effectuate that?" Su Nua surveyed her surroundings, thinking it impossible for the system to confront this gang of ruffians. "Let us do it this way then," she declared.
Bang! Before suno.
The entrance of the dilapidated factory was blown apart, sending dust swirling into the air, choking everyone present into fits of coughing. "Darling, mother has arrived." Chapter 83. Connections Matter. The girl donned a strapless black leather jacket that accentuated her exquisite figure, paired with a purple pleated skirt that seamlessly melded into a black leather miniskirt. Half-finger gloves revealed her delicate, pale fingers, and her hair was fashioned into a high ponytail, intricately braided. Beside her stood a tall young man, clad in a lightweight silk robe that billowed gently in the breeze. Upon catching sight of Su Nua, the girl dashed towards her, exclaiming, "Darling, over here." Her voice attracted the attention of the thugs. "Oh, I thought it was someone special. Turns out it's just a fiery lady." Some of the ruffians even gulped audibly, their eyes betraying a voracious desire as they whistled and approached her with ill intentions. "Hey there, beautiful, are you here to have some fun with the boys?" In the next moment, the scream was sharper than that of a slaughtered chicken. The girl delivered a swift kick, sending one thug soaring through the air like a tattered kite, crashing several meters away against a wall with a resounding thud, alerting everyone to the fact that this girl was not to be trifled with. "Boss, this woman seems quite strong."
No kidding.
"I'm not blind. She's just a girl. Let us take her down together." The thug leader's words ignited their fighting spirit, and they no longer cowered as they had moments before. The thugs seized clubs, knives, or anything that could serve as a weapon, charging towards the girl. Unfazed, she kicked the young man beside her in the back, propelling him into their midst. "Go. Zap them all." The young man flashed a grin. "Isn't that a bit much? You didn't seem hesitant when you were zapping my people, now hurry up," she retorted, delivering another kick. "No matter what method you employ, if you can't handle this lot, I'll deal with you when we get home." The young man could ascertain that his sister's threat was no idle one. "Sorry, everyone, but my life is at stake." The gang misinterpreted the guilt etched on the young man's face, believing he was quaking in fear, which only emboldened their aggression. Just as a club was about to strike the young man, a thunderous crash resounded, and bolts of electricity surged through the window, striking them with astonishing swiftness. The high-voltage lightning coursed through their bodies, crackling incessantly. Help! The screams echoed long and loud, their horrific cries startling the birds passing by to take flight. One by one, the thugs collapsed, frothing at the mouth, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. It was only when the last thug fell that Su Nua and Su Yi realized that the gang had been incapacitated by lightning. "Do you think they're dead?" Su Yi asked anxiously. "No, don't worry," the young man replied with a nonchalant smile. Just as he had assumed a posture of refined composure, his knees suddenly buckled, and he knelt before Su Nua in bewilderment. "You needn't go to such lengths," Su Nua exclaimed, startled. The young man gazed at his own inexplicable kneeling with confusion. Unbeknownst to him, the girl had silently moved next to Su Yi, attracting none of his attention. With a swift strike, she rendered Su Yi unconscious, causing him to fall straight to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Darling, this is my brother, the one I mentioned, the dim-witted one." The young man on his knees pouted and protested softly, "I'm clearly very clever." Silence. The girl's reprimand silenced him. "This brat always wants to zap people. Go. Apologize to your sister Nua." The young man shrank back, begrudgingly muttering, "Sorry, Sister Noah." Louder! She kicked him again. Disoriented from her blows, he could barely discern his surroundings.
"Sorry, Sister Noah,"
he shouted, raising his voice. I heard you." All the frustration Su Nua had been harboring dissipated in that moment, as her system had truly come through for her, summoning the main system to vent her grievances. Feeling at ease, Su Nua squatted down to inquire, "Why do you think Ain Ran is a love-struck fool?" "Isn't his mindless devotion simply indicative of a love fool?" The young man countered. "Isn't it said that a devoted admirer is just a love-struck fool?" He mused. Su Nua fell silent for a moment before finally asking, "Have you ever been in love?" "No," the young man replied innocently.
"Sunoahisea."
The case was cracked.
"Anavayanklat."
Utterly oblivious to the complexities of human emotions. "Why are you so fixated on Ain Ran? You even undertook 3 tasks for him." She wagered that had the system not been exasperated to the point of returning to reprimand him, he would have undoubtedly undertaken yet another task. "Darling is right. My task is merely to spectate. Why did you assign me this task?" The young man clamped his mouth shut, unwilling to disclose the truth. Seeing his stubbornness, the girl waved her hand, conjuring a lady's belt. "I see you haven't been punished enough." The young man shivered, deciding to betray his ally.
"I'm sorry.
My life is indeed at stake. My friend asked for my assistance in altering Ain Ran's regard for Su Qingqing. He has a plan that requires Ain Ran to cease his unwarranted aid to Su Qingqing. I thought it was a minor favor that wouldn't affect either Ain Ran's other female lead or Su Qingqing's story, so I agreed." His voice dwindled, I figured a trivial task could be handed to any system, so I sent it to you, as you're closest to Ayn Rand. And this is your excuse for messing with your sister? The girl tightened her grip on the belt. The young man, on the verge of tears, defended himself. I truly didn't know it was you. When my uncle stepped down and handed over to me, he didn't specify where you were or who you were, only that I should maintain balance. I genuinely didn't know it was you. The girl snapped the belt. Don't shift all the blame onto your uncle. The young man, fervently pleading, feared the belt would strike him as it had the day before. No, I didn't deceive you. You had only been in position for 2 weeks when I took over the main system. My uncle didn't inform me of your circumstances. It was only after you returned to punish me that I learned my uncle had only given you half the novel. He's the one who set you up. You can't blame me. Su Noa, having pieced it together, realized her system, like her, was linked to connections. The previous main system was their uncle, who, in an attempt to train his niece, had only provided half of Su Qingqing's narrative. Following his retirement, the brother, unaware of the intricacies, inadvertently assigned tasks that his sister would undertake. Thus, his sister was oblivious to the fact that it was her brother who had set her up. Now that she was aware, she wished to mete out punishment. Having clarified the situation, Su Noa was eager to learn what scheme his so-called friend had concocted, one that even ensnared the unremarkable male supporting character, Ayn Rand.
Nila sono pondered.
The young man desperately sought to absolve himself. I admit it was wrong to indiscriminately assign tasks to you, but I've already faced retribution. The blame for that half-novel cannot fall upon me. The young man's voice became a plaintive shout. You can go and tell our mother to have her deal with our uncle for your grievances. But don't make me bear the brunt of it. I'm the one who gets punished. Chapter 84. He's taking the beating. You can't hit me again. The young man's eyes glistened with unshed tears, flushed with urgency. Go ahead and tell on me. I wholeheartedly support you. But let us agree. If our mother punishes our uncle, you can't hit me again. The girl responded, How is it that I have such a spineless little brother? Do not blame me for my lack of ambition. You are truly too fierce, the young boy muttered under his breath. Coincidentally, the girl overheard him, and with a swift motion, she raised her belt and struck him. The boy yelped in pain, writhing and twisting his body as he exclaimed, We agreed no hitting. I was wrong. My sister, my dear sister, I shall never again call you fierce. You are my sister, as beautiful as a celestial being, surpassing she sure, with a grace and beauty that could topple nations. The boy desperately pleaded for mercy from his beloved sister. Upon hearing his words, the girl felt a sense of satisfaction and put away her belt, declaring, I shall forgive you this once. The boy, supporting his waist, stood beside her, gratefully saying, Thank you, sister. Su Noa glanced at him and remarked, At such a young age, and your waist is already in poor condition. It's a sickness that needs treatment. The girl chuckled at this. It indeed requires treatment. The boy's expression darkened, becoming as grim as coal, with no words to express his grievances. For speaking would only lead to further punishment from his sister. System mother? Su Noa inquired of the girl. Just call me Muyu Mama, she replied.
All right. Muyu Mama.
She considered her a wealthy benefactor on her road to prosperity, intending to become a delightful ornament for Muyu. My brother is called Da Sha Chun. Muyu enthusiastically introduced the boy. The boy, feeling indignant, interjected, I have a name too.
Muyi. Mu-i, is it?
I would like to ask you a question.
Sunoy nuired.
What question? Is the friend plan you mentioned earlier targeted at Su Qingqing? The role of Ayn Rand, besides being the protagonist, was primarily centered around Su Qingqing, with previous missions tailored to her. Indeed, Mu-i answered readily. Su Noa pressed on. Was it to dishearten Su Qingqing? Or to render Ayn Rand indifferent to her? Why should I tell you? Mu-i retorted with a scoff. Muyu kicked him lightly, saying, Given that you have others working for you, shouldn't you at least show some gratitude? You can't even answer a simple question without stalling. Your sister compensates. Yet you're so stingy. Mu-i, with tears brimming in his eyes, cradled his aching waist, which only grew more painful. It wasn't he merely that. He had demanded that Ayn Rand despair over Su Qingqing, so that when he dealt with her, Ayn Rand would no longer be a hindrance. This statement from Mu-i illuminated Su Noa's thoughts, making her ponder how Su Qingqing, a favored child of fortune, could suddenly have her secrets exposed, her evidence laid bare, and be caught in a predicament without her interference. Some heavenly paths often resort to ruthless deeds for their own gain, while others might willingly sacrifice themselves for a greater cause. Clearly, Su Qingqing's fate was not of the latter. How had she been gradually dismantled without her noticing? It was utterly bizarre that she had never investigated this matter. Eagerly, Sunua asked, "Who is that friend of yours?" Upon hearing this, Mu-yi appeared alarmed, shaking his head vehemently. "No, I cannot say."
Ouch.
Mu-yi received another kick and turned to Mu-yu, his gaze filled with resentment, his face a mask of grievance, as if on the verge of tears. "You kicked me again. Speak properly. Who told you to act like a fool? Will you say or not?" Mu-yu believed that Mu-yi, abusing his authority by offloading tasks onto them, was fortunate she hadn't severely punished him, especially in front of them, the victims. Unaware that her younger brother had already taken over as the main system, she had thought the tasks were assigned by their uncle, and thus refrained from complaining, fearing her mother would deem her incapable. Now, it was clear that this little brat was attempting to trap her on behalf of his friend. If she had been the main system, she would have made it a point to discipline her brother. Alas, Mu-yi was her superior, while she remained the unfortunate worker. As Mu-yi noticed the familiar belt reappearing in his sister's hand, he gulped, involuntarily shrinking back. Trembling, he stammered, "All right, I will." Sunua was focused, awaiting Mu-yi to continue. Just as he began to speak, a gentle breeze swept through, seemingly choking him, silencing his voice. A cold hand, as frigid as ice, brushed against Sunua's eyes, the delicate scent mingling with a hint of musk, akin to a solitary peak standing proud amidst the snowy mountains, welcoming the warm sun piercing through the clouds. In a voice both cool and subtly enticing, akin to a whisper of wind grazing her ear, it softly urged, "You must sleep now, sister." A fragrant mist enveloped Sunua, and without warning, she fainted, her last thought being, "Which rogue dares to plot against me? Next time, I shall be prepared." The boy behind her caught her, cradling her in his arms to prevent her from falling. Mu-yu, seeing the boy suddenly appear before them, holding Sunua, stepped forward and coldly demanded, "Release my child." Having spent much time with Sunua and being her first contractor, Mu-yu valued her well-being far more than other indifferent systems. The perpetually aggrieved Mu-yi, now composed, resembled a gentleman, calmly grasping Mu-yu's hand, stating, "No, sister. What are you doing? Rest assured, he will not harm sister Sunua." Chao Yen emerged from behind the masked boy, reassuring Mu-yu, "This rascal will not harm your sister." Afterward, Chao Yen, with an annoyed expression, extended her hand toward the boy, demanding, "Return her." "I want tea," the boy stubbornly replied, holding her tighter. "She is my sister. Return her. She is also my sister." The two squabbled like children over a cherished treasure. Chao Yen wished to snatch her away, but feared that using brute force might hurt Sunua, leaving her merely glaring at the boy in frustration. Ignoring her, the boy nodded at Mu-yi. "Thank you for your assistance regarding Ain Ran." He then addressed Mu-yu. "This matter was not handled properly on my part. Rest assured. Your spirit will be delivered to your residence after the time and costs are accounted for, as a token of my apology." Seeing the boy's polite resolution, Mu-yu felt unable to persist in her obstinacy, responding coolly, "Humph." The boy, noting her acquiescence, added, "Ladies, we shall manage the remaining matters. We do not wish for sister to be embroiled in this turmoil again. Please refrain from divulging too much to her." Proud as she was, Chao Yen also bowed to them, declaring, "We do not wish for sister to be involved in such disputes again. We only hope she can live peacefully and happily for the rest of her life. Mu-yu, you are her system, just observe from the sidelines, and let us handle the rest." With a tone of promise, Chao Yen concluded, "I shall grant you a favor this once." Mu-yu was never one to leverage situations for gain. With a casual wave of her hand, she stated, "Who does not know that the Supervisory Bureau is but a small male-dominated agency? If you can carve a bloody path among that band of sycophants to become the director, do not make promises lightly. Let's leave this vow unspoken to avoid accusations of misconduct." Chapter 85. Keep going, I am tired too. Chao Yen smiled at them, "Rest assured. Those bureaucratic offspring are utterly inept. They cannot interfere with my affairs. Look at Chao Yen, capable and resourceful. What about you?" Mu-yu observed, eyeing the epitome of the ideal child. Gripping Mu-yi's ear, she felt increasingly exasperated. "Ouch. Sister, there are outsiders present. Have some mercy on me." Mu-yi made a valid point, prompting Mu-yu to release him, granting him a modicum of dignity. "Consider it agreed upon. I will trouble Miss Mu-yu to look after my sister," the boy said, passing Sunua into Mu-yu's care. "Of course, I would be delighted," Mu-yu readily agreed. In the evening, when Sunua woke, her brother Su-yi was still deep in slumber. Shaking her head in confusion, she pondered, how did I faint? Muyu, opening her eyes, responded with a fabricated tale. I do not know. You suddenly collapsed. Oh, right. What about that person Mu-yi mentioned? Su Nua looked around, only to find Mu-yi had vanished. He has gone to attend to some matters. He is usually very busy. He came specifically to apologize to you today. Muyu casually fabricated another excuse. To be precise, he had been compelled to come by Muyu. Well then, I shall ask again next time, Su Nua lamented. She squatted down, prodding Su Yi's side face. Hey, brother. Wake up. Su Yi lay on the ground, unresponsive, no matter how earnestly Su Nua called him. Muyu mama, you hit him too hard. He has fainted.
Well.
Cough cough, since you are already awake, I shall take my leave. With that, Muyu's figure flickered and vanished into thin air. Su Nua continued her futile attempts to rouse Su Yi, who remained stubbornly asleep. She resorted to gripping Su Yi's collar and delivering a series of slaps to his handsome face. Finally, the pain jolted Su Yi awake. His face swollen as he instinctively touched it, grimacing in discomfort. Why does my face hurt so much? Su Nua, with utmost seriousness, replied, I don't know. What about the others? Su Yi surveyed his surroundings, discovering the little ruffian sprawled on the ground. It's fortunate I followed my brother, otherwise, he might have lost a hand. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, he grabbed Su Nua and dashed outside. Using his phone, now with only 5% battery, he summoned a ride, intentionally opting for the most expensive option. As they stepped out, they were relieved to find no further ambushes. Perhaps the masterminds believed the ruffians alone were sufficient to handle Su Yi, thus neglecting to establish additional safeguards. Once in the vehicle, Su Yi remained anxious. Is there anywhere else you wish to visit? He inquired of Su Nua. I want to go to City A. City A has the Sheng family. I want to see Grandpa's house. Upon hearing her mention of Grandpa, Su Yi did not ponder too deeply, assuming it was her grandfather before she went missing. Upon returning to the apartment, he was taken aback by the sight of the door lying on the ground and the landlord standing nearby, vociferously berating them. The landlord approached them angrily, gesturing, My house has only been rented for 2 days, and it's in this state. You must compensate me. I checked the door thoroughly. There's no way it could have ended up like this on its own. It was fine before I left.
Sui frognet. Sono tuggeda sui sleve.
Apologizing, I'm sorry, brother. I was worried about you and accidentally broke it. In truth, it was intentional. Su Yi was deeply moved. His sister had made an effort to force the door open for his sake. What did this signify? It indicated that she genuinely cared for him. He acknowledged that he had yelled too loudly before. Never mind, it's just a door. Compared to my hand, my dreams, hundreds, even thousands of doors do not compare. For an esports player, the most crucial aspect was his hands. Su Nua had saved him this time, ensuring that his dreams were not shattered by thieves. His perception of her shifted, and he began to feel a fondness for her. Let us compensate at the market rate, Su Yi declared. Seeing him as a generous person, the landlord deliberately inflated the price to twice the market rate. Su Yi didn't waste time on negotiations and promptly transferred the money via QR code. Packing their belongings and heading out, the landlord, having transitioned from furious to elated, chuckled. Take care, you too. On his phone, Su Yi booked a flight, only to discover the next one was 4 hours away, far too long for his liking. He simply wanted to leave this distressing place as quickly as possible. Thus, he opened his phone and realized the train was the quickest option. He promptly took Su Nua and headed straight for the train station. By the time they boarded the train and departed, dusk had settled, and night enveloped them. Su Nua leaned against the train window, asking, Brother, are we really going to City now?
Yes.
Why is brother running away today? Didn't he love that girlfriend to the point of obsession? Was I misled by my lack of updates? Su Yi replied, Thanks for the invitation, but love is not worth it. It leads to severed hands. Whoever desires it may take it. I shall not. He would rather flee with the train than linger for even a moment. Brother, are we just going to let them go? Aren't we calling the police?
No.
He merely wished to escape this cursed place. Filing a report would require staying there to give statements. No way. Let us run. Upon arriving in City A, Su Nua carried her backpack while Su Yi managed 2 suitcases. They both gazed at the unfamiliar station exit, bewildered. At this hour, there were no taxis to be found. The previous taxis and rickshaws had already been snatched up by a wave of departing passengers. What should we do, brother? Su Yi replied, Let us wing it. He attempted to hail a cab through his phone, only to find none available. Su Nua pointed to a row of shared bicycles. Shall we ride those? But we have luggage, Su Yi countered. Oh right. They exchanged a look of uncertainty, ultimately deciding that each would ride a bicycle while dragging the suitcases behind. They had to be cautious not to ride too quickly lest the bags topple over. Brother, I can't pedal anymore. Su Nua struggled to push the pedals, using one hand to drag the suitcase. Hang in there. Tomorrow I'll treat you to a nice meal to make up for it. But I can't pedal either. After half an hour, Su Nua exclaimed, Brother, I'm tired. Don't say you're tired, sister. I'm tired too. Just 300 more meters. Hang in there.
All right.
Meanwhile, Suzian, exhausted from a long day, lay in bed contemplating calling Su Yi to inquire about Su Nua's situation. However, he decided against it, reasoning that they were likely asleep at this hour and he wouldn't disturb them. If only he knew that Su Yi had led Su Nua right into the eye of the storm near the Xing family, he would have been infuriated. At long last, Su Nua and Su Yi arrived near a hotel, only to be informed, we're fully booked. Chapter 86. This is disastrous. Dragging his suitcase. Su Yi searched for another hotel on his phone, with a little shadow following him. Why is today so unlucky? He couldn't help but grumble.
Sunopoted.
How do I tell my brother that this misfortune was unavoidable? Originally, the plot dictated that he was supposed to lose a hand, having salvaged that today means he must suffer some misfortune to balance the scales. Well, it's just one sleepless night. It's a blessing that his hand is fine. Having worked in esports literature, Su Nua understood that for an esports protagonist, his hands were as crucial as those of a pianist. Su Yi was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. His new sister, aware of his misfortune that affected their lodging for the night, didn't blame him, but instead felt it was worth it for him. He had previously been blind, thinking his new sister inferior to the fake one. Had it not been for his fourth younger brother revealing Su Qingqing's misdeeds and scolding him, he might have been deceived into believing that the new sister was a calamity, disrupting familial harmony. Indeed, one must not judge a person's character based on hearsay. Today, he finally understood that lesson. He tucked his suitcase while perusing the hotel locations on his navigation. There's a hotel not far from here. Just hold on a bit longer, and we can rest when we arrive. He softened his tone, considering the young girl accompanying him on this journey. Okay, brother. Having walked less than 200 meters, Su Nua quietly whispered to Su Yi, Brother, I think we're being followed. Really? As Su Yi turned his head, he abruptly came face to face with a large figure.
Whoa.
In the next moment, someone covered his mouth and nose. Another woman attempted to do the same to Su Nua, but she executed a perfect shoulder throw, sending her flying. Still trying to sneak attack me? Just as Su Nua threw her, she caught a whiff of a strong, suffocating scent. She instinctively covered her mouth and nose, but it was too late. She inhaled a significant amount, feeling dizzy and gritting her teeth. This is bad.
Thud.
The two collapsed in unison. When Su Nua woke again, it was the jolting motion that roused her. She squinted, groggily scanning her surroundings, and realized she was bound in the back of a van. Her hands were tied, and there was no one in the driver's or passenger's seat. Only she and Su Yi were restrained in the trunk, and Su Nua struggled against her bindings, but to no avail. Peering outside, she spotted two individuals, presumably a couple, conversing outside. Soon, Su Yi awoke, and upon grasping the situation, he refrained from speaking aloud, wary of attracting the attention of the traffickers. Just as he was about to converse with Su Nua, she gently urged him, Brother, please remain silent and listen to me. Su Yi acknowledged her with a soft They dared not move excessively, fearing that any sudden motion would alert their captors. Brother, are you afraid of pain? She inquired. Not at all, he replied. Good. Just follow my lead in a moment. Su Nua ceased speaking, closing her eyes, and Su Yi observed as she did the same.
Muyu mama.
Can I still exchange for that strength pill I had before? She asked, recalling she had one remaining.
Yes.
Can I exchange for a dagger here? Yes, for 20 points. All right. Would you like to redeem it now? Muyu inquired. Not yet. After a while, the two traffickers finally entered the vehicle, first opening the trunk to check the ropes binding Su Nua and Su Yi, then shutting the trunk before climbing into the car. The van soon sped onto the road, its age apparent as the trafficker drove at a relatively slow pace. After exchanging for the dagger, it appeared in Su Nua's hand. She cautiously cut through her bindings, still lying down, quietly freeing Su Yi's ropes. Once released, Su Yi remained silent and motionless, adhering to his sister's instructions. He would cooperate with her. After consuming the strength pill, Su Noa felt an immense surge of power coursing through her. All her belongings, including her backpack and suitcase, had been taken by the traffickers to prevent their escape. However, her bracelet remained intact. Without Su Noa's conscious effort to remove it, no one could take away her life weapon. Fortunately, her dog-whacking stick had not been confiscated. The bracelet transformed into the stick, and Su Yi's eyes widened in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the magical weapon in his sister's hands. Without rising, Su Noa, in an unusual posture, swung the dog-whacking stick. The seemingly gentle strike contained immense power, shattering the trunk, and the entire rear of the vehicle flew off, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. "Jump!" Su Noa commanded, her newfound strength enabling her to pull Su Yi along as they leaped out. Their bodies tumbled onto the muddy road, scraping against the ground and leaving a trail of blood. Surveying their surroundings, Su Noa spotted a nearby forest amidst the open muddy road and wild woods, instinctively knowing which path to take. Enduring the agony, she struggled to her feet, urging Su Yi to hasten into the woods. Understanding her intent, Su Yi ignored the pain in his legs and joined her in a desperate dash. The woman sitting in the passenger seat heard the commotion and turned to see the entire trunk of her vehicle destroyed, shocked at the inexplicable damage. Upon witnessing Su Noa and Su Yi leap from the car, she instinctively screamed, "Stop. Honey, stop." They escaped. As the man continued driving, they had already covered considerable distance. Hearing his wife's frantic cries, his muscles reacted instinctively, and he pressed the brake. The loss of the trunk affected the car's stability, causing it to skid momentarily. By the time they reversed, Su Noa and Su Yi had already vanished into the forest. "Chase them," the man exclaimed, exiting the vehicle, but the woman grasped his arm. "No, darling. Don't you remember there are wild beasts in there?" The man, biting his lip and furrowing his brow in frustration, retorted. "Those two could fetch a handsome price. We have no means to defend ourselves. If we encounter a beast, we won't survive to spend that money." After considering his wife's words, he ultimately decided, "We'll drive in and find them. We can't let that money slip away." With that, he turned back to the vehicle, while the woman stomped her foot, pouting as she muttered, "Oh dear. May Buddha bless us with safety." They climbed into the car and sped recklessly into the forest. Su Noa and Su Yi's wounds continued to bleed. "We can't afford to stop for even a moment. Those traffickers will surely follow us." "All right." They supported each other, jogging deeper into the woods. The cold dawn breeze rustled the fallen leaves, creating a soft sound. Some restless beasts lurked nearby, hesitant yet watchful, unwilling to approach too closely, merely observing them from a safe distance. Chapter 87. Young girls must learn to protect themselves. The beasts, possessing a natural sensitivity, sensed the terrifying power emanating from Su Noa, which deterred them from advancing too boldly, forcing them to stay within the vicinity. Su Noa and Su Yi quickened their pace. Suddenly, Su Yi stumbled, causing both to fall, covered in mud and grime. They looked disheveled. As Su Noa helped him up, she asked anxiously, "Are you all right? Can you still walk?" She noticed the numerous injuries on his legs and pressed him for an answer. Su Yi attempted to move forward, but his legs trembled with fatigue, and he collapsed again. "You go on without me. I can't walk." "No." Su Yi fine English. "Listen, don't act recklessly. If you leave, you might escape, but if we stay together, we'll both perish here." Su Noa's heart raced with anxiety. "No, wait." She suddenly recalled the strength pill. "Muyu mama, is there a strength pill that lasts for a day?" "Yes," Muyu responded, pausing momentarily, "but your points will be entirely depleted for that day. Redeem it." Muyu hesitated but ultimately complied with Su Noa's request, exchanging the strength pill for her. Su Noa swallowed the pill, and the familiar surge of strength returned to her body. Rather than lamenting the loss of her points, she felt fortunate to have enough to secure this chance. Su Yi could not remain there. Staying meant either being captured by traffickers or devoured by beasts. With a determined effort, she hoisted Su Yi onto her back and resolutely pressed forward. "Put me down," Su Yi protested, his face reddening. "You're a girl. How can a sister carry her brother? Injuries know no gender. Surviving is all that matters," Su Noa firmly replied, silencing him. Su Yi fell silent, brooding on her words, grappling with the discomfort of needing assistance from his younger sister. It felt as if he were the useless brother, while she was the capable sister. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. That notion was unworthy. Seeing Su Noa stubbornly carry Su Yi, Muyu felt a pang of sympathy. Sweetheart, would you like me to send you a one-day lucky charm? Really? Thank you, Mama. You're welcome. Muyu replied cheerfully. No need for thanks. In no time, a lucky charm appeared in Su Nua's system inbox. Meanwhile, the traffickers drove into the forest, occasionally hearing the eerie cries of wild beasts, causing them to tremble involuntarily. The woman grew increasingly frightened. Why don't we turn back? The man, unable to tolerate her timidity, retorted, the opportunity to make money is right before us. Women, with your lack of vision, only grow hair but not wisdom. Those two are good-looking. They could sell for a fortune. Besides, if you keep the door shut, those beasts can't get in. All right, I'll follow your lead. The chilling howls of beasts grew louder, causing the woman to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently, almost lifting the front end off the ground. They turned to see two wolves leaping through the gaping hole in the back of the car. The traffickers' faces turned as pale as paper, and they screamed in horror, having forgotten that the back of the vehicle was already damaged. Upon hearing the anguished cries, the pack of wolves discerned the palpable fear emanating from the traffickers, and without hesitation, lunged forward, sinking their teeth into their necks. The traffickers, in their immediate panic, flung open the car door to flee, entirely oblivious to the safety belt that constricted their movements, resulting in one of them being viciously bitten. Blood spurting from a severed artery. Ah! The twin screams reverberated through the forest. Su Nua and Su Yi, upon hearing the screams, quickly grasped the situation. The two traffickers had undoubtedly fallen victim to an attack. Armed with their dog-beating sticks, the beasts dared not approach them recklessly, but the traffickers were far more vulnerable. The scent of blood wafted through the air, and the group of beasts encircling Su Nua, catching the whiff, immediately bolted away, fearing they might miss out on the feast, abandoning the seemingly formidable outsider in favor of the easier prey. Thanks to the potency of the strength-enhancing pills, Su Nua found it effortless to carry Su Yi. However, Su Yi was beset by guilt, concerned that Su Nua would tire from bearing his weight, while his own leg continued to bleed, causing him to feel faint and dizzy from the loss of blood, compelling him to rely on Su Nua for support. He bit his lip to stave off unconsciousness, managing a self-deprecating smile. Am I not utterly useless, needing you to help me at a time like this? Just as he was about to succumb to the darkness, he heard her reply, not at all. Everyone excels in different realms. You are a master in the world of electronic sports, reigning supreme in that domain. That is your talent. In terms of survival in the wild, I possess superior skills, and that is my talent. Why must we compare our worth based on differing fields? I do not believe that girls need to appear weak, nor that boys must always be strong. I do not think you should feel unable to rely on your sister. Su Nua pressed onward, bearing Su Yi's weight, despite the pain from her own injuries, remaining resolutely silent. It was not until they emerged from the forest onto a new stretch of concrete road that they reached a semblance of safety. Just as she took a step, a red banknote fluttered before her. She bent down, setting Su Yi down to pick it up. Where did this money come from? It can't be some ransom money blowing about, can it? The system shot her a glance. Do not assume the worst. It is a good luck charm bestowed upon you. Well, there's no helping it. The city can be quite treacherous. Just look at how quickly we fell prey to traffickers. With a sigh, Su Nua tucked the money into her pocket and continued on, shouldering Su Yi until they passed through the suburbs and into the city, where she finally felt a modicum of relief. Su Nua couldn't even scan a QR code to rent an electric bike. She resigned herself to walking forward, eventually finding a pharmacy, where she purchased a bottle of water, iodine, cotton swabs, and bandages. After administering basic first aid to Su Yi's wounds, only 80 yuan remained. Su Yi sighed. We don't even have enough money to buy a ticket home. Well, let us go to Grandpa's house, Su Nua suggested. Your grandpa's house?
Su Yi invited.
Su Nua shook her head. Our grandpa.
Huh.
Let us go, Su Nua urged, pulling Su Yi to the roadside to hail a cab. After a prolonged wait, nearly losing feeling in her legs, they finally flagged down a taxi driven by someone willing to overlook the dirt they might soil his vehicle. Upon arriving at the Sheng family's villa, Su Nua handed the remaining 80 yuan to the driver. Supporting each other, they approached the entrance and pressed the doorbell. The housekeeper, peering through the peephole, spotted two dark-haired heads. Chapter 88. Uncle? The housekeeper scrutinized the scene for a moment, perplexed as to how two vagabonds had arrived at the Sheng residence. Unsure of what to do, she retreated to consult the master of the house. Just then, she encountered a strikingly handsome man and respectfully addressed him. Young master. The man immediately perceived the concern etched on her face and inquired, What troubles you in such haste? The housekeeper recounted the events she had just witnessed. Outside, Su Nua and Su Yi waited for what felt like an eternity. Su Yi, feeling increasingly unwell, murmured, "Sister, is Grandpa home?" "He should be at home at this hour," Su Nua replied. "Then let us wait a bit longer." As they sat on the steps, Su Nua whispered, "Brother, don't you have anyone else you know in a city where we could stay?" Su Nua had mentally prepared for the worst, contemplating what to do if they were turned away by the Sheng family.
Su Yi hesitated, finally stammering, "Ido."
"But it's that jerk who introduced me to my junior." "Junior? Oh, you mean that girlfriend of yours." Su Yi only mentioned a junior without specifying girlfriend. Yet Su Nua understood the implications. Su Yi silently lamented how perceptive his sister seemed to be. "Then let us avoid going there, lest they discover that your hand is still in good condition." Just then, the door behind them creaked open, and they both turned to see a remarkably handsome man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, standing before them. His fox-like eyes narrowed slightly as he appraised them.
"Who are you?"
he inquired. Su Nua tugged at Su Yi, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Su Nua, and this is my brother Su Yi. We have come to reconnect with family. We are the children of the Sheng family's lost second daughter." Su Nua was uncertain if her advance in familial recognition would bear fruit. Knowing they lacked both phones and identification, and that without a place to stay, they would soon starve on the streets. In the van, Su Nua had observed that apart from the traffickers, they were the only ones bound in the trunk, with no extra space for luggage, indicating that their belongings had been abandoned at the scene. Currently, the Sheng family was the nearest option. Upon hearing Su Nua's name, the man gazed at her intently for a long moment before breaking into a smile. "You are Yunshu's precious little sister?"
"Come in."
His smile was like a gentle spring breeze, soothing to the beholder. As Su Nua pulled Su Yi inside, she suddenly realized the implication of his words. "Isn't my fifth sister's surname Shen?" Previously, she had thought it was mere coincidence. Could it be that her sister had preemptively sought the Sheng family for recognition? Just as they entered, a melodious yet cool voice resonated. "Little uncle, Su Qingqing and her mother's crimes have been established, and the court summons has reclaimed the existing assets, along with some that have been squandered." Upon seeing Su Nua behind the man, Sheng Yunshu abruptly halted, hastening towards him to hand in the documents while pulling Su Nua closer for inspection. "What happened? Why are you all dirty? Are you hurt?" Sheng Yunshu grasped Su Nua's arm. Su Nua, momentarily taken aback, could only blink in surprise. "Oh, my sister can actually recognize me?" Both she and Su Yi were covered in dust and grime, save for their twinkling eyes, the only bright spots amidst their disheveled appearances. Noticing that Su Nua could still muster a quip, Sheng Yunshu chuckled. "I can always recognize you, no matter what." She turned to the housekeeper and instructed, "Take them to arrange for rooms and prepare hot baths." "Certainly, miss," the housekeeper replied, leading Su Nua and Su Yi away. Su Yi queried, "Do you know that person?" "No, that's my fifth sister, and also your sister," Su Nua replied in compliance. Upon hearing this, Su Yi felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, so this was the sister who had been swapped with Su Qingqing. Realizing now that Su Yunshu bore a striking resemblance to them, Su Yi recognized they were indeed cut from the same cloth. Meanwhile, Sheng Yunshu watched as Su Nua disappeared from view. Once she was certain the girl's figure had vanished, the faint smile on her face immediately faded. The man glanced at Sheng Yunshu and asked, "What's wrong? Not happy?" Very well. It seems the new niece has endured considerable hardship to arrive here. You should converse with her more. I will handle the remaining matters." The man opened the documents, casually scanning them, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. "Let us go." Observing the man take the documents, Sheng Yunshu realized that her involvement was no longer necessary. The overarching situation had already been determined, and the man's influence surpassed hers, allowing him to take the reins. She retrieved her phone and dialed Su Jinian's number. Once he answered, she inquired in a low voice, "Did you not mention that Nua was out playing?" At that moment, Su Jinian was preoccupied with official duties, rubbing his weary eyes. "Yes. She is in B City with the third brother." As soon as Su Jinian relaxed, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. He had only managed 5 hours of sleep over the past 2 days, and he felt as though he might ascend from exhaustion. Suddenly, he heard, "They are currently at the Sheng family residence, and Nua is severely injured, filthy all over. Is this what you call a proper arrangement?" Upon hearing her accusation, Su Jinian felt as if his soul had nearly fled in fright. How on earth did they end up at the Sheng residence? How serious are her injuries? I was about to ask how they even managed to come here. Just as Suzian was about to say something further, he heard the beeping sound of the call disconnecting. He then dialed Suyi's phone number but was greeted with hello? A city police department. Unable to reach anyone. He had instead connected with the authorities regarding lost items. Had he delayed any longer, the police would have begun preparations to locate the owner. After finishing her bath, Su Nua descended the stairs to find Sheng Yunshu, keenly interested in the words she had just spoken. Sheng Yunshu was sipping coffee, waiting for Su Nua to join her. Su Yi, having just completed his own bath, followed closely behind Su Nua. As Su Nua sat opposite Sheng Yunshu, she introduced sister. This is my third brother. Su Yi shyly smiled at Sheng Yunshu, feeling awkward, and after a moment of hesitation managed to utter, hello, fifth sister. In just 2 short days, Su Yi had been starkly educated by the harsh realities of society, no longer the spirited individual he had been upon first meeting Su Nua.
Well.
Sheng Yunshu set down her coffee cup, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Speak up. What is the situation between you two? And how did you come from B City? Su Nua and Su Yi exchanged glances. Should you explain or should I? Su Yi made a face.
Urging sunotos back.
Su Nua then recounted everything that had transpired over the past 2 days in detail. After listening, Sheng Yunshu traced her finger along the rim of her cup, her expression momentarily darkening before quickly returning to its natural state. I understand now. Do not worry. I will handle that group of people who kidnapped you tomorrow. Su Nua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, sister, your decisive attitude is so impressive. Chapter 89. Even a passing dog would be frightened. Upon hearing her sister's praise, a broad smile broke across Sheng Yunshu's face. Just as the laughter subsided, Su Nua unexpectedly asked, Sister, what did you mean when you said Su Qingqing's crimes were confirmed? Sheng Yunshu succinctly explained, it's nothing serious. The reason we didn't report it earlier was to catch the mastermind behind the switch in one fell swoop. First, we need to reclaim the shares of the Sheng Group that her mother received before we can pursue legal action against them. This includes holding accountable the assistant responsible for switching my mother's identity back then. Sheng Yunshu had already prepared her explanation, which, while not entirely deceptive, accurately reflected the situation. As Su Nua reviewed the plot, she found it indeed matched her sister's account. After reclaiming that 10% of the Sheng Group shares, they promptly reported the incident to the authorities. Su Qingqing and her mother had crossed into the realm of crime, as that 10% was previously unknown to the Sheng family and was considered a voluntary gift. Had they reported it sooner, that 10% and their prior assets would have been confiscated. Goodness, sister actually collaborated with uncle to make it seem as though the Sheng family had already fallen, while in reality, those assets and companies were transferred overseas for sister to manage, taking over in her name. Su Qingqing's mother believed the Sheng family was truly defeated, thinking that most of their assets had been sold off to fill in the gaps. They were led to believe that the Sheng family only had that small company left, with profits that were hardly substantial. And with a few tricks, they had Su Qingqing's father's company on the brink of bankruptcy, desperately in need of investment, enticing him to convince her mother to willingly give up 10% of the shares, only to buy them back at what they thought was double the price. In reality, that amount was insufficient to purchase even 1% of the shares, but Su Qingqing and her accomplices believed that the 10% of the Sheng family, which seemed near bankruptcy, was worth that much. Let me take another look. Good heavens, sister had already collaborated with uncle 4 years ago, and only now are they reaping the rewards. Impressive indeed. Su Yi, listening nearby, was taken aback. He never expected his newly returned sister to be so capable and astute. While they were oblivious, she had already prepared to resolve everything. But how did sister manage to collaborate with uncle at such a young age? Sheng Yunshu, cooling her coffee, smiled enigmatically at the perplexed Su Nua. After sipping her coffee, she remarked, You just saw uncle, right? Be mindful of him. He has a knack for devouring even the most innocent of passers-by. Devouring even the innocent? Quite indiscriminate. Their mother and grandparents had already left, likely not to return until evening. The family doctor had just been informed to return and tend to their injuries. Sheng Yunshu glanced at her watch. I have matters to attend to shortly. I've instructed the butler to purchase phones for you. Here's a card for your use. Sheng Yunshu placed the card on the table. It's my secondary card. No Noah can use it freely. As for third brother. The suddenly mentioned Su Yi looked up at Sheng Yunshu, who was already rising. You can just stick with Nua. Su Yi thought to himself. Does he appear that incapable? He needs to tag along with his sister. Su Nua tucked the bank card away and beamed at Sheng Yinshu. All right, thank you, sister. Safe travels. After Sheng Yinshu departed, the family doctor arrived belatedly to examine their injuries, applying medication and advising them to avoid water. Once they had finished with the doctor, the butler presented them with 2 mobile phones. These are for you from the young lady. Thank you. Su Nua replied as she accepted the phone. You're welcome, said the butler before leaving. Su Nua browsed through the phone, powered it on, and asked Sui, shall we call the eldest brother? Sui pondered why not. Fortunately, he remembered Su Jinyan's number and quickly dialed, switching to speaker mode since Su Nua was beside him. It took a moment for the other side to pick up. Hearing the familiar hello, Sui, who had been anxious, suddenly felt at ease upon hearing his brother's voice. Eldest brother, it's me, he stammered, nearly overcome with emotion, realizing he could have been taken away to the mountains, never to see his brother and family again. He suddenly felt a swell of tears. Just as he was becoming sentimental, he was met with a barrage of scolding. You still have the nerve to call. I told you to take care of your sister, and look what happened. You almost lost her. Sui recoiled, not daring to protest.
Sui.
How is it possible that, as an adult, you managed to be kidnapped along with your sister?
Sui remainet silent.
Fearing that any attempt to speak would only invite further reprimands. Your second brother, that unreliable one, managed to take Nua out without losing her. How could you, being more responsible than him, lose both of you? As Sui listened, his embarrassment grew, leading him to resort to his old trick, holding the phone at a distance and feigning a poor connection. Hello? Hello? Brother, what did you say? The signal is bad. I can't hear you. I'll hang up.
Click.
Sui indeed hung up on Su Jinyan, leaving him in a state of indignation. As Sui raised his head, he caught the butler's sympathetic yet disdainful gaze. Sui thought, this is someone else's household. I must endure. Turning back, he noticed Su Nua also looking at him with sympathy. This is our family. Can I fight back? Yet he believed that with Su Nua's tendency to report directly, if she did so, he would surely face a barrage of reprimands from their brother and mother. Just then, Su Yi's phone rang, and he saw the familiar number. Su Jinyan was calling back. He hesitated, unsure whether to answer. Su Nua, however, took matters into her own hands, answering the call. Hello? Eldest brother? Third brother isn't here. I'm answering for him. Please don't scold him.
Just talk to me.
Upon hearing her words, Sui felt a surge of gratitude towards his little sister. Oh, okay, we'll be there shortly. What did the eldest brother say? Sui asked her. The elder brother informed us that our luggage was at the police station and instructed us to retrieve it ourselves. Phew. Thankfully, he did not scold me.
Sui sikhet in relief.
Su Nua, how am I to convey to you that I just received a call where the elder brother was still hurling insults? Let us proceed to the police station. Upon hearing this, the butler kindly inquired if they needed a driver to escort them. No, thank you. Su Nua replied with a smile. The butler gazed at Su Nua, who blinked in response. The butler, an elderly lady, perhaps influenced by her long association with the matriarch of the Sheng family, softened her tone and asked, You are the little Miss Nua, are you not? Indeed.
Sunoak firmed.
Forgive my curiosity, dear Miss Nua, do you have any cash on you? Both of them shook their heads. Alas, as I suspected, Miss Yinshu only provided you with cards. Bank cards are seldom used outside of malls, and the new phone comes with a new SIM card, leaving you without previous funds. Here, take this 1,000. It will serve as travel fare until you can retrieve more from the bank. The butler extracted money from her wallet and handed it to Su Nua. Su Nua recognized the wisdom in her words. They needed at least fare for their outing. How could one pay for travel with a bank card? All right, thank you, dear butler. I shall return it once I have my phone back. Su Nua accepted the money graciously. Chapter 90. A Simple Blessing. They split the money evenly, giving 500 to Sui. Accepting the money, Sui led Su Nua away from the Sheng residence towards the police station. Upon completing the necessary procedures at the station, they finally retrieved their luggage and backpacks. Su Nua ensured all her belongings were intact, stowed her new phone in her backpack, reclaimed her old phone, and borrowed some charging time from the police station. The kind officers allowed them to charge their devices fully before departure. Once their phones were charged, Su Nua joyfully waved goodbye to the officers. Exiting the police station, Su Nua suddenly felt a resurgence of strength. How peculiar. At that moment, her phone chimed with a message from Luli Nua. When are you coming back? I'm so bored and miss you. Su Nua replied, I'm not certain yet. Lu Li continued, by the way, remember the temple my mom visited? It just finished renovations today. I made a wish there, and the next moment, I found my lost item. It was so magical. The week after next is the monthly exam. Let us go pray together next weekend.
Suno responded, sounds good. Coincidental, Suyi invited.
Is there anywhere else you wish to visit? Su Nua pondered before shaking her head. None that I can think of. I find lounging in bed, watching television, and snacking on chips far more enjoyable than wandering outside. All right, let us find a car across the street. As they reached the ground level, a couple approached them. Upon seeing the couple, Su Yi's face flushed with indignation. Su Nua noticed his gaze fixated on them, aligning with the couple's tightly clasped hands.
Oh dear.
It's the ex-girlfriend of third brother with that scoundrel classmate. What a narrow road for enemies. As an adult, Su Yi could hardly comprehend the situation, and to remain perplexed would demonstrate a troubling lack of intelligence. Su Nua tugged at Su Yi's sleeve. He looked down at her. What is it? Su Nua smiled sweetly, brother. Are you very angry? Taken aback, Su Yi sought to mask his resentment toward them, but, realizing that lying would set a poor example for a child, opted for honesty. Yes, I am quite angry. I understand, brother, Su Nua said, lifting her head to display a radiant smile. Though it was a warm smile, Su Yi perceived it as somewhat unsettling, a feeling he could not quite articulate. The classmate, upon spotting Su Yi, suddenly appeared flustered, releasing his girlfriend's hand and avoiding eye contact. The woman, visibly displeased, was even more alarmed upon noticing Su Yi's unscathed hands. Having just acquired the money, should they discover that Su Yi was unharmed, it was certain they would demand it back. At this point, they needed to placate Su Yi. Su Yi, let me explain, the man said. Explain how you hired someone to harm others? Su Yi retorted coldly. And no, that's not it. The man hastily defended. I will hold you accountable under the law, Su Yi replied icily. Hearing this, the woman shouted in anger, Su Yi, did you not profess your love for me? How can you consider filing charges against me? Have you forgotten our love? Su Yi, for the sake of our past, please forgive us this once. The woman pleaded, adopting a tone of feigned innocence. Su Yi was unmoved by her antics, his voice as frigid as an ice cavern. I never loved you. I have forgotten. And I do not forgive. Following his words, the woman erupted in fury. Su Yi, do not presume to be so arrogant. I am giving you an opportunity to win my favor. Su Yi, upon hearing this, felt only revulsion for the woman before him. He refused to forgive someone who sought to harm him. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his arm. Su Nua smiled sweetly at him. Brother, can we not report them? Upon hearing Su Nua's words, both the man and woman exhaled in relief. Sui furomed his brom, perpleaded bisunos intentions, but ultimately chose to honor his sister's wish. Very well. The couple exchanged grateful glances with Su Nua, smiling obsequiously. Thank you, little girl. Su Nua responded with a charming smile, her delightful demeanor radiating innocence, yet her words bore a sinister undertone. You are most welcome, dear elder brother and sister. In an instant, an unseen aura of faint red stars enveloped her. I wish that dear brother and sister experience a broken hand shortly, so they can understand the sensation of being without. After all, is it not more respectful to return the favor in kind? A gentle breeze lifted Su Nua's long black hair, her deep, lively eyes now cold as a rose frozen in snow, its beauty still possessing a latent threat. The corners of her lips subtly curled, forming an exquisite and enchanting arc that left onlookers spellbound yet tinged with an ominous aftertaste. Upon hearing Su Nua's curse, the couple erupted in fury. You, how dare you curse us? Wretched girl. You are doomed. Su Yi was taken aback, astonished that such a sweet child could utter such a curse. The man, suppressing his growing fury, thought it unwise to act violently in public, so he relented. However, the woman was not so easily deterred. She lifted her hand back, ready to strike Su Nua when Su Yi, without hesitation, lunged to shield her. The woman, now only inches away, caught a glimpse of Su Nua's deeply meaningful smile, one that held malice and a trace of pity, as if she were gazing upon a clown. The woman erupted in anger, interpreting Su Nua's gaze as disdain. Just as the handbag was about to strike Su Yi, a tree unexpectedly fell, crashing down upon the woman, its sturdy trunk pinning her hand. She let out a piercing scream. Ah, everything hurts. My arm. It feels broken. The man, concerned for his girlfriend, rushed toward her, only to be struck by an out-of-control vehicle, sending him flying to the ground. The pain coursed through his entire body. particularly in his wrist and hands, as he cried out in agony, nearly shattering Su Nua and Su Yi's eardrums. Both siblings fainted from the overwhelming pain. Su Nua skillfully pulled out her phone to report the incident and call for an ambulance. Given the circumstances, any investigation was inevitable. It would be prudent to report it herself to mitigate suspicion. Su Yi stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape, capable of holding an entire fist. Since that last encounter with the magical wand, he had sensed a change in Su Nua, as if she possessed some mysterious power. However, he never anticipated that even a casual curse would manifest into reality. Recalling her previous disdainful attitude towards Su Nua, a sudden wave of trepidation washed over her, mingled with a quiet relief that Su Nua had chosen not to hold a grudge. However, upon turning to witness the dismal plight of the two, Sui felt a pang of compassion. Was this not excessively cruel? Su Nua tilted her head and smiled. Oh, is that so? When her gaze unexpectedly met Su Yi's, the emotions swirling in her eyes eluded his understanding. Yet, maintaining her polite smile, she cautioned, before worrying about others, dear brother, do not forget the pain of your past, lest you become complacent. Chapter 91. Unequal Treatment. As Su Yi locked eyes with her, it was evident that she was a sweet, adorable little girl, yet her words, at that moment, sent a shiver down his spine. Brother, you're foolish. Su Yi was taken aback, stunned that his sister would dare to call him foolish. These two have taken money, and to safeguard it from being reclaimed, they'll soon attempt to kidnap my brother again, breaking his hand once more. The most effective way to deal with evildoers is to ensure they experience misfortune firsthand. As Su Nua perused the unfolding narrative, she discovered that the individual they had collided with was a criminal actively pursued by the police, leading to their simultaneous capture. Investigating this incident, the authorities would unearth the duo's conspiracy to frame Su Yi, implicating them in a plot to hire a hitman. This would undoubtedly lead to a stint in prison. Curiously, Su Nua had previously only possessed the ability to manipulate others' words and actions, as well as her own bodily autonomy. Now, she could influence certain events, albeit with a cooldown period of 10 days after each use. Nevertheless, she was elated to regain even a modicum of her power, having long forgotten the reasons behind her previous loss of strength. For a retired literary spirit with an exceptional memory, she firmly believed it must be her own forgetfulness at play. By the time they completed their statements, night had fallen. Reclaiming her phone, Sui fulfilled his promise and treated Su Nua to a sumptuous meal. Shall we seek out a new hotel? He inquired. No, let us return to the Sheng residence. Both mother and sister are there. How she had forgotten. The two took a taxi back to the Sheng home, the night shrouded in mist. After pressing the doorbell, the housekeeper, peering through the peephole, spotted two indistinct little heads aligned with the view. Seeing the peephole, Su Nua called out, "Housekeeper, it's me. Please open the door." Upon hearing her voice, the housekeeper promptly opened the door, quickly comprehending that the siblings intended to stay. Previously informed by Sheng Yunshu of their identities, the housekeeper welcomed them without hesitation. "Come in quickly. The master and madam are awaiting your return." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Nua realized that while they had been feasting, two elderly figures at home were eagerly anticipating their arrival. The housekeeper led them toward the living room, where a distinguished couple exuded an air of unapproachable elegance as they sipped tea. Opposite them sat the long-missed Gui Welon, her face betraying signs of fatigue. Yet she summoned her spirits to engage in cheerful banter with them. Upon hearing their footsteps, Gui Welon sprang to her feet, rushing towards them, grasping their hands with the worry and reproach befitting a mother. "You two naughty children, how could you wander off?" she exclaimed. "Did you encounter any danger on your journey?" Realizing that Sheng Yunshu had not disclosed their kidnapping ordeal to Gu Yuelon, Su Nua smoothly followed the script. "I just missed you, so I came to see you. Mother missed you both dearly as well. By the way, come here, this is your grandfather and grandmother." Gu Yuelon introduced them to the Sheng couple. Upon seeing her grandfather,
Sono fake net sorpreso. It's you.
Although she knew it was her grandfather, she had to act as if she did not. Grandfather Sheng, witnessing her performance, momentarily fell silent before teasingly responding, "It's you again, my little actress." Gui Welon, momentarily puzzled, swiftly recalled that her father and daughter had crossed paths on a variety show. She couldn't help but marvel at the serendipity. Isn't this fate? Who would have thought that Nua Nua and her father would meet ahead of schedule? Grandfather Sheng interjected, "Actually, I've been lurking there for a month." What others perceived as a chance encounter was, in truth, a meticulously orchestrated plan. Suppressing his inner excitement, He maintained the dignified demeanor of an elder. Who would have thought you were my granddaughter? Today's meeting is rather hasty, so I have not prepared anything, but here, take this red envelope. He handed a red envelope to Su Noa and produced another for Sui. As Su Noa opened her envelope, she discovered a bank card and a note detailing the password. This card contains 8,800,008, which your grandmother and I have prepared for you, not merely a greeting gift but also a supplement for your pocket money since birth. My dear, I've heard from your mother that you have endured hardships while away from home, so tomorrow, feel free to buy whatever you desire. Grandmother Sheng smiled, her few wrinkles only serving to enhance her gentle and amiable visage. Clad in a green shipao, radiating elegance and grace, she beckoned. Nua Nua, come here. Su Nua obediently approached and sat beside Grandmother Sheng, who patted her hand affectionately. Nua, you resemble your mother so much.
Yes, sono replied.
Her eyes gleaming like crescent moons. Will you accompany your grandmother for a stroll tomorrow? Of course. Hearing her inner thoughts, Grandmother Sheng paused slightly, puzzled by the voice she had just perceived. It sounded just like her granddaughter's, yet she had not spoken aloud. Casting her gaze over the others, and seeing their normal expressions, she wondered if it was merely a figment of her imagination. 8 million, that means I can buy new clothes again. Perhaps I should also buy my wife new clothes and skins, he. Tears welled in Grandmother Sheng's eyes. The little princess, who ought to have been nurtured in luxury, had endured so much hardship in the mountains, likely having gone without new clothes for far too long. Unlike others, who could simply summon the latest fashions to fill their wardrobes, her heart ached for Su Noa, and she was increasingly convinced that the earlier voice had indeed been her granddaughter's thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Yi silently opened his envelope, extracting the 8,800 inside, his mind swirling with confusion.
Su Yi?
Are you there? Why does my sister get 8 million while I receive merely 8? Grandfather Sheng cleared his throat. Yuelon mentioned that you were raised at home, so I imagine material comforts have never eluded you. Your sister has just returned, and hasn't he enjoyed many good days? It's only fair you let her have this. All right, I see the bias. Su Yi acquiesced, yet he bore no resentment. After all, both were children of the Su family, and considering the tribulations Su Nua had faced while he wallowed in comfort, it was clear that she had endured more hardships. Moreover, he genuinely appreciated his sister's kindness, finding joy in her being cherished. After indulging in nostalgic reminiscence, Su Nua felt fatigued and ascended the stairs to bathe before succumbing to slumber. While she slept, the door handle turned, and her uncle stood at her bedside, gazing at her serene visage with an inscrutable depth in his eyes. Chapter 92. Remarkably tenacious old lady. Su Nua's uncle knelt beside her, his usually enchanting and aloof face adorned with a profound sense of nostalgia. Just as he reached out, Su Nua, in her sleep, kicked off the covers in discomfort. What a poor sleeper, he remarked. Gently pulling the blanket back over her, ensuring she wouldn't kick it off again, he quietly exited the room. In the middle of the night, Su Nua woke from the heat, discovering herself cocooned like a mummy in her blanket. She squirmed, unable to extricate herself. How on earth am I bound by this? Surely, the blanket hasn't gained sentience? After struggling for a considerable time, she finally managed to kick the blanket off and drifted back to sleep, satisfied. The consequence of such blissful repose, however, was a cold. Su Nua gently rubbed her sore nose, her voice hoarse and her entire body chilled. She retrieved a denim jacket from her suitcase and donned it. Upon stepping outside, she was startled to see Guju, who had now transformed into Sheng Yuelon's mother, waiting at the door. "Mom, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed. "I thought you should be getting up soon, so I came to help you get ready," her mother replied. "Oh, all right." Sheng Yuelon proceeded to style her hair into 2 small buns, smoothing down the long strands cascading down her shoulders. She adorned the buns with delicate floral hairpins and applied a subtle touch of makeup, perfectly complementing Su Nua's casual outfit with an air of playful charm. "Yes, my darling should look this adorable," she declared. "Thank you, Mom." Sheng Yuelon led Su Nua downstairs, where the elderly couple had been waiting for quite some time, accompanied by Sheng Xiaojiu. As Su Nua descended, Sheng grandmother pulled her close, exclaiming, "Let me see, little Nunua is truly adorable." "Thank you for the compliment, Grandma. Let's eat," urged Sheng grandfather. Sheng Xiaojiu smiled at her from across the table, his grin reminiscent of a crystal-clear mountain spring, quickening her heartbeat. "You don't know your uncle's name yet, do you? It's Sheng Yu, just call me Uncle Yu." Good morning, Uncle Yu, she responded, though unclear why she needed to prepend you. His reaction to her words was most favorable, a smile spreading across his face, deepening the twinkle in his eyes.
Suno.
Not paying him much attention, turned to Sheng Yuelon and inquired, Mom, where are my sister and brother? Don't worry about your brother. He sleeps until noon every day. Your sister left early for an engagement, and it seems she is quite busy these days, she explained with a sigh. It's all because this mother of hers is inadequate, failing to alleviate her daughter's burdens, forcing her young flower of a daughter to shoulder the family's responsibilities. Brother, will you take me to familiarize myself with the company's operations later? I wish to share the load with Yin Shu. At her age, she should be enjoying life more. Of course, Yin Shu also deserves a proper rest. Sheng Yu took a sip of water after lunch. You and I will go to the company. Once the meal concluded, only Su Nua and Sheng grandmother remained, who, after a brief preparation, took Su Nua outside. Upon exiting, Su Nua noticed a group of bodyguards gathered at the entrance. Quietly counting them in her mind, she realized there were 20. So many bodyguards, she exclaimed. Sheng grandmother chuckled and explained, as one grows older, physical strength diminishes, and adorned in gold and silver, it's only natural to attract the attention of unsavory characters. I understand, Grandma. It was only reasonable for Sheng grandmother to be concerned. A wealthy matron like her was indeed a target for those with malicious intent. As Su Nua followed Sheng grandmother into a Maybach, she marveled at how the Sheng family concealed their wealth. From the outside, the villa appeared modest. Yet it was deceptively opulent. Noticing Su Nua's gaze on the villa and the car, Sheng grandmother smiled and explained, We came here due to certain circumstances and didn't prepare a larger house. This one suffices. Oh, I know this story. At the time, Uncle Yu and my sister were already planning to transfer assets and persuaded the entire Sheng family to move here. Upon seeing such a small house, my sister's mother became even more convinced that we were on the brink of bankruptcy. Sheng grandmother had become accustomed to hearing Su Nua's unspoken thoughts. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, Sheng grandmother wrapped her arm around Su Nua's, patting it gently, her expression warm and voice soft. Nua, buy whatever you desire. Grandma will cover the expenses. Hearing these words stirred a complex mix of emotions within Su Nua, for she had no grandmother. Having traversed numerous worlds, she had only ever toiled for survival, never experiencing such familial affection. Being beside her grandmother felt more enchanting than being with her own parents. All right, thank you, Grandma. Upon entering the mall, a swarm of bodyguards surrounded them as Sheng grandmother led her into a jewelry store. With her well-manicured fingers, she pointed to the center of the display. Miss, please retrieve that for me. Thank you. The sales associate, recognizing a VIP client, rushed to present the necklace that had caught Sheng grandmother's eye. The ruby necklace was both exquisite in craftsmanship and dazzling in appearance. Sheng grandmother took the necklace, holding it before Su Nua's neck, declaring, It's beautiful, I'll take it. Every store they visited seemed to witness Sheng grandmother purchasing its most treasured items, leaving the bodyguards to carry them away. Su Nua began to suspect that their role was merely to protect the goods rather than her. Sheng grandmother then selected a sultry dress, suggesting No Nua should occasionally try a different style. Go and try this on. Su Nua accepted the mermaid gown and entered the fitting room. After a moment's thought, Sheng grandmother decided it was inappropriate for a crowd of men to linger outside and waved them off, instructing them to wait at the entrance. Once they had stepped outside, a woman pretending to search for clothing approached Sheng grandmother. Su Nua emerged from the fitting room in the deep blue gown, and Sheng grandmother scrutinized her from head to toe, contemplatively saying, You're still too thin. You need to gain some weight to fill out this dress.
No.
You must take care of yourself. Sheng grandmother was not one to offer empty compliments. She would speak honestly about both strengths and weaknesses. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the fitting room. The attendant standing nearby gasped in shock at the sight of a woman brandishing a knife. As Su Nua instinctively reached for Sheng grandmother, she was taken aback by her grandmother's calm demeanor. Just as the knife's handle was nearly touching her, Sheng grandmother swiftly seized the woman's wrist, executing a precise kick that sent the assailant reeling. Seizing the opportunity, she disarmed the woman and subdued her, pinning her down to restrict her core strength. Su Nua was left astonished, her mind swirling with questions. In the blink of an eye, she witnessed her grandmother's agile prowess, thwarting the assailant's intentions. Hearing the commotion, the bodyguards swarmed in, swiftly restraining the woman, and only then did Sheng grandmother release her grip and rise, her demeanor now composed, as though the fierce protector who had just subdued the villain was not the same person. Upon recognizing the woman's face, Shung's grandmother furrowed her brow in astonishment. Is it you? Chapter 93. The blade still sharp. The woman, realizing she had been recognized, struggled against her captors, her eyes wild with rage as she screamed.
So, what if it's me?
It's all because of you that we ended up like this. Shung's grandmother's displeasure was palpable as she retorted, her voice tinged with anger. Xiaogu, I have treated you fairly. You took it upon yourself to switch my child and exchanged my granddaughter with your wretched offspring, causing my children to be scattered. I am even less satisfied with how you've ended up. Her chest heaved with indignation. Such a vile person deserves to die in the streets, branded with their crimes for all to see. Were it not for the law, she would have relished the opportunity to take matters into her own hands. Humph! Why should you wealthy people act with impunity? Why must I alone endure the burdens of life, living in unhappiness? I refuse to accept it. Even if I cannot prevail, my daughter should rise above all. A true phoenix among men. Your unfortunate child being exchanged was her good fortune. My benevolence in allowing her to live is more than enough. You should be grateful that I allowed her to survive. No, that is not right. I should not have shown mercy to allow her to live, which has led to my daughter's complete downfall. I hate you all. You have robbed my daughter of a prosperous life. Shung's grandmother felt overwhelmed by the noise. Her previous anger had subsided, replaced by exhaustion as she rubbed her temples. Gag her and send her to the police station, along with today's attempted murder. Ensure all her previous crimes are reported, so she cannot escape. After issuing her orders, Shung's grandmother suddenly remembered that these bodyguards were ultimately outsiders, and she could no longer afford to trust anyone. She resolved to stay here, despite not knowing how the woman had evaded the police's pursuit. For now, it was imperative to keep her contained. Shung's grandmother turned to the store staff. Why haven't you called the police yet? The shop assistant suddenly came to a realization, her fingers trembling as she hurriedly pulled out her phone to call the police. Soon, the officers arrived on the scene. After listening to the accounts of Grandma Shung and the assistant, they placed silver handcuffs on the woman, escorting the still frantic individual away. Grandma Shung finally let out a sigh of relief, recalling that Su Nua was still by her side. She turned to Su Nua and asked, I apologize, Nua Nua. Did I frighten you? Indeed, it was quite frightening. Grandma Shung felt regretful, wishing she had considered whether today was a suitable day for venturing outside, having scared her recently returned granddaughter. Grandma, you're truly formidable. Your prowess is undiminished. That display startled me immensely. Grandma Shung remarked, Are the interests of today's youth truly so peculiar? Let us head home. It's unsafe out here. Grandma Shung took Su Nua home, where Grandpa Shung was seated on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. Noticing his wife's return, he instinctively glanced at the time, puzzled that they were back much earlier than usual, as they typically strolled until dusk. My dear, why are you back so soon? Grandma Shung, with a look of exasperation, replied, Don't even get me started. It's been utterly distressing. Upon encountering her husband, she began to unload her grievances with a hint of playfulness. What happened?
Come. Tell me all about it.
Nestling beside Grandpa Shung, she recounted the day's events. His anger flared as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Those scoundrels swapped our children and dared to threaten you and Nua Noa. Rest assured, I will go to Xingyu and demand justice for you both. Excellent. You're truly remarkable, my husband. Indeed. Today, my wife was also splendid in repelling the villain. Su Nua stood to the side, blinking in bewilderment. Shouldn't she be hiding under the table instead of here, eavesdropping? Grandma Shung, realizing Su Nua was still present, withdrew slightly and cleared her throat, saying, Nua, you've been startled today. Perhaps you should rest a bit. I'll have the chef prepare dinner shortly. Grandpa Shung, feeling the emptiness beside him, was momentarily dissatisfied, but upon hearing Grandma Shung's words, he remembered their granddaughter was beside them. Awkwardly clearing his throat to mask his lapse, he added, No Nua. You should go rest for now.
All right.
I understand. This is to send me away so you can indulge in your affection.
Ah.
How rebellious. I refuse to leave. I shall remain here as a bright light bulb. Thus, she sat across from her grandparents, exchanging wide-eyed glances as an exceedingly bright light bulb. Grandpa and Grandma Shung, such a stubborn child. After a few more awkward coughs, Grandpa Shung cautioned, Little one, don't intrude.
Sono maintaining a serious demand or bed.
I'm not intruding. I'm merely observing the spectacle. The two elders fell silent once more. Under Su Nua's watchful gaze, The couple sat stiffly, as if a thorn were lodged in their backs, too fearful to move a muscle, lest they lead their granddaughter astray. Observing the two elderly figures' nervous demeanor, Su Nua lost her inclination to tease and simply stated, "I'll head back to rest now." After Su Nua left, the couple resumed their affectionate banter, entwined in love as thick as glue. Meanwhile, Su Nua lay on her bed scrolling through her phone when a message from Su Luo popped up, inquiring, "Lu Nua, are you at the Sheng residence?" Su Nua opened Su Luo's profile and was about to reply affirmatively when she received a notification that Su Luo had tapped on her avatar. "System Daddy has tapped you and said to call him Dad and that he'll give you money to spend." Dad. For a moment, silence enveloped them, the stillness more eloquent than words, leaving both parties speechless. When Su Nua had set up this feature, she had not anticipated her father would actually press it. Just as she prepared to clarify, Su Luo interjected, "Su Nua, listen to my defense." Just then, her phone chimed with a notification of a red envelope sent by Su Luo, accompanied by the note, "Here's some money for you." "Thank you, Dad. You're the best dad." Seeing the money made her heart leap with joy. Indeed, she was a simple person, someone who adored wealth, especially wealth. Very much so. After accepting the transfer, Su Nua's spirit soared. Young and lacking in skills, she relied on her family's support. "Yes, I am at the Sheng residence." "Great. Is Nua enjoying herself there?" Su Nua pondered for a moment, recalling the 800,000 she had earned, feeling quite pleased. "I'm happy. That's wonderful. You should be able to return home this weekend." "Sounds good." On the other side, Su Qingqing stood at the edge of the rooftop, defiantly declaring, "If you dare to catch me, I'll jump off." A group of police officers sent to apprehend her found themselves perplexed. While they intended to offer her a taste of prison life, they had no desire to drive her to despair. Another group of firefighters stood outside her perimeter, attempting to calm her down. "Young lady, please don't be hasty. Let us discuss this matter first. Life is precious, and once lost, it cannot be regained."
Su Qingqing,
in a fit of anguish, screamed, "What do you understand? Dying means a fresh start. This abysmal beginning expects me to continue living? Impossible. I want to start anew. As long as I die, I can begin again." Though the heavenly path had yet to contact her, she firmly believed it needed her. She was its favored child. Chapter 94. What is the loss? A profitable venture. Concealed from the crowd, Chao Yan observed the unfolding drama and, upon hearing Su Qingqing's anguished cries, finally grasped the situation. "Wanting a second chance?" Chao Yan smirked, her smile devoid of warmth. "How naive. Death is merely a painful one-time affair that resolves all troubles and messes." What Chao Yan desired was the torment of despair, one that rendered life unbearable yet impossible to escape. Chao Yan spoke a few words to the police, who, seeing that Chao Yan was also a girl and possessing a non-threatening demeanor, agreed to let her attempt to coax Su Qingqing back. As Chao Yan approached, Su Qingqing not only showed no fear but instead laughed boisterously. "What is this? Are you offering yourself as a cushion for my fall?" Chao Yan lunged at Su Qingqing, wrapping her arms around her. Su Qingqing, with her wicked nature, not only welcomed being captured but contemplated dragging Chao Yan down with her. Chao Yan whispered in Su Qingqing's ear, "Do you really think the heavenly path has not contacted you because it's waiting for your demise? How pitiful! Unaware that even your deity has been captured, your heavenly path is already struggling to maintain its power." Chao Yan's tone was sweet yet laced with danger. "Oh, I should say, it has long since become a prisoner, no longer the omnipotent force it once was. Want to die? Go ahead, die quickly. The underworld is crowded, and reincarnation will have to wait for 800 years. Chao Yan tempted her. Hearing Chao Yan's malicious words, Su Qingqing's pupils dilated in disbelief. "What did you say? Impossible. It's the heavenly path. How could the omnipotent heavenly path be dethroned?" Chao Yan's smile was radiant. "If you don't believe me, then jump." Su Qingqing, inherently suspicious and selfish, felt her earlier bravado wane in the face of this taunt, caught in a dilemma. Half of her doubted Chao Yan's words, believing the heavenly path to be the world's sovereign, while the other half remembered that after her last contact with it, her misdeeds had been exposed, leading to her being wanted by the police. Now, the heavenly path had not contacted her even once. She couldn't help but wonder if the heavenly path had indeed been captured. Coupled with Chao Yan's knowledge of the heavenly path, her suspicions deepened. If what this person said were true, then jumping down now would mean irreparable ruin, with no chance for rebirth. After weighing the pros and cons in her mind, Su Qingqing ultimately decided against jumping. What if she truly died and had no chance to return? It would be better to wait until she aged and died naturally. In the meantime, she might find a way to turn her fortunes around. Seeing Su Qingqing's expression shift, Chao Yan knew she had hooked her prey and was ready to reel her in. Seizing the opportunity, Chao Yan stealthily produced a hidden substance from her fingertips, capturing Su Qingqing's face with one hand while wrapping her other arm around her waist, feigning a desperate shout. "Don't die. You have so much youth ahead of you to enjoy." Chao Yan forced the substance into Su Qingqing's mouth. Su Qingqing's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "What are you making me eat?" With a firm grip, he pulled her back and they both fell to the ground. The firefighters and police, witnessing their tumble, hurried forward to restrain her, preventing Su Qingqing from attempting to take her life again. Upon apprehending her, they swiftly clasped silver handcuffs around her wrists and led her away, anxious to avert any further disturbances. After Su Qingqing was secured, she realized the chaos had subsided, prompting Su Luo to urgently urge his wife and child to return home. As he longed for his wife, Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng, reluctant to part with their recently reclaimed daughter and grandchildren, were fortunate that other grandchildren were in the capital, allowing them to finalize plans to return to the city together. Sheng Yu had long anticipated that the Sheng family would eventually return to the capital, consistently arranging for the cleaning of the authentically Sheng family home, which had been deceitfully sold. Upon arriving in the capital, Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng did not rush back to their own residence, but accompanied Su Nua to the Su family home. Waiting outside, Su Luo's eyes lit up upon seeing Sheng Yuelon, and he approached them with joy. However, upon spotting his in-laws, he suddenly froze, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. This was the first time he had met his in-laws after marrying Sheng Yuelon. Being an orphan himself, he had assumed Sheng Yuelon was also without family. They had cherished one another deeply during their university years, united in affection. To his surprise, his wife had parents. Lacking experience in conversing with elders, he felt at a loss for words. Seeing Su Luo's awkward demeanor, Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng exchanged glances before Grandpa Sheng stepped forward to embrace Su Luo. "You are my esteemed son-in-law?" "Yes." "Greetings, father-in-law," he replied, laughter echoing as the tension dissipated. "No need to be formal, let us go inside together." Later, the two engaged in a heartfelt conversation, sharing stories of their humble beginnings, boasting of their achievements over beers while admiring the moon. However, they were soon interrupted as their wives caught them and playfully pulled them away by their ears. Meanwhile, Su Nua lay in bed scrolling through her phone until a message from Lu Li popped up. "Noa Noa, what time shall we go tomorrow?" It then dawned on her that she had made plans with Lu Li to visit a temple. "How about 9 o'clock?" she replied. "Sounds good. Send me the address, and I'll come find you." The following morning, Su Nua dressed herself, opting for a casual sporty style, quite different from the elegant looks her mother-in-law and sister-in-law had suggested. Slinging a small backpack over her shoulder, she stepped outside and immediately spotted a Bentley waiting at her door. As she approached, Lu Li rolled down the window, calling out, "Over here." Once she got in, Lu Li, brimming with excitement, began to share, "You have no idea how magical that temple is. It's as if it has been consecrated. Whatever you pray for comes true. I hope for high marks on the next exam." Su Nua replied, "Well, high marks depend on our own efforts, right? It's not like they can swap our brains." "True. So today I'll pray for smooth sailing on my exam and that I get everything right." The car journey felt interminable, to the point where Su Nua almost dozed off. As she nodded off, Lu Li gently adjusted her head. "Nanua, we've arrived," she exclaimed, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Su Nua took in the sight of a diminutive temple, lavishly adorned, clearly deviating from the traditional, austere style of typical temples. From the outside, it hardly resembled a temple at all. As Lu Li pulled her inside, the interior dazzled with even more opulence, leading Su Nua to momentarily believe she had entered a small palace. "How much did your mother spend on this?"
Sono marveled.
100 million. Lu Li replied nonchalantly. Su Nua nearly stumbled, stammering, "What? 100 million? For a temple with this kind of decoration? Such an expenditure is purely philanthropic, not profitable." Lu Li shrugged. "What's the big deal? It's just 100 million. Eliminating that deadbeat man preserves more family wealth. It seems like a loss at first glance, but in reality, it's a tremendous gain." Chapter 95. Good, good, good. It's truly me. The values of the wealthy are indeed fascinating, Su Nua mused. Is it strange? Aren't you wealthy too?
Liuliremin det här. Ah, yes.
I've evolved into a person of means. I'm no longer that worker from years ago. As they enter the temple, Su Nua was drawn to the statue standing prominently at the center. The more she looked, the more familiar it appeared. Something seemed to beckon her closer, and as she approached, she recognized the face of the statue. Her mouth twitched in disbelief. How can it not resemble me? It's literally me. She noticed the inscription beneath the statue, Spirit of Glutinous Rice.
Sono fel tutelli spetles.
No wonder they pray for blessings. They're essentially praying to me. In a twist of irony, she was there to pay homage to herself. Luli had already lit incense, waving away the flickering flame before handing 3 sticks to Su Nua. Quick catch. Su Nua accepted the burning incense, feeling a whirlwind of emotions as she contemplated the absurdity of offering prayers to herself.
Komeon no hurian pray.
Luli urged, already kneeling on the mat, earnestly bowing 3 times and closing her eyes in fervent supplication. Su Nua was caught in a dilemma, to kneel or not to kneel. With a face full of mixed emotions, she reluctantly knelt and paid her respects to her own statue, bowing 3 times. After Li completed her prayers, she joyfully rushed to place her incense in the ash. Do Nua, hurry and place yours. Su Nua's face flickered through a myriad of expressions before settling on embarrassment as she approached to insert her incense into the ash. Luli looked up at the statue, her face radiating with admiration. Don't you think, after praying, the statue looks even more benevolent and approachable?
Sono scorfet benevolent.
That statue would only wield a stick to beat down any miscreants. Its kindness is as real as a fart. She could only offer a perfunctory response, Saha.
Ah.
I hope I do well on my upcoming exam. In that moment, she was uncertain whether to wait for her prayers to manifest or to seek assistance for the sake of her pride. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a familiar scent that felt reminiscent. A boy dressed in a black hoodie and cropped jeans entered, revealing a glimpse of his fair legs, igniting an inexplicable attraction. He wore a black mask and silver-framed glasses, his captivating eyes glimmering like a galaxy filled with stars, bright and piercing. His porcelain-like hands grasped the incense, extinguishing the flames with a delicate touch. As he approached Su Nua, a refreshing scent enveloped her, both cool and comforting. He knelt before the statue, his gaze unwavering, and after 3 bows, he rose and placed the incense in the ash without uttering a word before turning to leave. Luli, glancing at the boy.
Nugget sono album. Hey.
That guy is so handsome, even more so than the hottest idol right now. I almost felt a spark. Yes, he is indeed quite striking, Su Nua agreed, though a sense of familiarity lingered in her mind. As the boy exited the temple, he cast a lingering glance back at Su Nua, his mask concealing a smile as he stepped away. The next day, when Su Nua returned to class, she distinctly sensed a shift in her classmates' gazes, filled with an air of resentment, as if she were a castaway wife. The class monitor approached, representing the collective sentiment, and asked, Su Nua, have you taken any more leave recently? Reflecting for a moment, Su Nua replied, I don't think I will take any more leave. With that, the class monitor returned to his seat, reassured, and the others ceased their glances of discontent, now eagerly awaiting Su Nua's next move. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Su Nua dismissed her thoughts as the class bell rang. She made her way to Zhao Yan, sitting beside her. Een ran, noticing Su Nua seated next to someone else, approached her and inquired, Aren't you my desk mate? Didn't you know? I've changed seats, Su Nua informed him. Een ran finally understood the source of his earlier discomfort in the hospital. It was due to Su Nua's change of seat. Een ran once again found herself sitting alone. Well, she was somewhat intrigued. The first class was conducted by the homeroom teacher, who, after the lesson, reiterated, examinations are scheduled for Thursday and May. Do not slack off during this period. Focus on your revisions. In the second class, it was physics. Su Nua lay her head on the desk, feeling an overwhelming sense of boredom, and decided to pick someone to play with. How dull. At least gossip can earn points. The others suddenly perked up. The physics teacher, noticing the shift in energy from the previously lethargic students to a vibrant group, felt a swell of pride. Upon hearing this, Chao Yan chuckled softly. So it was a gossip system, was it? Little rooster, it's you. Everyone eagerly awaited the verdict. Let me see the class monitor, said she is called Wan Ting. Wan Ting, startled upon hearing her name, exclaimed, Huh? Is Wan Ting planning to indulge in a passionate experience with her boyfriend this weekend? The collective gasps echoed as they processed the shocking revelation. Shouldn't high school students prioritize their studies? Wanting was utterly mortified, wishing to rush over to Su Noa and shush her. How can I subtly suggest to Wanting that she should refrain? Those who do not respect girls until they reach adulthood are, in essence, quite selfish. Wanting felt a surge of anger. Her boyfriend was truly wonderful. Why should she be judged for wanting to enjoy her relationship? Wanting is completely infatuated. Previously, she was unaware of why her affection wavered and broke up with him. The group chimed in. I know this problem. It was you who wavered. However, after much coaxing, they reconciled, and the boy treated Wanting as if she were an object of convenience. He was self-absorbed, indifferent to her academic pursuits and future. Once he had his way, he discovered Wanting was pregnant and deceitfully promised to take responsibility. Yet, once the truth of her condition became undeniable, he abandoned her, cutting all ties. Eventually, when Wanting could no longer hide her condition and the homeroom teacher was about to contact her, she unexpectedly went into labor while in the bathroom. Terrified of exposure, Wanting finally realized the deceit she had endured. Desperate to abandon the child, yet unable to forsake such a precious life, she dropped out of school to work. A girl who should have had a bright and honorable future was deceived into becoming a mere tool, losing her beautiful life. Here, Su Nua earnestly wishes to remind all lovely individuals, life is invaluable, do not make hasty choices, and do not be fooled by unscrupulous individuals. If deceived, act swiftly to mitigate your losses. Isn't studying worthwhile? After all, with education, one can earn a living. Alas, I feel that my words may only invite a slap in return, with them calling me a fool. Wanting was left in shock. She had never confided in anyone about her promise to her boyfriend to engage in intimacy post-exams. Although unaware of how Su Nua had gleaned this information, she could not help but recall Su Nua's uncanny insights, which always seemed eerily accurate. Chapter 96. Every day must be spent earning money to support my beloved wife or husband. The mere thought of Su Nua's predictions regarding her bleak future sent a chill down Wanting's spine, plunging her into a chasm of fear. She merely wanted to experience love. Her boyfriend was undoubtedly kind, always comforting her, always loving her. Always. Wait, was he genuinely comforting her? After upsetting her, he would adopt a stern demeanor, uttering seemingly noble words, using visions of the future to secure her affection, assuring her, I will treat you well in the future. You can have whatever you desire. My money will be yours. I am simply too poor at present, but have I not been good to you? When you are unhappy, I comfort you daily. Is that not enough? I may not be able to fulfill your material needs right now, but I will earn money to build our little home and shield us from the storms of life. You cannot always expect to receive. I am exhausted from giving. I'm sorry, my dear. I should not have said that. From now on, I will heed your every word. After all, we have been together for so long.
Tick-tock.
Tears streamed down Wanting's cheeks, falling onto the pages of her book, leaving faint traces of her unspoken sorrow. Oh, that man speaks of giving daily. Yet when Wanting merely mentioned her desire for a small cake, he perceived it as a demand for his financial contribution and labeled her selfish. Upon realizing Wanting was upset and considering a breakup, he spun around to placate her.
Wanting wept silently, her tears flowing freely.
Her desk mate, noticing her distress, offered her a tissue, to which Wanting quietly expressed her gratitude. The physics teacher, turning to check on his students, caught sight of Wanting's tears, causing his newly acquired confidence to shatter once more. The teacher lamented, Alas, I clearly have not yet mastered this. Just as things began to improve, they fell apart. Woe is me. He resolved to seek advice from that streamer on why the teaching profession was so arduous. It was far more challenging than defeating a boss at full stars. Woe is me. Others, upon witnessing Wanting's tears, felt a pang of sympathy for her plight. Ensnared in the web of her boyfriend's manipulation, Wanting raised her hand, sniffling, Teacher, I need to go to the restroom. The physics teacher, fearing to deny her, immediately granted permission. Su Noa, hearing the commotion, looked up.
Huh?
Why did she run away? After school, Su Noa sought out Wanting, who looked up, her eyes still red from crying, evidently having had a thorough breakdown. Su Noa couldn't help but wonder what had caused Wanting's tears. Gently, she advised, Wanting,
you should seek out better men.
If all else fails, find one with abs, wealth, and genuine affection for you. If love is elusive, at least secure someone who can provide for you. There is no need to be so despondent. The girls, reflecting on this, gathered around to offer counsel. Ting ting. I know many handsome guys. Could you help me vet them? You should explore your options more. Wan Ting, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why hang yourself on a single branch? It would be better to explore the forest. The boys, uncertain of how to respond, hesitated. Some of them were too lethargic to discipline themselves into fitness. The first suggestion was promptly dismissed. Seeing the concern from her peers, Wan Ting forced a smile, replying, "Okay. Thank you all. I will keep my eyes peeled." Su Nua offered no further resistance, merely patting her shoulder. Make sure to keep your eyes wide open when searching for new prospects. Self-love will always shine brighter than being loved by others. I must return home for dinner. Goodbye. After Su Nua departed, Wan Ting pondered her words, eventually allowing a smile to emerge. After all, he was just a man who had deceived her. While waiting for Xing Yinshu to finish class, the two boarded a private car home. Su Nua scrolled through her social media, laughing heartily. Suddenly, a notification popped up, revealing a message from the family group chat. Yesterday, Su Luo had added Sheng's grandfather and grandmother to the group. Upon learning that Su Luo was an orphan, Sheng's grandfather grew even more affectionate. Finally, the reclusive Su Ziqian emerged from his cocoon of work. Second child, I will bring a friend home shortly. The replies flooded in, all expressing enthusiasm. Upon returning home, Su Nua found her brother, Su Jinyan, engrossed in his computer. Upon noticing them, he smiled. You're back? I heard you have an upcoming monthly exam. Do you feel confident? The monthly exam? Wouldn't it be better to conceal our strengths? I don't wish to attract too much attention from the teachers. Su Jinyan, having learned to navigate Su Nua's thoughts, closed his laptop and grinned. I'll ask the maid to prepare more nutritious meals for you both. How can the children of the Su family be understated? Be humble in character, yet bold in action. That is the Su family's way. If you place in the top 10 for the monthly exam, I'll reward you with a cash bonus, more for higher rankings. Upon hearing this, Su Nua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Money? It was time to seize the opportunity. Forgive me, but being first in class is truly crucial. On the other side, the class monitor sneezed. The class monitor mused, who is speaking of me? Never mind. I must quickly edit my deskmate's resume and find a way to submit it to Su Nua. Ever since Sheng Yulan decided to take over the company, she began learning management systematically from Sheng Yu. Su Luo was often busy and typically returned home only after dinner. Su Jinyan, in his innocence, believed that staying at home was the safest option. He picked up a cup of water, still steeped with goji berries, having resolved to focus on health, nurturing his stomach, liver, and kidneys. His mantra was one of suffering, an anti-cancer message aimed at keeping gastric ailments at bay. Ziqian will bring back a friend shortly. You all rest for a moment, and we can begin the meal when they return. Su Nua sat on the sofa, dressing her pink-haired goose in a new little dress that had just been released, themed around butterflies. It was no wonder she was fond of money. Both the goose and her beloved were waiting eagerly for her to earn more. After finishing the outfit, Su Ziqian had yet to return. Su Nua opened the game Love and Knives to pass the time. After a while, Su Ziqian finally returned with a male companion. Oh, it's a guy, she thought, having initially assumed it was a girlfriend. Su Nua's head shot up in surprise. Wait. It's a guy. Su Jinyan took a sip of his health drink and pondered. What of it? Su Nua lowered her voice. It's nothing. It's just that a guy is the most dangerous. Feigned reassurance. This is my new acquaintance, Fan Jiu. He is rather reserved and has come to visit us. Fan Jiu smiled shyly, his demeanor reminiscent of a boy who tends to shy away in corners, often labeled as effeminate. He spoke slowly. Hello everyone, I am Fan Jiu. I apologize for intruding. If I have committed any faux pas, please let me know. Being clumsy is my nature, and I was unsure of what to bring. So, I prepared a few gifts. Though modest, they carry heartfelt sentiments. Su Ziqian mused. My sister said that with this personality, I would be a submissive character in a story. I can't play with rugged men. Surely playing with gentle boys will suffice? Chapter 97. A Face-Off. Fan Jiu flashed a brilliant smile, his boyish charm exuding an aura of innocence that was thoroughly disarming. Su Ziqian thought, look, such a pure-hearted boy, he seems utterly safe. Suno por ser her lips, Su Ziqian noticed Su Nua's expression of numb pity directed at him and felt a pang of anxiety. He worried he might have blundered yet again. Sheng Yunshu, keenly perceptive of Su Nua's expression, glanced sympathetically at Su Ziqian. Aside from Su Nora, she was the only one present who had witnessed Su Ziqian's 3 previous misadventures. She couldn't help but marvel at Su Ziqian's allure. How does my brother so precisely find these types? Could it be he is also one of them? Su Ziqian internally lamented. I am not. I truly am not. Do not slander me. This is defamation. Caught between critiquing my brother's magnetism for partners or marveling at the plot's power? Forget it, just save me, he pleaded. Su Ziqian felt increasingly uncomfortable in Fan Jiyu's presence, akin to a thorn in his back, desperate to escape. Su Jinyan glanced at Su Ziqian, silently reflecting, Brother, it's time you figured out how to save yourself. Your brother is barely keeping afloat. He had been evading the advances of the known female protagonist and avoiding encounters with other women. Facing bankruptcy and the threat of illness, no one dared to pursue romance. To be frank, was there even a need for such a relationship? Fan Jiyu handed the gifts to the butler and quietly stood beside Su Ziqian, radiating an air of innocence that would lead anyone to believe he harbored no ulterior motives towards Su Ziqian. I suspect my brother fell prey this time because Fan Jiyu appears so earnest, devoid of any thoughts of same-sex attraction, and has even mentioned the virtues of a devoted wife, lowering my brother's defenses. Yes, you are right, sister. Su Ziqian thought back to how Fan Jiyu had often praised the nobility of a devoted wife, leading him to believe Fan Jiyu had no interest in men and sought a traditional spouse. Oh, my foolish brother. Has Fan Jiyu ever expressed a desire to marry a woman? Su Ziqian stood frozen, and upon his sister's remark, he reflected and realized she was correct. Fan Jiyu noticed his silence and kindly prompted, Ziqian? At that moment, Su Ziqian desperately wished to display sorrow, but in the interest of maintaining composure, he opted for a calm demeanor instead, smiling lightly. What is it? Nothing, just noticed you were quiet. Indeed. Su Noa was still busy venting to her brother. My brother is like a delicate flower. Even when picked, he still smiles.
How silly.
Apologies, I can't manage a smile, Su Ziqian replied. Do not be deceived by Fan Jiyu's seemingly harmless exterior. He is, in fact, a wolf in sheep's clothing, wilder and more flamboyant than the other 2 male leads. And later he will lead my brother into a world of debauchery. Are there others aside from Fan Jiyu? Wow, is he that intense? Fan Jiyu is quite cunning. Knowing my brother is straight, he initially feigned weakness to draw closer, gradually earning trust and affection, eventually forcing love upon my brother and trapping him in a small room. Until my brother succumbs to Stockholm Syndrome, completely enamored with him, they will lead an unashamed life together until one day, due to Fan Jiyu's reckless antics, my brother meets his end. Su Ziqian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger, pinching the bridge of his nose, fearing he might truly faint from frustration. Fan Jiyu leaned closer to Su Ziqian, softly inquiring, Ziqian, what troubles you? Nothing, just felt a sneeze coming on, trying to ease the pressure, Su Ziqian explained, suppressing his fury. He subtly shifted a step away. In truth, he wished to upend the table and rage against the heavens, questioning why he was the one chosen for such a dual male narrative. If one must be chosen, why couldn't it be another male lead instead of himself? It was so unfair. Fan Jiyu, noticing Su Ziqian's slight movements, narrowed his eyes in displeasure before quickly masking it. Su Jinyan, unable to bear the tension, initiated conversation. Fan Jiyu, is it? Why not stay for dinner? Fan Jiyu smiled bashfully. Certainly. Thank you, Brother Ziqian. Su No observed the interaction between Fan Jiyu and Su Ziqian, her eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. She turned to Fan Jiyu, tentatively asking, How did you and my brother meet? Fan Jiyu discreetly glanced at Su Ziqian, seeing his calm expression, smiled. I had heard of Ziqian's professional prowess and always wanted to act alongside him. I was fortunate to have this opportunity. Although Ziqian appeared cool initially, he is considerate and kind as we spent more time together, and I often received his assistance, leading us to become friends. I almost forgot, my brother, as an actor, is mature and composed in public, treating others with kindness, unlike his goofy demeanor at home. Su Noa continued, pressing, Do you enjoy spending time with my brother? Fan Jiyu hesitated for a moment, perceiving Su Noa's earnestness, which did not seem to be a mere jest. Considering that children typically harbor no malice, he casually replied, Yes, Ziqian is friendly, and everyone enjoys being around him. Had it been in the past, Su Ziqian would have felt a swell of pride. Now, he simply felt a chill.
Sono contemplative e longa terhertonat.
This affection is not the same as that affection. Do not be deceived by Fan Jiyu's delicate appearance. He is, in fact, quite muscular with abs and a well-defined chest. My brother's later happiness is assured. Su Ziqian felt darkness envelop him, wishing to faint from despair. This supposed happiness was something he wanted no part of. Though he might be tormented into an early grave. Su Ziqian thought, should I respect the fates of others or assist my family? He chose the latter. The latter? No. Last time Sister Qiangwei mentioned that helping my brother would cost extra. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyan recalled that his token of love still awaited resolution and sought to inquire indirectly. The last time, my elder brother had to specifically seek out Sister Qiangwei for the token of his affection. Although he managed to secure it, given his unfortunate luck, it was only a matter of time before he succumbed to the allure of either the female protagonist or the supporting character. After all, there are other female leads to consider. Su Jinyan took a sip of coffee, concealing his uncontrollable grin when he heard the first part. However, upon hearing the latter part, the smile that had just crept onto his face vanished in an instant, leaving him with a despondent expression. The days filled with anxiety and trepidation seemed endless to Su Jinyan. He truly did not wish to become a tragic figure in a romance novel. Meanwhile, Su Ziqian seized upon the crux of the matter. Money. How splendid. There was still hope for him, Su Ziqian. He pulled out his phone to transfer money to Su Nua, pondering over a plausible reason. Coincidentally, Su Nua had recently mentioned the midterm exams at Yide Academy. Thus, while transferring the funds, he added a note of encouragement for his sister regarding her exams. To prevent Shen Yinshu from overthinking, he also sent a transfer to her. Upon hearing the notification chime, Su Nua glanced at Su Ziqian with narrowed eyes, quickly grasping the situation. His younger brother could also hear unspoken thoughts. Chapter 98. Are you studying? Nevertheless, his own fate was equally significant. He followed suit and sent a transfer to Su Nua, contemplating a reason to justify it. Ultimately using the foolish Su Yi as an excuse. He noted, your third brother has caused you suffering. At that moment, Su Yi was blissfully nestled in his blankets, oblivious to the commotion downstairs. Su Nua stared at the two monetary gifts with a look of suspicion. One might think the Su family is specifically using money to resolve issues. Conversely, those in the know might believe the Su family indulges in such expenditures daily. Su Jinyan and Su Ziqian found themselves at a loss for words. Are my brothers truly this affluent? Don't they feel any pain parting with their money? If I were to give money to someone else, it would sting for a long time. I suppose this is the fundamental difference between me and the domineering male protagonists. The domineering male leads squander money as if it were worthless, while she, Su Nua, had an undeniable passion for wealth. She understood the principle of accepting payment in exchange for resolving grievances. She was not accustomed to receiving without effort. During a meal, as Su Ziqian fulfilled the role of host, he felt compelled to sit with Fan Jiu. It would be rather impolite to invite someone over and then distance himself. After the meal, Su Ziqian symbolically offered, "Shall I walk you to the door?" Fan Jiu smiled, sure. However, a fleeting look of melancholy crossed his face. How he wished he could escort him home. When would he finally manage to bring his beloved home and indulge in their affections? Su Ziqian maintained a stiff smile, watching him depart. Later that evening, Su Nua knocked thrice on Su Ziqian's door. Upon opening it and seeing his sister, he welcomed her inside. Su Nua took a seat at the desk, noting the room's understatedly elegant decor. What brings you here, sister? Her expression serious as she solemnly queried her brother, do you harbor feelings for Fan Jiu? Just as Su Ziqian was about to retrieve a bottle of milk from the refrigerator, he stumbled at her question, nearly tripping over his own feet in shock. Why do you ask that? No reason, just inquiring. If you do like Fan Jiu, I will endeavor to protect you from any calamity that may befall you. I must decline, thank you. If you do not harbor feelings, perhaps I could assist you. Su Ziqian nodded vigorously. I do not like him. Not at all. Why is my brother so agitated? Surely, he must know something? Su Nua's gaze began to fill with doubt, and at her words, Su Ziqian felt a surge of fear. Clearing his throat, he retorted, come now, your brother is quite the straight man. How could he possibly fancy another boy? I see. I understand now, brother. Su Nua spoke earnestly. In the future, do avoid drinking any beverages that have lost sight of you while on set, and refrain from eating anything indiscriminately. Missing a meal won't kill you. Keep your distance from Fan Jiu, and when filming wraps, return home as soon as possible. Su Ziqian committed her words to memory, ensuring that he would not raise any suspicions, lest Su Nua become reticent. He feigned a smile. What is this? Does my sister not like Fan Jiu? No. I do not. I detest such perverse behavior. To disregard the wishes of the parties involved for one's own amusement, treating someone as an object of torment. Who could possibly appreciate that? I hope my brother remembers my words. I recall that in a few days, Fanju plans to slip a trace amount of hallucinogen into your meals and perhaps something into your drink. Every night, he lingers until the last moment, flirting with you after everyone else has left, and come the wrap party, he will surely take things further, perhaps even drug you and take you home. Upon hearing this, Suzian felt a chill run down his spine. Who could remain unperturbed upon hearing of a conspiracy against their own well-being? As Su Nua exited the room, Suzian silently ordered some self-defense pepper spray online. That night, a group of gossipers unexpectedly erupted into a frenzy in their chat group, which excluded Su Nua. They had been so preoccupied with gossiping lately that they had barely paid attention in physics class. I'm doomed. I'm done for. I'm finished. I'm completely finished. The class monitor suggested, shouldn't we have a makeup class? But you all have your own tutors, don't you? We're falling behind. We're falling behind. Stop bragging. With one-on-one tutoring, how could you still lag? Isn't it true that with one-on-one help, if we perform poorly, we shall face our family's wrath? It seems I can no longer afford to listen to the gossip king. I must devote myself to study. The group founder finally chimed in. Those who are not actively participating in the gossip must be facing some issues. What can we do? Our grades are slipping, and our parents are on our backs. The founder declared, to untie the knot, one must tie it. What is there to fear? The Gossip King's pitfall must be resolved by the Gossip King himself.
What do you mean by that?
The founder continued, I managed to obtain the Gossip King's entrance exam paper and results. The exam was set by the notoriously difficult senior director on a competition level. The Gossip King scored an impressive 89 out of 100 on a comprehensive exam.
Wow.
Who would have thought? The Gossip King is indeed formidable. Especially in physics. Rumor has it he aced every question. Let's ask the Gossip King to help us review physics. We could study and still enjoy some gossip. Exactly. The Gossip King has led us astray. Let's have him guide us back to the top. Tomorrow, we shall seek out the Gossip King. Fear not, Gossip King. We are all good people, he he he. The chat was flooded with this refrain, echoing endlessly. Meanwhile, the Gossip King himself was napping, tidying his blankets, and once they were arranged, he simply tossed them over himself to sleep soundly. The following day, when Su Nua entered the classroom, she was met with a throng of eager gazes, as if she were a delectable cake. Silently, she returned to her seat. Feeling quite intimidated, Su Nua pulled out her question booklet. While her knowledge was solid and reliable, frequent practice was essential to reinforce her learning, as knowledge remained constant. Yet the question formats were ever-changing. Observing Su Nua begin to tackle the questions, her classmates widened their eyes in astonishment, pulling out their phones. What's this? The Gossip King is studying. Previously, they had only seen Su Nua either sleeping or daydreaming, and aside from submitting assignments, she never tackled any questions. They had assumed she was indifferent to her studies. The class monitor remarked, Are you all studying? I, for one, am not. I shall wait for the Gossip King to teach me. I won't study either. I'll seek out the Gossip King after school. Who studies? Whoever studies, I shall mock. Are you studying? I, for one, am not. The class monitor, noting the unanimous refusal to study, secretly smirked and discreetly retrieved her practice book to work on problems, hiding behind a stack of books to shield her actions from prying eyes. Sitting by the window, she had no fear of being seen from the other side. Her deskmate, noticing the class monitor's silence, grew curious about what she was currently engaged in. Chapter 99. Who studies? I shall mock. The class monitor's deskmate glanced over a pile of textbooks, noticing that the previously boisterous class monitor was secretly studying. As the study committee member, constantly overshadowed, he whispered teasingly, so you're deceiving us while you study in secret, are you? The class monitor chuckled softly. You've caught me. Let's sneakily study together then. He attempted to extinguish his deskmate's ire. Not far from the scene, another student, who had been proclaiming that he would mock anyone who studied, was discreetly pulling out his vocabulary book and scratch paper to memorize words. Upon noticing this peculiar behavior, his deskmate tilted his head and found him also engaged in clandestine studying. Oh, so you mock those who study? His deskmate feigned sarcasm. Upon hearing those familiar words, the youth felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Ahem, what's wrong with studying? I actually enjoy studying. You two claimed you weren't studying. Yet what is that mathematics notebook on your desk? He countered with reason logic. His deskmate coughed to mask his embarrassment. Well, you know, I have a profound love for learning. My affection for education is unparalleled. I am willing to be an ardent scholar. In the group, all those who declared their disdain for studying began to secretly pull out their books and study. Discovered by their desk mates, they united in their academic pursuits. During the morning self-study period, when the teacher entered and witnessed the entire class diligently preparing for the upcoming monthly examination, competing with one another, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Not wishing to disrupt their concentration, he decided against conducting the morning session and simply oversaw them from the podium like an invigilator. Perhaps in the past, their motivation might have been to excel in the monthly exam, but now it was more about outdoing one another. The youth felt a surge of determination within him, a fierce competitive spirit that would not allow anyone to surpass him. As they engaged in their studies, the focus shifted from outdoing each other to competing with Su Nua, for she was the first to begin her studies. After completing her assignments, Su Nua looked up and caught the gaze of the teacher overseeing the morning session. Their eyes met in a silent confrontation, each expressing disbelief at the other's lack of diligence. Quietly, she lowered her head and pulled out another set of exam papers to continue her work. Meanwhile, within the iron bars of confinement, Su Qingqing crouched in a corner, her body curled up, her face contorted in agony. Sweat had thoroughly soaked her garments, clinging to her skin in a damp, uncomfortable embrace. Her muscles were undergoing a violent transformation, twisting in relentless torment, the pain akin to countless ants gnawing at her, leaving her in a state of excruciating discomfort. She wailed incessantly, "Help! Help me!" The prison guards, hearing her anguished cries, had long since lost their capacity for concern. Initially, they believed Su Qingqing was genuinely suffering and sent her to the hospital for a thorough examination, only to find that it had all been a false alarm. Her body bore no marks, and her internal organs were unharmed. It was merely a self-staged performance, which they chose to ignore. As the guards departed, the surveillance briefly flickered. The monitoring room lost signal from Su Qingqing's area. Suddenly, her roommate collapsed, a hoarse voice breaking through the silence. "Are you in pain?" Upon hearing the voice, Su Qingqing instinctively lifted her head. Just as she was about to respond, she heard, "Then allow me to alleviate your suffering. Coincidentally, I have a grudge against rice dumplings." After school, as Su Nua prepared to head home, a throng of students surged towards her, encircling her. "Su Nua, we heard your grades are excellent. Could you tutor us?" Su Nua was taken aback, wondering how they knew of her achievements before the monthly exam had even taken place. "I want to go home," she stated. Some began to sweeten the deal. "Don't worry. We understand the rules. It will be compensated." If money didn't appeal to her, they were open to negotiation. Su Nua promptly interrupted, "Classmates, how can you say such a thing? Discussing money is rather distasteful." Thus, it was cheerfully decided. "I'm a shrewd merchant, charging 888 each." Upon hearing this, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd. "All right, just 888. What a bargain. How can that be considered shrewd? I'll go first." Soon, the group chat was inundated with transactions directed to Su Nua. The transfer screens were constantly refreshing. Su Nua, ever the opportunist, found that with payment secured, all matters would be manageable. She sent a message to Shengyan Shu and the driver to wait for her. Approaching the podium, she cleared her throat. "Now, let me share some key points with you." Su Nua opened her book, focusing exclusively on the essential topics. The students below were busily scribbling notes, a cacophony of writing filling the air. The grade supervisor, passing by, was nearly taken aback. "What is happening here? Am I seeing correctly? How is there a girl teaching at the podium? And she's teaching physics?" The student seemed thoroughly engrossed. Narrowing his eyes, he finally recognized the girl on stage. "Isn't that the transfer student from last time?" The supervisor suddenly grasped the reason behind Su Nua's teaching, halting his steps to listen intently from the window. From initial admiration, he was now profoundly impressed. Her explanations were clearer and more comprehensible than those of the school's instructors. In a surge of excitement, he snapped a photo, intending to discuss this with the homeroom teacher of Class 1. This student must be monitored closely. As an educator with years of experience, he could immediately tell that Su Nua was a promising talent. She required additional attention, especially from the homeroom teacher of this class. She must be kept under strict supervision. Who knows, they might cultivate a new provincial champion from her. The supervisor was the homeroom teacher for Class 3. Contemplating his own student, Su Mingji, alongside this class's Su Nura, he couldn't help but marvel at the formidable genetics of the Su family. He further considered the prospect of Su Mingji becoming the champion, followed by Su Noa achieving the same in her senior year. Heavens! The supervisor exclaimed. Just think of the rewards I will earn. He had to ensure that the freshman homeroom teacher kept a close watch on Su Noa, ensuring she didn't squander her potential or be led astray by any distractions. He hurried towards the administration building. At that moment, Su Noa was still engaged in her teaching. By evening, the group finally left, their backpacks in hand, reluctant to part ways. After the driver had returned, Su Noa spotted Sheng Yunshu, now dressed in casual clothes, arriving on an electric scooter to pick her up. Not wanting to attract too much attention, Sheng Yunshu refrained from riding up on a motorbike.
Get in.
We're off. Su Noa returned home, eagerly opening her red envelopes, clicking through them until her fingers grew sore, all the while chuckling gleefully. In the gossip group, the king of gossip earned his title with aplomb. Not only was he abundant in tidbits, but his lessons were also easy to comprehend, facilitating a deeper understanding. Our king of gossip is a god. Affordable and valuable. Where are my 3 consecutive likes? I plan to seek the king to teach me math tomorrow. Me too. Count me in. I'll join as well. After finishing her calculations for the night, Su Noa drifted into a blissful sleep, dreaming of being buried beneath mountains of cash, reluctant to awaken. Early the next morning, she entered the classroom to find her classmates regarding her with an excitement that bordered on obsession.